Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports, and we're finally here. It is draft day for the 2023 NBA draft, and I am stoked and so excited to be here for the day of the NBA draft. We're going to be live literally all day long discussing potential outcomes of tonight's draft, talking about maybe one more final mock draft, going over my big board once again. We'll also share some of your guys' perspectives on things, whether that's your mock drafts, your big boards. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say as well. I feel like Utility Sports is the most collaborative space on YouTube for NBA draft content. So I want to hear what you guys have to say as well. So a huge welcome to everyone in here. Cullen Box Breaks, one of our moderators over on the Discord, says, decent with a little bit of hype here for the live stream. Samuel, welcome to the stream. He wants Case and Wallace to the Nets. Interesting. Lucas is cheering for Hendricks to Indiana. Very interesting. And Samuel saying you'll either get him or Jarris, maybe even Ausar or Cam Whitmore. We'll see what happens. Brady Thompson, welcome to the stream again. Brady's super early all the time, always here before the streams, then stays pretty much the entire time through. So huge shout out to him. Brandon S says only about 9 hours left to see if Troy Weaver ruins my life. We'll see. Troy Weaver had a good draft last year. Let's see if he can follow it up with another one this year, picking 5th overall once again. Mason here says, I'm a Celtics fan and I can't get over the trade. Sucks to see Smart go. But who do you think is the best fit at 25 if they keep the pick? I would like Oliver Maxson's Prosper for them if they're able to get him. Troy Dilworth starting us off with some early meat pipe. Let's throw meat down in the chat. Let's get some of that meat pipe going. Welcome, Atlanta analyst. Glad to have you in here. Jose, welcome to the stream. I like that profile picture there with Kobe. That's pretty sick. Cameron Cox says, low-key want the Blazers to draft Amen Thompson. I wouldn't completely rule it out. We'll see what happens. But I think we are in for a crazy draft night. Avery wants to know at what point tonight is the draft going to get wild and unexpected picks or trades. I think as early as pick 2, we could see some crazy stuff go down that people currently are not expecting. If you haven't seen, the draft odds for Brandon Miller going 2nd overall fell from -500 to -290. And if they keep trending that way, Vegas was first on understanding that Paolo Banchero was going to be the first pick last year. So I think we have to keep our eyes on that. Samuel McMahon says there's no way Magic even answered the phone for Wagner and the Grizzlies, right? Saw on Central. So I don't think the Magic would even consider trading Mo Wagner. I just don't think that's going to happen at all in the slightest, to be completely transparent with you. Sam here says, ready for Wemby. I would be too. That guy is incredible. Jay here said, really like your mock. He just so quick to the Celtics as a fan. Would really enjoy that selection. So the Celtics no longer have 35 for my final mock. Typically, we don't see a ton of trades before the draft. Typically, they'll go down during the draft. So my mock is now kind of invalid because the picks have shuffled a little bit. The Pacers no longer have 29. The Celtics no longer have 35, but now they have 25. So there's a lot of moving pieces. But I do like what the Celtics have done so far. I think getting, moving off the Smart Hurts. He's a great player. He's been super important for their team success over the last 5-10 years. But, getting off of him for Porzingis and 2 first-round picks is really good value. Caleb here saying Trace Jackson Davis to the Lakers. I would like that for them. Benjito says, have y'all liked the stream? Make sure you guys go smash that like button right now on the stream. Taylor here says, thanks for the live stream. We'll be streaming literally all day long. My plan is to stream for approximately 10 hours today. So we're going to be live for a long time on the channel. Tyler here says, can't wait to see all the moves tonight. I feel like there will be at least one top 5 pick getting traded. That would be crazy. Zeb here is saying maybe that top 5 pick that's going to be traded is possibly number 3 for Zion Williamson. We'll see. Jose Garcia says Hornets making a mistake passing on Scoot. We'll see what they actually do. I don't think anything is set in stone quite yet. WS says Rockets at 10. He's looking for the Mavs to make a deal with Houston. I'm not sure how we're going to get there, though. 128 Barat says, hi, can you predict the next 5 NBA champions? Probably not. That's very difficult. It's hard to predict one champion correctly before the next season. So I would say probably look at Denver getting at least 1 or 2 more. And then I would say probably Boston slips in there for 1 or 2. And then who knows from there, right? There's so many things that can change in literally the next 10 days that will shake that up. So I don't want to commit to anything. Patrick here says, I need Kuminga on Indiana, please, without trading 7. Well, good luck with that, Patrick. We'll see if we can swing that for you. Toronto says, do you think the Raptors make a trade involving Siakam or OG? I don't really believe so because I think Masai Ujiri is a little too stingy when discussing trades. And I think because of that, it's harder for him to actually execute a deal. And sometimes that's a good thing. It means he's going to get the value he wants, but it also means that it's more likely you don't make a deal. Troy here says, I'm praying Rockets land, amen, but if it's Miller, Stone needs to trade up for Ant Black. Ant Black would be awesome with the Rockets, too. That's one thing I do have to say. Avery here says, what do you think about Andre Jackson Jr. at 25 to the Celtics? I really like that, actually. I think if you're looking for somewhat of a smart replacement, like Andre Jackson does some of those things. Now, he's not as good as Smart, but, he kind of got that same, winning DNA to him. Patrick Billings says, seeing a lot of Paul George possibly being moved. Where do you think he fits best if he's moved? The best place for him would be the New York Knicks if he's moved, but I don't actually believe that's going to happen. Colin here says, man, the Celtics won that trade big time. I think so as well. Jared, welcome to the stream. He says, we'll see if I get fired for having the live on. Well, hopefully not, Jared. And if they come and ask you about it, tell them to turn on the stream themselves. Hopefully we can just get a big watch party going. Alec here says, what's your honest opinion, Jarris Walker or Taylor Hendricks at 7? I think probably Walker, but I prefer Hendricks, but I could see the Pacers kind of valuing the upside on Walker a little bit more with some of the ball skills that he has. Colin here saying, hit that like button. You heard Colin. Make sure to smash that like button. Georgia says, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Like I said yesterday in my live that I'd be live before noon Central Time. And here we are. Zach says, what's up, Sheldon? Finally able to hop in the stream. Weirdest thing happened. I had to do work at work. That's the worst, is when you actually have to work at work. I'm not a fan of that either. So, Zach, glad to have you in here. You didn't miss much. We just started 7 minutes ago. Sam here says, I don't think there will be a trade in the top 9. I don't think so either. Every time I've went through and done a mock draft with trades, I've just struggled to see a realistic spot. Oh, also, by the way, new report from Yahoo. Indiana contacted the Warriors to ask about Jonathan Kuminga via trade. We'll see if something happens there. Swiss says, what do you think about the Wizards trades? Let's talk about that quick. This is a great question, Swiss. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way, who's in here. Like I said, we're going to be live on the channel literally all day long. So I'm super excited. I'm going to mess with my camera here just a hair. Let's see if I can fix that. Hopefully that's a little bit better. It looks like it's having issues focusing. I don't know. We'll make it work. But for the Wizards, what do I think about the trades that they made? I think they've hit a home run on pretty much all of their deals, given the circumstances. Bradley Beal was on the worst contract in the league, and it was going to hamstring Washington's ability to rebuild around him if they couldn't find at least something out there to get off of him. And they turned him into 5 second-round picks, which isn't nothing. That's actually pretty solid value. And then in addition to that, they got 2 pick swaps, which is valuable. You could look to reroute those other places in trades if you want to. But who knows, by 2026, with the direction the Suns are headed now, maybe that ends up being a good swap for you. And then the other aspect of that as well is they only took in expirings. Chris Paul's an expiring. Landry Shamet has non-guaranteed money going forward. So they aren't tied to anybody long-term, which is good. That's a huge MO right now of Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, and Travis Schlenk. They're kind of brain trust together as they don't want to lock themselves into bad contracts over the next 3-4 years while they're rebuilding. They want to have a lot of flexibility. That's what they've gotten. And then you look at their Kristaps Porzingis trade. I preferred the initial report, the Clippers deal that they had in place to get pick 30 and Amir Coffey. I like that more for them. But ultimately landing in a situation where you do get still 35, which is not much worse than 30. In fact, it's pretty much the same ballpark. And then you also get Tyus Jones, who I think, you can reroute him somewhere. He's got probably actual better value than Marcus Morris and Amir Coffey together. But then the issue is you have to try and work out another trade. So we'll see if they're able to do that. But I do like their overall deal so far. And I think if they can find a way to manufacture a sign and trade for Kuzma, this team is really going to be cooking with gas going forward. SP says Kobe at 13, just like 1996. Yeah, we could see Kobe Buffkin going later. Georgia says, join the Discord. I'm having a blast in there. Yes, I will drop the link to that right now. Make sure you guys go join the Discord. We got 160 awesome people in there who just love to talk about basketball. So I'm going to send that in. Make sure you guys click that link and go join our Discord immediately. Wavy here says, are you higher on Kaysen or Anthony Black? And the reality is I prefer Anthony Black as a prospect. I think Anthony Black just has more upward versatility defensively. Now, it's not that Kaysen Wallace isn't a versatile defender. I think Kaysen Wallace is a very good defender. But I think Black, leverages his size as a slasher better. I think just defensively at 6'7", you could realistically use him to guard 1 through 3. Maybe if he puts on a little bit of weight and gets into an NBA strength program, maybe he can at some point guard some 4s occasionally. I don't see it very often, but occasionally, like, could he match up with Kyle Kuzma? Yes, I think so. So I think Anthony Black, I prefer him just because of his size. I think he's a better playmaker than Kaysen Wallace, which I also prefer. But I understand all of the pros of Kaysen Wallace, and I think Kaysen Wallace is a heck of a prospect as well. JB here says, tell me something about my Lakers. Well, having the 17th pick is good. This Lakers team needs more youth, more young talent. And I think they're going to be able to get someone pretty solid that fits their team at 17. If that's Jordan Hawkins, it's an A+ selection in my opinion. But all in all, I think that they're set up pretty well. Atlanta analyst, he says, what are my Hawks going to do, Sheldon? I have a feeling we stand pat. So the Hawks are a team that's kind of hard to read. I think at 15, it's funny, I just talked about Jordan Hawkins to the Lakers. I think at 15, the Hawks have a good option here to add Hawkins themselves, because I think with the lack of true ball movement on the team, they need to add something to their offense in the form of player movement. And they would get the best player mover in the draft in Jordan Hawkins, who maneuvers screens super well and sets himself up to score without the basketball, which I think would be really great off of Trae Young and off of DeJounte Murray. Zach here says the Pacers are obviously going to win the 2027 NBA championship. You know, with Tyrese Halliburton, once that guy gets into the playoffs, you guys better watch out, because he's going to feast in the playoffs. I'm going to be honest about that. He's going to be really, really good. Shock Universe says, I hear that Boston is not done. That's one thing I thought as well, is they have all of their own draft picks. They have now picked 25. Of course, they don't have their first this year, but now they have 25 to supplement that. And they have that 2024 Warriors first as well to boot. So they could go out there and realistically make some more moves. Venkata says, Paul George to Portland or the Knicks? Interesting. Well, first of all, Venkata, thank you for the $10. Really do appreciate that. Donations go a long way in helping support the channel and just continue for us putting out this high-level content where we discuss all 30 NBA teams. Don't want to do what ESPN does and only talk about the Lakers the entire time. We will touch on the Lakers for you Lakers fans, don't worry. But this is going to be the most expansive coverage you can find, in my opinion, because we are going to literally talk about all 30 NBA teams throughout the duration of 10 hours today, pretty much continuous. So I'm super excited. Venkata, thanks again for the $10. But for Paul George, to Portland, I can't see the Blazers being willing to give up pick number 3, and they have less future assets to part with because they do owe a pick right now to the Chicago Bulls from the Lauri Markkanen, Larry Nance trade from a couple of years ago. So it's a little bit more difficult to see them find a way to work out a Paul George trade. Although I think for the Clippers perspective, if you could find a way to get pick number 3, it would be a home run deal for them, even with how much they gave up for Paul George. Being able to reflip him at this point of his career after having him for 4 years into something different would be really, really good, especially that high in the draft. But I think the Knicks are the more realistic outcome. They have 10 first-round picks over the next 7 years. They do not have a first-round pick in this year's draft, but they have a ton to part with in the future. So if the Clippers want to reverse engineer kind of what they've done, they could do it with the Knicks. Otherwise, what they could do is look to get a third team involved where the Knicks send those draft picks to a different city. Maybe the Clippers get 2 or 3 good players, and it can kind of help facilitate a rebuild for another organization. Maybe the Clippers add in something that is a little bit different around Kawhi Leonard, maybe a more stable, consistent player instead of Paul George. That's something I think you should consider and look into. Michael, he does it again this year. Last year, he sent a super chat for around the same price for pizza and drinks. And then here he is again this year, as promised. Michael, huge thank you to you for the 25. That's absolutely crazy. He says, for pizza and drinks, go Magic. Let's get some Magic hype down in the chat. Let's also get some Michael hype in the chat. I'll start us off here with Michael hype in the chat. Let's get some Michael hype in here. He's an awesome sub, and he's been watching the channel for a really long time. So a huge shout out to him. Michael, I really do appreciate you for everything that you have done for the channel and all the support and help that you've given for some of your super chats and just being in here and chilling with us as much as you have. John Bradshaw here trying to manifest the Michigan native Amani Bates to Detroit at 31. Definitely an interesting proposition. Lolo here says Cap being traded could be real, with some question marks in there. I don't see Cap being traded as super likely. I think that the honest hope for the Minnesota Timberwolves would be that they could trade him for a top 3 pick in this year's draft, or top 4. I wouldn't discount the Rockets, but I don't ultimately see it happening. Brandon here says, I'm really hoping that Ausar at 5 line is a smokescreen or trying to get another team to bite on a good value trade down. I don't see the fit at all. I can't take a slightly more athletic Killian Hayes. Yeah, I think Cam Whitmore would just be significantly better in terms of fit for the Detroit Pistons. So we'll see what happens. Valio says, greetings from Bulgaria. Sheldon, thanks for the amazing content. Jazz fan here. Very excited for the Jazz draft and future. Hope to deal with your Mavericks and pick at 9 and 10 consecutively. I think that's the best case scenario for the Jazz if they're able to turn 16 and 28 into number 10. And I also think that's a really good outcome for my Mavericks. Getting number 16 and 28 gives the Mavs a chance at 2 good depth youth pieces, 2 good guys that could fit into their rotation, hopefully sooner than later. Whereas at 10, you can probably get maybe a little bit more of a reliable talent on day 1. But I think the Mavericks are in serious need of more youth and depth on the roster in general, whereas the Jazz, with how many picks that they have over the next few years, I believe it's 13 first-round picks over the next 7. They're in a spot where a consolidation trade 2 for 1 does make some sense for them as well. Georgie here says, if Portland trades Dame, they're rebuilding. Why would the Blazers trade for Paul George? Because I think that the whole point of doing that would be to get PG in the building with Dame, and you're trying to win. Now, the issue is that means you probably have to give up Nurkic and Simons for contracts, which you can argue, like, pick 3 Simons and Nurkic. That's too much to give up for Paul George at this point of his career. Like, there's an argument to that, at least. And because of that, we could realistically see the Blazers not even consider making that actual trade. Peter here says, is Tyus Jones affect Wizards to draft Anthony Black? No, I think Tyus Jones, we could potentially see him get retraded today because the deal is technically not official yet. I believe they have to wait through after the draft today, after pick 25, to officially make the deal. That's technically true, I guess, but they probably will do that. It'll probably be like a draft rights trade, which is what we typically see around draft time. So Tyus Jones could get rerouted to a 4th team today at some point, and the Wizards could pick up more value, which is part of why that trade is so good for them. Kumbi here says, looks like Scoot will make it to 3 or 4. We'll see. I wouldn't 100% be confident in that at this point. Mike Overend says, who do you think would be the best pick for the Raptors at 13? I like one of Kobe Buffkin, Cason Wallace. Those are really the 2 guys that I would prefer for them. But otherwise, like, if someone falls, like, then you just take whoever's fallen quite far. Also, I mean, just like, assuming they like kind of ran it back, and if they found a way to keep Van Vliet, I think like Gritty Dick would just be really good for them too. Joe here says, what team or player makes the first surprise of the draft? I think the Hornets at 2. I think it'll be interesting to see. I think it's going to be interesting to see what ultimately happens to them. Peter Antonio says, Wiz already have CP3 too. Yeah, I think he'll probably get rerouted somewhere as well. Jared says, what would Portland have to give up to get Paul George? That's really the difficult thing, is I don't think that they have enough assets to get him without including pick number 3, but I don't think they want to include pick number 3. So I just ultimately don't see Paul George going to the Portland Trailblazers. T here says, will Jarris Walker go top 5? If he goes top 5, the only team that would take him would be Detroit. And I think that is a possibility, but I would say 6 or 7 is more likely for Jarris. M here says, any Pacers trade predictions? I'm not sure now. After moving off of 29 and 32, like, they still have 40 and they have 40 to trade yet, and they have 55 to trade. They have 26 to trade. So could they package those 3 and maybe get up to 19 with the Warriors or something? I think that's a possibility, but I'm not 100% certain if they've got anything in the works currently. Benjito says, should the Magic say yes to a trade offer involving Wagner and number 6 for Scoot? That's a tough question. I don't think that they should trade Wagner. I think that if I was the Magic, I would try and work out a 6 and 11 and maybe even a future asset to get to number 2 or 3 to get Scoot Henderson. That's what I would prefer to do. Kyler says, have you heard the Clippers and Knicks had trade conversations about PG-13? I have heard that, and I think that is the most likely landing spot if Paul George were to get traded today, but I ultimately do not believe he will. Jared says, big day, let's get some more trades in today. I'm hoping we hear something big at some point. I'm keeping my eyes on the Twitter. So if at any point, if there's any big trade, first of all, tweet at me so I see it in case I don't. So if you guys want to go follow the Twitter, I'll send the link right now to our Twitter. That way you guys can go give us a follow over there. I know a lot of you already do follow us on the Twitter, but just in case, make sure to go over there and hit that follow button. Gremlin here says, what if Spurs somehow got Lively next to Victor Wembanyama? Prefer Buffkin or Wallace, but curious about Lively. Lively's an interesting one. I wouldn't hate that for them, but ultimately, I think that they're better served looking for a point guard in the draft, like you're saying. Venkata with another 20. Thank you, Venkata, so much. Again, the donations go a long way to helping support the channel, so huge thank you. Really do appreciate from the bottom of my heart. Obviously, you get a special shout out here on the stream too for that. And then also, don't forget membership's an option too if you don't want to just do a one-time thing. Memberships are also great for supporting the channel. But Venkata, a huge thank you to you for the 20. He says, any Clippers rumors or predictions? So remember now, they still have pick 30 after not trading it in the deal yesterday, centered around Kristaps Porzingis, Malcolm Brogdon. They ultimately were excluded from the trade by the Boston Celtics, who wanted to figure out a way to get Porzingis into the building without having to rely on the Clippers possibly backing out before the opt-out date. So the Clippers now do have 30 to work with. They have 48 that they could also trade, which is pretty unique and interesting that they have 2 picks in this year's draft, because typically the Clippers have been going into a lot of drafts without their assets. So this time around this year, they do have both of their they have 2 picks, 30 and 48. So they could look to trade those. Otherwise, in the past, they've used those picks to take high upside guys like Brandon Boston, Jason Preston, who is kind of a floor general for Ohio back in his college days. So I think for them, like, there may be a team to watch out for an Imani Bates pick. Or if Gigi Jackson is still there at 30, I wouldn't rule something like that out either. WS says, are the Rockets going to land in between 11 and 16? I don't really see that happening. Gamer Kid says Zach might go to the Knicks for Barrett quickly in a first-round pick. I don't think the Knicks are going to give up quickly for Zach LaVine. Patrick says, do you think Kobe Buffkin got a lottery promise, and do you see him shaking up the draft going in the top 10? I think one big thing to watch for is Orlando at 6. In a lot of my mocks, I've talked about them going with size, going with like a Taylor Hendricks who can stretch the floor for them but still protect the rim and gives them a little bit of lineup versatility. I think he makes a lot of sense, but I think Anthony Black should be in consideration at 6. I think that might be a big surprise to some people. Otherwise, like if Kobe Buffkin or Cason Wallace went 6, like I know that people would like have strong initial reactions to that, but all in all, I think it would be really, really good for them. Raquel says, which prospects do you like the Clippers pick at 30? Like I said, Gigi Jackson, I think could make some sense. Otherwise, some guys that could be there. Mohamed Gay from Washington State, I think is an underrated prospect. If Tariq Whitehead falls to 30, he'd be fantastic for them. I wouldn't mind Jordan Walsh as like a perimeter defender type. That would work. Ben Shepherd with his ball handling capabilities would be a pretty nice asset off the bench for them. Otherwise, like a Chris Livingston type, someone who's just going to go and get the basketball. I know Chris Livingston probably not a true first-round talent per se, but he has one really good skill that could get him on the floor, and that's rebounding off the corner. So something to watch for. Caddy Pan says, Pascal for DeJounte Bay and 2023 first, number 15. Is that fair? I just don't see the Raptors doing that because DeJounte Murray is on an expiring deal. And Sadiq Bey is a little unproven still at this point. So it would just be kind of hard for me to see that trade coming to fruition. Marcus Jones says Tyus Jones on the Lakers would be solid. Yes, he would. I think a lot of teams are going to have interest. And this is what I was kind of talking about with Tyus. Like, with his price point, like it could be Bamba and assets for Tyus Jones. So, and then the Wizards still have expiring contracts. They're not committing to long-term money. Jay says, Sheldon, how you doing today? Good. Welcome to the stream, Jay. Glad to have you in here. Jay's been watching the channel for the longest time. He's a big-time diehard Pistons fan. He was super hyped with last year's draft, so we'll see what happens going forward. Chai Boy says, your prediction for draft 17 in LA. Shout out, watching from the Philippines. Crazy to think that we got people from all over the world watching. So huge shout out to you, Chai Boy. Glad to have you in here. And for pick number 17 for the Lakers, I think I don't know. Trace Jackson Davis could be solid, giving him another ball handler. Otherwise, someone who's a little connective like Jett Howard, I wouldn't hate. Dariq Whitehead for upside, Keontae George for his perimeter shot making, and upside would be interesting as well. I think there's a lot of options for them. Jose Garcia says, can Coulibaly go top 10? I believe that there's a possibility of that. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think that's possible. Blizzard says, hoping for a way to end up with Anthony Black and Grady Dick. That would be really, really good for the Jazz if they found a way to do it. And perhaps that would be the number 16 and 28 trade to the Mavs for number 10 being the pathway there. Bruce Davis says, what do you think Blazers will do? I think the Blazers will stick at pick 3 and pick the best available player to them. Michael Orlando says Ausar seems to be the popular pick. I think Ausar could be an interesting name to watch as well at number 6. John, it's funny, John here's counseling Michael here into figuring out who's going where and why. Lois here says that's why Michael's the GOAT. Yeah, Michael is literally the GOAT. Let's get some more of that Michael hype in there. We're going to order Domino's. We're going to do that live on stream tonight. Heck, why not? Rick Aroni says, why would we trade Paolo? I don't think the Magic are trading Paolo. Curtis here says, my predictions on picks 2 through 4. This is going to be crazy, but bear with me a little bit. This is a little reminiscent to last year when all the reports were Jabari Smith Jr. 1, Jabari Smith Jr. 1, and then Paulo Banchero would fall to 3, with Chet Holmgren going 2, to the point where Adrian Wojnarowski even tweeted that out. My expectation, pick 1, Victor Wembanyama. Pick number 2, Scoot Henderson. Pick number 3, Amen Thompson. Pick number 4, Brandon Miller. I think he slides a little bit further than people are currently expecting. Anderson here says the Thompson twins are really good, or the OTE league sucks. The twins are really good. The twins are very, very good. They've got a lot of tangible skills that are going to work into the NBA pretty well. Zach here says Mavs could use some of Duarte, Ijax, Sticks, TJ McConnell, 26 in a package for 10. That would give the Mavs way more depth than they currently have. I think the Mavs would probably want 40 with that as well for value's sake, but definitely something that I think is worth looking into. And then for the Pacers, you could probably leverage that into Grady Dick, who I know that they do like a bit. So interesting guy to watch for. Spade says, yo, what's up? How long is it till the draft? The draft is at 7 p.m. Central Time. So right now it's at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So let me do the math on that. I'm struggling here. It's a little bit less than 8 hours away. So we're getting there. Raquel says, want Jaquez or Trace Jackson-Davis for the Clippers at 30. Big fan from the Philippines. Trace Jackson-Davis would be great for the Clippers as well. I think that would be really good. Shams Charania with the report. Scoot Henderson is gaining serious momentum at number 2 with the Charlotte Hornets in tonight's NBA draft. Hornets have been torn over the last week between Henderson and Brandon Miller. Team has final meetings today to settle on the decision. Well, as I've been saying this whole time, this whole process. Sorry, send out a tweet quick because I still have always believed that he's going to go second overall. So I haven't flipped up on that at all. Carson here says, what do you think the Thunder are going to do? Thunder at 12 are very interesting. I think Grady Dick would be a great fit for them. Leonard Miller would be an even better fit because I think they need some of that size, rebounding, and cutting to fit into their lineup. Otherwise, Bilal Coulibaly wouldn't be a shocker to me. It kind of feels like a Sam Presti pick. But realistically, somebody that I like too there is Kobe Buffkin because he kind of fits the DNA of some of their recent picks and the way that they play. Rick Aroni here with the 2 says, let's go Magic. Hopefully we address shooting. First of all, Rick, thank you so much for the 2. Really does go a long way in helping support the channel. Really appreciate that. And let's go Magic. Let's get some Magic hype down in the chat. A lot of Orlando Magic fans in here today, which I love to see. Venkata here says, with the 5, thank you again, Venkata. He says, I have a source that says Portland has registered trade interest in Paul George for the number 3 pick, but it has not gained traction yet. I wonder how much of the number 3 trade discussions are going to hinge on if Scoot Henderson's actually on the board or not. Zach here says, I say nah to trading Wagner. Yeah, me too. I wouldn't trade Wagner at all. Carson here says, what do you see the Thunder doing in the draft? We just discussed that a little bit. Patrick says, if you feel like your throat is going, salt water works wonders. Don't worry. I remembered water today, so I am loaded with the ability to keep my voice going for hours and hours. I'll be fine today. During the trade deadline week, I streamed for 30 hours before my voice started to quit on me. So we're doing good. We're going to make it. Bruce here says, so Clutch Points just said 11 minutes ago that Paul George won't trade to Blazers or Knicks. I'd be careful about clutch points. Some of that stuff doesn't actually work or really make that much sense. So just be careful about what you're hearing there. Shout out to Benson, by the way, for tagging me on Twitter about the possibility of Scoot Henderson gaining serious momentum and traction. Let's actually go ahead and get that on the screen for you guys now, too. I want to make sure you guys are seeing everything that is going on. So here's the source. Shams Charania sources Scoot Henderson is gaining serious momentum at number 2 with the Charlotte Hornets in tonight's NBA draft. Hornets have been torn over the last week between Henderson and Brandon Miller. Team has final meetings today to settle on decision. Just so I'm clear here, ESPN has been really the platform that has pushed Scoot Henderson falling to 3. And it's not a surprise because you think about their former colleague in Mike Schmitz, who is the assistant GM for the Portland Trail Blazers. I think it would be pretty helpful for their former colleague and obviously friend, someone that they worked very closely with for a long time, if the second best player in the draft fell to 3. You can't really trust what ESPN is saying about the second pick right now. David Crawford says, what would it take for my Spurs to trade back into the first round and get Anthony Black? I think what it would take for the Spurs to trade back in, it would take probably like 3 or 4 firsts, honestly, which I know sounds crazy, but with how many they have, and some of the protections on some of them, it might take a lot, but it would be worth doing probably. Their defense would be insane. Probably 3 picks. 4 seems like a little much. Ben says, who would you pick as the most likely to bust in the draft? Right now, it's kind of a hard question. Obviously, you would think maybe an Ausar Thompson or something because the level of competition. I think the guy who might be the most underwhelming out of one of the top picks, this is going to sound a little crazy, but it might be Jarris Walker. And I think Jarris Walker is going to be good, so don't get me wrong. I had him in the top 10 on my big board. I don't think he's actually going to bust, but if you look at players who he's a 4-man who's best with the ball in his hands to a certain extent, and in the perimeter shooting's a little up and down sometimes. What does that look like in the playoffs? Does that turn into a John Collins or what kind of player does he ultimately grow into? Now, defensively, I think the upside's much higher, which is partially why he's in the top 10 on my board. I don't have him lower than that. But I do think that's something to monitor at least. Michael here says, man, I can't believe Boston traded Smart and got Porzingis. I was hoping Porzingis would opt out and hit the market. Yeah, Porzingis to Boston is absolutely insane. I think that's a perfect fit. You look at Boston, who, you originally think about them as kind of switchable, but actually last year they kind of pivoted into a team that has slid a little bit more into pick and roll drop coverage. And I think Porzingis is definitely going to do that for them, which is good. And I think that with their trio of front court players now, with Al Horford, Robert Williams, and Kristaps Porzingis, of course, Williams and Porzingis have struggled with injuries a bit, and Horford's up there in age. So having 3 of those guys who can split, the minutes of 2 spots, you're probably going to be able to limit the minutes on all 3 of them, keep them healthy, keep them sustained for the postseason. And I think it's going to be really, really good for Boston because Porzingis offensively fits like a glove as a guy who can attack closeouts off the perimeter. He can fit into a 5-out spacing. He can give you a nice pick and roll threat. Also a really good pick and pop threat. He was the number 1 scorer in post-up scoring isolation opportunities this past year, even higher than Nikola Jokic. So Porzingis is one of the better players in the world. I do believe he's a top 30 talent right now in the league. And the Celtics add him to a core that already had 2 All-NBA players. They're in a really great spot going forward, and I think he fits. So it's a really good trade for them, and they got 2 first-round picks. I think they're going to miss Smart. They will, but ultimately, this was the deal they had to make. They got too much value to not make the deal. Cody Becker here says odds of Koulibaly to Oklahoma City. I'd say a 20% chance. Right now, I think that realistically for Oklahoma City, they're the hardest team to currently project because, one, they're picking a little bit lower depth, so it's going to be dependent on who's there for them. But then also just flat out, they have kept their lips really tightly sealed on who the potential options are. Georgia here says, I heard Clips decline that Brogdon Smart KP trade because of Malcolm's injury history. Yeah, I think the Clippers are looking for more stability. Last night I had floated the idea of, hey, look, the Clippers were going to send 30 and salary filler to Los Angeles to Washington for Brogdon. Why don't they just pivot and flip that into for Porzingis, but I think the injury history there probably was already a non-starter decision for them. NBA Refs Gamble says 7 hours, 12 minutes until the draft. That was actually 12 minutes ago. So we are just about 7 hours away or so from draft coverage, which I'm really excited about. We will have the audio of the draft as well on tonight, and I'll be giving my live grades and reactions through the whole first round. So I'm really excited. Swiss says, who should the Wizards draft? You think they still go Anthony Black? I think it's Anthony Black or Ausar Thompson. Either way, I think that they're going to be very happy with the outcome of that going forward. Shy Boy here says prediction for the 17th pick for Los Angeles Lakers. Shout out from watching for the Philippines. So just real quick, one thing I'm going to say, I am like a few minutes behind on comments, so I'm going to get through all the comments and get to yours. So just make sure you're patient as we discussed that already. So don't spam the same comment over and over again because I'm doing my best to get through. Jay Anderson here with the $2 says outside to Detroit could be fun, but I want Whitmore. I think Whitmore is just the better player, better fit. I think he's got higher upside actually because I think his shot makes him be a little bit more reliable off the bounce. And I think if he ever learns how to pass and facilitate, he could do a really nice job. But outside to Detroit would be fun. Unlimited Range says, just woke up. Well, welcome to the stream, Unlimited Range. Glad to have you in here. Georgia says, just Sheldon had his Hawks taken lively in 2 of his mocks. In the final one, he had Hawkins from UConn. Yes, I did. So I think Atlanta's going to be a very interesting team to keep our eyes on. I also think if they make a trade, it should be with the Dallas Mavericks, centered around 15 for 10, and seeing if the Hawks can get Grady Dick. Mr. Jiggle says, I don't think Leonard Miller is going to be good. I think Leonard Miller is going to be really good. Most of his scoring came without the ball in his hands and kind of cutting and getting to spots on the floor, hitting the offensive glass, doing all things that are sustainable and, somewhat maybe inconsistent, but repeatable in the NBA. I think he's going to fit around players, and I think he's going to offer a lot of size and offensive versatility. He's going to be able to push in transition. I've titled Leonard Miller as the basketball love child of Lamar Odom and Bobby Portis because I think he's got traits of both of those guys. Koff King here says, I've asked about the Rockets. So for the Rockets, I think that really at 4, their preference is Amen Thompson, but we'll see what happens if he's actually available or not. Jared here says, you think Sham spoils picks on Twitter, even though Woj isn't this year? Yeah, probably. I'd be careful about that. So if you don't want to see the picks early, you might have to mute Sham Charania at some point. Wise Citizen says, shout out to Utility Sports. Shout out to you, Wise Citizens. Glad to have you guys in here. Colin Boxbreak says, Orlando can have Fred VanVleet. We're over him in Toronto. Yeah, I think ultimately he's going to get paid a ton. Ben says, what's your headache level on a scale of 1 to 10? Right now, I don't have a headache, but depending on what the Mavs do, I might tonight. So we'll see. Charlie here says, would you draft a dude who knowingly delivered a murder weapon to the scene of a murder? I don't think he knowingly did that from all the reports I've heard. So you have to be careful about what sources you're looking at here. Jay here says, what do you think about Podziemski potentially to the Celtics at 25? I actually don't hate that. I think his shooting would be pretty nice for them. Jay Thompson says, do you see Dick going top 10? How do you pass on a potential 40% from 3 sniper? Part of the reason how you potentially pass on it is there's more 40% three-point shooters in this draft. Tariq White has shot 42% from 3. He's probably going to go in the 20s. Jordan Hawkins shot might not have been 40%, but right near it on really difficult attempts. So that's part of the reason why maybe there's going to be Grady Dick not going in the top 10, but I do think he is like a fringe top 10 level pick. Like I would consider him in the top 10, like probably at number 10. Everyone Needs a Smile says last year who had a top your board? Do you still view him as highly? Where would you rank him in this class? So last year, my number 1 player was Jaden Ivey. I know people are going to say that sounds crazy, and people are going to point to Paolo Banchero as a significantly better player than Jaden Ivey for some reason. I don't necessarily believe that. Paolo Banchero, I think, had a really great season, but ultimately he shot 42% from the field and 29% from 3. People love to call Jalen Green a shot chucker, which, I don't necessarily agree with, but Jalen Green shot a higher percentage from 3 this past year than Paolo Banchero and roughly the same percentage from the field. Now, he doesn't rebound the ball, but he, actually averaged the exact same number of assists too. So people love to hate on Jalen Green, but for some reason we all view Paolo Banchero as this like future MVP level player. I don't necessarily see that. Now, I think that Paulo's still great. I picked Paulo to be the rookie of the year. But I think at the end of the day, the guy with the highest upside is going to be Jaden Ivey if his development goes right. But I think so far through year one, I don't think Dwayne Casey even utilized him properly. So we'll see what happens. Zach Aldridge says Amen is plus 2,100 to go third. I like those odds, to be honest. Maybe I should place a bet on stream. Be interesting. Zach here says they'll need to address playmaking and ball handling, but have the assets to do so. Ironically, Tyus could be a good fit. Not sure exactly what team. I think he might be talking about the Rockets. Ofek here says, who do you think the Wizards draft, and what do you think about Denny Avdia for next year? I think Avdia is going to have a nice year next year. I think Avdia is an underrated player. He's got ball skills that he hasn't been able to utilize so far in the league based on who he's played with. He's played with Dinwiddie, Beal. He's just played with a bunch of guys who have the ball. I think this year Avdia is going to be kind of more of a center point for development and kind of offensive fluidity, and I think that he's going to have a really good season, actually. Venkata says, anyway, Clippers make a big blockbuster deal. So remember, draft is today, not tomorrow. So if they're going to make a blockbuster trade, it would be today. But we'll see what ultimately ends up happening for them. Venkata, thanks for the $2. Venkata, you've been huge with all of these super chats, so huge shout out to you. I love having you guys. Let's get some Venkata hype down in the chat for all the super chats so far. Let's keep them rolling. Air Up says Rockets trade news. So I think that the Rockets do want to obviously push their chips in and try and win. I think Rafael Stone feels a little bit of pressure to win now or lose your job. And sometimes that's when we see huge mistakes happen. So trading pick number 4 in a bad deal would be an example of a bad decision for the franchise long term. But it might be one that Stone feels pressure to keep his job in. So ultimately, Stone doesn't care about the future of the franchise if he doesn't have a job with them anymore. So I think that's something that's important to keep in mind. Tyler Carver says, do you buy the rumors of Whitmore falling to the latter half of the top 10? I already thought that was a possibility, like anywhere from like 5 to like 8 was his range for me. I think 5 is the most likely spot. I wouldn't necessarily believe it. I think part of it is teams that want him probably are trying to float some of these rumors so that maybe he falls, or that, a team doesn't try and trade up to get in front of them to land him. Mr. Jiggle says, does Whitmore have an injury? Heard there are yellow flags from other teams. I believe it has to do with the interview process. He's a quieter kid. I don't think the interviews have gone great, but the talent's there. Lorenzo in the Benzo says, what are the biggest differences between Ausar and Amen, also personality and intangible wise? So I think Amen's smarter between the two. I think he's a quicker decision maker. He's definitely a better ball handler, better playmaker in that regard. So those are all the things I would say in general. Let's see here. Any new updates? Doesn't look like anything new from Shams. Let's check Woj quick. Dan Hurley got a new 6-year contract, which is very well deserved. We'll see how UConn does next year without Jordan Hawkins and without Adama Sanogo and some of their other guys that they're losing, Andre Jackson. But he did a great job with them and won, of course, the national title this year. So huge shout out to them. Just a reminder, too, go give us a follow over on Twitter. Link is right here. I'll actually send that into the chat right now. Go give us a follow on there. For the next 5 minutes, I'll shout out anyone who goes and hits that actual follow button. On Twitter, I would love to see you guys hop in there for sure. Nathan Drake says, Blazers going for Amen, shaking my head. I think Amen would be really good for the Blazers long term. I know people are going to roll their eyes at that and say, oh, well, how does he fit with Damian Lillard? You guys were 13th in the West. And I know people are going to say, oh, well, we tanked at the end on purpose. The reason you tanked is because you weren't in playoff positioning. And it's 2 years in a row of this. I don't know. To be honest, it's a really tough thing to do. But if I was running the Blazers, it's really easy for me to say this because I'm not in the building. I don't have a relationship with Damian Lillard. But the best thing to do for the franchise is to trade Damian Lillard right now, turn him into 3, 4, 5 first-round picks, a young player or two, build this thing out around Shaedon Sharpe. That's the best thing to do for them long term. Tank out a little bit right now, get some more top assets. Maybe you could get Matas Buzelis in next year's class, set yourself up for some serious success there. But right now, this team's not good enough to win. Even if they do make the playoffs, I don't see them as a likely team that wins a lot of games, but we'll see. Tyler Whitfield, thanks for the follow on Twitter. Cesar Ramos, thank you for the follow as well. The West Coast, and also Jards, thank you. Peter Antonius, thanks for the follow. And Ollie, thanks as well. So make sure you guys go hit that follow button on Twitter. Twitter keeps growing every single day, which I love to see. Haven't been using it a ton when we first started up the YouTube, but have been using it a lot more recently. We've been seeing that those followers grow pretty significantly. I believe just like a month ago, we were at 300 followers, and now we're up to 842. So you guys have been absolutely awesome. And we got a new member. Let's shout out Georgia Bulldogs for life. Let's get some hype for Georgia Bulldogs down in the chat. I'll start us off here with some Georgia Bulldog type. Awesome to have a new member on the channel. Love to see that. So huge thank you to Georgia Bulldogs for that. Definitely goes a long way in helping support the channel and continuing. And I have one quick thing I want to float out there too. I was thinking about starting up, I don't really have a name for it yet, but some form of newsletter or like Substack talking about basketball. And it wouldn't be necessarily just draft prospects. There would be a lot in there. My assumption is would be like 2 or 3 articles a week. Talking about probably one a week would be about a draft prospect. So throughout the duration of the year, we'd be able to cover nearly 50 draft prospects between drafts. And then also one a week of probably like NBA teams, what I'm seeing happening, some of the crazy stuff that could go on, like, you know, talking about play design and that kind of stuff. Would that be something that would interest you guys kind of on like a subscription basis on like a website? Would that be something you guys would have interest in? I'm just floating that out there right now. Ryan says, I'm a bit late, but I'm here. Welcome to the stream, Draft Day. Let's get some Draft Day hype down in the chat as well. Let's get Draft Day hype in here. Is my cat in here? Zach, you're kind of scaring me right now. Is my cat in here? You're going to make me look quick. Okay, I don't even see my cat, but you scared me for a second. Raquel said, Jalen Green will take a leap with Udoka. Huge upgrade from Silas. And we have another new member as well, Gremlin Machine Shop, who's a diehard Spurs fan. Let's get some Spurs hype in here and some Gremlin hype in here as well. Huge shout out to Gremlin Machine Shop for joining as a member. Let's get some Spurs and Gremlin hype in the chat. ATG Rico says, who you got the Pacers taking with their picks? So first off, I think that the Pacers ultimately land with Jarris Walker today. That would be my first assumption, which I think is really good for them if they take Jarris Walker. I think he's going to be a really good player. Otherwise, Taylor Hendricks, I would love to see. I think they have their eye set on the trio of Taylor Hendricks, Cam Whitmore, and Jarris Walker. Those are the 3 guys that I see most likely as targets for them. I like all 3 of them quite a bit for them. And I think at 26, Omax Prosper out of Marquette is the guy that they would really like to see on the board for them at that spot. Junior Moore, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Huge shout out to you for that. Really do appreciate you hitting that follow button over there. Georgia here says, I'm a huge fan of Sheldon. I'm already a sub to Utility Sports YouTube channel. I'm a Discord member. So yeah, make sure you guys go join that Discord if you haven't already. I'll send the link here again. We have like 160 awesome people in there just who love chatting about basketball and pretty much anything else that they have going on. Oh, the cat was for Patrick's profile picture, but my cat's crazy. My cat runs around at like 3 a.m. and keeps me up at night. So you got to be a little careful, but my cat is pretty awesome. Mac Phillips here, obviously a Miami Dolphins fan. Look at that kind of sweet profile picture. Looks like a huge Canes fan as well. So I'm guessing not Raising Canes. I'm guessing the Miami Hurricanes. So huge shout out to Mac for following on Twitter. Thank you so much for that. Avery Haxton here says, who has an outside shot of getting picked by OKC that isn't projected to go in the lottery outside of Miller? So that's an interesting question. And that's kind of a tough question to answer because if you're talking about who OKC would draft that's not projected to be a lottery pick, like OKC's picking in the lottery. So players I projected for them are projected lottery picks. But I think one guy like, you know, it depends on where you view Lively. Like, I think Lively is actually a pretty good fit into Oklahoma City, even though people are going to maybe roll their eyes at that a little bit. I don't know. And the only other guy that I would say, like, maybe watch out for on the down low is Ryan Rupert. In the last 2 drafts, Sam Presti has taken a player from the NBL in the lottery with Josh Giddey and then Ousmane Dieng. So can he do it a 3rd time in a row with Rupert? I don't know. I wouldn't bet on that, though. I don't think that's going to ultimately happen. But if you're asking for that specific question, that would be like a name to watch, I guess. Doob here says, Sheldon, it's really happening. Scoot is a Hornet. Doob, I'm so excited for you. Doob's a huge Charlotte fan. So let's get some Doob hype in there as well for him. Bucks and 6, thanks for the follow over on Twitter as well. Huge shout out to you. Bucks fan down in Tampa. Interesting. Bucks and Bucks. Look at that. That's a pretty creative title there for sure. But let's go back over to Shams. And again, like you said, it's happening. Scoot Henderson is gaining serious momentum at number 2. First of all, like the fact that this is even a thing is just ridiculous. Like we should just acknowledge that Scoot Henderson should have been and should just be the number 2 overall pick this entire process. Like he's the second best player in the class. I don't think so. Zach says, "Oh, so you have an orange cat too?" My cat's actually not orange. He's gray and he's still wild, so I don't know. But he acts like an orange cat, so it's pretty crazy. Caleb here says, "Love the pre-draft coverage you've done. Your big board setup was really creative in that video. It was probably the best draft analysis content I've found." Well, Caleb, thank you for that. Let's actually go ahead and get that up on stream. For people who have not seen my big board yet, I want to showcase the way that I laid it out, because I do think this is the future of what draft big boards should look like. And how they should ultimately function, because I really just do think it's the best looking board. I think it's the best way to share your actual like insight and opinions on players. Now, it doesn't mean that every single player I have ranked is correct, but I do think it's really accurate. Also, shout out to some of the people in here that are viewing the big board itself right now. But Victor Wembanyama, I have at 1, obviously. And then just to kind of break it down for people who weren't here yesterday or haven't watched that video, the top of the bar signifies their potential. So for me, I think that Victor Wembanyama has a pretty good percentage chance, as the bar indicates, of being an all-time great. He has a very good percentage chance of being a Hall of Famer. And then his floor, which is the bottom of his individual bar, is slightly below Hall of Fame. And that would be in case of injury, essentially, where his career is hindered and limited and he doesn't play enough or achieve enough in his career to actually become an NBA Hall of Famer. But my full expectation is that he is, and that he's closer to being potentially one of the greatest to ever play than even just a plain All-NBA guy. And then moving from left to right is how the board functions. And then with this purple bridge in here, that signifies that there's a massive tier gap between these guys. So I think there's a massive tier gap between 1 and 2 and 3. And I think there's a pretty substantial gap between 3 and 4, where my preference for Amen Thompson over Brandon Miller, I think, is significant. I think people really value shooting. I think shooting is a really important aspect to basketball, of course, but so is being able to drive, pass, finish. And Amen Thompson does all of those things significantly better than Brandon Miller. Plus, I think Amen Thompson is going to be a better defender than Brandon Miller in the NBA. So that's my argument there. And you can see for players like Taylor Hendricks, Anthony Black, I see a little bit less potential in them. I think that they're going to be like just short of all-star level players. Now, is it possible that like maybe they slip into one all-star game at some point? Like possible. I just don't, I wouldn't bet on it. And like the reality of a draft class is like typically 3 to 4 guys only make the all-star game. Right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 guys with all-star potential, which is a little rich. But I do think this is a very rich class in general. So I wouldn't rule out the possibility of 5, maybe even 6 all-stars in this class. If one of these guys surprises me and like reaches a ceiling that I don't see. But I didn't want to like have a super wide range for everybody. I didn't want to be like, oh, well, their potential is all-star to, depth piece. Like if you do something like that, you're like basically saying you're not confident in your analysis on a guy. So for me, I was very, very strongly considerate of their positioning. Virus here says, last year I asked you if I should off myself for the DeJounte trade, and you laughed and you said no. You, sir, you were correct. Yeah, like the DeJounte trade was really good for the Spurs. Like that was one thing I said right away is like, they took a good player and they turned him into a bunch of assets and set themselves up for a draft you want to tank for. Like if they made the DeJounte Murray trade this offseason and set themselves up for 2024, I'd be like, it's a little less good. But now they're in a spot where Wembanyama's in a really, really great spot. Robert Lamison with a little bit of lightning bolts for the Thunder. Robert Lamison, probably the most OG viewer on the channel. Robert Lamison's probably been watching since we have like 8 subscribers. I swear to God, he's an absolute hero. Our first ever jersey giveaway we did on the channel, Robert won that one. Awesome, I believe Trevor Lawrence jersey, if I'm not mistaken, Robert, that we sent out to you. So huge shout out to Robert. Let's get some Robert Lamison hype down in the chat. Hopefully his Thunder do some great stuff tonight. Kyler here says, what are 5 trades you have going down tonight? I think the Mavericks trading out of 10 is one to watch for sure. I think that the Rockets, I don't see them trading 4, but I see them trading 20 potentially. And I think Another one to possibly consider. Man, 5 trades it's like kind of difficult to just like on the spot think of 5 trades. Let me think about that, Kyler, and I'll come back to it. If I don't get back to it, just feel free to ask again in like 25, 30 minutes, and we'll see what I'm kind of feeling. Elijah Week says, what lottery team has the biggest chance to mess up their draft? I mean, this might sound kind of dumb, but probably the Pelicans at 14 because they have the lowest lottery pick. Like, it's just like you'd obviously prefer pick 1 over 2, 2 over 3, and so forth and so on, like down the board. So it's like, I don't know. Otherwise, like I think like number 10, the Mavericks, is like kind of a trap spot a little bit because I think there's 9 players who are like pretty firm. Like if you look at my board here, I've got like a big bridge here and then 2, 3, pretty big gap between 3 and 4 for me. And then we got pretty tight grouping between 4 and 7. 8 and 9, I think, are relatively close, but a little bit of a gap here. And then I think that there's a pretty substantial gap here between 9 and 10, where Kobe Buffkin is my number 10 player, but I think that Jarris Walker is a significantly better prospect because he offers more size, strength, and I think his ball skills are pretty high level for his position. So I think like 10 is kind of a trap spot, assuming that all of these top 9 guys are off the board. Now, if a way that Taylor Hendricks falls to 10, or maybe Walker falls, Ausar Thompson falls, who knows? Like then that kind of changes things. But I think that top 9 is pretty firmly set. Brandon Matthews says, who are the Heat taking at 6? So the Heat don't have the 6th pick. They have the 18th pick. But I do think that ultimately the Heat are probably going to prefer someone who has some upside. Nick Smith Jr. is a notable guy that they had in the facility, which they haven't had a lot of players in the facility because obviously they were in the NBA Finals and their season ended like 9 days ago. But I think Nick Smith Jr. is a name to watch. AC said the ESPN guys are so biased in favor of college players, so they all push them. That's part of it. And they just, to be honest with you, I don't know how many ESPN guys watched G League Ignite games this past year. Avery Axon says, Amen Thompson had a very strong workout in Portland and made an impression on them, according to Sham Sharania. That is also something that I tweeted out myself. So it wouldn't be a complete surprise to me. If Scoot goes 2, it wouldn't be surprising for me to see Amen Thompson go 3rd overall, which I know sounds crazy. Shout out to Mitch here for following over on the Twitter. Thank you, Mitchell, for hitting that follow button. Really do appreciate that. It goes a long way in helping out our growth over there on Twitter as well. Ryan here says, who signed that basketball in the background? Sheldon, let me look. So that's actually just my little sister. It was for when I graduated from high school because, of course, I love basketball. So she, for my birthday, after I graduated from high school, I graduated high school at 17, and she gave me that as a gift with some like inspirational quotes on it and stuff for when I was going to college. Yeah, understand, man. I want Amen over Scoot for the Rockets. 1% athlete. So I wouldn't want Amen over Scoot, but you can see from my board here, I think that they are pretty close. Like, I think Amen is in the same realm of a prospect as Scoot Henderson. Now they do very different things, but huge shout out to Amen Thompson. And we have another new member. Brady Thompson became a YouTube member as well. Brady, thank you so much. Brady is always helping out the channel by hopping into streams early. I know he checks out a good amount of the videos too. So really big shout out to Brady Thompson. Really love all the support that you guys have been given and showing. So that's really awesome from you guys. Zach here says media wouldn't have anything to talk about if both the top 2 picks were locks. Yeah, that's partially true as well. They keep talking about it. And the issue is the media, I don't know, has the media ever talked about any pick outside of the top 12 or 14? Do they talk about non-lottery picks? To me, I don't actually watch ESPN at all, other than draft days when I literally have to turn it on to just see the broadcast. In the future, my hope is to actually be in places where I can broadcast the draft myself. That would be the best thing I could do at some point. That's my hope, but we'll see if we ever get there. Nick Perez says, thanks Spurs, bring in Evan Fournier, help Wemby get acclimated. That's actually an interesting thought. I haven't thought about that, but I don't actually hate that idea because he's not a long-term contract at this point, and they could help the Knicks get off of it, maybe get an asset. Amiza says, Amen over Scoot. You serious? So I think looking at, she was responding to this comment here. Yeah. So I don't think Amen should be over Scoot, but I do think Amen, like the one thing I'm going to say is I do have his potential slightly higher here than Scoot Henderson. Like if I drew a line through it, and like you see his bar goes up a little bit above Scoot Henderson's, which is part of why I love my big board. The way that I did it is like, you know, I can qualitatively say like, look, I think that this player has significantly higher upside, a significantly lower floor, but I'm still more confident that Amen Thompson's ceiling, or what he actually ends up being as a player, is going to hit over what I believe Brandon Miller is going to hit. Whether that line means it's here, whether that line means it's here, wherever it ends up being, I just, you know, I trust my gut on that. Which every time I did a big board before, like I still have my number rankings in here, obviously, like 4, 5, 6, 7. But like before, it always felt like, oh, well, you only had him one spot lower. But sometimes I feel like, well, it's a bigger gap than just one spot. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a better telltale sign of where I actually had guys ranked. 49er Media was in here yesterday, joined the Discord, and just been super awesome. So 49er Media, welcome back in here. He says, good morning, everyone. 318 in here and only 90 likes. Guys, you got to smash that like button like he's saying. I'm going to go ahead and refresh right now on the stream. Let's see how many likes we're at. I'm very curious to see. Right now, we're up to 96. Okay, so it's growing. Come on, guys. We can do a little bit better than that. Let's hit that like button. Juan, I'm not sure where you're seeing the news that JJ Barea was signed. Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade to announce. Let's go ahead and put that on the stream right now. We have a trade to announce. I'm going to get that up there on the Twitter. Remember, go hit that follow button on the Twitter right now. Shout out to Eli for hitting the follow button. But let's go over to Adrian Wojnarowski. And we have another trade. The Indiana Pacers make another move. The Los Angeles Lakers are acquiring the 40th pick from the Indiana Pacers for number 47 and cash. Sources tell ESPN. This comment here says this does nothing for both sides. So this helps the Lakers. The Lakers move up 7 spots. And that is the difference sometimes of getting the guy you want and the guy that you wanted not being able for you there anymore, which is pretty interesting. So pretty intriguing trade. The Pacers have been extremely active. They've made a bunch of trades. Of course, they've had a ton of guys in the facility too. So they've been working really, really hard this offseason. You know, getting some cash is an interesting move. For me, I can't sit here and say that I like this for the Pacers because the cash doesn't impact my life. It doesn't make their team actually better. And moving down 7 spots, you know, it's not a big deal. It's not like the end of the world, but I don't know. It's interesting. This is the second time they moved. Zach Aldridge says shooting is significantly more valuable or necessary for role players rather than stars. And that's exactly how I feel. Like for guys who are, you can really have like only at max like one role player who's going to play as a non-shooter. I think like, you know, Bruce Brown, like he's actually kind of an underrated shooter because he shoots pretty well from the right corner. But like, you know, if you're going to be a role player who can't shoot, you have to be a really adept cutter and a great defender. Otherwise, you're like not going to have a role in the league. Julian here says a lineup of LaMelo, Scoot, PJ, Mark Williams, and either Bridges or Oubre. I like that. What do you see their starting lineup? Well, I hope it doesn't have Oubre. I'm not an Oubre guy. I don't think Oubre is very good. But I do like Bridges, like talent-wise, fits really well with that. And even PJ, like I think best case scenario, PJ Washington moves to like kind of an off-the-bench scoring role. I think that'd be pretty good. Gremlin here says 1 year anniversary of watching the channel. Subscribe. My name is Paul, by the way. Go Spurs go. Well, Paul, huge thank you to you. You know, I see all your comments. You've been watching, like you said, for a year, which is just absolutely crazy. And I really do appreciate just your support for the channel, just both by watching and then also through, you know, some of the super chats that you've sent and also now being a member. Just that kind of support goes a long way in helping out the channel. Just every little tiny bit goes a long way. So I really appreciate you guys. And if you guys want to help out the channel, but you don't have a means to do so by, you know, using a super chat or donating money, right now I'm sending in the chat, right? This link will set you up with a 14-day free trial to Aura. Again, completely free to you, but it gives us financial incentive over here on our side at Utility Sports through Aura. They're the brand that sponsors the Minnesota Timberwolves. They do some really great digital media or digital security and privacy protection. So maybe something you want to look into. Again, it's completely free. Probably takes like 5 minutes to set up. So it'd be a really great way to help out the channel, giving us some little bit financial backing from Aura with zero cost on your end, which I would really appreciate if you guys just took a minute out of your day to go do that. Zach says trading for cash is depressing. Yeah, Zach's clearly not happy about that, but Definitely a difficult thing. Justin Ford here says, I've liked and subbed. Here's his question. With all the teams with multiple picks in this draft, do you think we will see any teams picking teammates like Scoot and Sissoko or the two guys from Michigan? That's a great question. So I think the most likely one is Charlotte. If they take Scoot Henderson too, we could see them at 27 come back and take CD Sissoko. I think that's like a really good outcome, really good possibility. Otherwise, like if Scoot were to theoretically fall to 3 to Portland, then we could maybe see Sissoko go 23 to Portland as well. Although I think that one's a little bit less likely than the other position. Here's a report. Knicks prefer Paul George over Zach LaVine due to the length of the contract. George will be an unrestricted free agent in the summer of 2025. Randall and Brunson each have player options after the 2024-2025 season, which is interesting. There's a belief right now, too, that Jarris Walker will be the number 7 overall pick, which I've been talking about for quite a while. Justin Archer says, how do you feel about Marcus Smart fit on the Grizzlies? Perfect. Here's the thing about Marcus Smart to Memphis and why people are going to undervalue that and say, oh, well, they gave up too much to get off of Tyus Jones for Marcus Smart because Tyus Jones is good, too. And I agree with that. I agree with all of those things. And I think that they did lose a little bit of value in terms of like trade assets and stuff, giving up 25 and the Warriors pick next year. But I do believe, I 100% believe that Marcus Smart fits their lineup at the end of games so much better. Like at the end of playoff games, you cannot play Tyus Jones and John Morant and Desmond Bane together. I just do not think that's a realistic trio in the Western Conference to match up with some of these teams that are bigger, stronger, a little bit more physical in the backcourt. I just don't think it was going to be a very good fit for the trio long-term next to each other to win playoff games and playoff series. I think Marcus Smart, with the way that he's able to guard up the lineup, he can guard 1 through 4. Occasionally, we've seen him guarding 5s. Marcus Smart is one of the most versatile defensive players, and he's a very smart defensive player. And I think if you're looking at how Memphis was going to realistically replace Dillon Brooks while still upgrading their roster, Marcus Smart's the guy that checks off a lot of those boxes. And they maintained a lot of their future flexibility because after this draft, they still own all of their own future first-round picks, which means they can line up and still make another big trade down the road centered around the contracts of other players. So Tyus Jones has been a guy on my radar as a potential trade piece for quite a while, and we saw it ultimately come to fruition. I think it was a really good move for the Grizzlies. I gave them an A- grade because of some of that defensive flexibility that they were given. Lakers now own picks numbers 17 and 40. Avery Haxton says, my bold prediction tonight, Hornets trade 2 for 4 to the Rockets. Rockets take Scoot. Blazers take Amen. Miller still ends up with the Hornets. That's a very bold prediction. I don't necessarily see that happening. I don't think the Hornets are trading out of 2. Rebounding here says, do you think Bucks should trade Drew, assuming they won't bring back Chris? No, I don't believe so. Ryan here says the final big board is a masterpiece. Such a great presentation. Glad you liked it. Of course, like I think I love the way that it looks too. Full admission, I'm going to end up being wrong about something in there, like at least one thing, right? I like to say this. I hate that it's true, but once a year, I end up making a seriously bad mistake on my board. Like I'm just like ridiculously low on one guy, and I'm like, shoot. Last year it was Jalen Williams, the Santa Clara version. And in my write-up for him, I even said, I feel like I'm way too low on him. I had him in the 20s, and I hate that because he's going to end up being probably a top 10 player from his class, and I screwed that up. And it's just one of those things where I literally wrote it in the piece of I should have had him higher, and then I ultimately didn't move him up, and I'm going to pay for it just looking back on my board. Brandon Matthews says, I'm in a 6'7", crazy athletic with point guard skills and good instincts on defense. Why does he think that's crazy? Because his shot is just less reliable as like a go-to scorer. Like the one thing about Amen is like you could argue he's going to be a better pick and roll player than Scoot, but I think like out of isolation, you're going to see teams sag on him a little bit until he proves that he can knock down those perimeter shots. So we'll see what happens. Zach here says, Herb Simon, man. Yes, Simon likes to get a little bit of cash flow coming. ATG Rico says, what the F Pacers? It's about as accurate as possible. Ben says, is this the last NBA featuring NBA draft featuring cash considerations? No. But the one important thing to note is if you're over the second apron going into next year's draft, you're actually not going to be able to trade cash considerations in deals. So we're going to still be able to see cash considerations, but in fact, it's going to be the teams that typically spend less. So it's going to be less frequent. It's going to be very rare, but I don't think it's going to be the last time, because I still think there's going to be situations and circumstances where it makes sense. Talking Bama says, what do you think of the trade last night? Let's talk about that real quick. Kristaps Porzingis, pick number 25 in 2024 first via Golden State, goes to the Boston Celtics. Marcus Smart to the Memphis Grizzlies, and then Tyus Jones in pick 35 to the Washington Wizards. I think it's an all-around win for everyone involved, but I think the biggest winner is the Boston Celtics. In my opinion, they got the best player in the draft, the most, I think arguably the best fit. I think Smart to Memphis is a really good fit too, but Porzingis perfectly fits into the offensive identity of the Boston Celtics. They also move up from 35 to 25. They get a future first as well to open up more of their flexibility. They own all of their future picks after this year's draft too. So we could see the Celtics lined up to make more moves in the future. Brad Stevens has won every single trade he's made so far. While running the Celtics, he's made at least 1 or 2 trades a year. So he's doing a great job. As an executive, I was wondering what that transition from coach to exec was going to look like. It's been awesome. The Celtics are even better with him GMing the team than he was coaching the team, even though he was a great coach. The Celtics are my big winner. Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies, I just talked about a little bit. I think it's really good for them. I think that, they gave up a ton of value. They gave up 2 first-round picks and Tyus Jones, so maybe a little bit of a loss on actual trade value. But when it comes to actually the on-court basketball product, this team is better off with Marcus Smart. I don't even think it's a small upgrade. I think it's a pretty major upgrade. And then for the Wizards, they turned a guy who was essentially an hour away from opting out of his deal and leaving the franchise for nothing. They walk away with a top 35 pick in the draft, a near first rounder, you could say, because people love to knock the value of pick 26 by saying, oh, it's basically second rounder. Like, then you could say, well, pick 35 is basically a first rounder, even though it's not. But, you can argue that. You could get a decent player there. And then Tyus Jones is a player they can reroute tonight or during the season. So we'll see what happens, but I think that they're very, very well set up. Ed Mark here says, what is your biggest hot take? If you're talking about just the NBA draft, my biggest hot take has been Amen Thompson third to the Blazers, because I've been operating under the idea that Scoot Henderson goes second, despite all of the reports coming out of ESPN. I have not trusted them this entire process. We'll see if it pans out for me or not. We'll see, but ultimately, that's my biggest take is Amen Thompson third to the Blazers. Bay says Hornets should take Henderson at number 2. That's who I think that they will take. Let's go back over now to Shams Charania. We also do have interesting. Pacers hold 4 picks: 7, 26, 47, and 55. Remember, they originally held 5 picks. It was 7, 26, 29, 32, and 55. So they've moved down significantly from 29 and 32 down to 47. But they picked up cash and a future first. So it's not like it's the end of the world, but I haven't loved some of those moves, but still at the end of the day, it is what it is. But quickly here from Scoot Henderson, or from Shams Charania about Scoot Henderson, sources, Scoot Henderson is getting serious momentum at number 2 with the Charlotte Hornets in tonight's NBA draft. Hornets have been torn over the last week. Scant Williams says Outstar is better. That's interesting. I don't believe that. Derek Stein says I really like the likelihood of Miller dropping. I like that too. Julian T says, any thoughts on Jalen Clark from UCLA? So Clark, defensively, I think he's a pretty solid defensive player. Really good frame, strong, positionally pretty quick and athletic. I did not have him on my top 60, though, because I think offensively he's really over-reliant on his size as a scorer. I think the only way he really scores is playing through bumps and kind of back to the basket when he's in a spot where he doesn't feel comfortable with his live handle. So because of that, I've been significantly lower on Jalen Clark as a potential NBA product. But I do think that in the right system with the right development, maybe there's something there to grow into. Views, I have a slight feeling Rockets may be aggressive to maybe move to 2. Interesting. I want to hear your guys' hot takes, and I want you guys to lay it out like this. I want you to type hot take and then fill it in afterward with something like this. So I want it to look like this, so I know you're not just commenting something normal. I want your hot take comments to look like this. So send something in there along that line, and then we'll see exactly what you guys have for hot takes. Jeremy says, where do you see Nick Smith landing? I think Nick Smith lands probably to the Miami Heat. That's the team I feel most comfortable projecting right now. Eli here says, does Tyus Jones get moved again for draft capital? I really wanted him on the Rockets. I think so, and that's part of why this trade is so good for Washington, is they give themselves a little bit more time here to work another deal out. Garrett Funk says, do you see the Thunder trading up for Walker or for Hendricks? No, I don't, although I think either of them would be perfect fits. Zach says, if we're going to move down, at least get an actual asset, an asset that isn't a copy machine. That reminds me of when Kyle Korver was traded for a printer, I believe it was, which is pretty funny. It's kind of crazy. Justin Archer says, do you see the Knicks trading into the draft or trading for a star? I think trading for a star is more likely. The Knicks, with the way that they've been operating, they want to haul future assets to trade for a star. They have not been interested in drafting themselves unless there's a player that they really like. So trading up into the draft, I just don't see as very likely for them. Choco 2K says, what do you think Bulls will do? Well, the Bulls really don't have a lot of assets to play with. So I think trading Zach LaVine's the best move for them. M says, do you think Whitmore goes 5? I do currently. That's how I feel. King Brazy says, PG to the Knicks would be a seamless fit. What are your thoughts? I think so too. I think he'd be awesome for them. The only question is, how much do you have to give up, and is it worth it at his age? Georgia Bulldogs for Life says, what do you think Nico Harrison will do tonight, and will he give Sheldon a headache by night's end? The answer to that is yes, he will for sure give me a headache. I'm waiting. Zach, here's the thing. So you guys just traded from 40 to 47 to get cash. I'm waiting for the Mavericks to trade from 10 down to like 27 for cash or something. They're going to do something stupid. Either that or they're going to, what's the oldest like star? Like we'll trade 10 for Chris Paul or something. Like we'll do something really stupid. I'm like being like not serious, but like you never know. I didn't think Kyrie Irving was going to be a Maverick until he was. So I don't know. Koff King says, do you think that much like last year's the Rockets will get Brandon Miller like they got Jabari Smith? That's kind of what I'm projecting right now. Brett HD says, do you think the Thunder jump up from 12th? I think that's a good question. I just don't ultimately see them doing that though. Justin here said, who's going to be the next star on the move? Zion, OG, or maybe Dame? Probably Dame. And I wouldn't call OG Anunoby a star. I think OG Anunoby is like a perfect role player. ATG Rigo says, do you think the Pacers trade for Kuminga or DeAndre Hunter? If they trade for anyone, I'd prefer Kuminga because you could probably get him for cheaper. I don't like the Pacers moving out of 7. I think 7's a really great spot to be in this draft, honestly. Zach here says, also worried Herb needs the money because he's about to overpay a vet or trade for an expensive vet. Please not Tobias. Yeah, Tobias to Indiana would be, I don't know, like he fits the team, but it just feels like so like ceiling limiting. Like, yeah, it raises the floor of the team, but I just feel like your long-term ceiling isn't like good with that, honestly. Epto Asan says, just started listening, but why does it sound like opposing teams fans are annoyed at the Raptors' reluctance for making trades just to make them? I'm sorry they didn't want to help you, I guess. It's just because like, so here's the thing. This is a really good question. And the issue is sometimes like when you're making trades, like, you know, there's like that little bit of negotiation. And typically what'll happen is like one side will say, look, this is what I think I'm willing to give up. And we can start here as like a framework. The other side will say, look, I need way more than that, or I need this player involved, or I need this asset. And then sometimes like teams are a little bit flexible and they work with each other to help both of them accomplish their goals, even if it means they have to sacrifice, hey, we would have wanted 4 picks instead of 3, or we would have wanted this young player instead of that one. Like sometimes players, like teams work together to form like good relationships between the executives of like, look, we're not going to just try and screw you over here. We're going to try and work together to find a deal that benefits both sides. And what I've heard from my sources is that the Raptors, and Masai Ujiri specifically, they are not about trying to help the other team get to what they want. They are very firm, which is smart. It's a good way to build your team because if you're firm, you're getting what you want. But when you only try to get what you want and not what the other person wants, it does build a little bit of a divide between the relationships where making deals, not only in the present term, but also in the future, does become harder because the other executives go into that thinking, okay, well, Masai Ujiri is not going to be flexible at all in what he wants. And like, again, that's smart, but at the same time, it's difficult. It's difficult to work with. So like, you know, like it's not that being reluctant to make a trade is bad, but it's like the firmness and the unwillingness to negotiate with the team to help both sides reach what they want is sometimes difficult to work with. Abe here says Henderson needs a jump shot. 25% from 3 as point guard is bad. Well, first of all, like everyone said the same thing last year about Jaden Hardy. I'm just going to say this: G League Ignite players, they typically shoot better in the NBA than they do in the G League because the spacing's better, the actual team system is better. And he didn't shoot 25%, he shot 28% from three. So, not that it's a huge difference, but it is a difference. Gregan says, breaking news, Lakers 17-40, Malik Beasley for Damian Lillard. That's a funny one. That is not true, but Zach Eldridge here says, so proud that Brad Stevens is an indie product. Dude, Brad Stevens is incredible. He actually is. It's Crip says, do you think it's still possible for the Pelicans to get Scoot? No, I didn't really think that was possible to begin with, honestly. I just would have been pretty surprised to have seen that or hear that happen. Anthony Smith says, I think Gigi Jackson and Najee are the sleepers. Najee is a pretty intriguing player long-term. I also think Mohamed Gay is kind of a sleeper. I think Amani Bates has a really good skill set that can work in the NBA. And one guy who I think is like really underexplored right now, that if he ended up being like a second-round player who breaks out in a big way, I think, there's a couple of guys, like I like Demoy Hodge for his kind of fit off the bench type of role player. But a guy who I think has like a really like underrated ceiling could be Chris Livingston. Now, I didn't necessarily represent that as much in my board because I'm not like sure that he's going to get the opportunity to really flash and showcase that. I pinned him as like a near starting level player. And to be honest, like part of me believes that if he goes to the right team, he could be a starter, but that's kind of situational, which I didn't want to bet on. But I really like Chris Livingston out of Kentucky because he's got size, he rebounds. You go back to his high school tape, the guy can shoot, get to spots on the floor and score. So I don't know. I think there's a lot there with Chris Livingston that he didn't get to show at Kentucky. The Notorious JP says prediction, Paul George to New York for RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and 2 firsts. That would be a huge win for the New York, or for the, not for the New York Knicks, excuse me, for the Los Angeles Clippers, I believe. And let's go back into the trade machine here now. Look at that. Kristaps Porzingis, #1 player to be traded. Danilo Gallinari, of course, his contract was getting attached and everything. Tyus Jones at 7. So people were playing around with the trade machine quite a bit last night. Amir Coffey was in there. Look at that. Even Paul George is in there. So let's go over to the Clippers. Now, the one thing I'm going to say is people talking about like, oh, will Paul George get traded? The fact that they were going out and getting Malcolm Brogdon makes me believe that they're not really actively looking to do that. But let's just explore it for fun's sake anyway. So like you're saying, RJ Barrett would for sure be in the deal. He's like the first piece that like sides need to have in there to negotiate. And this is what I'm talking about, going back to like the Masai Ujiri thing. So working off of this, Paul George for Barrett. Clearly the money is not there. So we need to make up $20 million. So the players that you included, that you talked about, was Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson makes 15, Obi makes 7. So that would get us to pretty much dollar for dollar essentially, which is actually pretty interesting. So let's go Mitchell Robinson to the Clips. And let's go with Obi Toppin to the Clippers as he's going into the last year of his rookie deal. And again, it's very close money-wise, which is interesting. The Clippers are actually taking in a little bit more money. So what I want to do is I want to move this around a little bit. Let's send out Amir Coffey in there, and let's send back in a cheaper player. Let's send in Isaiah Roby, which I don't think the Clippers would prefer, but the fact that Amir Coffey was reportedly traded and then ended up not getting traded is definitely interesting. And then let's do Dallas first next year, and let's do the Knicks own first next year as well. Let's do something like this, and let's see. Obviously, it works there. So this is kind of maybe the framework that we're seeing. Knicks get a young player back who's probably better than Isaiah Roby, but the Clippers get a little bit more size here with Roby, which could make some sense for them too, just given the fact that they're taking in RJ Barrett and moving off of Paul George. They're getting a little bit shorter. Not much, but a little bit. So kind of an interesting framework. Not sure if I see this as like what's going to happen, but the Clippers also save some money in here, which is why moving Amir Coffey makes some sense too, because just every dollar when you're that far into the tax goes a long way. Interesting. Notorious JP says my hot take: Outstar Thompson goes to the Charlotte. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, very, very hot take, as Lorenzo is saying here. Brandon S says, can the Pistons do a draft night trade for Cam Johnson? I've heard they couldn't acquire him until free agency starts, but I don't know why. So they could theoretically trade for his rights, his like bird rights, but we just probably won't see that. Never trust ESPN, says RJ Graham. A11 Gravy, hopefully we take Scoot at number 2. I hope so too, for the sake of the Charlotte Hornets. Frelitka says, any word of Detroit and Utah trade? I heard 5 for 9 and 16. I just don't know why Utah would do that necessarily. Like, it just feels like a lot of value to give up to move up when you still are probably going to get a good player at 9. I think if Detroit could find a way to do it, that would be a really good move for them. Brandon Matthews says, who's going to play defense for the Suns? Maybe Matt Ishbia. He might have to get on the court. 49er Media says, do you have Arizona's Azuolas Tubelis going undrafted? No, I think Tubelis probably gets drafted. I just don't really like Tubelis' game. I just don't know if he's going to end up working very well. Chaco 2K says, where do you have Zach Edey next year? Zach Edey's going to be a second-round pick, but I think he's going to be one of the better second-round picks because he has like a tangible skill set that you could apply to a bench unit in the NBA of like, hey, we're going to run zone defense when he's in the game. He's going to protect the rim. And then on offense, we're going to feed him out of the post a little bit and let him score because he's so big and dominant. Like, he was the next biggest player in this class behind Victor Wembanyama, and he would have been essentially the biggest player in the NBA if Victor Wembanyama wasn't also going in the NBA. So, like, Edey is an interesting player for sure. Jeremiah Leal says, any thoughts of the Warriors possibly packaging 19 and Kuminga for pick 7? I just don't think that's enough. I just don't. I don't think Kuminga's shown enough to warrant 19 in him for 7. It just seems like a lot. Ali says, is James Wiseman a bust? Unfortunately, it is trending that way. Justin says, every year someone falls out of the lottery. Who's going to fall tonight? I think like Derek Lively might slide out of the lottery. Some people see him as a lottery pick. I think that's possible. Jordan Hawkins is a guy I've seen in the lottery, like mocked in the lottery. He probably doesn't go in the lottery, I don't think. Keontae George, I think, could slide. A lot of people look at him as a lottery pick. I don't see it. Justin Ford with a very hot take. Wemby will be a bust. I don't believe that. Wana says, thoughts on the Kings draft picks this year. Who should we draft? Chris Murray would be awesome for Sacramento. I would love that. Otherwise, like a James Najee selection and like the focus on development of a rim protector could be pretty cool for them. Otherwise, like a point of attack defender, Ryan Rupert, Jordan Walsh, all could be pretty good. Mari Bailey would be like a sneaky good pick for them too, I think. I don't know, Trace Jackson Davis like perfectly fits their offense though. Like you could literally run the same offense when Sabonis is off the floor, which is pretty cool. Chaco 2K says, hot take, Edey will be a top 30 pick next year. I don't think so, but I think he'll go in the second round. A says, I feel like KPJ will be moved. I don't think so. He has a lot of backing in the franchise. Tillman Fertitta, the owner, really likes him. Rafael Stone really likes him. I don't think so. It's Crypt says, Pelicans will trade Zion for Scoot. That's a very hot take. We'll see if it happens. Brad Williams says, hot take, Elsar to the Pacers. Wow, interesting. Abto Hassan says, hot take, Zion is getting traded tonight. Well, we'll see what happens with Zion Williamson. I think he'll be an interesting player to watch. Nathan Drake says, hot take, Rockets take Anthony Black if Scoot and Amen off the board. So potentially Brandon Miller falling to 5, according to Nathan. Very interesting. Joshua Ladine says, we back, man. Can't believe it's been a year since the last one. Thank you for great live streaming. Always can't wait for my Thunder to cash in those picks. Maybe trade up. So that's the thing, Josh. First of all, thank you for hopping in here again. Huge thank you to everyone. Make sure you are subscribed and you hit that notification bell so you're uploaded for future live streams and everything, because I would love for you guys to not be missing out on any of the content here at Utility Sports as we're nearing 20,000 subscribers, which is just absolutely crazy to think and just insanity to me. It's just not something I was expecting ever, and it's just unreal to be in this situation. So thank you guys. But for the Thunder, I feel like for years and years now, we've been waiting for them to move up. They did last year to get Ousmane Dieng, but like I feel like we always think like, oh, are they going to jump up into the top 5 again, top 7? And we've seen them be very patient, and I think that because of that, I'm going to assume that they're not going to cash in the picks and trade up this year. Kyler says, what would a Siakam to Atlanta deal look like? That's a very interesting question. Let's go ahead and play with that quick. A Siakam to Atlanta. I don't know if I have ever even thought of that as a possibility. So let's do some playing right now. So $37 million is going to be hard for Atlanta, but we'll start with John Collins' contract, and then we'll probably do DeAndre Hunter in there. It's 45, and then we'll probably have to take back like Thad Young, make the money work there. How close is that? nearly dollar for dollar. It's pretty good. And then we'll throw pick 15, pick 46, 2024 first via sack, and 2029 one. You're building a big three here, and you're getting a team to take John Collins' money, like 3 first-round picks, a pretty good young player in DeAndre Hunter, John Collins. Like maybe what we would even see. Let's just throw this in there because there's been some rumors about it. Is like if let's say they don't prefer DeAndre Hunter, so we see Hunter go to the Pacers instead. We see pick 7 go back to the Raptors then, and we see pick 15 goes to the Pacers now in this. But then we also see the Pacers give up like 26 to the Raptors here, and maybe the Raptors send like Chris Boucher to the Pacers to help them like maybe take a step toward the postseason. And the Pacers send Daniel Tice to the Raptors and TJ McConnell to the Raptors. How close is that on money? That's like relatively close. They're sending out 13. So this team right here, we can send out a little bit more money if we wanted to, but maybe Jalen Smith as well, whatever. Like get something like this going, 3-team trade. I don't know. This is like, again, this is just framework. This is something I just threw together in about a minute. So don't look at this and be like, well, this is the for sure deal, but 7, 26, 2 future ones, pretty good value for Siakam, I think. You also get Collins, who in a couple of years, this contract will look better just because it'll be shorter term. And with the cap spike coming, this contract will be not nearly as bad as it currently looks. Well, it's going to be a smooth cap jump, so it's not going to be like a huge spike like it was when Durant went to the Warriors. But still, Pacers take Hunter, who I know they would like. Boucher fits them probably pretty well off the bench, and they still keep a pick in the first round this year at 15, which, I mean, the Pacers have been very active, so we'll see. I don't see them doing this ultimately. I think that the Pacers are just better off sticking at 7, but I do think it's like a somewhat interesting framework to at least discuss and talk about as an option. Giant Corn here says, hot take, Utah will move up from 16 to 10 and absorb the Bertans contract. Okay, I like that, actually. Let's look at let's go in and look at some Dallas trades too, because I think that's a really interesting perspective to look at. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. Glad to have you all in here. Rick Aroni here with $2 as well says, hot take, Grady at 6 and Lively at 11. Interesting for Orlando. Definitely a very big difference, but thank you, Rick, for the $2. Really do appreciate that. I love all the hot takes that are coming in. There's some awesome ones, but let's go over and look at a Dallas deal, not a Dallas meal. Whoops. And let's look at who would potentially be willing to take in Bertans. So you projected Utah, so let's go grab the Jazz quick. Let's send Bertans to Utah. Pick number 16 to the Mavs. Let's throw number 28 to the Mavs in this too. Pick number 10 to Utah. And is there some type of contract back? Like the Jazz do have the money just to absorb it, but I don't see them like just wanting to only do that. So like, could we see? I mean, I don't know. Let's just use this as a framework. This isn't like going to be the actual deal, but maybe something along the lines here. Like the Mavs would probably have to like take in like maybe Rudy Gay or something like to make the money a little bit closer. I don't see the Jazz just wanting to absorb $17 million for the next year for no reason. But I think this is like an interesting framework. Otherwise, another team that I've thought about quite a bit for moving up to 10 would be the Brooklyn Nets, and it would be centered around 21, 22 to Dallas for number 10 and perhaps Bertans. And then for money coming back from the Nets, we'd maybe even see, like, to be honest, I would love this if something like this comes to fruition. And then the Mavericks maybe throw in like 2025 second rounder back or something along the lines of this, where see Bertans and 10 for 21, 22 and Dorian, and then second round pick goes back to the Nets. Like these are like pretty interesting deals to possibly discuss and look at. Like, would the Nets be willing to do this? I don't know, but I think there's something interesting there. David Crawford says, hot take, the Spurs finishing with a better record than the Dallas Mavericks in the division. Very, very hot take. I'm not sure about that, but I like it. I like that take, though. If you're going to have a hot take, have something strong out there. Chips Ahoy says, hot take, Anthony Black will look really good his first couple of years, and then teams will guard him like Ben Simmons. Well, the big difference between Ben Simmons and Anthony Black is Simmons came into the league unwilling to shoot threes, just not really considering doing it. Anthony Black shoots threes. He's just not great at it. He shot 30% from three, but he's going to shoot. He'll knock down open shots. It's not like he's going to be absolutely brutal. But it's a hot take. I like it. Jonas Steele says, how can Washington just trade Tyus Jones again? Don't they have to wait? So technically, I don't even think the deal is finalized yet. Most teams wait until after the draft, doing like draft right trades, that kind of thing. So tonight on ESPN, it'll probably be like announcing that the Grizzlies are picking at 25 still, but we'll know that the Celtics are essentially the team picking there. So like there is typically a recently traded restriction, but it comes into effect after a trade's been actually finalized. Georgia Bulldogs for Life says Zion will be an Atlanta Hawk by the end of the draft. That's his hot take. Okay. I don't foresee that being a possibility, but who knows? Draft nights are always crazy. Anthony Smith says, hot take, Amani Bates will be selected in the first 25 picks. I like it, Anthony. I like it a lot. Hot take here from Ofek Broda says, hot take, Nick Smith Jr. will be a steal in this draft. I like it. Nick Smith Jr., for those who don't know, was a projected top 10 pick. If you go back to my way too early mock last year, I believe I even mocked him in the top 3 or 4. And then he ended up having some injury issues, missed a good amount of the year, was inconsistent. His efficiency wasn't very high. I believe he shot 37% from the field. So a lot of issues his freshman season, but he does have a pretty high talent level. Mr. Jiggle says, hot take, Pistons draft Brandon Miller at 5. So we're projecting some Brandon Miller falling, which is interesting. Let's share this on stream. This will be an interesting one. Haven't shared much of this, but let's go over to Twitter. Typically something we don't do as much, but I do have tweet notifications turned on for this individual player. So let's go over to Kristaps Porzingis, who just tweeted, saying goodbye is always tough. Wizards organization, my teammates, staff, coaches, everyone at Capital One and the facility. Thank you. Going to miss y'all, Wiz fans. Thank you for showing me so much support. I truly appreciate it. Enjoyed every night playing in front of you. Wishing you all success as I embark on the next chapter of my career. Let's hit the retweet on that. Shout out to Kristaps Porzingis, man. I really like him. I'm so sad that he's no longer in. You see, I follow him even with my personal. That's how much I like Kristaps Porzingis. But really tough for me when the Mavericks traded him away. I hated seeing that, but I'm happy for him that he's now in a good situation, and he's probably going to have a real good chance at winning as well. So huge shout out to him. Interesting. So this tweet looks like it got deleted. The one that Julian here tried tagging me in. It's from Bobby Marks. So interesting. Lakers sent out $2 million. Yeah. Full cash allotment resets on July 1. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Gregarian here says Lakers should trade for the number 1 pick in the draft. Yeah, they should. I think a lot of teams should try and do that. Yishit says, can someone answer, please? What time now in America? Time right now in Central Time of America is 12:30 p.m. Appkitch says, I think Miami will be taking Omax either at 18 or trading down to 20 with Houston. They worked him out. Riley talked about the size and the Marquette connection. I think that Omax would be great down in Miami too. So if he goes that high, it would be very warranted. I have him, I believe, 17th on my big board. I really do like him quite a bit. Brady Johnson says Simon's number 23 for OG Anunoby. That's not enough to get it. Not enough to get it done. Ace says KJ Martin in the 4th pick for 2nd pick. Get to Scoot. And KPJ will get traded, but still be fine if we got Amen. KJ Martin in 4 does not get you 2. So I think Amen at 4 would be a really nice pick. Hot take here from Abe. Amani Bates will be a top 20 pick. Zach says, LOL, the athletic director came into the office when I have this stream on my screen. Good thing he doesn't know who I am. That's funny, Zach. Hopefully you were able to hide it quick and just like get off the thing quick. Brandon Matthews says Lively to the Thunder future top 5 defense. Yeah, Lively to the Thunder would be really nice for them defensively. Jonas Steele says Amin played against players he's going to take a while to be good. He played against pro players. He played against pro players during the summer last year, and he killed them. He dominated them. I think Amin Thompson, if he would have played in college, would have destroyed people. I really do. Lorenzo says, hot take, Hud Shafino goes in the top 10 and Anthony Black falls out. Very hot take. Jaideep says, yo, what's good? Utility, hope you remember me. I do. Used to be in your streams a lot. Love your videos. Keep it up. I have a question about my Raptors, though. Who do you think we select, and do you think we trade anyone? So I'm going to say no on the trade front. I think that the Raptors ultimately play a little bit of hard to get, which we talked about earlier. But from a draft perspective, I think it's going to be one of Kobe Buffkin, Jalen Hood-Schifino, Nick Smith Jr., I think is a possibility. But really my favorite option for them is Case and Wallace. So that's what I would say. Avto caught that too. Hot take. Jazz getting to the top 5. Interesting. Video Vandal here says, Pacers fan, talked myself into accepting yesterday's trade because spreading assets was fine when we had 5 picks this year, but money, am I missing something big picture? Cap space for Ayton. So this doesn't even affect cap space. Getting cash doesn't help cap space at all. It just is literally lining your owner's pockets is all it does. So it's not great. Jeremy, wow, B- grade for Kristaps Porzingis. I don't understand how that's a possible B-. They got the best player in the deal who fits their team. But I don't even know how to do this, by the way, on Twitter. How do I take one of my tweets and quote tweet it as a reply? I don't even understand how to do that. So if someone can explain that to me quick, that would be awesome. Brian K says Mavs trade 10 and Bertans for DeMar. That'd be good for the Bulls getting pick 10 for DeMar. Zach here says, haha, can't hate on Cuban too much. I'm a Hoosier. True. Jonas Steele says, hot take Mavs trade 10 and Bertans to move down. Yeah, OG's not a star, I don't think. What y'all think of Chris Livingston? I like Chris Livingston. I think he's an underrated prospect in this draft. Justin Forrest says, well, I don't think OG's a star either, just a name that came up a lot. Yeah, I think he's a player to watch for a trade, but I don't ultimately think he gets moved. But I could be wrong. It takes one shift, one big move to kind of open the floodgates a little bit. Shout out to Coach Timmy, by the way, for hitting the follow over on the Twitter. Make sure you guys go do that as well. Mr. Papercut says Kobe Jones should be picked in the 20s, and in 3 years, redrafts will be in the top 14 in this draft. So it's very possible that Kobe Jones ends up becoming a really good high-impact player. He just does a lot of things well, and he's a little bit safer because he doesn't have to develop a ton to get to a good spot. So it's an interesting thing for sure that we should keep our eyes on and just watch out for it, because you never know who's going where and how they're going to impact winning until they actually land in a situation, which situational big boards are probably the actual wave of the future, but I'm not going to do one because it's a little corny. Zach Aldridge says it seems a little Danny Ainge-esque where he used to only go for fleeces. Ainge seems to have gotten better somewhat. Yeah, Ainge is definitely lightened up on that. And talking about Masai, trying to fleece people, you end up not having a very good relationship by doing that. Robert Krebs says Ausar is more than slightly more athletic than Killian Hayes. A lot more. Yeah, he's a lot more athletic than Killian. That's a very big difference. Upcome Sports says, really want the Pistons to trade back and get more assets or multiple wings. We'll see what ultimately happens with the Pistons, but picking at 5 isn't bad either. Do you like the idea where Jazz get 5 and Pistons get either 9, 16 and stuff, or 9 and 2 future first for 5? As a Pistons fan, I don't know who we should take, and I'm comfortable with that. I think that would be great for Detroit if they can get future assets, but picking at 5, I just think it's good too if you like somebody. Johnny says, could Sacramento use their second round picks to move off the Holmes contract? Possibly. It would kind of depend. But the thing is, moving off the Holmes contract doesn't really help you that much just to get off of it. If you're going to move off of it, you should try and use that money to get in some other player that's going to help you. Derek Stein says, what is Anthony Black's ceiling? He seems like starter quality day one. I think he is starter quality day one, and I think he's going to be a player that probably starts for 15 years in the NBA or so. Maybe not 15, that's a long time, but 12, 11. Rebounding says, hot take, Miller drops to 6. I don't see that happening. I think that Detroit's the maximum floor, and even then I would probably say Houston's the floor at 4. Patrick Tolbert says, Pacers trade back for cash because 40 is too good of a player to put on a two-way, so it was roster considerations. That's interesting. I don't know. I think cash consideration just goes a long way in helping your GM keep your owner happy. Jay says, how hot do you actually think the market for VanVleet is? Is he as desirable to so many teams like the media thinks he is? Yes, because he's one of the better guards available. He's going to get paid. The question is he worth getting paid? Probably not, but some team's going to pay him. Brandon Matthews says, hot take, Gritty Dick shouldn't be a lottery pick. I very much disagree with that. I don't believe Brandon Miller will be suspended. Views, you think Amin under Ime will thrive if the Rockets take him? Oh, yes. I 100% believe that. I think Amin Thompson's going to be awesome in the NBA. I think he's really going to be good. Kamea says, do you think Milwaukee Bucks will make changes or trades? I don't know. I wasn't surprised really by Middleton opting out because he's setting himself up for an extension with the organization and the contract that he'll ultimately retire on. So Mel says, dude, you're going to be live. I'm watching you for the rest of the day. Don't disappoint me. I'm going to be live the rest of the time, Mel. So hopefully you do enjoy. Glad to have you in here. Ali with a hot take. Miller's going to fall to 5 today. I think we've seen a lot of hot takes about Brandon Miller, what's happening. What do you guys think of Brandon Miller saying Paul George is the GOAT, by the way? Very interesting. Avkitch says, why do you think Leonard Miller didn't get a green room invite? You think he's still going to go high? Yeah, just because someone gets a green – every year it feels like there's at least 1 or 2 guys that, like, fall into the second round that got green room invites. Like, the NBA, like, they're trying their best to, get guys that are going to be first-round picks. But, like, sometimes do they screw it up? Like, yes. So it's, kind of hard. Shout out to Robert for following over on the Twitter and also to Brett HD for hitting that follow button as well. A huge thank you to all of you guys that are going over there and hitting the follow button on the Twitter. Do you guys want the link in there? Here, let me send the link one more time. That way we have it. Go give us a follow on the Twitter. Would love to have you in there. Go a long way in helping us out. Everyone needs a smile. Hot take, OKC leaves the draft with 2 top 12 picks. Wow, that is an extremely hot take. I don't see that happening, but hot take. That's the whole point of a hot take. Mel says, is DeAndre Ayton getting traded tonight and what for? I think Ayton is a very likely trade candidate. So with that being said, let's go over right now to the trade machine and let's play around with some DeAndre Ayton trades. And I think the Mavericks are the best place to start as a potential option. So let's go to Phoenix. And then what we're going to do here is Phoenix doesn't really have any interest in pick 10. So let's think about teams that have interest in selecting 10th overall and what that could really look like. What teams have players specifically that they'd be willing to give up for number 10? And we're looking for players with some size, length. What teams are willing to do that would give up some of their current existing pieces? I didn't mean to click on the Kings, by the way, so don't think I'm trying to imply something. That was just accidental. Let's go to the Raptors. Like, is pick 10 something that I just don't see it? Let's not do the Raptors. Let's go to the Atlanta Hawks. I think that's probably the good place to go. So what we're gonna do, I think I'm really gonna like this framework. Number 10 goes to Atlanta. DeAndre Ayton goes to the Mavericks. Clint Capella goes to the Suns, along with. Let's try and work the money out here. So now we got $11 million to go. The Suns don't really have. The Suns have campaign, so we could get up to about 18. We could do Bogdanovich, but he just extended, so I don't see it being Bogdanovich. Let's do. Man, I'm struggling here a little bit. We got like $18 million to go. Up to $18 million. It doesn't have to be $18 million. You know what? Let's do it. We're gonna do John Collins to Atlanta or to Phoenix as well, because I know that there was some discussions last year on that. Let's send. We got a lot of money to make up here, so let's go Tim Hardaway to Atlanta. We got to send out $14 million. So this might have to. This is kind of tricky, honestly, but let's do. This is going to be kind of a hard framework to make work. In fact, we're not going to be able to send John Collins to Phoenix, I don't think. So John Collins is going to go to the Mavs, which I hate, but let's do it anyway. And we're going to send Tim Hardaway to the Suns because the money actually works like that then, where campaign goes to the Hawks. So we have pick 10 going to Atlanta here. Okay, so you guys are seeing me actively think this is actually a really difficult trade to figure out. But we have DeAndre Ayton and Collins coming to the Mavericks. Hardaway goes to. Was that the Hawks? No, wait. Hardaway's going to the Suns. Okay, actually that works pretty decently. Let's give the Suns like one more role player piece out of this, like maybe Garrison Matthews to the Suns, because the money should work on that. And then, oh man, we don't have any money going to the Hawks. So let's send Bertans to the Hawks, and let's send JaVale McGee to the Hawks. The Hawks are kind of like, so here's the thing. The Hawks aren't sending out their first in this. So what we're looking at this as is like a massive sell move for the Hawks to get another like top 15 picks. So they'll have 2 top 15 picks, and they have to eat some salaries to do it. Although I kind of like the structure of this so far. We're just off a little bit on the money. We've got to figure out a way to make the money work here a little bit smoother. We would probably need a 4th team, and this is why this is going to be like really challenging to actually make work. Let's trade Reggie Bullock to the Suns instead, and we're gonna flip Hardaway to the Hawks. That actually makes the money work a little bit smoother. Oh man, I don't love this. Because we're struggling money-wise, but this actually might work. This might work. I think the money's off just a hair. I think I'm off by like $1 million. Nope. Okay, it actually does work. This is a really like difficult trade, and one that we're definitely not going to see happen. But Ayton and Collins to the Mavs address their front court significantly. The Suns get Capella, Bullock, Matthews, so they turn essentially 2 role players, or like Ayton's more than a role player, but they turn an expensive contract and a role player into like 3 more balanced contracts. Although Matthews, I don't know. I'm like looking at this and I don't even know if I love it that much. Like perhaps McGee goes back to Phoenix. Like I don't know. The more I look at this, the more I don't like this trade. So let's get rid of this. We're not. I don't like this one. Let's just pivot off the Mavs. Where else could I see Ayton get traded? Let's do the Blazers. Let's get the Blazers in here, and we're going to get rid of that. So Ayton to Portland, and that would probably look like Nurkic back to the Suns. Nasir Little to the Suns. That's $23 million. Let's do Knox to the Suns. Keon Johnson to the Suns. That probably financially is pretty close. So we're kind of ripping up some of the depth here for Portland, but it's not really that great of depth anyway. And then for picks, we're going to send 23 to the Suns, 43 to the Suns. And we can't trade 2025 first, so we can trade it to 2026 first to the Suns. Something along the lines of this, maybe, kind of as a framework. Again, I don't necessarily love it, but Blazers get Ayton, Suns get Nurkic, Little, Knox, and Keon. Essentially like a 1-for-3, 1-for-4 type of trade. I don't know if I love it, but that's how it is. ITK wants to know, are you going to be here until the end of the draft? So I'm going to stream through the entire first round of the draft. And it's not that the second round isn't important, but I need the second round to kind of set up my video for my draft winners and losers. So while I'm watching the second round, I'm going to be putting together my like overall, hey, who won the draft, who is my losers. That'll come out literally as the draft ends, basically, essentially right after. So you guys are going to want to stay tuned to that. And just, you're going to be there for it. So make sure you guys want to, stay tuned for that in general. Justin Ford here says Livingston is an interesting player. I'd like for Charlotte to pick him up in the second round. I like Livingston a lot. I think he'd be really good. Someone wants to know, will the Mavericks sign Bruce Brown? I think Bruce Brown's going to go to Indiana possibly. Davion Rogers says Amani Bates steal the draft. I like that. Georgia Bulldog said I had Edey going 1 next year. Yeah, I think Edey's the second round guy. JC says Kuminga and another player for the 7th pick. Heck no. I don't see that ultimately happening. BS Express says, Sheldon, how do the Pacers get their hands on Obi? Let's go ahead and look at an Obi top into Indiana trade. So I think that's an interesting proposition as well. So let's go over here to the Knicks. Where are the Knicks? There they are. So Obi Toppin. We want to get Obi Toppin to the Indiana Pacers. Realistically, so this isn't updated at all. I think there's your deal roughly. We have to cut out a little bit of money. me adjust this. We just have to throw in like a tiny salary. Not Nemhard though. It's kind of difficult actually to find the salary that fits this. Let's do, instead of, we can't really do Tice, huh? What we could do is we could just use the cap space here. So let's just do that. You know, the Pacers have the cap space. They're probably not going to sign anyone. Like a next year first for like completely unprotected for Obi. Probably something like that. JC wants to know if I think Siakam's getting moved. Ultimately, I would say no. Yeah. So how do the Pacers? So this is kind of what we're looking at here is like a potential thing. Like first round pick next year unprotected. It gives the Knicks 11 first round picks over the next 7 drafts instead of just 10. Austin Law says hot take, no trades until after lottery. Team's going to be hesitant. That is a hot take. We'll see. I think that we'll probably see at least one trade in the lottery, although I don't exactly know which team it will be yet. But Porzingis seemingly excited to be in Boston. Pacers tapping out, I feel like, shaking my head. No, Dalton, I'd be patient still because at pick 7 they can still do something pretty nice. So we'll see. Dube says, you think the Hornets will use their abundance of picks to trade back into the lottery or close to it? No, I think so they've got a ton of picks, so I don't know if they're going to trade like close to the lottery, but I could see them moving from like 27 to 20, which I wouldn't like consider close to lottery, but significantly forward. Shell here says, does Brooklyn, and then doesn't have anything else with it. So Shell, throw in something else with that. Robert Krebs says, go Spurs. Let's get some Spurs hype down in the comment section. ITK says, hot take, Kobe Buffkin somehow ends up with the Lakers. That is a hot take. Interesting. JC says, Brooklyn about to get Dame Dalla. Let's look at some, let's just do a brief Blazers and Nets trade. Let's just say, what does that theoretically look like? And I think the best course of action is Ben Simmons being included in this. Makes the money very, very close without the Blazers having to give up a ton of their pieces. The Joe Harris piece also goes back in, which you might say, well, why would they do that? It's because they're going to get off of Yusuf Nurkic's contract this way. Gives the Nets some rebounding, which they really badly need. 9 rebounds a game from Nurkic this past year. Definitely a good option for them. And then to draw in the money a little bit, Cam Thomas goes in, intriguing bench scorer. And then Edmund Sumner as well to make the money basically dollar for dollar, close to it, which is just when you're making frameworks, that's what you want to do. And then we load up the draft picks. We don't need to do 3 picks this year. Let's leave 51 for the Nets. So let's do Phoenixes. Let's do Phillies. And then let's go send that Dallas one to Portland. So a lot of picks. Okay. But I'm going to explain why here in a second. So the Blazers are getting a ton. They're getting Ben Simmons, Joe Harris, Cam Thomas, Edmund Sumner, and 6 first-round picks. Ideally, you would look at Dame and say, like, he's probably worth 4 or 5 picks. The reason you get 6 here is you're getting off of Simmons and Joe Harris's contracts. You could argue, like, hey, the Nets don't necessarily need to move Joe Harris because, like, his shooting would be valuable for the Nets. But, like, they're already so wing heavy anyway that, like, I think they prefer to play like Dorian Finney-Smith and Mikal Bridges, obviously, and Cam Johnson over him anyway. So I think like his contract at this price point, they'd actually prefer to get off of it and address rebounding. The Blazers have now in this draft, if they make this deal, they have 21, 22, and 23. So they'd be a real threat of a team to move up. Like realistically, what we could see happen even then is like, I kind of want to take this framework I wish there was a way for me to like copy this trade specifically. I'm going to save this trade. I don't even know how this works. I've never saved the trade, whatever. It's on stream. You guys see it. But theoretically, like what they could do is the Blazers could turn around, trade 21, 22, and then their own pick 23 to get to 10 with the Mavericks. And the Mavericks get 3 first-round picks. The Blazers get a second top 10 pick. And then they still have a lot of future picks to work with too, which would be interesting. But ultimately, this would be the beginning of a rebuild. Blazers draft probably Amen Thompson 3rd overall, send Damian Lillard out the door. This would kind of hinge on him requesting a trade, by the way. But that would be kind of what we'd be looking at, which I think is interesting. You get a ton of future assets. So the draft here is now just 6 hours away or so. So we're getting closer. Texas Sports says, great work here on the stream. Love watching you on another level. A lot of steam moving on Brandon Miller falling to 4. What's your feeling? That's what I've been mocking. So I wouldn't be completely shocked by that. I just want you guys to remember that I was the one mocking that pretty much the last couple of weeks here for the most part. So Mel says, do you think OKC would be willing to unload their second-round picks due to present depth of their roster? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if there's a deal out there for them. A11 Gravy, do you think Hornets will make playoffs with Scoot and Bridges returning? They'd be a lot closer than where they were this past year. I think the Rockets will trade the 4th pick if they don't land Miller or Scoot. Interesting. I don't think so. I think the Rockets really like Amen. For A11 Gravy, let's go back to. I just don't think Steve Clifford is the right coach. So I don't know. Deadly Content says, I'm here, brother, late. Sorry. So what do my Blazers do tonight? Well, here's a trade. You turn on the stream, and this is one of the first things you see here is Dame and Simmons getting swapped for each other. But that's what it is. Brett HD says, very big hot take. Victor gets hurt like Chet. Of course, don't wish it on anyone. And Taylor Hendricks gets picked in the top 5. I like Hendricks a lot. Hendricks would be great in the top 5. BLR Hoop says, I'm a lot higher on Taylor Hendricks than Jarris Walker. Is that crazy to say? No, it is not. And if you look at my big board, which is posted on my Twitter as well, I have Taylor Hendricks at 5 and Jarris Walker at 9. So I would classify that as quite a bit higher. And I think that those two players were guys that I spent a lot of time trying to separate from each other. And by the end of the process, I felt very separated between them, honestly. Andrew says, when Black and Dick go to Orlando, I want to shout out in your video. Yeah, it'd be interesting when you have these 3 players on the same team. I'm gonna send this in the chat right now. If this is a thing after draft night, it's gonna be pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, like, gonna be pretty crazy. But I just sent it in the comment section. I'm not gonna put it on screen, but you guys are seeing it down there. I don't know. Jacob here with the 2 says, do you think Pistons actually take Ausar? I think it's a possibility. I really do. Although I'm just not going to say I'd bet on it. I think Cam Whitmore is the more likely selection. Zach says, whoa, remember I said Amen was plus 2,100 to go 3. It's now plus 340. This is what I've been saying. I've been saying it. People probably think I'm crazy. There's been comments on the channel that people tell me I turned off your mock when you said Amen Thompson 3rd. I don't think it's that crazy. I don't think it's that crazy at all. Also, real quick, I'm going to flash my comment. That's the possibility we could be seeing in Orlando pretty soon. Darius here says, what's the Celtics starting lineup now? Probably the comment like Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Al Horford, Kristaps Porzingis with Robert Williams coming off the bench. He would be an early sub for Horford, moving Porzingis down to the 4. And then with like 4 minutes left in the first quarter, Horford would probably sub back in for Porzingis so that we'd see like consistent 2 big lineups in Boston, which I think would help them match up with Embiid in Philly. I think that helps them match up with Denver in a potential finals matchup. So definitely interesting stuff to watch for. George here says, I love your content, young man. Wish you nothing but success in the future. And let's go Brooklyn. Well, George, thank you for that. Let's get some Brooklyn hype down in the chat right now. All started off with Brooklyn hype in the chat, and that's awesome to see. Let me get to that comment. Where did that go, Zach? Good thing I put $5 on that plus 2,100. Plus 2,100 is a significantly great amount of odds. So I don't. What's the payout on that? Plus like 2,100. Is that like $105? Is that what the payout is? Would you like walk away with 110 out of that 5? That's pretty crazy. I might be doing the math wrong on that, but I think I'm right. Jason Kimball said, why did Clips get left out of the trade yesterday? So they were hesitant on Malcolm Brogdon, and then the Wizards and Celtics were a little worried that the trade just might not go through them. And with the opt-out deadline at midnight last night, Eastern time, the Celtics and Wizards wanted to move on to find a 3rd trade partner. So they excluded the Clippers because of that, because they were worried that the Clippers would pull out of the deal at the last minute. Casey Carter says, Charlotte Hornets trade number 2, Terry Rozier and Nick Richards to New Orleans for Brandon Ingram and 2024 Brooklyn first. Oliver Maxon's Prosper 27, Pajemski 34, Boot 2 picks now for future first. I don't think Pajemski is going to be a second rounder. I think Pajemski is going to go in round 1. And I don't think the Hornets are trading pick number 2, honestly. Rab here says Hendricks next to Jalen Duren on the Pistons. That would be really good. Harrison here says Buffkin or Whitmore at 8 for the Wizards. Whitmore would be really interesting for the Wizards. I don't think I've mocked that very much because typically a lot of my mocks have had Whitmore off the board by at least 7. But it would be interesting. Windu says, hear me out. Cash out Henderson bets now with the latest Sham Suite, then bet again on Scoot when ESPN analysts push the Brandon Miller to Charlotte agenda. Market manipulation is crazy. Not a terrible idea, honestly, on the betting front. Danny here says Scoot and Scotty would be a great build around for Toronto. I know Masai won't do it, but what trade would you make to guarantee Scoot? I would trade Siakam, like, if I had to. Like, I would. And then honestly, like, this is going to be crazy. So let's get back. We're just going to do some crazy Blazers trades for like the next little bit of the live, I guess. So let's go over to Toronto here. Like, hear me out on this. Siakam and OG Anunoby to Portland, both of them for Simons. This is I've never seen anyone talk about this, but I don't think it's actually the craziest thing in the world. Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, Kevin Knox, and if you're gonna look at the money, look at that. It's pretty darn close. It's pretty darn close on the money. And you're turning, what, 3 real rotation players into 2 better ones for Portland. And let's send pick 3. Let's send 23. We can't trade 2025, but we can trade 2026. We can trade 2028. And we could throw in a couple of second rounders, too, to make it really work. Now, you tell me here is 4 first-round picks, one of them being number 3 overall, Anthony Simons, who just scored 20 points a game, Nasir Little, who's on a really good contract. Is this a better direction for the Toronto Raptors than where they currently are? Is this a better direction? You ultimately get one of Scoot Henderson or Amen Thompson, 3rd overall. Brandon Miller, if you really like him, I guess. Like, you're in a spot where you get a lot of assets in one swift decision. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's probably not going to happen, but it's crazy. So, Roach here says, hey, man, lucky to be attending the draft tonight. Ginobili jersey hanging behind me, hoping we move into the lottery again, too. That would be awesome if you guys moved into the lottery again, too, to kind of complement your current team. There's been rumors that Spurs want Koulibaly. I think Koulibaly would be awesome in San Antonio. He kind of fits their draft history as like a lengthy player with some skills that could work out pretty good. And yes, $110 payout. Well, first of all, I'm glad that my math actually worked on stream, because anytime I start doing math on stream, I'm really risking it all that I'm completely stupid and wrong. So I'm glad that I was correct on that. So Zach, I'm cheering for you. If Amen Thompson goes 3rd at Zach, you got to Venmo me some of that then there, because we've been manifesting on the channel. I'm just kidding. You take your money and you take your girlfriend out to dinner or something. Troy Delaware says, is Black too much of a stretch at 4 if Amen goes 3, or do you think they should go with Miller and trade up for Black? So I think, like, Black, I like his skill set a lot, and I think he's pretty, like, a really great pick. I think, like, most drafts, top 4 would be, like, pretty good consideration for him. This draft is just insanely talented at the very top. I just think that they would take Miller, and then they would try and sign Harden. I just think that's the more realistic thing. Like, I know that right now there's, like, all these rumors about, oh, well, Harden might go back to Philly. I still, like I've been saying, I think that it's not – I think that Houston's very much in play is how I'm going to put that. Golja here says the Mavs keep the pick. Hendricks, Whitmore, Dick. Who is realistic and who is the best pick? Keep up the great work. Golja, thank you so much. I love your profile picture, by the way. Looks like really cool art. And when it comes to Mavs, I think Hendricks would be my preference. Hendricks is the player I want. Whitmore, I think, would be good. Grady Dick's probably the most likely option, though. Ali says, do you believe that you're a better scout than some NBA teams? So I think in some regards, yes. But like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, the thing is, scouts go and watch players in person, and that's really good. But you have to remember, not every scout watches every player. And then just some scouts look at the game very differently. And I know, like, I think one thing that hurts NBA teams is they look too much of it as like an investment instead of like, hey, is this player just good at basketball? Like, cause I understand like all the, oh, well, what's this guy like as a person and those kind of concerns. And like, do we want this player to be in our organization? But sometimes like just having the talent is the best thing you can have. And I think sometimes teams like fall in love with a prospect based on who the kid is, which I think is a good thing. Like, and you want to have players that you like having around. But that same logic is what has kept Dwight Powell the starting center in Dallas for the last decade. So there's benefits to that, but there's also some really bad negatives. So I think that's just something that you need to keep in mind when you're like some teams like, and the issue is some scouts like spend literally like their entire life on the road, which I think is hard. And like sometimes like when you're doing something as a job, like fluctuates up and down with how good of a job you're doing, I would say. Whereas for me, like when I'm scouting, it's like, it's not about a paycheck. It's not about anything about money or like supporting my family. It's like literally, hey, this is my hobby. This is what I do. Like all of my free time goes to this. And I just enjoy it. So I think it's a little bit different. Basement Dweller says likelihood of a 3-team trade with Spurs and Toronto. Spurs send multiple firsts to Toronto. Toronto sends OG to the third team. Spurs get a 23 first. I don't know. Like the issue too with the trade that I have on the stream here, like I just think with Toronto buying Jakob Poeltl last deadline that they're like not wanting to sell. So it's like, okay, if that happens and it's like, what are we even doing? You know, just kind of defeats the whole purpose of like what's actually happening, which is a little rough. I don't know. I don't think that ultimately, I don't really think that they're in a great spot, the Toronto Raptors, because I think that they're like kind of like too good now, but not good enough to really be good now. So it's like one of those weird situations. Golden Rain says, Celtics fan here, big Marcus Smart fan. So pretty disappointed, to be honest. Any ideas for a Brogdon trade, considering his injury issues, to bring guard/wing depth to Boston? I think keeping Brogdon just works. Otherwise, if you can like send him to Houston, that could be a theoretical landing spot. Otherwise, like, you know, there still might be a deal out there to do like something else too. Like if you send, like realistically, like Terry Rozier coming back could be like an option if like Brogdon got sent to Charlotte, like for Rozier. I mean, like, I don't know. That's like an interesting framework to think of. Mets here says, back again. Let's go. Best on YouTube. Mets, thank you so much. Glad to have you in here. Carson says, who do you think the Mavs can trade the 10th pick to? I think the front runners would be Atlanta at 15. I think the Nets at 21 and 22. I think the Jazz at 16 and 28 makes some significant sense too. Those are really the front runners, I would say. Zach Aldridge says, Max Prosper not making it past Indiana at 26, in my opinion. I 100% agree with that. I ended up not making an NBA draft floors video. Kind of ran out of time here in the little like stuff. Like my board here, this project that you see on the screen just took me literally forever. This was like making these actual visual representations took like hours and hours and hours. So I kind of ran out of time. But it's okay. I'm happy because I got everything done to the point where I wanted to. I feel good about my board, and you know, I did all the important stuff. So one less video is not going to be the end of the world. Matthew Wild says, do you see DeAndre Ayton being traded for a top 15 pick? If it is, it's going to be to Dallas, probably. Texas Sports says, y'all smash that like button. Subscribe to the Brain, Sheldon, Twitter, and the Discord. Yes, let's throw the Discord link in there too. Real quick, for all of you awesome people, listen, we got 390 people in here right now, and we don't have 390 people in the Discord. So what that means is you guys got to hit that link that I just sent in there. Go join the Discord. We talk about basketball in there all the time. I'm in there talking about basketball with all of these other awesome people. When you've been seeing comments from Zach and Georgia, and some of the other users on here as well. Obviously, there's a lot of them in here. Ryan, always very active in there. You guys are going to want to be in there and talk some basketball. So just go join that Discord for sure. Ryan says he loves it for Toronto. I think talking about the bigger trade earlier on. Tanner here says way too many picks, but don't hate the combo. Interesting. So yeah, it's a lot of picks to give up. Don't get me wrong, but it's just kind of like a framework. Nav says, hey, Sheldon, great show. Could you see Orlando picking Kobe at 11th? And if so, what would be your thoughts? Go Magic. I think Kobe Buffkin would be good. He's just one of those players who does like a lot of stuff right. Really good decision maker. Look at that, Zach. Zach says, I'll become a member if the bet cashes. Look at Zach, man. Zach's coming up big time. Talking about members, Brady Thompson, one of our newest members on the channel. Thanks again, Brady. He says, thoughts on Leaky Black, most likely a UDFA. Heard he got some good feedback from teams as a 3-and-D. I ranked 74th on CBS. Yeah, so he just barely missed my my top 60 cut. I like to keep mine to 60 because like I feel like when you get to like 61 to 100, it's really like dependent on which guys actually ever get opportunities. So for me, I didn't include 61 to 100 in my final video, but Leaky Black would have probably been in my top 75 as well. And I do like from an athletic frame standpoint, he's a player who I think like could catch on somewhere with a 2-way contract. So I think he'll be a UDFA, but I think he'll get a 2-way somewhere probably. SP says, do you think the Thompson twins can end up on the same team? That's a fun discussion. So looking at the draft order as it's currently constituted, so I need to update this too because the Indiana Pacers are no longer picking 9. So this is the Denver Nuggets from Boston via Indiana. Okay, so like let's look at teams that could theoretically pick. Like Charlotte's like really, I don't know, like it just doesn't. Portland, like they'd have to move up to do it. Portland, I know, did have both Amon and Ausar Thompson in the facility at the same time. Houston at 4 and 20 could possibly make it work, like by trading up 20 in future stuff to get up to like 7 or 8, but maybe 6 with Orlando. Like if Orlando wants to kind of push back their opportunity costs going forward. I don't know. I would just bet against it happening. I just don't think it's going to happen. Ali says Jalen Duren is the top 3 player in this draft. So I had Jalen Duren as a top 5 player in last draft. I don't think Jalen Duren is a top 3 player in this draft, although I love Jalen Duren. Like I'm literally probably the king of the fan club. I am the biggest Jalen Duren guy. But just realistically, like over my top 3 guys here, like he's definitively not better than Wembanyama. Wembanyama is just significantly better on both ends of the floor. Scoot Henderson, like just so much better upside. Like as a guy who I think is like a real build around like offensive engine type. And I think Amen Thompson could realistically be the best offensive engine in the draft if things go right in his development. ITK says Sheldon's passion for the NBA makes him an awesome scout. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know how my girlfriend does it dealing with me because I'm literally sitting there talking to her about, hey, I like this player. I like this prospect. I don't understand why people like him. She just sits there and listens and she learns all the players. So she's really the true MVP. Bear says, hi, welcome, Bear. Glad to have you on the stream. Dizzy D says, Siakam is a free agent next season. Apto says, why is Siakam valued so low in the league? There's no way B.I. Brown, Bam, Sabonis, Mikhail are in a higher tier than him. No. Where do you view him? Top 20, top 25? Who's better from the players I listed? So part of the issue here, and this is an issue that I think a lot of people run into, people like Siakam is like a better player than those guys, but those guys are younger than him and they're on longer term deals when being traded. So like Siakam at 29 years old, eligible for a supermax, and likely going, and like he's just in a spot where like you trade for him, you're giving him a massive contract where he's going to be age 30 through 35. Like that's why trading for him is hard compared to trading for Mikhail. Like he's in his mid-20s, and it's like a little bit more tangible to give him a big contract. Zach here says Pacers and Colts love a high character guy. Luckily, Tyrese Halliburton and Richardson are dope people, right? And that's the thing is like the best thing you can do is get a really good high character guy who's also a phenomenal talent. But sometimes I think like teams overlook the talent stuff, like sometimes the issues and the flaws with players, because they like the player a lot, which I understand because when you have that personal relationship, like that tends to carry you like a little bit of like intrinsic bias, but it is what it is. Noro says, what would it take for the Rockets to trade up to 10 with the Mavs? I just don't see the Mavs and Rockets as realistic trade partners, honestly. Smoke here says, what's the website for the trades called? It's called Fanspo, fanspo.com/NBA trade machine. New York Retro says, any Knicks news regarding acquiring a pick tonight? Not that I know of. I don't believe that there's going to be anything. Norrad says, doesn't Mavericks number 10 equal Nets 21 plus 22? Yeah, I think that they're at least in a similar ballpark. Meep left a comment. Let's get some Meep hype down in the chat. I'm going to start us off here with some Meep hype. Let's get that in there right now. Meep is the number 1 viewer sometimes. Well, Meep's awesome. Meep's the best. You know what I mean? Meep's the real MVP. Georgia Bulldog says, I'm a Discord member, a sub, and member of the Elites. Yes, so if you join as a member, you get the title an Elite on the channel, which is awesome. Jason King says, why the Rapids trade Sacramento, even trading one of them? If you don't know their story, then you don't know. Toxic environment in Toronto with her. So I couldn't read half of that, but it's interesting. Osman here says, who do you think Nug's going to pick? For the Nuggets here, hold on 1 second, guys. I will be back in just 1 second. I'm going to just do a quick 30-second pause, and I will be right back just getting a quick thing that I've got to check in on. And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to take a quick brief break there just for 1 second. Had something come up real quick, but we're all good. Everything's great. SP says can't trade OG even with some injuries. He's way underrated. Yeah, I think OG Anunoby is a very good player. It's not like you're just trading him for nothing. Elijah says, isn't there only 58 picks in this draft? Yes, there is, because the NBA is dumb and took away the opportunity for 2 young kids to get drafted because teams tampered it. So they said, oh, here's a little slap on the wrist. We're going to take a second rounder away that you don't care about. Justin Ford says, what player not your top 60 will be drafted tonight? I think Isaiah Wong from Miami could be a player that's drafted. I think there's going to be quite a few examples. Like Jalen Slauson potentially could be, I think, a great option of that. Like my final mock draft had not the same players as my big board because it's just a different grouping. Leaky Black is quite an interesting name. Yeah, it is. That's what I first thought like a few years ago when I found out who Leaky Black was. Trevor Newman says, so crazy that the Pistons got number 1. Maybe he was number 2 on your board and number 5. He was number 1 and number 5 last year is what they landed. I love their draft last year. I think it set them up, and I think with a good coach now with Monty Williams, they're going to be really, really great going forward. Zach Aldridge says, I do the same to my girlfriend. Yeah, like literally all the time we're talking about basketball, so I'm not sure how she does it. Isaac says, hey man, I'm currently on a film set working, but I just wanted to stop by and say can't wait to see the draft and how accurate you might be. Yeah, so the thing is, like, I've taken some risks with some of my projections. I feel good about them. I don't just project stuff to project stuff. I don't do it to be different, but I feel good about it. And I know I'm acknowledging that it's different. I'm acknowledging that there is a little bit of risk that, like, hey, maybe I'm not 100% right. But ultimately, that is what I'm looking at as like a potential option. Johnny here says, do the Kings take a wing or a backup big at 24 if they have their way? I think a wing is probably best for them. Dustin here says, who's the biggest name that will get traded tonight? Tough question. That's a really tough question. I'm going to say DeAndre Ayton. Look at that. We're getting some meat pipe in here from Norin and Rick. I love that. Matthias says, what is a good comparison for Case and Wallace? Like a smaller Marcus Smart is kind of what I've landed on with him. Brady Thompson says Meep as well. We're getting some of that Meep pipe in there. SP says Pascal has less wear and tear because he started playing at 16. A bunch of these other guys started playing much younger. I'm aware, but like at the end of the day, a 35-year-old still is a 35-year-old when it's all said and done. Jamal Douglas says, what would it take for the Wizards to get Suggs? I just don't really see that unless it was like pick 11 and Suggs for 8. Maybe is an interesting framework. The Gospel getting some Rockets hype in here. I like to see that. Ryan with some meat pipe as well. Glad to see that. Golden Rain says, piggybacking on previous questions, the Celtics stay and pick at 25. Who do you think would be the best pick? I like Omax Prosper for them a lot at 25. Otherwise, I think like a Dariq Whitehead could make some sense as like an upside, like shooting swing. Brandon Pajemski could be pretty good with his activity level. I don't think Jett Howard will be there, but maybe Ben Shepherd from Belmont, Amari Bailey from UCLA could be pretty good. Some options I like quite a bit. SNR says Maxwell Lewis to the Hornets at 27. I think it's possible. I'm not a Maxwell Lewis guy, though. I don't like him. Texas Sports says meat as well. We're getting some of that good meat pipe in the chat. And then Daniela here says, how good was Scoot in the G League? Scoot was very good. He had a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio, which is pretty difficult to do. The G League is kind of tough environment to play for some of these young guys, but he did a pretty good job. ITK said, I hope he's not going to grab a Bud Light. I did not. I just had to quick thing. My mom was giving me a call, and she just wanted to wish me a happy draft day. So that's all it was. Just a quick little phone call I had to answer quick. Austin Law says, Gay pick 47 to the Pacers. I would like that for them a lot. Pretty nice backup big. Justin Ford says, any international players we need to be on the lookout for? I think Nikola Jurisic. He's a guy that I didn't end up with in my top 60. But I feel like if there's a player that I regret not having in my top 60, Nikola Jurisic is going to be it. I really like Nikola Jurisic's game. I'm just not sure exactly what role he fills, but I think he's a talented player. Matthias here says, hope Jarris Walker doesn't go to Detroit. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Logan says, this is going to be such an entertaining draft. I think there could be a lot of moves. I was talking with my best friend about the draft, and we were talking about how excited we are for it. And him and I are literally both saying, like, this is probably going to be the best NBA draft that we've ever seen, like, live. Like, it's going to be insane. There's going to be a ton of movement. There's a lot of teams that are hungry to win. Like, it's going to be crazy. Question here from SPF Murray. If Chris Murray is available at 24, do the Kings reunite the Twins? I think so. Swiss says, do you think the Wizards trade both of Tyus and CP3? I think so. Amin wants to know how long until the draft. We are about 5.5 hours away or so. Jamal Douglas says, thoughts on Tosin Ebenwam? Athletic 4, who has a little bit of playmaking feel. He also did not make my final board, but I like him out of Princeton. I think their offense worked very well for him. And I think there's like a little bit of intrigue there where he could have a pretty nice G League and then ultimately like G League career and then ultimately like find a way into the league at some point. SP says, can we put our own mock drafts in the Discord? Yes, for sure. There's actually a mock draft channel in there. So go down there and drop your mock drafts in there. Just make sure to send it all in like one message so it's not like 60 notifications in a row. New York Retro said, if there's one player who you feel will not be drafted and you think gets picked up right away after the draft, who would that be? Drew Timme. Drew Timme will be probably not drafted, but picked up immediately. Norman Rat says, to the Clippers and Knicks to a blockbuster trade involving Paul George. I'm like 50-50. I don't think so ultimately, but like if a team gets Paul George tonight, it's probably going to be the New York Knicks. Anthony Vasquez says, apparently Miller could fall to 4. Blazers loved. Amen. Yeah, that's what I've been saying for about 3 weeks now. So look at that. Mets dropping in some mom hype in there. Sam Thurston says, I'm just praying the Pacers don't mess up. I don't think that they will. I think the Pacers are going to do a good job tonight. John Nash says the Blazers picks are locked unless an agreement is settled with the Bulls. Yeah, so right, there's protection backups, but they would be able. There's always a way to work those things out. Dustin here says, do you think Suns getting Lively would be tough? Like tough in terms of like a good thing? Yeah, it would be, but it's going to be even tougher to do it because they don't have any like draft assets. They don't have any way of really moving up in the draft. So I wouldn't really bet on that. SP, Kayson's a bigger step, slower Lowry. That's actually not a bad comp either. I kind of like that. Gronk Master says, who are some of your sleepers to get traded today? Interesting. Probably Bertans. Like, I don't know. We've talked about it, but I'm not sure. Golja here says, if the Mavs trade back either 15, 18, 21, 22, do they take their Leonard Miller, Jackson Davis? I need your knowledge for late first-round prospects. Leonard Miller would be great for Dallas. I wouldn't rule him out at any of those spots. Trey Jackson Davis would be good too. Matthias here says, hate that I got to wait till 2 a.m. That is a huge L. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but that's not fun at all. Greg Glover says, what are the Pacers doing? First, they give the Nuggets 2 first-round picks, and they tank the second round with the Lakers trade. They're just trying to spread their assets a little bit, and they're trying to save a little bit of money. Texas Sports says, hot take, Sheldon chugs about 12 energy shots in draft day. So right now, I'm running on this half glass of water. This is how much I've drank so far in my 2.5 hours of streaming. We're at 2 hours and 29 minutes right now of streaming. So I think I'm doing okay. We're holding on here, but we're still rolling. Basement Dweller, anybody in the draft do you feel is overvalued at their current projected spot? Brandon Miller, a little bit. I think his playmaking is a little overhyped, a little overrated. I think also at their projected spot, like looking at my board here just a little bit, like, I don't know. It depends on where guys get ultimately drafted. Cause like once you get like outside the lottery, it's kind of like looser rankings, looser like, oh, could this guy go from 15 to 25? But like, I don't know. Like, this is probably the most in agreement I've been with consensus in a while, in like probably the last 4 or 5 years, which I think is a good thing. Not for me, but for consensus. I think the consensus, like this class, I feel like it's been a little bit easier to evaluate because there's a lot of talent and there's like pretty good bunching because of that. But Keontae George and Nick Smith Jr. I think are a little overvalued for me. Jordan Villa says, great deal for Indy. Pick up $4 million. $4 million for moving back 7 picks in the second round. Beautiful. It's good for the owner. The owner gets the money. It doesn't help any fans at all. Zach Aldridge now says, I'm in plus 170 at number 3. Zach, what are you using to check the odds? Because I'd love to actually get that pulled up on stream so we can see it. Jamie Redmond said, what do you think of the constant coverage of Vegas odds? Is it worthwhile? Yeah, I think so. I think Vegas knows what they're doing. I think Vegas is relatively smart, so they were right last year on Banchero. So I think you have to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt, honestly, when it comes to what they're doing and what they know. Koff King says, any sleepers to be traded from the Rockets? Jayshawn Tate would be probably the guy that gets moved. Utah Jazz thoughts. I think the Jazz are in a really great spot. Pick 9, you're going to get a good player. 16, you could take an upside swing. And 28, you could take an even bigger upside swing, like a G.G. Jackson possibly, who I don't think is a first-round level player, but I think could be in consideration as a first-round pick. So it'll be interesting. And with the right development, G.G. Jackson could end up being awesome. So it just kind of depends. Like, that's the thing. Like, these big boards right now, like, you know, you're going to see this and you're going to think, oh, whoops, don't want to do that. You're going to think like, oh, well, this is so obvious, or, you know, this guy, like, how are you so wrong on a player? It's like, because the guy's 18 and a half years old, and then ultimately his career is going to be judged by how good he was at he's a 26, 27-year-old. Like half of G.G. Jackson's life is 9 years currently, and then 9 years from now is when he's going to be at his best. So it's like, he's got like a long ways to go in terms of age to really get to where he's going to be as a player. So like, if I'm wrong about him, I'm wrong about him, but I don't know. I think the style is a little bit of a clash with how the NBA works. Basketball Bear says, who do you think Miami's going to pick with 18? Omax Prosper is a good option. Otherwise, I think Nick Smith Jr. is a realistic chance as well. Jared here says, hot take, we will see a 5-team trade. This reminds me of my of the Discord mock that we did, where we had 5-team trades, 4-team trades. The money was a little bit up and down with if it was working or not, but who's the next I am him in this class? The next Austin Reeves. I think that realistically, like Jaime Jaquez has some of those qualities as a player. I think Amari Bailey has a lot of those qualities. Funny, I'm naming UCLA guys. I don't know. Keontae George, though, could be a player that like has some I'm him moments. We'll see. Elijah Martinez says Spurs trade with Orlando for number 11 and take Isaac's contract up. I don't think the Magic are that desperate to move Jonathan Isaac to the point where they'd give up 11 just to get off the money. Cole here says, any someone else besides Miller go at 4? If it's Wemby, Scoot, I'm M3. No, I think Miller's probably going 4 then in that scenario. Johnny says, do you watch much G League? Yes, I do. If so, what do you think is the future of Keita and Keon Ellis from the Kings? Can they play at the next level? Keita for sure can. I think Keon Ellis probably fits in as like a depth piece long term. But I think Keita can for sure be a backup big in the NBA. I liked Keita a lot in his draft. Windu says, thoughts on Trace Jackson Davis going in the first round? He should. Trace Jackson Davis is a perfect first round pick. I have him 15th on my board. Anywhere outside of the lottery, like, it's a good pick, in my opinion. Like, I think the lottery guys are a little separated. As you can tell, I got some of those purple bridges here that separate these guys. But I think, like, Trace Jackson Davis for me is a player that at 15 or after, I think should be in consideration. Now, I don't think the Hawks will take him at 15, but like should be in consideration at that spot going forward. As a Georgia fan, I saw Miller personally torch us this past year. Miller's great. Like, don't get me wrong. Miller's a really, really good player. I think, you know, has all NBA upside possibly, likely all-star level player. Like he warrants a top 4 or 5 pick. It's like in most years, he'd probably be number 2 or number 1, honestly. But like, maybe not number 1, but in most years he'd be like number 2 or number 3. And like, for me, seeing him as like the 4th best prospect, it seems like disrespectful. I think like people think about it that way because like a lot of buzz has been about him being maybe the number 2 pick and all that. Like, having an all NBA ceiling and all-star potential and like your floor just being barely under a high quality starter means that you're a fantastic prospect. So like, you know, that's the whole point of showing like this in the way that I did is like, if I just had Miller at 4, it seemed disrespectful, but with the way that I laid it out on my board here, like you can actually see like, oh, he's actually not that low on Miller. He thinks Miller is going to be pretty darn good because I think he is. He can shoot, he can handle a bit. He's got the length to become a decent defender. Like, I think he's going to be good. 49er Media, do you think anyone will shock us by taking someone too early? I wouldn't necessarily say too early. One of the videos I wanted to record for today that I just ended up not getting to because of streaming yesterday and some of the stuff going on. But when it comes to taking someone early or like perceived early, it'll be Orlando at 6. Orlando could shock some people at 6, I think. I'm not sure if they're going to, but I think they could. And if they do, that's gonna be like, it's gonna raise some eyebrows, but I think that they're gonna do what's good for their team. Zach here says, do you consume much NBA YouTube content? Any favorite channels? No, I really don't watch anyone on YouTube. Partially because I just don't have time to as much. Like in terms of like my leisure time, I have very little because I work and I do YouTube as basically a full-time job with the amount of time I put into it. So I don't. But it's not because I think, other people I'm sure have good content out there and stuff. I just don't have time to do it myself. Windu says, thoughts on Trace Jackson Davis going in the first round. Like that. I think we talked about that actually already. Rick here says, if Orlando picks what they like, tall, athletic, long arms, what's some trades or free agency pickups that could shore up some shooting? Well, here's the thing. They can get tall, athletic, and long arms with the right picks. If they take Taylor Hendricks at 6 and Grady Dick at 11, they get shooting and they get tall, they get athletic, they get long arms. Like Grady Dick, 6'8" in shoes. That's a big shooter. That's good. If they take Taylor Hendricks, he's 6'10" in shoes. Big shooter. That's good. Like that's, I think, the best draft for Orlando. Like assuming nothing like crazy happens and like super great players fall down the board. Like I think if you take Hendricks and you take Dick, they fit your team. They've got higher upside than I think what other people perceive. Like for me, like I think Hendricks is like at worst like a high quality starter. Like, and I think someone who is near all-star level player. Like feel very confident about that. Otherwise, like if they take Anthony Black, like their defense is going to be unreal. So like for shooting out there, like maybe they can find a way to get Seth Curry. Like, I don't know. Rogue here says, remember EJ Liddell last year was mocked in the first round and fell to the second round. Anything like that could happen in the second round in the draft this year. I'm interested to see what happens with Dariq Whitehead if he could fall to the second round because of some of the injury concerns. I'm also interested to see what happens with Nick Smith Jr. a little bit. But I don't know. Liddell last year was pretty surprising. Typically, stuff like that doesn't happen. Like, I don't know. For me to make mocks and get like as accurate as I am is, I think, relatively impressive. Especially, I don't look at other people's mocks or anything like other than your guys' when you share them with me toward the end of the process. But like, I think that it's I don't know. Last year Liddell falling was really surprising because I thought he was going to be a top 20 pick. So Zach here says, I'm really excited to see Liddell in the pros. I am too. I think Liddell's good. It was a really nice grab by the Pelicans. SP says, Cam Whitmore and Wendell Moore have identical shooting forms. I'll have to go and look at that. I have not seen that comparison. I will be back in just 30 seconds here, so I'll be right back with you. All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. I did have a little bit of a food delivery from my girlfriend. She brought over some goldfish, multicolored variety. Look at that. Very nice. That's a sickly green one. I got a red one here too. Look at that. And she made me looks like a turkey and cheese sandwich. So she's the best. Like I said before, she's the real MVP. So love that. Zach Aldridge here says, Jaime Hawk is minus 115 to go in the top 10. Can wish I could bet the no. Yeah, it's like pretty interesting that there's that much buzz around Hawkes. Like I understand like he's got some of those winning traits, but like in the top 20, it's just like maybe the Lakers at 17. Like I could see like maybe the Warriors at 19. Like if they're looking for like I don't know. The Heat at 18. Like people could argue that, but I don't know. I would rather just some upside swings for some of those teams there, honestly. Guilty says, you think there's any chance OKC makes a big move? They sit there with every pick. Miles Turner, I think, would be the perfect get. I don't see them making anything big like that. Mel says, can you include Shaden Sharp in your Toronto trades? No, because the Blazers will not do that. Double A says, what would it take for the Jazz to trade up and get Amen Thompson? It would take a lot of picks. It would take 9, 16, 28, and a little bit more to move up into the top 4, I think. Austin Law says, who do you think is the Andrew Nembhard of this draft in terms of early second round steal? I think Amari Bailey, if he falls to round 2, like, is a perfect example of that, actually. Otherwise, like, I mean, like, Marcus Sasser, I think, is going to have a role in the league where, like, he becomes, like, a nice backup guard. So there's some options out there. Hooligan here says, do you think Raptors will trade Pascal Siakam? Ultimately, my guess to that would be no, but I wouldn't be like completely taken aback if somehow something there materializes. We are just less than 200 subscribers away from 20,000, by the way. So let's try and get there today. That'd be awesome. Shondo says, Amani is so disrespected. I love Amani Bates. Amani Bates would be really good to the Suns. Would make some sense too. He has a relationship with Kevin Durant. Swiss says, do you think Coulibaly could go top 10? I think so. Orlando might be one of those teams that surprises people at 6 and takes him. Otherwise, like Utah at 9, I could see Washington, if they really like him, at 8. Wouldn't like shock me either. Alfred here says, Brandon Miller with Jabari would be nasty. Yeah, those two guys on the wing would be pretty good. Osman here says, possible Josh Primo scenario tonight. Yeah, so Primo, I remember I made a lot of Spurs fans mad when Primo got drafted, and I said it was a huge reach because I thought Primo was going to go in like the mid-20s, and they took him at 11, I believe, if my memory serves me right. That's one of the benefits I have is I have a very like great memory, very lively memory that lets me remember all of these things without having to re-look back at stuff and spend time researching some of those things like Primo in his draft position. But a player who could like sneak up this year that people aren't like really as sure on. Like I think Hood Schifino could surprise some people with how high he gets drafted. Otherwise, like I don't know. Like if a team feels like they love James Najee, like maybe that's like the big wow tonight. But I don't know. Zach here says I think it would be fun to pull up FanDuel Sportsbook just to look at the odds. They have first drafted head-to-head over under draft positions. Okay, let's go over to FanDuel then. I just wanted to see what thing you use because I don't bet much, if at all, actually. So, but I have interest in doing it. I just never actually find the time to just do it. Do I have to join the sportsbook to do this? Is there a way to just see the odds, or like do I actually have to like sign up? I might just have to sign up, and I can't even sign up in my state. Okay. Just see. Is there a way to just see FanDuel odds? I think there is, right? I don't know. It'd be fun to get that pulled up on stream. New York Retro says, which guy do you see going in the second round and become an all-star, aka Draymond or Manu? I don't really see one of those guys. Honestly, like Muhammad Gay maybe has like the best pathway to that. My camera, for some reason, is having issues focusing again. There we go. Not sure why it's doing that, but it's very there. Justin with the comment of the century. I like that. Archie says to not, or Aki says to not do that. Oh, man. Aiden here says, what's your favorite pick for the Pelicans? I've seen a lot of Jalen Hood-Schifino, but I personally don't like him at all. I don't mind Hood-Schifino. I prefer, like, best case scenario is Kobe Buffkin, I think. Or, like, Derek Lively as a developmental big would be good. Dustin here hits the pause on him. Georgia here says, what would you want Nico Harrison taking this draft for your beloved Mavs? I think a trade down would be best. Or like if they find a way, if the Mavs find a way to turn 10 into Capella and 15, I think that's a huge home run for them. Rick Aroni says, so if we get one of those players, we'll be set then. Thanks. Yeah. Eric says, pick number 4 and number 20 for OG Anunoby and pick 13. Oh, that's a huge one for the Raptors if they get that. Pick number 4 is a lot to give up for OG Anunoby. ITK says, for the chat only, Grady Dick and Leaky Black. What kind of league is this? That's a funny one. Gronk says, who's my favorite to win the finals next year? I think I'd feel kind of dumb to not just say the Denver Nuggets. 49er Media says, W girlfriend. Yeah, she's the best. Norton Rav with some more me pipe in there. SP says, who do you think will be the steal of the draft picks 20 through 58? I think it'll be Jalen Wilson. I like Wilson. Wilson's got good role. Like I think Andre Jackson Jr. is gonna be a guy that just like impacts winning. Him and Colby Jones, Seth Lundy I think is good value. Chris Livingston I think another player who's gonna be impactful. Georgia says W girlfriend, she's the second best girlfriend behind mine. That's a great comment there. That's how you keep the girlfriends happy. You gotta make positive comments like that. Sean here says if Brandon Miller drops to 4, could you see the Pacers making a move for him or one of the Houston wings since they will have so many? No, I don't think so. I think the Rockets would be happy to have a lot of wings. Baylor Bears says, who are the Rockets taking with their 2 first-round picks? Currently, I would project Brandon Miller 4th, and at 20, probably Jett Howard. Fort Andy says, I heard reports the Warriors were impressed with the maturity and polish in Jaquez's game. Yeah, they were also very impressed with Deni Avdija, though. And they wanted Deni Avdija in his draft and then did not draft Deni Avdija. They drafted James Wiseman. Obviously, they were picking second, but they could have traded down theoretically and moved out. So, JH15 says, could the Pelicans trade down? Theoretically, yes. I think it would be best for them to trade backward, actually. Michael Orlando says, Koulibaly at number 6 would be straight up bananas. Is he in the green room tonight? I need to look at the green room invites. Real quick, NBA draft, green room invites. So, don't love that. But here's the players that have been invited. Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, Brandon Miller, Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Ausar Thompson, Jarris Walker, Anthony Black, Taylor Hendricks, Grady Dick, Jalen Hood-Schifino, Cason Wallace, Keontae George, Derek Lively, Jordan Hawkins, Nick Smith Jr., Kobe Buffkin, Bilal Coulibaly. Chris Murray was invited but declined. Jett Howard, Jaime Jaquez was invited to the green room. Brandon Pajemski, Omax Prosper, Ryan Rupert, and Noah Clowney. So I think there's some definite second-round risks in there. Like Rupert could possibly fall the second round. Clowney definitely is a possibility. I think there's like a small chance Pajemski could, but I wouldn't bet on it. Jaquez possibly could, but yes, Coulibaly is in the green room tonight, which is interesting. Danny says, does Bilal Coulibaly make sense to the Spurs as a trade-up? I think so. It would be great for them. Elijah Martinez says, Primo and Luka Samanic are forbidden names in San Antonio. Yes, they are. That's a funny comment, Elijah. Hooligan says, am I the only one who isn't high on Am Black? No, there's others out there. There's other people out there. Israel Davila says, does OKC have a chance to get Taylor Hendricks? He would be awesome. If they find a way to do it, that would be really great. They really should try and find a way. Here we go. I think I've got the NBA draft odds now. Victor Wembanyama is a minus 50,000 to go first overall. I wonder how many people have bet on like these other guys to go. Let's get this on the stream. I think this is actually gonna be really good to share. Looking at some of the draft odds. This is a great idea, Zach, by the way. So thank you, Zach. This is to win Rookie of the Year. It was minus 160. That's plus 120. Really? No way. You guys should go bet on Victor Wembanyama to win Rookie of the Year. Like, I don't want to tell people what to do with their money, but oh my gosh. If this is like an actual thing, like plus 120 to win Rookie of the Year, that's unreal. That's unreal odds. That's unreal. But yeah, look at his odds to go first overall. It's ridiculous. Okay, number 2 now. Brandon Miller. So Scoot Henderson's actually the favorite on FanDuel at minus 420. Definitely significant. And then Amen Thompson plus 170 now. So the odds are sliding in that direction, which is very interesting. Amen Thompson's the favorite to go 4th. Brandon Miller's in contention as well at number 4. And then number 5, this is the one I'm really interested in seeing. Ausar's the favorite at number 5. Interesting. With Jarris, Cam Whitmore. Interesting grouping. Number 6, favorite. There is no like true favorite. There's a favorite for Anthony Black, but there's no odds on favorite, like minus whatever. So number 6 seems like the opening. Anthony Black is who they have in there right now, though. But very interesting. I still can't believe this. That's kind of insane. But interesting to look at for sure for a betting perspective. Danny here says, the Raptors fan, they need to break everything, no retool or run it back. I wish I see something tonight, but don't believe it. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to do anything crazy either. Is Brown on $300 million 5-year contract the worst contract in the league? No, I don't think so. Polar Bliss says, please, Raptors, do something. It's time for this era to end. Napier says, thoughts on Utah trading 9 and 16 for Orlando's 6th pick. I like that a lot for Utah if they're able to get that done. But I don't think that they necessarily have to. Like, I don't know. I like Utah moving up if there's like a guy that they love. But like, I think at 9 you're going to get a good player. Brian here says, will you be live during the draft? Yes, I will be, Brian. I'll be giving my live reaction. Aiden here says, I think Keontae George will be one to drop and have a really nice future. I hope so. I hope Keontae George ends up having a great career. Anthony Vasquez says another interesting thing I saw was Spurs could possibly sign Jakob again. Would be interesting to see. Jay Lorden says, do you think Blazers could potentially end up going with Amen? Yeah, I very much think so. I think that's very much in consideration. And if you look at the odds, like Zach's been filling us in on before this, let me update quick, actually. I'll make sure that we're staying up to date on everything. Number 3 overall pick, Amen Thompson plus 170. So at first, Zach shared that he was at plus 2,100. So very interesting thing too. I'm going to actually send out a tweet quick that I think I want to share. So I'm going to be tweeting real quick. I need to move some of this stuff. I'm kind of in like asset management mode right now, trying to move some of the stuff around like food and everything. Okay. For Zach Aldridge, Zach, I'm tweeting at you here on Twitter because you deserve it. Pick in the 2023 NBA draft has shifted from plus 2,100 to start the day down to currently plus 170 on some betting sites. All right, well, tweet is sent. Very interesting. Zach Aldridge is our reporter on that, so shout out to him. Zadrian here says Jett Howard NBA draft pick for the Lakers. I would like him for the Lakers a lot. Really would. Justin says no Leonard Miller in the green room. I know that was an interesting thing that he was not invited. I don't understand why, but that's ultimately what happened. I think he should have been invited. Jay here says, not draft related, but explain why Middleton turned down $40 million, please. Because he's going to sign a 4-year deal, and it's going to not be worth $40 million a year probably, but it's going to be worth a lot of money overall. So Gronk here says, am I high on Hawkins? Not really, but I think he has a very portable NBA skill set that's going to work very well in the NBA. Apto says, did anyone else know that Shams gets paid by FanDuel and can manipulate the odds through his tweets? Kind of sketchy. No. Does he actually, like, I guess, yeah, he's probably sponsored by them, isn't he? That is actually very strange. I don't really like that. That's very weird to me. I'm not a fan of that whole idea, which I haven't really thought about. That's a good point. Georgia here says, what do you think the future for Murray is in Atlanta? I think that they'll find a way to keep him. Elijah here says, I think you put thank you backwards. I did. Let me go over to this quick. Thank you is backwards, but it's because my camera's mirrored. So this is my right hand. It's on my right side, but typically the camera's already mirrored anyway. So I had to write this backward so that it would actually work. So funny little note, funny little side note. I've not seen this. Oh, that's an interesting little picture up here in the corner. Look at that. I like that. We're learning all the new little tricks here on my streaming service. That's great. Okay, moving on now to John Nash. He says, what's the prospect of Houston or Detroit trading up with the Blazers? Houston or Detroit trading up with the Blazers? I don't really see it very likely. Houston won't. Detroit, I don't think that there's a need for them to either. Justin Ford said, who's your favorite player from the 2024 draft? It's Matas Puzelis. I've liked Matas Puzelis for a very, very long time. I think he's a really good player. Basement Dweller, my audio is working on my end, I'm very certain of. So make sure you guys are, if you're having an issue with the audio, just try refreshing the page, and it should be working just fine for you. Zach Aldridge says should bet $50,000 on Wemby to be the first pick to win $100. Yeah, like I saw someone the other day, like there was $1 million bet or something for them to win like a couple $100, and it's just like, I don't know, to do that, it's just like you're kind of taking a big risk for like no reason. Like if you have $1 million to bet, like what does a couple $100 do for you? I don't know. Jay here says range for Grady, I would say as low as or as high as 6 to Magic and as low as 12 to the Thunder. So I would say like even though 12 is a higher number in like counting than 6, use 6 as your high number because that's like higher in the draft. So high as 6 with Magic makes sense, and I would say as low as 14 to the Pelicans. I would be a little bit lower on his low, but overall it's fairly good. Matthias Dev here says thoughts on Day'Ron Holmes. So Holmes didn't come out in this draft. Went back to Dayton. I'm a Dayton Flyers fan myself, actually. He has a really good right hook. He's very strong. Steps up to the three-point line decently well. He had some big shots this year for them. Bailed them out of possessions at the end of shot clocks a little bit. But I think him going back to college was good for him. I think he needs another year to develop, honestly. Elijah here says, who do you personally want Mavs to trade the pick? My preference, my best case scenario that's being realistic, obviously not projecting Wembanyama at 10. I think the only one that has a slight possibility of happening that I would really fall in love with is Taylor Hendricks. If we get Taylor Hendricks at 10, it's a massive home run. It's an A+ grade, and I'd be very happy. DraftKings has Chet Holmgren at plus 450 for Rookie of the Year next season. Chet Holmgren's an interesting Rookie of the Year. Odds makers must have peeped your mocks. That's a great tweet, Zach. Oh my goodness, that made me laugh. Where was I think Zach had another funny comment I wanted to put on the screen too. Where was it? Oh yeah, official NBA source going on my resume now. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing that you were sharing. I wouldn't have seen that without you sharing it. So definitely felt like I had to source you on that because it's a really interesting development that he's grown that much. And that's the point where he's actually more likely to go third now over Scoot Henderson, which I think is very important note. I don't know. This is something I like. Think about it. So let's say we're making our parlay here. I don't understand what that is, but we're just gonna do. Let's just do what, $5 per bet here. I just want to see what $5 wins 1 penny. Let's just throw it in there anyway. So let's put Scoot Henderson here. And then let's do, I don't know. I just want to see how this works. I've never done anything like this. So how do I turn it into a parlay? Oh, they can't be combined into a parlay. Oh, tough. Okay. So betting this is not a good way to bet then, because winning 1 penny here does nothing for me. Interesting. But I don't know. I'm fairly new to betting. I don't bet very much. I've never used FanDuel at all. So I don't know. It's interesting. Mundane Morsel says, I think those Wemby odds are wrong, bro. I see it minus 225 for Rookie of the Year. Interesting. Let me, should I go to DraftKings odds? Let's see what DraftKings has for NBA draft odds. I'm very curious of that. NBA 2023 draft. Here we go. This is an interesting site too. So let's go ahead. We're gonna stop that share and we're gonna put on a different one. It's funny, this left me in the corner, which I didn't know I was gonna do that, but here we are in the corner. Okay. Your picks will show up here. Okay. So first overall pick, minus 20,000 only. So I'd actually win 10 cents. Or, oh no, that's my minimum bet. But if I put 5, oh, look at that. That's terrible. Okay. Second overall, Scoot. So they just don't let you parlay top picks, which is tough, I guess. Amin Thompson plus 200 here. Very interesting. And then Brandon Miller at this spot. Let's see, what does $100 down look like? So you'd end up walking out with, if you bet $400 across the board, you'd end up walking out with a lot of money because of these two right here, which is interesting. But I don't know. Not going to bet, but definitely interesting, something to watch for. It's interesting that Wembanyama has any odds. Maxwell Lewis has the same odds of being the third overall pick as Victor Wembanyama. I don't even know how these people decide certain things. It's kind of funny. But very, very interesting in general. Smoke here says, can you please show everyone my mock draft? It's on Discord. Yeah, let's go over to the Discord real quickly. Make sure you guys do join the Discord if you haven't already. I would love to have you guys in there. Also, a huge shout out to everyone that is in here right now, just hanging out. Let's go over to the Discord and we'll take that off and let's go ahead and share this on there now. Okay, great. Hopefully it just logs me in. Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's go over to Utility Sports Basketball Discord. Remember, if you want this, you got to join using this link right here. Let me share this with you guys. Definitely recommend using this to join our Discord. Goes a long way in helping out the channel and just kind of getting into a good basketball community in general where you can talk some hoops with everyone. Aiden here says, what do you think about Brooklyn sending 21 and 22 to the Pels for 14 and Kyra Lewis? Not like the worst. Could be a way to move up into the lottery. The Pelicans, though, the issue is they have 14 players under contract already, so they don't need 2 picks. So that's like the only thing I would say that that's not going to happen then because of that. Let's go to NBA mock discussion. Interesting. This is a interesting laid out segment here. I'm trying to find what channel did you put your mock in. I'm trying to find it. We got a lot of people joining too in the Discord. That's awesome to see. Glad to have you guys all in there. I'm in 3, Miller, or Scoot falling to Houston, probably Miller. W Discord. That's what I'm saying. W Discord right here. Thanks, Zach. Where did you? I don't know where to find where you put your mock. Mel says, any Cat trades you see happening? Oh, I think Cat's going to stay in Minnesota, unfortunately. Bob Charlie says, who do you think the Raptors will draft at 13th? I think the Raptors would prefer Kobe Buffkin or Cason Wallace. Cole here says, Jarris at 10 is my home run pick, but Hendricks and Black would be immediate impact players in Dallas. Jarris has more upside that I could see him living up to in Dallas, but I think Hendricks is going to be, or I think Jarris is going to be off the board by 7. Jeremiah says, what did I miss? You didn't really miss much. We've just been talking about some, draft possibilities, some trades. Hyping up the Discord right now. Make sure you guys join that. Troy here says, defensively, who's better between Amen and Black? I know the athleticism of Amen gives him higher potential, but in-game currently, who do you think? I think Black is probably the best perimeter defender in the draft right now. For one stop, who would I take? I'd probably choose Ant Black. No rookie means you actually play. Remember Ben Simmons versus Spider. It doesn't matter if you're a technically second-year player as long as you haven't played. Okay, so here's his draft. He's got Victor Wembanyama 1, Brandon Miller to the Hornets 2, Cam Whitmore 3 to the Blazers. Okay, so this is kind of wild. Scoot Henderson 4 to the Rockets. He must be Smoke must be a Rockets fan here. Wow, he has Amen falling all the way to 6. I don't think this is going to happen. Okay, I think that this is very unlikely. I would say 99.999% unlikely. Nick Smith Jr. goes 9. Okay. Koulibaly goes 10. Hendricks falls to 11. Najee goes at 12. Okay. I don't think this is very likely, to be honest. I don't think that this will happen. Zach says, don't worry about it. It just means that if the odds change some as you're building the parlay, it won't notify you. Oh, okay. Interesting. Not allowing the picks to be parlayed is so lame. Yeah, honestly, I'm sure part of it is their concern of obviously if they're projecting someone to be pick 1, then they're gonna have build their pick out of that off of that at 2, 3, 4, whatever. But I don't know, it just seems kind of stupid, honestly. Smoke, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, Smoke. But I just think your top is a little different. Brendan here says, made it so weird not having a lottery pick and having to wait till 24. Hey, that's a good thing for the Kings. Kings should be so happy. Zach says, proud that I have profited from my FanDuel. That's a real challenge right there. That shows high intelligence if you're able to profit against the house. That's really difficult to do. D Brown says, salute. D Brown, welcome to have you in here. Glad to see you. Taylor Hendricks says, Taylor Hendricks, springy Paul Millsap. That's an interesting comp. I think Hendricks protects the rim better than Millsap ever did, but kind of with the springiness, I see what you're going for a little bit. Chaco 2K says, hot take, top 10 pick next year is Zach Edey. He will not go in the top 10. Matt Bibby said, who are the Wizards picking at 8 if Black is off the board? My assumption would be Elsar Thompson. Hassle Free says, where do you see Whitmore going? I think 5 to the Pistons is where I feel most comfortable. Aiden Orgeron says, how about Sabonis to the Pels for Jonas Valanciunas, Garrett Temple, Najee Marshall in the 14th pick plus a 25 Milwaukee pick? Not happening. The Kings are not trading Domantas Sabonis. They very much so like him there in the organization. Look at this little mushroom cup. Very pretty. My girlfriend brought me some coffee. She makes some really good coffee, actually. That's really good. And I'm not much of a coffee person, so. Miggy says the Blazers will draft and not trade. That's how I have felt about it. I've been saying that for, about a month on the channel. Ninja Kip says, who do you think has the highest upside that you see going in the second round? For second round, highest upside, like Imani Bates probably, if we're being realistic. Kuzma has been linked to the Kings for a couple of seasons. He's a free agent. Do the Kings sign him? Probably would require a sign and trade. But I could see it. Hassle-free says, who do you see the Magic taking at 6? My current assumption has been Taylor Hendricks out of UCF. Keep the local kid in state. Very close to Orlando, UCF, and Orlando very close in proximity. I think he fits the roster. I think his talent level as a role player fits them too. That's my preference for them. Norman Rad says, what kind of trajectory of a player would be Wemby's floor comparison? Wemby's floor is Kristaps Porzingis. Like, if everything goes wrong, that's what Wembanyama turns into, which is why he's so good. Beast Boy says, who do you think Grizzlies taking at 45? Since I perfectly know how the board's going to fall, to be honest, a really good fit for them that fits like the way that they like to play is Oscar Tshiebwe. He would be a pretty interesting pick at 45. Otherwise, like Ricky Council IV could be good. I could see them look for like a backup point guard. So like Marcus Sasser, maybe Traquavion Smith for like an upside thing. I don't know. Don't love any of those though. Or do you think the Grizzlies can move up because they have 45 and 46? I think Grizzlies moving up would be smart. Do the Grizzlies actually have 45 and 46 though? Let me look up the NBA draft order. I have like the whole first round perfectly down. They don't have 46. 46 is Atlanta's. So, 56. Oh, shoot. Yeah, they do have 56. You're right. I completely misread that on stream. I mean, maybe like they could probably slide up a little bit. We'll see. Brendan says, who do you have Spurs taking at 1? For the Spurs, I have them taking Victor Wembanyama at 1. Breaking news, by the way. KHL says Thunder trading up. I don't think so. Zadriel says Chris Paul going to the Lakers. I think so. Emil says after how many hours? I've been streaming for over 3 hours here, so I'm not sure what your question is for after, but who would be a good replacement for Marcus Smart? With pick 25, like he's a different player, but like Ryan Rupert has some of the tools that you're looking for like defensively. Omax Prosper would be a great pick for them. I would really like his physicality there. I wouldn't even hate like Ben Shepherd or Amari Bailey. Both of them would be good. That's it was a good question. Brendan, you asked me that. My brain didn't process it. Oh, the draft is in 5 hours. The draft is exactly 5 hours from now. Victor says, how is your scouting future coming along? Any big plans past the channel? Yeah, so actually kind of an announcement. I'm in the process of starting this up. It's probably going to air within the next couple of weeks, which I'm very excited about. I'm typing it in the chat so you guys can see it. Just hold on 1 second. This is going to be something that is in the works for something I want to kind of turn to in addition to the videos on the channel. I want to make a little bit quicker form content that is easier for you guys to like ingest and read and do something with via a website. So I'm in the process and it's going to have articles. It's going to talk about prospects a lot, probably once a week on NBA prospects. So like starting for next year, like my first article will probably be on Matas Buzelis. And I'll work from there, and it'll be kind of breakdowns on what the players are good at, what areas they need to improve, what I'm looking for this next year. And it'll be kind of like a Substack on those kinds of things, team profile breakdowns for NBA teams, look at NBA plays, common actions, those kind of things. So that's kind of the like next step to answer your question, Victor. Like this is the next thing that I'm looking to do, which I am excited about because I think it would be pretty good for you guys as an option. And I think it's going to work out pretty good. Any news about the Lakers? As of right now, nothing new on the Lakers, Anthony. Jamal says, I see you're a bit of a sneaker guy. What's your favorite pairs or top 3? So for playing basketball, as you can tell, I've got a lot of Hardens right here above my finger. That's the Harden Volume 5s, I think, or is that those might be my 6s? Those are hardened volume 6s. No, my hardened volume 6s are. I'm trying to figure out how to do this with my finger. Hardened volume 6s, hardened volume 5s, hardened volume 4s. I've got some hardened volume 3s off stream right here. So yeah, I've got a lot of sneakers. Those I love hardens. I love playing in hardens. Gronk says, "Do you watch the NFL?" I do a little tiny bit. I used to watch it more, but I've kind of turned into mostly an NBA guy. Which I always preferred the NBA, but now I'm like diehard committed to it. So Matt Bibby says, "Which top 10 prospect is most likely to fall? Also, biggest riser that will shock fans." Top 10 guy that's most likely to fall, like probably Grady Dick, because he's like the 10th guy. So like, could he fall to 13? Yeah. Gronk, I actually have a video up on the channel of me playing basketball. Let me see if I can find that quick, actually, and I'll send a link in here, and then you can go watch it and come back. It's pretty funny. It's some of me playing in high school, but it's mostly me playing in let's see. How do I share this? I need to get a shareable link here somehow. I'm struggling with some of this stuff. I don't understand why. I don't know. I'm just struggling more than I usually do with some of this. It's just, if you go to the channel and just look up literally just clips of me playing basketball 2+ years ago. Here, let me copy this. Here's the title. Just like look that up on YouTube, and my video will probably pop up. Basketball Mute Man wants to know, Sheldon, you ordering pizza for this draft? Yes, actually, Michael here. Let's get some more Michael hype in the chat. He sent $25 earlier on at the beginning of the stream for pizza and drinks, and he said go Magic. So let's get some more Magic hype in the chat. But again, if you look that up, that'll take you where you want to go. Kai says, I'm French. Well, congratulations on that. Zach said, not sure if you saw my comment yesterday, but I would love breakdowns of free agents, draft picks, fits into sets that their new team runs or sets that they've run in the past that could be brought. Yeah, we could I would definitely love to do that. I've got a lot of fun plans with some of the analytics stuff that I have access to. So I think that there'd be a lot of good things that I could showcase and show in writing that just in video format, it's just hard for me to mass produce stuff, I produce a lot. I mean, I post video pretty much every single day, or I live stream the days that I don't post. But it's very time consuming, and I put a lot of work into it. But I do think that overall, I just think that having written form content would be really good too. So I think that this is a great example of something I would like to do, because fits are something that is really underexplored in writing. I don't think we talk about fit enough, and how a player who has tangible skills to do stuff that a team likes to do, how important that is. Q Hicks says, you don't like Chris Murray to Boston? No, I do, but I think the Kings would take him at 24 before the Celtics would even have a chance. Grande Poppy says, who takes Jaime Jaquez? There's been rumors about the Heat and the Warriors at 18 and 19. I think he's one of the wider range players though. Moke says, Osar Thompson, you are a Detroit Piston. We'll have to watch to see what happens with that. Justin Ford says, what teams are traded up and what teams are trading down? For that, I think just realistically, the most likely teams to trade up would probably be Utah, because they have 16 and 28. Otherwise, you could look at a team like Houston or Brooklyn, who have multiple assets or future assets, can make moves up. Those are probably the most likely situations. My realistic dream for Mavs, realistic dream trade for the Mavs at 10 is Capella and 15 for 10. That's a huge win for the Mavs, in my opinion. Eric Wynn says, not draft related, but did you hear Şengün is apparently a 7-footer now? Yeah, Şengün I think is just a really good player. I think Şengün's going to be awesome. Michael says, it's pizza or wings for me tonight during the draft. What are you guys having? Yeah, drop your food down below. Let me know what you're going to have. Gremlin wants to know red sauce or Alfredo. Alfredo pizza is smack. That's literally the best thing ever. So while we're going through it, it's just going to be Alfredo pizza, chef's kiss. You know what I mean? Maurice Drake says, do you think the Bulls find a way in the draft to move Levine or DeRozan? Appreciate you. Well, first of all, Maurice, appreciate you. Thank you so much for being in here with us today. And when it comes to finding a way in the draft, I think like if they could move one or both of them, it would be really good for them long term. James wants to know who the Rockets are going to take. It's going to be one of Amen Thompson or Brandon Miller, whoever's available for them at 4. Where do I think Elsar goes? I think Washington would be my current mock selection spot for them. Pedro Arzola says, I can see the Magic making a play-in push next year. Do you agree? I think so. I think that they're pretty close, honestly. I think that they're pretty close. Wissam says, do you think Marcus Noel is going to get drafted? Probably not, but he'll be a two-way guy. He should be in the league. He's talented enough. B says, who would you take between Leonard Miller and Omax? I prefer Leonard Miller, but I think Omax Prosper is going to be really good too. Brendan Sutherland said, will there be any more trades before the start of the draft and making steak tacos, boys? Well, look at that. Brendan's cooking for everybody, he said, making some steak tacos for everyone. Thank you, Brendan. You're going to have to ship them out to us, and hopefully they get there on time for the draft. But we'll have to do some same-day shipping. But that sounds really good. And I don't think there's going to be any more trades before the draft, but I think once the draft starts, we'll get a pretty good flurry of deals. But you never know. Like the whole Porzingis thing came together pretty quickly at first. So we'll see. Spade says, I'll be half asleep. The draft is at 2:30 a.m. for me. Here's the thing, Spade. This is what you got to do right now. You got to turn the volume down on your phone or whatever you're watching on. Let the stream run. Okay, don't turn off the stream, but go take like a quick hour nap and then come back so you're refreshed, revitalized for the draft, okay? That's the best move to do. We don't turn off the stream, okay? I need you on here. New York Retro says Buffalo wings with blue cheese and coffee cake for dessert. That sounds quite good. Big Sully Boy says, what do you think of Raptors trading 13th to the Nets for 21 and 22? I feel like this is something Masai Ujiri would do. It's not bad. Getting 2 assets for 1 is not a bad outcome at all. Man, my girlfriend made some really good coffee. Holy cow. And I'm not a coffee person, but I actually really love what she made. Zach Aldridge says, I don't know about food, but I'm going to crush some Sun King cream ale for sure. Try and say that 10 times fast. Holy cow. Maurice Drake says, how far do you think Whitehead falls? He could be a steal. I think his floor is probably 30, which is pretty generic and broad. So that's the thing is I hate giving – I when people ask, I don't want to be I think he could go from – pick 12 to pick 30 because it's okay, well, you might as well just say he gets drafted tonight. It's such a wide range, but honestly, he's one of the prospects that I think that's realistically the most possible thing. Zach Aldridge says, I don't know about food, but I read this one. Whoops. Tim Preston says, hey, it's time. Keep updating me, please. So right now it's 2 p.m. Central Time, and the draft is at The draft is at 7 p.m. Central Time, so we're a little bit under 5 hours away. Mel says, can you talk about the excitement surrounding the draft? So I'm stoked for the draft. And the excitement this year is that, one, it's super, super talented at the top, but it's also deep. And there's players that you can get from anywhere, honestly, in my opinion, in this draft. A pick between 1 and 50 in this draft should be valuable. There's 50 players that I think are going to have, legit careers in this draft. And even after that, there's guys who have the traits to grow into being good players. View says draft day is the best day of basketball year, in my opinion, besides free agency. I think it's even more fun than free agency. We see more trades today. I see a lot of crazy stuff. So, Aggie Dragon says, feels like you'll be calling her your wife soon. God, I can't read right now. I don't know what's going on with me, but yeah, probably soon, honestly. Don't tell her I said that yet, but we're working there. We're working there. Inside the Horseshoe podcast said, my hope is the Bulls trade DeRozan for a pick in the 20s and a young player that has size or can shoot. Point guard would be nice too. I mean, yeah, the Bulls, I just don't think they're heading in the right direction as they're currently constituted. T Smart said, are you trying to get a job inside of an NBA team in the future? I mean, I'd love to. That's one of the best case scenarios, but ultimately I like doing my own thing too. If there's not a job that materializes for me, I feel like I'm going to find success for what I'm doing currently anyway. I feel like I'm in the pathway that I want to be on. I work very hard to do what I do, and ultimately, if a team values that, I'd love to work for a team. I'd love to help a team in any way that I possibly can, whether that's through talent evaluation, even G League assistant coach, whatever it is. I'd love to do anything, and I feel like I have the skill set to do any of those things. But we're growing. We're learning. I'm 23 years old, so I feel like I got time. Cooper Shannon says, what do you think OKC does tonight, given Presti's history of draft day trades? I think that they stay put, to be honest, and I think that they take a good player. There's going to be options there that they like. They're going to take one of them. New York Retro says, how soon after the draft do you start preparing your 2024 NBA mock? This is a great question. 2024 NBA mock will be out tomorrow. Way too early mock. I've been watching the prospects already. I have a really good feel in the class for next year. Obviously, things change. We're going to have to be adaptive to it as the year goes, and as we start to see the players playing college. Some guys go up the board, some guys fall down. I think like a great example of that this year is Dariq Whitehead, Nick Smith Jr., two guys who were very high on my early mock, and then now seem like more likely non-lottery first-round picks. But the best time to learn about the prospects is right away after this draft. So 2024 mock is going to be out tomorrow, and then we're going to also be live during free agency. Having a lot of fun time about the potential signings of players and all that. So a lot of live streams over the next few days as well. Swiss says, did you see that the Warriors are engaged in trade talks for Poole? I didn't. Well, I just saw it now. Yahoo just literally popped up on my phone. Golden State is actively engaged in trade talks regarding Jordan Poole. That would be good for them. Jordan Poole is not good for the Golden State Warriors. I think Jordan Poole is good for other teams. I think he's got the traits that work with other teams. I don't think he should continue to be a Golden State Warrior, to be honest. Pretty Boy Nick says, who would you rather the Thunder select? Kobe Buffkin, Lively, or Bilal? Praying it's neither of these guys, but out of all of them, I'd rather have Lively. I think Buffkin is pretty good. I like Buffkin. Good luck, says Aki Dragon. Thank you. Appreciate that. Jack MCM says, any dark horse pick for the Raptors? Trace Jackson Davis. No. Excuse me. Wrong hyphenated name. I've done this like 800 times this year. Jalen Hood-Schifino, not Trace Jackson. Jalen Hood-Schifino, I think would be a dark horse Raptors selection that no one's talked about a ton, but I think he's got the size that Masai Ujiri would value. IDKI says the draft starts in 5 hours or in 6 hours from now. The draft starts in less than 5 hours. Gronk says, just watch the highlights player comp Manu Ginobili with Kurt Rambis goggles. Look at that. Yeah, back in high school, I was repping the big goggles, but now I've ditched those. I just play my glasses, and I still kick people's butts. No one can guard me at my lifetime. Anthony Morales says, what is up, bro? Been away, but I'm here again. How's the coaching going? Coaching's been great. In 2 years of coaching high school basketball, my team is 43-8, I think. First year I went 23-3, and then last year I went 20-5. So 43-8. So we've been good. Coaching's been good. Anthony, I'm glad to have you back in here. Norman says, should the Lakers part ways with LeBron? He's already talked about his next journey with the Warriors. I don't think the Lakers are going to part with LeBron. Oh my gosh, we have a trade. Holy cow, we have a trade. Oh my goodness. Let's get this on stream right now. Holy cow. That is crazy. Let me update the title. I need to see what it is, but holy cow. Oh my goodness. That is absolute insanity. Oh my goodness. Woo! Okay, I'm going to be reacting to it. I'm updating the title right now. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say to that. Wow. Wizards trade Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. For Jordan Poole and future draft assets. Oh my goodness. That is absolute insanity, and it's a crazy deal. Oh my goodness, guys. I can't right now, I can't even think right now. I can't even think. This is insane. Absolute Woj bomb. Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors. He's returning to California, and this is absolute insanity. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, oh my gosh. I'm going to update the thumbnail real quick. Okay, you guys just bear with me for a second. Holy cow. Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior. I could not imagine that. That is just unreal. Absolutely unreal. Oh my gosh. Chris Paul. Oh my goodness. I'm going to update the thumbnail. Bear with me for a second. We're going to break this down. We're going to get my live grades and everything. Holy cow. I
I am so taken aback right now. It's unreal. It's unreal what we are seeing. Holy cow. Jordan Poole has been traded. And so has, oh my gosh, Jordan Poole trade. Wizards. This is mental, actually. The NBA is always dramatic. The NBA is always unnecessarily dramatic, and I just cannot believe this in any sense of the amount of. This is just unreal. Like I don't even know what to do with this. Like this is crazy to me. So Chris Paul is now a Golden State Warrior, as Brady Thompson is saying. Oh my gosh, Woj nuke. Holy cow. Let's see if we have an update on the compensation here. Sham Sharani has a tweet. Warriors are sending Jordan Poole a protected first-round pick in 2030 and a second-rounder in 2027 to the Wizards for Chris Paul. This is a home run trade for the Washington Wizards, who ultimately have landed Jordan Poole. Oh my gosh, they turned Beal into so much, actually. They've done such a good job. Oh my gosh. This is unreal. Absolutely unreal. I can't even I don't even know what to say. Like it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Oh my gosh. This is such a crazy trade. Okay. So let's break this down here a little bit as we're going. Welcome everyone to the stream. This is absolutely insane. I can't believe this. Wow, what a trade. Talk about blowing it up. No kidding. This is unbelievable. Gronk here saying Warriors got scammed. CP3 wants the ring. Daquan Davis says draft nights like the trade deadline might even be crazier, honestly. This is unreal. This is actually unreal what we're seeing here on the channel right now. So I'm still in the process of updating the stream and everything, but oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. Massive trade, absolutely a massive trade, one that I just did not foresee coming, especially prior to the draft today, but it's one that Mike Dunleavy makes a massive change to the organization, and one that we're going to see if it pans out for him or not, but this is a lot to give up for Chris Paul. It's a lot to give up for a guy who's well past the prime of his career. We'll see if it ends up being worth it for them or not. But oh my goodness, Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior now. Not exactly what I was expecting. But here we are. Chris Paul is in Golden State. Wizards are doing a fantastic job. Michael Winger, the Wizards aren't going to win very many games this year. Michael Winger deserves Executive of the Year. What he is doing is phenomenal, and it's unreal. He has turned everything into value. Everything he has touched has turned to gold. This is great value. Warriors are sending Jordan Poole a protected first-round pick in 2030 and a second-rounder in 2027 to the Wizards for Chris Paul. This is a Wizards robbery. Fire Mike Dunleavy immediately. Oh, man, Dunleavy. Winger took some notes from Brad Stevens last night, says Patrick. What's Paul's contract? Paul is making a lot of money for this year. He's at $28 million, which is partially why. So Jordan Poole makes this money work. This is the deal. Let's go ahead and see if there's any new notifications on Twitter. Let's go back to Woj, see if he has anything. Deal is agreed on. He has no actual information yet. Let's go back to Shams. I trust this information. Shams has been doing a good job recently. I think Shams has been doing a great job reporting a lot of stuff. So this is a mega deal. This is a mega deal, and the Wizards now have a guy who I think is going to become retradable. Jordan Poole had a tumultuous season, really terrible situation for Jordan Poole this past year. This doesn't affect signing Draymond. They can re-sign Draymond with bird rights. Way to start your tenure at Golden State, Mike, says Ryan. No CP3 to the Lakers. Kyrie, Draymond. So Ryan Rollins is also going to Washington as part of the deal. So the Warriors also give up a young player in Ryan Rollins, who was drafted out of Toledo last year. Very interestingly, not like it's a crazy big piece or anything, but it's another little asset here. So this is the framework of the deal. right here. Golden State is also trading 2022 second rounder Ryan Rollins to Washington as part of the Poole CP3 deal. This is absolutely insane. Welcome everyone to Utility Sports. We're going to be giving my trade grade here in just a little bit, but I think the Wizards have positioned themselves very, very well now, ultimately dealing out Bradley Beal, getting pick swaps and a bunch of second rounders for him from the Suns. They also were able to get Chris Paul, who they were able to then reflip to Golden State. Now for Jordan Poole, a former first-round pick, someone who's on a big contract, probably a little bit of an overpaid contract, but they also, out of that, get a protected first in 2030, which means that this is not going to be final. This trade's not going to be finalized until after the draft this year, because currently 2030 firsts are untradeable. But after this draft cycle, those will become tradable. So we're going to not see this trade finalized until at earliest tomorrow. And they also get a second rounder in 2027. So the Wizards have brought in a massive amount of second round picks. This is the 7th second rounder that they have acquired in the last week. Actually in the last 4 days, because they got a second rounder as well last night for Kristaps Porzingis. They now get a first round pick as well in this deal. They've acquired 2 first round pick swaps from Phoenix. They have done a fantastic job. This is a masterclass by Michael Winger, who is doing a great job changing the tide, moving the future of the Washington Wizards from what I had initially perceived as the worst future in the NBA. When you had looked at, they have Porzingis and Kuzma destined for free agency and Beal on the worst contract in the league. They've been able to finesse and finagle the Phoenix Suns and now the Golden State Warriors into 2 really beneficial trades for them that I think really kind of solidify the future of Washington basketball. I think Jordan Poole is going to be destined to have a very good year for Washington. I think he will be featured. And as Patrick is saying here, Winger learned under Sam Presti. Winger has really good long-term experience in the NBA in a lot of front offices that have a lot of talent. You think about working under Sam Presti. You also think about working under Jerry West and Lawrence Frank, who's a former executive of the year. He's done a great job. He's done a fantastic job. Michael Winger. Out. Okay, sorry, I had to send a tweet quick because I wanted to get a tweet out there. But oh my goodness, Josh says, "Will you stream the draft? Because I do not have any cable to any streaming service." Yes, you'll be able to hear the draft here. This will be the best place to be for the draft. But oh my goodness, that is absolutely incredible. Just a great job in general for what we've seen so far from Michael Winger, who is, again, like I said, giving a master class in team building, team reconstruction. And they haven't, up to this point, they had been very reluctant to take in long-term money, but clearly they felt like this was a must-deal trade because getting Jordan Poole, albeit on a very long contract, very expensive contract, they feel like they could probably recoup his value and turn him back into a player that a year ago everyone was very high on. After a kind of rough year, given the situation with Draymond Green, this is a really good move for the Washington Wizards because they're going to be able to turn Jordan Poole into a center point player, a focus player. He's going to run a ton of high pick and rolls, and he's going to be utilized in a way that he's going to be able to put up 25 points a game next year, probably. Now, are they going to win a lot? Probably not. But that's good anyway for Washington, who does not need to win a bunch of games. No, I do not think this has any draft ramifications. This does not impact this draft at all. The Wizards are going to draft based off of their board. The Warriors, the only thing it tells me is they're not drafting a point guard at 19, which I already felt like they weren't doing that anyway. Wavy Clamps, the Warriors better draft Trace Jackson Davis. If the Warriors pass on Trace Jackson Davis, who's the most NBA-ready player that will be available for them, it's a loss. It's a huge loss, in my opinion now. Wavy Clamp says, what do you think of DeAndre Hunter going to the Pacers? We'll talk about that after. I have a feeling this is going to work out like Rudy and Ket, except with point guards. So here's the thing. I think. Okay, let's talk about Chris Paul here just a little bit. And to the Warriors and why this is. Listen to me, okay? I'm gonna say this is too much to give up. This is way too much to give up. They overpaid here significantly to send a future first round pick out the door And the issue is there's like this protection. What the protection on this is going to be very important because since of the timing of this, you can't trade 2031 first either, and you can't after the draft still. So that protection is going to turn into a 2030 second rounder. I guarantee that. If it doesn't convey, it'll be a 2030 second rounder. This is 100%. I guarantee that. Now the question is, what's the protection? Is it top 4? Is it top 8? Is it top 10? Is it top 14? Top 16? Top 20? What is the protection? That's going to go a massive way in adjusting how I feel about this trade for the Golden State Warriors. But I tried telling people, and I made a Jordan Poole trade video, and everyone told me that's not enough value for Jordan Poole. That's not enough. I tried telling people, look, Poole is not valued around the league right now. He had a really bad season coming off of a dramatic year with the Golden State Warriors where I think most of the fault should lie on Draymond Green. I 100% believe that, but he's been tied up in some drama. And that does affect your value around the league. People have questions about what he looks like as a locker room guy and if he impacts winning at the highest level, even though he was a big part of a championship team just a year prior. Poole had a really bad year and an even worse playoffs. He consistently was out of control and out of play, did not have a good year, did not have a good playoffs at all, but he is going to be able to put up numbers. He has the skill set, he has the talent to score the basketball and to play with the ball in his hands. He can handle, he can shoot. That alone is setting you up when you're a focused player, a focal point player for Wes Unseld Jr.'s offense. He's going to score the ball and he's going to put up numbers and he's going to rebuild his value up significantly to the point where he's going to be valuable again. And this is a masterclass. Just like what the Thunder did when they first got Chris Paul themselves. They traded Russell Westbrook, got value for Russell Westbrook in terms of picks, and then said, oh, don't worry, we'll take on Chris Paul's contract. They let Chris Paul play. He rebuilt his value. A year later, they traded him for a first-round pick. This is what we're going to see happen. Jordan Poole is going to rebuild his value. I do not believe he will be a Washington Wizard 3 years from now. I think that at some point they will trade him again. He will get dealt somewhere to a team that actually wants him, and the Wizards are going to turn him into more value. This is a masterclass of they're going to turn Beal into about 4 different trades. They've already made 2 out of him. They turned him into the first one with Phoenix. They turned the second one here into the one with Golden State. They're going to try and turn around at some point and turn a third one where Poole gets rerouted somewhere in the future after they build up his value again for something else. And then that will continue to go on and on and on, just like how the Thunder at one point turned Serge Ibaka into what is now Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a whole bunch of picks because of a vast line of trades where you keep the assets moving forward, you keep the line moving forward to keep your flexibility up. And I think the Wizards, to be honest with you, with the early returns, and this is going to sound a little dramatic and a little crazy, maybe a little over the top, maybe it's a little bit of recency bias. I think the Wizards have one of the best futures in the NBA. The decisions that they've been making to not take in bad long-term money, they get a young player here who I do think has the ability to return his value, and you can flip him around for more. I think this team is destined for a really great future. I think that they have a really good brain trust in who they have in the organization. I trust Michael Winger a ton. I think Will Dawkins is very, very smart, and I think Travis Schlenk gives them the experience background and a different thought process that is going to help balance that. I think they're really well set. I think that this team has been very, very active because they needed to be. They've been very, very smart with all of their moves. On Twitter, they've been getting nothing but slammed because people don't understand that Beal was on the worst contract ever. And they say that, oh, how do you turn that for nothing? The old GM that gave him that contract is the one that fired him. It is the one that got fired, okay? The one that gave Beal the contract is the one that got fired. Michael Winger has stepped in. He's been in the job for a week and like, what, 2 days? He got the job like 9 days ago. He's pulled off 3 massive trades. Pulled off the Beal trade, which I thought was going to be nearly impossible. He got value. He pulled off the Porzingis trade, which I thought was going to be nearly impossible because he was at the opt-out deadline. And ultimately, I thought, well, what's going to happen here? Got value. Pretty good value. Got Tyus Jones, who we're also going to see Tyus Jones get traded later as well. Another example of him kind of branching out and making multiple trades out of one deal. And then now he's made this one. And this is a home run, A++ level trade for the Washington Wizards. This is a phenomenal deal for them. They get a 2030 first. Again, I'm interested to see if there's what the protection looks like on that pick. If it's like lightly protected, it's a huge home run. Even if it's top 10 protected, massive trade. I'm very interested to see the protection. Again, since it's in 2030, that's really important here. The 2030 designation means that the protection is going to fall back into a 2030 second round pick at worst. That's like they're going to get a 2030 second round pick out of it. Okay, that's like the guarantee. I guarantee that will be like the protection backup because they cannot fall back into 2031. For the Warriors, this is a huge admission from Mike Dunleavy that he was not on board with giving Poole the contract, and that was ultimately a big mistake. That Poole was not the right player to give the money to. That's what they decided. They pivoted now to a shorter term contract, and I think there's some real downside to this. With the new CBA coming into full effect next offseason, they're going to have Chris Paul expiring this next offseason as well, which means that they're losing $28 million out of their books, which means in order for them to keep an expensive payroll, it's going to be really pivotal that they draft well. And that's going to be tough to do with the fact that they're probably not going to be picking in the lottery again for a while. I'm very interested to see what happens with Kuminga now. I'm very interested to see what happens with some of these other players. There is a lot that could go on. There's a lot that could change, but this is for Golden State. This is not a good deal for Golden State in terms of value. But one thing I'm going to say now, though, the one thing I'm really going to say about the Golden State Warriors is they have a player who fits them. Chris Paul is one of the smartest players in the NBA. And you can say, look, he doesn't stay healthy. You can say this, that, and the other thing. All the things that he does wrong, I 100% agree that, look, you traded for a small guard who's really late into his 30s on an expensive one-year deal that probably won't play with you for very long, and you gave up some value to do it. I understand all the hate. This makes the Warriors a lot more of a championship quality team this next season than Jordan Poole did. I 100% believe that. Jordan Poole was not helping them at this point. Jordan Poole was not going to be a player that moved them forward going into winning a title. I just don't believe it. You look back 2022 finals, Jordan Poole's minutes got significantly restricted in the finals. They felt like they couldn't afford to play him, and this past year was even worse. He was extremely wild, just struggled in a lot of ways, and Chris Paul's not going to have those same struggles. Chris Paul is consistently under control, playing with his feet on the floor and making smart decisions. And I think if you're looking at the Warriors, the way that they play the game, very different than all other teams in the NBA. They now have the ability to run high pick and roll with either Steph or Chris Paul, giving them two different ball handlers to share those responsibilities. I think it's going to be really good for them. It's going to be very reliable. But outside of that, with all of the off-ball action that we see from Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, you now have a floor general who you can trust to process those reads, make the decisions as you go. Now, you can argue that you shouldn't have given up this much to get that, and I 100% believe that. But again, if we're talking about, is this team better right now for next year? I think so. I really do believe that they are slightly better. Now, again, you can say that this isn't worth it, and I 100% agree with that too. They overpaid. They 100% overpaid. So if I were to give a trade grade, the Wizards get an A++. The Wizards get a massive, massive win here. This is a great trade for them. They get assets out of a guy that was about to get waived by the Suns. Okay. They also get a player who I think they can rebuild his value and then trade him to another situation later. Again, really good for the Wizards. For the Warriors, people are going to instantly think an F. People are going to think that it's terrible. I'm going to give it a C. I'm going to give it a C grade. I think that they are better right now, but I don't like the amount of assets that they gave up. I'm going to give it A++ for the Wizards, a C grade for the Warriors. Chris Paul makes them better. He does. Chris Paul is a better player for them right now than Jordan Poole. Now, 2 years from now, one of these guys might be sitting in retirement. The other one's probably going to be averaging 20 points a game. So you can take that as you will, but I think the Warriors are better today because of this trade. Patrick Billings says, so does this mean the Wizards lean Ausar over Anthony Black? I don't believe that this has anything to do with their draft odds and who they're going to take. I think that I already had felt like they preferred Ausar for the long-term upside over Anthony Black, but I think that either could still be a good option. Poole is going to be there to rebuild his value. They don't look at Poole as a build-around player. I promise you that. We're going to see Poole get traded again. Probably it's going to be 2 years from now or something. I'm going to be in a live stream again. You guys are going to all be here watching, and we're going to be talking about how Poole is getting rerouted somewhere. But the Beal trade was great. This trade's even better. The Wizards. This is a master class in management. This is exactly how you want to do it. It literally couldn't be any better. It couldn't be better. I'm gonna do another quote tweet here. going to share my trade grade. Hitting assets for CP3 is great, plus a rebuild your value type player in pool is very Sam Presti-ish. Warriors, we're going to give that a C. Better today. Too many assets out the door, though. Protection is important to consider. I just feel like this is a huge concern. Make sure you guys go follow us on the Twitter as well. I'm going to drop a link to that right now in the comment section. I would love for you guys to go follow on Twitter. If you like the content so far, if you like my reaction and kind of the approach I have to understanding team building, I would love for you guys to go follow me on there. I tweet even more than I make videos. So it'd be a great place. Zach says 0% chance Lakers get both Buddy and Hield tonight. Yeah, I just don't think I don't think Buddy Hield's going to be a Laker tonight. User says CP3 retires this season. CP3 just became a sixth man. You know, that's probably the most likely outcome. Is that CP3 is now like an off the bench player, which is pretty interesting. He's probably like, you think about like some of the best six men in the league, like Monte Morris had been that for a while. Tyus Jones probably right now is that, which I think the Wizards are going to trade him again today too and do something similar to what they just did. They might even be able to get better value for Tyus Jones, which we'll see. It'll be interesting. To be honest, for the Warriors, I maybe would have preferred Tyus Jones over CP3 just for the long-term look, but I think Jordan Poole is going to average a ton of points. I think, like, listen. I'm the biggest believer. I'm 100% the biggest believer that Jordan Poole was not good for the Warriors. I don't think Jordan Poole. I think right now for the Warriors, Chris Paul is better. I don't know. Chris Haynes just reported that the Warriors aren't cutting or aren't waiving Chris Paul. Like, no kidding. Duh. That's the most obvious thing ever. Like, this is also a possibility right here. Like, the Warriors are better right now. The Warriors are actually a better team right this second because Chris Paul fits them so much better. The team is significantly better right now after getting off of Jordan Poole. And it's not that Jordan Poole is like this terrible player, but I just think that I'm going to put Heyman in timeout because I don't want to see a whole bunch of comments flying through all the time. But here's the thing. Chris Paul is not a better individual talent currently at this point than Jordan Poole, but he's a lot smarter. He knows how to play in the playoffs, and he's not going to hurt the team based on the way that he plays. But the fact you can't flip Chris Paul again. The Warriors aren't going to be able to do that. Juan says Bob Myers leaves, and this is what happens. I talked about that pretty explicitly, talking about how the Warriors are better. The Warriors are better. Jordan Poole, like, part of the reason that the Warriors were even able to recover is the fact that they got Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II was better for the Warriors than Jordan Poole. Like, you can sit here and, like, listen to me. One-on-one, Jordan Poole probably smokes Gary Payton. But the NBA is not one-on-one basketball. The NBA is 5-on-5. And Jordan Poole, I don't know how many games this year, the guy slipped on the floor at the end of a game and lost the basketball out of bounds or something. The guy is a massive turnover-prone player, especially with the way that the Warriors play. You put him in a different system where they're running high pick and roll and the game's a little bit more contained and understandable and like slower processing speed required. Jordan Poole is going to be great in Washington. I think Jordan Poole is going to put up big numbers with the Washington Wizards. I think he's going to be pretty productive. But Chris Paul can think and play at the same time. I don't believe Jordan Poole can do that. This is a huge move for the Golden State Warriors in terms of opening up their championship window maybe one more year. Maybe one more. I'm not guaranteeing they get there, but I think they are a little bit closer today than they were yesterday to potentially winning the 2024 NBA championship. Now, maybe I wouldn't even pick them, but literally, like Zach, Poole is always on the ground. And look here. I'm going to show why. I'm going to pull up a picture here. Look. Okay, here. I'm going to do this live because I just think that I can. This is going to be perfect. You guys are all 930 of you are going to learn something here about Jordan Poole today. about the issues that he has. And this picture right here is perfect. All I did, Google search Jordan Poole. Let's see if I can find one of him. Oh, well, look at that. There he is on the floor. Let's see. I just want to find one of him driving. Let's see. Let's get Jordan Poole driving. This is the issue right here. Look at his center of balance. His chin is in front of his feet. He is consistently off balance. This is why the guy falls over all the time. He is look at his chin. He's leaning forward. And we wonder why he falls over a ton. He is constantly off balance. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about here with Jordan Poole. Like, it's the way that it is. Like, listen, he's an intriguing talent, but the Warriors are better because the guy drives off balance all the time. He is consistently with his head and he's just off balance. He is just always off balance. And that's okay. Like, he does a good job leveraging his speed and quickness to get to places on the floor. But he's never going to be a reliable player. He would never have been a reliable player for the Warriors because he's consistently off balance. Like, again, look at his chin. This is the perfect picture to show it. Right here. Look at him. How do you expect this guy to be on balance for you as a driver of the basketball when he's like this? I don't understand. I don't, you know what I mean? This is why he turns the ball over. This is why he turns the ball over a ton. We're going to go back to the Twitter. We're going to go back to Twitter, though. Don't worry. If you guys are new to Utility Sports, make sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. We have 912 of you awesome people in here. I would love for you guys to hop in here right now and join up the stream. But let's go over to Woj, who has a new tweet. Washington and Phoenix have now finalized the Bradley Beal trade. Okay, so that's important to note. Landing the Wizards 6 second-rounders. Again, this is great value, given the fact that Beal was the worst contract in the league. And 4 first-round pick swaps, sources tell ESPN. Suns are sending seconds in 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, and 2030. Pick swaps in 2024, 2026, 2028, and 2030. Beal, Isaiah, Todd, and Jordan Goodwin to the Suns for Chris Paul and Landry Shamet. Suns are sending cash too. So, okay, interesting. So this actually doesn't seem too bad. Okay. It seems like the deal's a little bit different. Okay, this doesn't seem as bad for the Warriors actually now too either. Because it seems like the picks are coming via Phoenix, the swaps. Warriors are sending a 2030. Oh no, okay, never mind. No. 2030 protected first. Okay, never mind. This is C grade. The deal got even worse for Phoenix. Let me quote this. Those pick. This is so bad for Phoenix. 2028 and 2030 are incredibly valuable, and Brooklyn Nets should be smiling ear to ear with owning future Nets picks in 2027 and 2029. Yeah. This is bad. This is really bad for Phoenix. I'm going to be honest. Phoenix is terribly positioned now. This is really not good. Let me pull up the Suns cap table, and you guys are going to see why this is so bad for them. Let's just go to the multi-year cap. This is you guys are going to probably throw up a little bit when I show you this, so you might want to be careful. You might want to cover your eyes if you don't want to see really bad cap management. Let's go ahead over to Spot Track. Shout out to Spot Track. And look at this. Kevin Durant, who's about to be in his age 35 season. Beal, who's about to be in his age 30 season. And Booker in age 27. By the way, these three guys are always injury plagued and prone. Look at this. Beal. Let's go to this year. Oh, they all make $53 to $57 million. Oh, these three guys are going to be owed like $160-something million combined. 3 players in a year by the way, the cap right now this year is $130 million, and these guys make like $118. It's unreal. Durant's going to be what, age 35, age 36, age 37 season. Beal's going to be an age 33 season. Booker's going to be an age 30 season. And then look at that. They owe picks through this window, all the way through here. Like, this is so bad. Like, this year right here, 2028, 2029, they have nobody slated to be on the roster. Booker's an unrestricted free agent, and they owe picks for that year. Oh, my God. This is the Brooklyn Nets 2.0. Oh, my God. This is the Phoenix Suns are going to have the Brooklyn Nets, like, when they made the trades for, like, oh, man. Oh, my gosh. This is so bad. This is just really, really terrible. Oh, my gosh. Oh, yikes. This is not good. Big J, you should be loud and proud about being a Wizards fan because today is the day. The Nets have the 2028 first round pick swap. Oh yeah, you're right. No, you're right about that. Yeah, it's funny because Woj tweeted that too, so I think Woj might have that backwards as well. But MK says, do the Suns realistically have to trade Ayton to save some money and fill out the roster? Yeah, they do. I think Ayton's going to be the next player we probably see get traded. Make sure you guys do subscribe to the channel for more content, though. I love having all of you guys in here. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. Oh, man. Holy cow. Bradley Beal's the NBA's new white elephant. Well, like here's the thing. Here's the thing about Bradley Beal's a fantastic player, but you can't tell me he's worth this much money. Okay, Bradley Beal is not worth this. Okay, that's the issue. Bradley Beal is awesome, but as Booker's about to make way more money, Durant makes a ton of money, Beal makes a lot of money, and oh, by the way, none of them really score at the rim that much. Durant shoots one shot at the rim a game. Beal shoots like half of a shot at the rim a game. This team is bad. Oh, my God. Yeah, Matthew Wild, you're going to want to look for a different team because this team is going to be good for like 1 year. James Jones, executive of the year until 2030. Dude, Matt Ishbia is doing the exact, like, oh, hey, brand new owner, let me screw everything up. Oh, my God. Brendan Sutherland, would you take Ayton to the Kings and for who if yes? No, Kings should not want Ayton, I don't think. Romeo Phoenix will end up an expansion team at this rate. Yeah, when there was rumors about them moving to Seattle, they might actually have to do that. This is bad. This is really bad. Scouse Roar says nobody wants Ayton, though. You're not getting anything back for him. You'll get some stuff back for him, but oh my gosh, holy cow! This is unreal. Spiral Trigger says, wait, did Phoenix give up all picks they possibly could already? Yeah, Phoenix doesn't owe anything now. Phoenix is literally out of assets. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is gonna be funny. I'm gonna send this in the chat. Here we go. Here's a current look at Phoenix's trade assets in linear form. Get it? There's nothing there. There's no assets. They have nothing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Seattle Supersonics come in as expansion team and finish ahead of the Suns in 2026, 2027. Ishbia wants a ring, and the issue is they're going to be a second round exit still. Oh my God. Yeah, I know, dude. This is so bad, dude. Here's a current look at the Suns trade assets. None. Oh my God. The Wizards are probably going to draft Ausar Thompson is who I'm guessing they're going to take. But I don't know. I don't have a great read on that. Like, they should just take the player that they prefer. Like, it has nothing to do with team building right now. Suns and Golden State just messing up their team. Someone take the control away from these 2K GMs. Dude, I think the one thing is Mark Cuban set a precedent, and it's messing everything up. My thank you sign's backwards. It looks like it's forwards over there. I don't know. Could be backward. Brandon Miller at 2. Brandon Miller's not going to go 2, I don't think. I think it's going to be Scoot Henderson. He's the odds-on favorite from everything I've seen. So Scoot Henderson's going 2. I've been saying that the whole time. Haven't switched up because I knew what was happening. Shout out to everyone who has been following us over on the Twitter as well. A lot of awesome people going over, giving us a follow on Twitter. We're up to 862 followers. How many subs are we at? I would love for you guys to subscribe. Let's go ahead And make sure that you guys are hitting the subscribe button on the YouTube. So just go over, hit that little profile mark and join that right away. That would be awesome. Michael Scotch says this is the most wizard talk I've ever heard in my life. Well, they deserve it, man. They're working out of the worst situation in the league, and they're now in one of the better, well-positioned situations going forward. Curry's chin's also in front of his feet. I mean, every once in a while, yeah, but not like Jordan Poole, who currently who falls on the floor every single play. Like a little bit different. Steph Curry, like, I don't know. Here's the thing. Like, I could put up a thing on stream too of this. Like, yes, there's moments where Poole where Curry's off balance too a little bit, but like you look at his like actual stance here, like his chin is actually not in front of his lead foot. Like, let's go to this one too. His chin is like level with his lead foot. Go to this one. His chin is like level with his lead foot. Jordan Poole, on the other hand, like there's some cases where yes, you're right, but again, he's about to extend this left foot forward. Whereas like with Jordan Poole driving, if we pull that back up, like it's night and day difference. Like this is his front foot already coming forward. Like he's just like look at this. Look at how hunched he is. Look at his back. He's not maintaining any type of straight line at all. It's just, man, he's like, this is a good one here because he's actually like on balance and he probably didn't fall over on this, but I'm sure that he fell over here. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Poole, if you can't tell, but I think Poole's going to put up numbers. I think like the part of the issue is in Golden State, you have to be like very much like quick thinking and like balanced to like pivot out of stuff and make decisions. And I think that there's going to be like things in Washington. He's not going to be asked to be like playing off the ball and like cutting in quick decision making like he does in Golden State. So it's going to be easier for him. The Wizards did a really great job. Trey says, yep, the Suns win the championship. Then none of that matters. The point is to win a championship, and then the team is valued at more money. They'll figure it out if they win. Yeah, but they're not going to win. That's the sad thing. The Bradley Beal does not make them better than the Denver Nuggets. Okay, he just doesn't. And that's if they stay healthy, which they probably won't. Cameron Turner, what would the Pacers have to give up for Ayton? Probably Miles Turner and then like TJ McConnell. Scout says the Seattle Sonics came in as oh yeah, we read that one already. Rich says, and thoughts on Pacers getting wings for pick 7. What wings are worth this pick that can impact winning? I don't mind DeAndre Hunter for 7 and 15. I don't mind OG Anunoby just straight up, but I don't know. AZ says the 2028 swap will be for the weakest pick among Phoenix's own, Brooklyn's, and Philadelphia's because of the swap rights the Nets already got in the Kevin Durant trade. Interesting. So they retrade the swap rights. That makes sense. Yeah, like it's a 3-team swap now where the Suns are going to essentially have the lowest of the picks. So Josh says, where do I see the assets? That's kind of the point. The assets are right here. I'm holding Phoenix's draft assets. There's nothing in my hands. Suns going all in. Yeah, and they did it on a 35-year-old's timeline. So we'll see how that works out for them. Hometown says, dang, it must have been that bad to trade Poole for CP3. Poole got the super green light he wanted now, and Golden State got older. Yeah, he's going to have a super green light, and he's going to score a lot. Teams are going to start to value him again. Jonathan Vegas says, Suns built like a 2K My GM team. That's literally what it is. Oh, man. MK says, I've heard that Isaiah Thomas, who is Ishbia's friend, is the one encouraging these moves. Why would anyone listen to him after the New York debacle? I don't know, but this is terrible. This is about as bad as it goes. Yeah, show Spurs outlook. It looks good. Yeah, we might need to like cleanse our eyes after. It's like when you're out having sushi and you have to have like that like bite of garlic or whatever to reset your palate. Like we have to go look at the teams that have assets now after like making our eyes look at what the Suns have done over the last like 4 months. Matt Ishbia bought the team and the team got terrible. Like, oh man. Oh geez. This is really, really bad. Let me pull up something real quick for stream. You guys are gonna like this. Here we go. This is what I need to have on stream here. This is what I need to share. So let me present. Here we go. I just looked up Suns NBA Finals. Okay. This is what they had. Okay. They had this grouping. They had Paul, Booker, Bridges, Cam Johnson was somewhere over here, probably on the bench. DeAndre Ayton. They had Jay Crowder in here. What they realistically could have done, they could have turned Paul into that first rounder. That basically the deal we just saw happen, right? They could have turned Paul into what the Warriors just gave up for him. They could have kept Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges. They could have all of their picks right now. And they probably could have turned Jay Crowder into the 5 second rounders that Milwaukee gave up to get him. And then they could have had a bunch of assets. They could have had a really good young sustained team instead of trying to push their chip in for a team to try and win a championship that got bounced in the second round because they weren't good enough. And I said that they wouldn't be good enough because they were thin. They were way too thin. I was worried about their depth, and it just came out to kill them. So the Suns, this is like going to be a picture that haunts Suns fans, honestly, like as it should. It should be like it's a devastation for Suns fans because they had a good collection of talent, and it just didn't work out. Well, the Wizards now have smart management. They're going to do things well now. Spiral Trigger says the new owner of Phoenix must be a traditionalist, but only started watching when they drafted Frank Kaminsky. Yeah, they the Suns owner Matt Ishbia doesn't know what he's doing. MK says almost to 20,000. Slap the subscribe button. You guys heard him. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. We are climbing there to 20,000. Be sweet to hit it today if we possibly could. Jim Third says, what the hell was the trade for Golden State? Poole is a head case. So I think that honestly, Golden State's better for next year, but I think that they gave up too much. Like if it was just Poole for Paul, I would be like kind of okay with it actually. This is like they gave up too much, so they shouldn't have given up any assets. Zach Aldridge says, "Whoa, scoot over Amen for number 3 now. Miller minus 170, Scoot plus 210, Amen plus 380." So we've had a lot of movement. That's pretty crazy. Do the right thing. Thoughts / expectations on what the Bucks will do. Seems Lopez and Middleton will be back. I think that they're going to keep everybody. Jim, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. RJ Grant says, thank you for comparing. Yeah, I think, it's an interesting thing. Like when you actually look at them, like the balance is just completely different. Daniel says, as a Golden State Warrior fan, Chris Paul is so much better than Poole. Even at his age, he might actually get a ring. They have a better chance, Daniel. I think that's for sure true. The question is, do they have enough of a chance? If they win the title next year, it's 100% worth it. You get rid of Poole, you get rid of whatever. I don't care. Winning the title is always worth it. But the question is, are they good enough to beat the Nuggets with Chris Paul? And will Chris Paul be healthy and contribute to that? I don't know. And every time I drink this coffee, it's so good. Holy cow, I'm becoming a coffee person, kind of. But Kieran Ortiz, the problem with Poole is his contract and just the way he plays. Doesn't fit Golden State at all. It's Chinese guy. Thank God we traded Poole, and that's it. Preach says, yes, he fell apart in the finals. He does not have a good IQ compared to Paul. I like, and this is the thing. I think both things can be true. This is perfect for Washington with the direction they're heading, and this is perfect for Golden State with the direction that they're headed, which is let's try and win one more title. We got to try and win one more with Curry. We got to try and win one more with Curry. That's their whole point of view right now, as it should be. The Wizards aren't anywhere close to that. So you try and get players who you think you can revitalize their career, revitalize their value, and then you trade them again and you make it as like an asset haul. 49er Media said Poole showed offensively on the Warriors he can score more when he is starting. And I think that's what he's going to do. My early prediction would probably be for Poole to probably average like 25 points a game next year. Like let's look at Jordan Poole's stats quick. Let me pull those up. Jordan Poole this past year shot 43% from the field, scored 20 points a game, 33% from 3, 4.5 assists. Like this is really good for Washington. Like this is a real masterclass. The Wizards have been so freaking awesome. Like honestly, like I feel myself becoming a Wizards fan low key. Anthony Morales says, Dubro, in 4 years, I'm sure you'll be an assistant GM somewhere in the NBA. Hope it's with the Kings. That'd be awesome. I mean, we'll see. Even if I'm not an assistant GM somewhere, I'm still going to be loving basketball and doing my best to evaluate, analyze, and break down stuff as it comes in. I feel like for the most part, I'm right. I told you guys the Kyrie trade was going to be a disaster for Dallas. It was even more disastrous than I thought, though. And I gave him an F, and somehow it was worse than an F for the first year. Rich Streams Gaming says, what wings can the Pacers get via trade that can impact winning? Dorian Finney-Smith. If they could find a way to get Dorian, I would really like that. And also one thing, Dorian Finney-Smith makes a lot of sense for Indiana because Rick Carlisle coached him in Dallas, oversaw his development. They have a good relationship. It just makes sense. Juan Snow says, I so badly wanted them to get Bol by trading Poole. Yeah, I thought Poole was going to, if he was going to get traded, was going to be to Orlando. But the Wizards really jumped on this opportunity and did a great job. Georgia here says, imagine if instead of Phoenix draft assets, imagine if that was Dallas's draft capital. Sheldon would need to go to the ER. Yeah, don't worry. We already owe our 2029 first anyway. And of course, it's out to Brooklyn. So the Nets are really stacked as well. Then the Phoenix have backed themselves into a corner where they have to trade Booker in the summer of 2025 when this doesn't work. Yeah, because the writing's going to be on the wall that this team's not going to win. BS Express, enjoy the draft, everyone. Off to the Pacers draft party. Well, BS Express, glad to have you in here. It's been awesome chatting it up with you. Rich Dream says, could Paul George make sense for the Pacers? Yeah, I think so. Views says, I'm about to be trying out for the Suns bench unit after this. Views, you might be able to start. They've got like 3 players. After they trade Aiden, they've got 3 guys. You might be able to start for them. Joshua Bile says, imagine if Kevin Durant or Beal gets injured and is out for the rest of the season. Oh, yeah, like, this is the real kicker. Like, Beal's played 90 games the last 2 years. Kevin Durant consistently misses time, which is okay. He's still worth having. But, like, this is like the Clippers. But instead of being deep around their 2 stars who miss time, they're going to be thin around their 3 stars who all miss time because Booker misses a lot of games too, actually. Man. Oh, yeah, it's Ginger. My fault. Yeah, as you can tell, I don't enjoy sushi very frequently. I like sushi, but I don't go up. It's been like 2 years. So, yeah, ginger, not garlic. Garlic probably not the best to actually reset your palate. Brock says they're going to trade Booker for Dame. Yeah, get even older. Oh, my God. Jim Thurkel says, did the Suns do something else stupid today? No. They just, well, yes, kind of. They added more pick swaps. So now the Wizards are probably the best loaded team going forward in terms of assets. Ray Perez says the Suns are the literal fusion of by any means necessary and crash and burn. Good thing for them, there's a Stepien rule in place. Yeah, that's the only thing that's saving them, honestly. Forget the Stepien rule. We need a Matt Ishbia rule. Yeah, we're gonna have the Ishbia rule in like 5 years, where a new that's gonna be the rule. I'm gonna tweet this right now. Let me show the screen so you guys can see exactly what I'm gonna tweet. This is a perfect comment, SP. And I think it's gonna be a really funny tweet once we put it out. So let's go over to home here. Let's go to tweet. New NBA rule proposal. The Ishbia rule. A new incoming owner is not allowed to make any trades within the first 6 months of owning an organization. Let's do of owning a franchise. Ishbia has traded CP3, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, Landry Shamet, literally the entire roster. All of Phoenix's first round picks. Let's do and second round picks. And let's put plus swaps. And I'm one thing short. So let's here we go. Let's go kill a period. Let's tweet that out. The Ishbia rule. I like that. That's perfect. That's exactly what we needed. The new NBA rule proposal. The Ishbia rule. A new incoming owner is not allowed to make any trades within the first 6 months of owning a franchise. Oh my gosh, dude. That's so bad. That's so bad. Make sure you guys go follow us on Twitter. Let me send the link right now in there just so you guys can go follow over on the Twitter. Best place to be. This is so bad, dude. The Phoenix Suns are screwed. Oh my God. It was fun, Phoenix, while it lasted. I remember like 3 years ago they were a tire fire, and then they finally had a good stretch, and now they're going to be a tire fire again. I feel so bad. Vision Loop says, do you think the Rockets will make any significant changes? We need help. I think they're going to spend money in free agency to get better. Jamie says, how many of Hornets picks do you think they will make tonight? If they don't use them all, do you think they are likely to trade up or into the future? Mitch is normally very good post-lottery drafting. I think that he's going to probably trade out a couple to future years. Josh says, just subscribe. You're welcome here to the channel. Glad to have you in here, Josh. You're awesome for being in here with us today. AJ Analysis says, if my Sixers don't make a move, I'll be upset. That's all right. Don't worry. Sixers are in an okay spot. We'll see what happens with Harden, though. There's rumors around Tobias right now, so we'll see. Ryan C says, are you going live during the draft tonight? Yes, I will be live. I'm literally planning on being live all day. I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thank God for the Phoenix Suns screwing everything up. Also, huge shout out to Utah Joes and ncross23 for following on Twitter. That's Big Nick. So if you guys hit the follow button on Twitter right now, I'll give you shout outs for the next 5 minutes. So until 3:10 p.m. Central Time. So 5 minutes from now, if you follow by then, again, link to the Twitter is right here. Go give us a follow on Twitter, and I will shout you out live on the stream. Kevin Sanchez here says, I'm going to be sad if my Pistons pick Whitmore. Cam Whitmore is pretty good. I think he's got a pretty high ceiling. Terry in the chat says, Poole has his own team in Washington. Expect him to put up big scoring numbers next season. Yeah, I think Poole's going to put up big numbers. I think he's going to really save his trade value, and I think he's going to build back upon it. God, shout out to my girlfriend, by the way. First of all, look at this cute mushroom cup. And secondly, she made me coffee today. And she also brought me a sandwich, which I have not had any time to eat yet because Chris Paul got traded again for like the 5th time in his career. But very excited about it. Isaiah says, how do I feel about the Suns? I think the Suns are screwed, honestly, long term. I think the Suns are going to be a second round exit or maybe a Western Conference Finals exit. They're not good enough to win the finals this way. Boston's better than them. Denver's better than them. There's other teams that I think have pathways to being better than them in the short future. They're bad. The Suns are screwed, honestly, long term. Senju says, do you think the Raptors trade for a higher draft spot, or do you think with Trent coming back, they're more likely to bring back the same team or trade for players outside the draft? I think that they are most likely to keep their pick where it is. It would be my guess. Let's go over too quick. Also, shout out to everyone who is hitting that follow button. LeBron Muse. That's funny. LeBron Muse tweeted that. That's funny. Oh, man, this is so bad. This is so bad. Shout out to Jonathan here for the follow. It's also shout out Pullman. Go over to Pedro. Huge shout out to Pedro. Jack Adams, thank you for the follow. LeBron Muse, thanks for the follow. That player is, thank you for the follow. And there's Big Nick and Utah Joes, as well as Mac and Mr. Buckets McGee. So huge shout out to all of you guys. Let's go back over here. What year was the Joe? Let's look up Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce trade. What year was that? When did that happen? 2013. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Man. I didn't want to retweet that. Let's undo that. Let's quote tweet this here. Both teams had a brand new owner who wanted to spend the most money imaginable. A desire to trade all of their picks for good for veteran, or let's do 30 plus year old veterans. Let's do, what else did they do? Oh, a mid-prime player who was really great. Booker and B. Will. Both ended up in tire fires. let's put that in there too. I'm sorry if you're a Phoenix fan. I'm sorry. I don't want to be hating on your team, but just the reality here is like they've got the worst future in the NBA now. Like it's actually really, really bad. It's really bad. Shout out to here. Let's give it a shout out to Owned by Kawhi too, with a little bit of a Scoot Henderson Clippers profile picture. I like that. Shout out to Adversary as well for the follow. Huge thank you. Shout out to A1 Basketball Blog. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to Rosa for the follow. Shout out to Braden Zinn for the follow as well. Shout out to Coach Lou here with the follow. Wide receiver student assistant. Like that for University of Louisiana. Awesome. And then we're back over to Jonathan. So thank you guys all for hitting that follow button over there. And they're entitled to do that. I for some reason, my stuff's not letting me pull up some tweets today, but it's pretty funny. This whole thing is kind of a disaster, honestly. Like, my God, the Phoenix Suns. Like, this is just so bad. Stream title. What's the stream title right now again? I went and changed it. Wizards trade Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole. And no, that's not a lie. Let's here Troy. Let's break down the trade quick too. I should put a little put that on the ticker. Shout out to Danny as well for the follow. Danny, I know you've been in the streams the last couple of days, so huge shout out to you. I live for the Phoenix downfall. Let's go over to where is Woj now? Let's go over to Woj and break down the overall trade here. This should be set up so that you guys can see it. I will make a banner here too so that we can see it. So overall, the Warriors receive guard Chris Paul. Let's do Wizards. Sorry, my brain is like trying to function right now. Wizards receive guard Jordan Poole, a 2030 first round pick, which is protected. We don't know what the protections is yet. And who else did they get? Ryan Rollins and a 2027 second round pick. Let me copy that, Command C, have that banner, and then we're going to put one on the bottom here too. So here we go. You should see it now scrolling along the bottom too of the screen. So, yeah, big trade, really crazy trade. Honestly, just absolutely unbelievable. Callum with the 2 things says, keep doing what you do. Hey, Callum, really appreciate you. The super chats go a long way in helping support the channel. So huge shout out to you. Also, big shout out to Nathan Drake, ABHASTO. Don't know exactly how to pronounce your actual at on there, but huge shout out to you for following on the Twitter as well. I'll make sure to show that here on screen too. But this is the trade. Phoenix now gave up pick swaps in all the years, which this is literally like the most damning part. Like they already owed a 2028 pick swap, and now it's a 3-way pick swap, which means like realistically the chances of them picking the 20s is like very, very likely at best. And like this is so bad. Like this pick's not going to be important. This one's fine. This one like might be important, but probably not too bad. But these two right here, 2028 and 2030, are like the 2 damning years of like this like screws up your franchise, because like you might be like the 4th worst team in basketball this year, just with how like old your current existing players are and really no assets to improve your team in the process. Like you might just be terrible, and you might set yourself up for sustained long-term failure because you might send a top 3 pick to Washington because of this, or you might send a top 3 pick to Brooklyn, or whatever, and you might send a top whatever pick to Washington in 2030. So this is so bad. This whole thing is just terrible. Shout out to Clay for the follow over on Twitter, and then there's Nathan Drake as well, as I promised to show. But this is just unbelievable. I can't believe that this is so bad. I don't even know what to say to that, honestly. So it's just shout out to the Wizards, man. If you're a Wizards fan, let's leave a like on the stream. If you're a Wizards fan, you guys should be so happy. 49er Mini says, make to hear your thought on the Poole Paul trade. Not sure if you saw yet, but the 2030 first round pick is top 20 protected. Okay, so top 20 protection, at least it's like safer. Like this is the thing is, like I think about it, I wasn't damning on the whole Chris Paul to Golden State. Like they give up too much value. Don't get me wrong. I think like Poole for Paul should have just probably been straight up. Thank you, Jose, for that. Sure, thank you, Jose. I'd love to hear your breakdown on it and how the Suns are going to win the title or whatever you believe. Go ahead. They looked really competitive this year as they got balanced in 6 games. I don't believe in them. And if the Clippers would have been healthy, they probably would have beat them too. 49er Media said, make sure you hear the thoughts. So for Poole to Washington, it's a huge win because Poole's going to play great. Not like impact winning great, but he's going to put up huge numbers and they're going to be able to trade him. And then when it comes to like the other assets, like you just have other stuff, like you have more tradable stuff. You can send out the door, move some stuff around. Washington, what they really prioritized outside of this trade is they've gotten a bunch of expiring contracts, guys that are removable. They did that with Paul. They're going to do that with Tyus Jones probably today at some point as well. They're getting all of these players that they can reship out and just build an accumulation of assets. They've gotten like 7 or 8 second-round picks, which I know doesn't sound like a lot. It is. They've also now have 4 extra pick swaps in the door. They are loading up on long-term assets, which is good for them, and they don't have money tied to their books outside of Jordan Poole's contract now. So, like, really, they've got a player who I think is going to be able to be featured. They're going to give him the ball a lot. He's going to score a lot. He's going to get a good number of assists. We're probably going to see Poole average 25 and 6 next year, 25 and 5. Now, the Wizards are going to be bad, which is good for them because they want to get draft picks. They want to win long-term, which means drafting early, getting good high picks, maybe like Amatas Buzelis next year, Isaiah Collier. There's guys out there, right? There's going to be pretty good players that you could look to draft in the next cycle that, you know, maybe they're not top-end players, but they're going to be good foundational pieces still to the organization that are going to be able to help the team win. So I really like it going forward. Scouts here says Wizards don't want to be good for 3 years max because they're projected pick. That turns into a second if not conveyed. Yeah, this is true. I believe that's what is it? It's top 8, top 10, top 14 protection, or I might have that backwards. It might be top 14, top 10, top 8 the other way. But they owe their pick to the Knicks currently. So the more that they're bad, the better, because they're going to keep all their assets. KD pushing for Beal is channeling his inner front office MJ. It's bad. First time I've been a happy Wizards fans in Bricks. I love Winger. Great work so far. Winger's awesome. The NBA roster is 15 players. Suns traded 5, right? Literally a third of their team. Yeah, it's not good. And like this isn't even like an exhaustive list. Like this is just like off the top of my head players I wanted to name quick. Like they could have. This is just like, and they've literally given. This is like the really bad part here. This is like just, oh my gosh, they're screwed. So I don't know. It's just not good. Yeah, Brian makes a good point here. All the stuff that the Wizards are doing right now is what the Bulls should be trying to do. Like they should have tried to trade Vucevic and do what the Wizards did with Porzingis if they would have found a way to do that. They should have done that with Levine by now. They should have done that with DeRozan, and they could have set themselves up for success. Todd Packer says Bradley Beal is a great player. Stop hating. No, listen. I want to be very clear. There's a big difference between being a good player, a great player, and a great contract. Okay, like I love Bradley Beal as a player. I think he's fantastic. But when we actually talk about roster construction and the best way to building a team, just here's the Suns. Look at the way the Suns are built. They have 3 real players under contract for a long time. They have Ayton, who they're likely going to try and trade, and they're all near 30, and one of them's halfway through his 30s already. And all of them are injury prone. Booker has muscle injury history. He's missed a lot of time. Durant, we already know how much time he misses. Beal, the last 2 seasons, has barely played. Okay? These are 3 guys who you cannot rely on. They have 8 total players under contract. One of them is Isaiah Todd, who's barely played in the NBA. Ish Wainwright is a depth piece. Jordan Goodwin, I actually think, is a decent backup guard. You can get by with him. Cam Payne's probably going to get dealt in an Ayton deal so that they can fit as much money in there and try and get more depth in. This team is not going to be good. And let's compare that to the team that just won the title. If you're skeptical on what title building looks like, let's look at the salary construction here. Look at that. Good, great, all-time player. They're not spending stupid money on 3 guys that are going to be making $50 million though. Okay, 36. Okay, and you might say, well, that's a lot of money still. Yeah, it's a $20 million difference from what Beal's going to be making 2 years from now. Jamal Murray is going to be making 36 while Beal's making in the 50s. Just think about that. Okay. That's the difference of having an Aaron Gordon and not. That's the difference of having a KCP and not. And by the way, they've done a good job drafting because they've kept their assets. They have a good amount of picks still where they can draft a Christian Brown. Peyton Watson, we'll see if he lives up to the potential. He's interesting. Zeke Nnaji hasn't worked out, but this team, look at that. They were able to bring in Bruce Brown. They had Jeff Green. They filled out their roster with guys who actually fit around their one player instead of just being redundant and saying, oh, well, we want stars. Because when you say, oh, we want stars, you end up like this team here in the Dallas Mavericks who try and get stars, and you end up with all these stupid contracts and bad players, and your roster doesn't look that good, and you're hinging on Kyrie Irving coming back in free agency. Okay? The Phoenix Suns, like the only positive you can say here is at least they gave up their assets for guys under contract. But the issue is the contracts are half the issue. Because you could individually say Beal is worth his money, and that could be accurate. You could individually say Durant's worth his money, which is 100% accurate. You can say Booker's worth his money, which is 100% accurate. But the three of them together in team building with the new CBA is going to be a literal physical impossibility. This team is going to have 5 to 7 guys on minimum contracts. They're going to be bad. They're going to be bad. Like, it's not about if Beal is good. Beal is obviously a very good player. He's a top 35, top 40-ish player in the world, no question, okay? He's not good enough to – this isn't the Big Three league. You know, the Ice Cube league where they only play 3 guys. That's not how the NBA works. The NBA is 5-on-5, and 5 guys don't play 48 minutes a night. You need 8 to 10 players who can actually really play. And right now, those 8 players, the 8 guys you're going to hinge on, look at Ken Cameron Payne, Jordan Goodwin, Ish Wainwright, and Isaiah Todd all play playoff minutes. What happened to Phoenix this past postseason? Why didn't they win? Because they were injured, which these guys all get hurt. They were thin, which these guys contribute to because they make too much money. They're screwed, and they don't have picks to get better. They're screwed. Yeah, the front office is so good now in Washington. Like, I'm actually like jealous. Like, I kind of wish I was a Wizards fan, low key. Sean Michael says Suns gave Denver their toughest matchup in the playoffs. Yeah, okay. You know what? Here's the thing. Congratulations, you were a little bit more competitive than the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves won 1 game without Jaden McDaniels. The Suns won 2 games, and it took Devin Booker like having the most efficient games of his life to win. Congratulations. That you guys should hang a banner for saying we pushed Denver harder than anybody else. Congratulations. Hang a banner for that. Uptown Dre says, yo, my brother, I'm sick. Let the rebuilding begin. We might flip Tyus, Poole, Monte Morris, and DeLon Wright. Yeah, they have more moves to make. And they're all short-term deals, which means they're valuable to trade. Jason Kimball says, feeling the Clippers make a big move. What's your thoughts? I'm interested to see what happens with that. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see for sure. Oh, man. The Suns are screwed. The Suns are actually really screwed. As a Warriors fan, I'm not happy with the Chris Paul trade. I think he gave up too much value. Yeah, like you do have to trade Ayton. You 100% have to trade Ayton, which is fine. I'm not even an Ayton guy, but like with Ayton's money, like what you get, like maybe 2 or 3 good role players. Like realistically, like 2 or 3. Like I don't know. He doesn't make enough to like. I thought the best pathway for them was combining Ayton with Paul's money to try and get like 4 or 5 like solid role players and like flesh out around Beal or around Durant and Booker with no Beal in there. That's what I would have looked to do. But Dave here says, explain why it would be good to be a Wizards fan, please. Because the Wizards pivoted from having the worst contract in the league, which is Bradley Beal's, even though he's a great player. He's going to be getting paid $57 million in 2027, which is a ton to pay him. And they didn't have any direction. They were going to continue to lose a bunch of games, and they just weren't going to be a playoff team. And they weren't going to tank, and they weren't going to be bad enough to get top picks. Now they're bad enough to get top picks, but they have a bunch of future flexibility. They don't have a lot of long-term contracts. Jordan Poole is really the only one. They're going to be able to feature Denny Avdia and Corey Kispert a little bit more in their offense, give them some experience that I think will be good to fitting around other players in the future. They're going to be able to retrade Jordan Poole. They're going to trade Tyus Jones. They now own 4 additional first-round pick swaps that they didn't have a week ago. They now have 8 second-round picks that they didn't have a week ago. They brought in 12 draft assets in a matter of 7 days. That is unbelievable. You never, ever, ever see that. They did a fantastic job. They turned Chris Paul somehow into a first-round pick. I didn't even mention that. They got a first-round pick, too. Like, they've done a great job. The Wizards went from terrible situation to, like, blank slate. And blank slate's hard. It doesn't mean you're going to be good, but it means you're more likely to be good than a terrible situation. And that's why they're in so much of a better spot. And for me personally, I'm a big believer in Michael Winger. I thought it was a fantastic hire for them. You can go back to Twitter and see everything I had to say about that. I thought Michael Winger was very experienced and knew what he was going to be doing. I think he was a great hire. And I trust him to build the team. I actually really do. Typically, like, I'm kind of skeptical of a lot of GMs, executives, and stuff. I trust Michael Winger. Michael Winger is smart. Michael Winger understands basketball. He understands team building. He's been a part of a lot of good, successful operations. Washington's going to be the latest example. They're going to be a good team. Yeah, like Jason's saying, Suns struggle with it. Like, think about it. The Suns, like, yes, they won in 5 games, but they narrowly eked out a lot of those games against Russell Westbrook. Like, the Suns were not that good. And if Devin Booker didn't play the best basketball of his career, they would have been even worse. Tay-Rex says, I've been a Wizards fan since 2012. This is the first time in 8 years we're actually trying to be better than a fringe playing team. Yeah, right. And it's going to be they're going to be bad. They're going to be a bad team next year. They're going to be really, really bad. I tweeted, let me see if I can go find that actually. Let me share my Twitter with you guys. Let me see. I tweeted, like, here's the thing. You guys can say this. This is what we call foresight. Also, shout out to If I'm Inc. for following on the Twitter as well. But let's go to the profile here. We might have to scroll a while. Let me see what day this was. I can check on my phone a little bit quicker. I don't know why, like, you can't find like certain things from your own Twitter like quickly on desktop, which I don't understand. You go to the Wizards. Let me see how many days ago this was. This is June 9th. So we have to go back to June 9th. This is almost 2 weeks ago. But let's scroll through a lot of my tweets. Make sure you guys go follow on Twitter, by the way, because as you can tell, I tweet a lot about basketball and a bunch of different stuff regarding the NBA. So I think it's really, really a great place to be. And look what I tweeted on June 9th. The Washington Wizards are my early favorite to have the worst record in the NBA for the 2023-2024 season. By the way, this is a good thing for them long-term if true. I foresaw them trading Beal. I foresaw them letting go of Porzingis. I figured Kuzma was going to leave. And I think they're setting themselves up perfectly because now they're going to have complementary pieces around that where they're going to be able to trade, add in more picks. Not only are their picks going to be good themselves, but they're going to have picks from other teams that can help them build, help them in trade flexibility, move out some pieces to make moves when they want to. It's really, really fantastic. It's a great place to be. Robert says Ayton will shut down this year. Yeah, if they don't trade him, Ayton will probably get dealt somewhere and have like a hopefully decent year, which I'm wanting to see. Stay Wavy says Chris Paul's washed. The nice thing is the Warriors are relying on him to be like just a ball handler and passer. They're not relying on him to score. But I do agree he's very old and they gave up a lot. T-Rex says, I'm just hoping the Wizards redesign their look based on an entirely new era happening. That would be sweet. Maybe we'll make a video on a redesigned logo for the Washington Wizards. It would be kind of cool. Brendan Sutherland says, Suns get destroyed. The team moves to Seattle because Ishbia doesn't like the new arena upgrades and the city won't pay for a brand new stadium. Like, honestly, a possibility at this point. Georgia says, I'm glad Washington isn't going to be a pain in my butt for years to come as a Hawks fan. Yeah, you're not going to have to worry about Washington for the next couple of years, but you're going to have to worry about them 3 years from now, 4 years from now. They're going to be pretty pretty big issue. OFAC says, it's my 5th question about Denny Avdia this live, but how much does the trade affect him? Okay, so, OFAC, so I'm trying to get through all the comments, so I appreciate you guys sticking with me, even if I'm not getting to your comment right away. I'm looking through, I'm trying my best, okay? So glad I could finally find it here and answer it. Denny Avdia, a player I really like. I think the one thing that this trade affects is I was expecting him to have a little bit more of an on-ball role this year. He didn't get that. He's probably not going to get that now with Jordan Poole being there. The ball's going to probably find Jordan Poole more than anybody else. That's just kind of the way Jordan Poole plays. But that's okay. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that because I still think Avdia is going to have a bigger role than he currently has. So we'll see what happens. I'm interested to see, but I'm I'm excited. I'm excited nonetheless. Let's go on forward now to this one. Maurice says Suns bench going to be full of plumbers and people from the Drew League. Yeah, like they might have to go scout the Drew League this season to see exactly what they could get. Oh man, the Phoenix Suns are just in a really tough spot overall, I think. Oh man, the new NBA rule. That was such a great comment, by the way, for the person who suggested that. Y'all right, Katie, Booker, and Beal are great players, but this isn't a 4v4 league. This is an 8-man league at least, and if you watch basketball, y'all would know that's how the Nuggets won. Their bench stepped up, right? They, like, it's not even just their like they have the premier player. You need the premier player. You need like a guy who you can run your offense through, can generate good looks all the time, and you just feel comfortable with having the ball. You need that player, but then around it, it's about getting players who actually fit, can propel him, can play well when he's not on the floor. So you need another like high-end player, which is Jamal Murray for Denver, like another star-ish player. Like, it was okay. Like, I didn't even absolutely hate it when they did it for Durant, because I could be like, oh, well, at least Durant and Booker, like, that's your 1 and 2, right? You have two guys who are like, yeah, no matter what, when they have the ball, we're great. Pivoting to 3 is really, really hard. It's really hard with the way the salary cap works, unless the third guy is on a cheap deal, which typically is never the case. My gosh, Paul. Wow, this is crazy. The Wizards are doing such a great job. I love the direction the Wizards are headed, man. Make sure you guys go follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Here's the link for that. I'm going to send it down below in the comment section. I will, for the next 5 minutes from 3:30 to 3:35, I'll shout out anyone who hits the follow button over on Twitter. Huge shout out to you guys, but we are heading in the right direction there with the Twitter profile at 884 followers, which is crazy. Let's see if we can get up to 1,000 at some point today. That would be absolutely unreal. But you guys have been showing some awesome support. I love having you guys in here. We're nearing 20,000 subs as well on YouTube, and we have a $5 super chat here from Mr. Rudy Pooh. Huge thank you, Mr. Rudy, for the super chat. He says, I wish Dame would just let the Blazers rebuild and also send him to a good spot. Also, I'm going to pay attention to Tobias Harris trade tonight. Harris would be an interesting player. If they trade Tobias Harris, to me, that signals that they feel like James Harden is potentially leaving in free agency. And you might be curious as to that. Let's actually share that on screen right now. Huge shout out to the Crooked Cat for the follow over on Twitter, and Nick Thompson as well. Huge shout out to you. New York Knicks in 4, and Jackson Hansard. Thank you to you for the follow over on Twitter. Huge shout outs to you guys. Let's go over now to the NBA trade machine. I want to get this up on stream. Because just showing this would be really good, talking about Tobias Harris, because I think this is a very interesting thing that we need to keep in mind. So here's the Philadelphia 76ers. Right now, with James Harden on his $35 million deal, they are projected to have $25 million in cap space. So that's with his, with his money guaranteed in there. So essentially, if they lose James Harden, let's say he goes to Houston in free agency, they would have $10 million in cap space, which means you can sign like one okay player. Doesn't really let you do a lot. If you trade Tobias Harris, though, to a team with cap space, let's go over to San Antonio, for example. I think San Antonio has nearly enough money to make this work. Yep, $49 million. We're going to trade Tobias Harris to the Spurs. And let's say that with it, it's like a salary dump. So let's just do 2029 round 1, like top 10 protected to San Antonio for what? Let's say pick 44. Okay. So something like this. And you might look at it and say, well, now why would they do that? Because this is way too much. Like, you think the Sixers are getting screwed on value here is what you'd think. But the reason that they're doing this is that opens them up to $35 million in cap space. And to just show this, this isn't how it would actually work, but I'm going to put Team 3 in here. It's not going to be a sign and trade. The Rockets would just flat out sign James Harden. Okay. But if that happens, this is why the Sixers would do it right here. Their roster cap goes significantly lower. They open up a lot of money against the tax, and most specifically, they'd have $50 million in cap space to add to this roster down the center column. Embiid, Tucker, Melton, Korkmaz, who they probably would also try and trade somewhere. Let's just send him also to San Antonio for this. Okay, $55 million. Like, you see how this is going to work in here? They open up a ton of money, a ton. They have $55 million in cap space. And the fact that Montrezl Harrell opted out of his player option makes me believe that the 76ers are going to give him the vets minimum after free agency is mostly over. They're trying to open up as much cap space right now as possible. They're doing a little bit of tampering, to be honest with this. They probably told them, look, we're going to keep you, but you got to opt out of your player option to give us a little bit more flexibility. It opens up about $3 million more in there, because then they can use the vets minimum exception to just bring them back in. This is going to be, this is why they would do this. This is why they would let Harris go for nothing, maybe even give up a pick to do it, is to open up that money, this money right here, so they could go in free agency and replenish the roster. If we see Tobias Harris traded in a deal like this tonight, what you can safely assume is that the Sixers are at least afraid of the possibility of James Harden leaving. That's what you can really bet. Now, if they trade Tobias Harris and get like another player back or get more salary back, then you can nix that off, and that would probably mean they feel comfortable of keeping Harden. Okay, so tonight we can really learn what is exactly happening. Shout out to Cloud Music for the follow over on Twitter. Huge shout out to you. Shout out to DJ Crunch as well, and Inside the Horseshoe Podcast. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitter. Really appreciate all three of you guys for doing that. But this is what would theoretically happen. So, Mr. Rudy, hopefully this makes some sense for Tobias Harris trade and what really you need to watch for. Because if they trade him for nothing, you're set up. Like they're set up for opening up money. Josh here says it was reported that the Knicks were talking of a Paul George trade. Your thoughts? I think PG would be a really good fit for them, although I'm not exactly sure if we actually see that get done. Patrick here says, can you talk about how the second apron is going to wreck teams like Phoenix in a couple of years? Yes, let's definitely do that. Let's go back over to the Phoenix Suns here on their cap table. So for the Phoenix Suns, these four players here get them over that second apron. Durant, Beal, Booker, Ayton. And because of that, they don't have access then to the taxpayer mid-level exception. So they can't bring in any like $6 million players in free agency. So essentially the biggest issue is they'd have to find a way to fill this bench out with minimums. They'd only have minimum players here. And then on top of that, not only would they only have minimums, but they don't have draft picks to add in any rookies. So you're essentially saying this core of four players here has to be good enough for us to win. Otherwise, they have to trade Ayton for depth. And depth for Ayton might not look like 4 or 5 great players. It might be 3 good ones, okay? So if you get 3 good ones, like you're going to have a roster of 6 guys, maybe 7 if you keep Payne. Durant, Beal, Booker, 3 players that you got for Ayton and Payne, which means there's a lot of pressure to trade Ayton for a perfect package. You need to get the perfect thing out of Ayton. Otherwise, your team is stuck for the next few years because you're not going to be able to use a taxpayer mid-level. You don't have any picks to go add. You're just screwed. Rebounding says, wow, just took a 1-hour nap and woke up to a CP3 trade. What's your opinion? It's crazy. I think let's just go back to the Twitter quick. That's probably the quickest way to show it without me sitting here and spending like 4 hours to talk about it. Let's go over to let's just go to the profile. It'll be the fastest way to get there. Here's my trade grades. A++ for the Wizards. Get assets for CP3 is great, plus a rebuild your value type of player in pool. Very Sam Presti-ish. Warriors C, better today. Too many assets out the door, though. Protection is important to consider. So top 20 protected. It's not the end of the world, but it limits their flexibility. And giving up Poole for Paul at this point of their careers just feels like not good long-term value, but it definitely helps them in the short term, I think. I do think that they are significantly better today for making a deal like that. So it's definitely the one thing that you have to consider for sure with that regard. Mr. Rudy says, Kyle Kuzma, we'll see what happens. Jordan, welcome to the stream, Jordan. He says, hey, all. Glad to have you in here. Gremlin says, his girlfriend made you a sandwich and you're letting the bread get stale. I know. I haven't even taken a bite of it yet. Should I take a bite on stream? Should we do that? I've never eaten on stream before, actually. I've had pizza, but I've never eaten it like physically on the stream. There's the first bite. That felt weird. I'm never doing that again. Mike Howard says, reported Tobias talks are with Cavs, Pistons, or Pacers. Interesting. Pacers would be a cap space team. B says, what website is this? I'm using Fanspo for the trades. Wizards preparing for Braun and Bronny. Could you imagine? That'd be sweet. Phoenix can also not aggregate salary and trades or use cash and trades, right? Yeah. So that's like the other thing is like they're just going to be screwed. Like they just have like zero roster flexibility. OFAC says, should the Wizards still draft someone like Thompson or Whitmore, or now with Poole, it'd be better to take someone like Anthony Black? I just think that they should take whoever number one was on their board when they get to their pick. Like, just, the thing is you just have to take good players. Like, if you feel like this guy's good, you just don't draft off of fit right now if you're Washington. Dang says, do you watch EYBL evaluating prospects? Peach Jam is going to have Flagg, Dylan Harper, etc. on the 3 to 9 on 3 to 9 to Twitch. So I do watch EYBL a decent amount. Cooper Flagg is unreal, by the way. Cooper Flagg is going to be like a future number one pick, probably. I would argue that after this draft is over, after Wembanyama is selected, that Cooper Flagg is the best prospect. People will argue Cameron Boozer, which I think there's argument to that too. Cameron Boozer is also incredible. Those are the top two guys. But wow. Ryan here says, Lamau never doing it again. I know that the bite, I just felt so awkward. Jay here says, glad to be here for the legendary first bite, but don't forget to eat, obviously, while working hard at your job. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I've just had such a good time. Strope here says, one of the sickest trades so far. There's been good ones. I really like Boston's. The fact that they turned Smart into Porzingis and 2 firsts is like just really good value, I think. I feel really, really good about what they were able to do in that. They've set themselves up for a lot of long-term success. B here. This is Spot Track. I'll send a link here to Spot Track in the comment section too if you want to check it out. That one will bring you directly to the Phoenix Suns, but then you can hit that drop-down tab. Zach, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back in here. Keys to Wisdom says, how big of a bust will the way too skinny Wemby be? Huge or huge? Not a bust. As long as he stays healthy, he will be a Hall of Famer. Ryan here says, where does the excitement for the draft, this draft rank since you have been a basketball fan? Is this the most excited you've been ever for a draft? Yes, it 100% is. This is the best draft I've ever evaluated. Now I'm only 23 years old, so I can't say I was around for 2003 or 1996 really. I was alive for 2003, but I was like a 3-year-old. So I don't think people would have been really trusting my draft evaluation at that point. I think I'm marginally better now than I was then. But that's kind of where, I just think like out of all the drafts I've actually been around for and like really evaluating, I'm very, very happy to have been able to evaluate this draft. This draft is unreal. Thoughts on Grant Nelson? So Grant Nelson ended up going back to college. He's transferring from NDSU. I think I saw that he's going somewhere. I don't exactly know. I need to see where he transferred to. He went to Alabama, right? Yeah, I think that's right. I think he went to the Crimson Tide. He's really athletic. So I think he's going to have a really good chance of having a nice future in the league at some point. Like just based on his athletic traits alone, he'll definitely warrant some second round looks at some point. Josh in Indiana says, hey, it's good to try new things. Yeah, the sandwich on stream, though, is probably something I'm not going to try again. With the second apron, don't they freeze your draft pick? Doesn't that mean that the draft has one less pick made? Doesn't that hurt the incoming players? No, they don't freeze your asset. What you're unable to do is you're unable to trade future picks, like 2020, like 9 firsts and stuff is what the limitation is. Celtics future ring. Yeah, I think the Celtics have a pretty good chance of getting one in the next couple of years. The Celtics, like people like to talk about, they haven't won one yet with Brown and Tatum. Can they win? It's like, like honestly, the issue with that is like with the Celtics specifically is like their 2 best players haven't been in their prime yet. Ryan says 3-year-old Sheldon probably had some hot takes on it. Yeah, I at that point I was already a Dirk Nowitzki fan, so I probably would have fought tooth and nail back then that Dirk Nowitzki was the best player of all time. So I don't stand on that hill anymore, but I'm sure 3-year-old Sheldon probably did. Patrick Tolbert said, I'm 43 and this is the best draft of my lifetime. Well, Patrick, I'm glad about that. This draft is just loaded. There's so much talent actually in here that is just incredible. Thank you guys for throwing Bam in there too. I knew I saw it somewhere, but I couldn't remember exactly where. Bryce says, how do you think the Warriors will sign Draymond using bird rights? Bird rights are a beautiful thing. Without bird rights, the NBA would be cooked. So they'll use bird rights and keep him. Virus says, let's say you're Brian Wright. What do you do with the Spurs ammunition? Trade up this year, keep picks and draft with them, sign a big free agent, trade Kelvin Lee to trade for a disgruntled star, etc. I would try really hard to get to number 4. If Amen Thompson's available. I am a big believer in Amen. I think Amen Thompson I think there's a small chance he could end up being the second best player in the class. Realistically, I think he's the third best. I would try and get Amen Thompson if I could. Now I think that's going to be challenging. I don't think it's going to be possible, but Patrick says if you're in the second apron twice in a 4-year span, then your first rounder goes to the end of the round. Yeah, that's true too. About I forgot to mention that, but like for the freezing of like trades, you can't trade like long-term future assets. But like realistically, Patrick, the one thing about this is teams that are so far into the second apron anyway, they're going to be playoff teams. Like Phoenix will make the playoffs with these guys, like with Beal and Durant and Booker. So I don't think it's like as big of a deal. I think it's like a mildly important thing. Volcano says the Wizards are going to be good in a couple of years. I believe so too. Mike here says, what do you think of the Darko hire upgrade from Nurse? I don't think it's an upgrade from Nurse, but I think sometimes a change of like management, change of scenery is good. I think Nick Nurse is a great coach, but I think that an adjustment. I think that if they went to kind of a rebuilding round, it would be really, really good. I was kind of hoping they would hire Sergio Scariolo though, and they didn't. Joshua Ball says, thoughts on overtime elite. I hate the league. I hate the league because it really makes evaluation tougher. It's entertaining to watch if you watch with the volume off. The commentary is terrible in it. They're just like looking for only highlight plays and they don't actually like talk about the game or break down anything. To be honest with you, like not to be conceited here or anything, but like overtime elite would be a lot better if they hired me to commentate on games and like analyze games compared to what they currently have. And I think that's true about a whole bunch of other people. Like it's not just me. So Danny here says, I think Freddie would have been a good sign and trade with the Suns, then work from there. But the Suns went Beal's way and jeopardized their future. Yep, that's exactly how I feel too. Keys to Wisdom says 2 years of constant pro hoops training for the Thompson twins, and they still cannot shoot the ball. Athletic, yes, but scary bad shooters. I think that they've got functional athleticism. It's not like they're just athletic. They're like athleticism applies to the NBA and will make them good in the NBA. Point 40 says, do you think Detroit takes Walker or Whitmore? My current assumption is Whitmore for them, but I think Detroit's a big question point. Randolph Henry says the Jordan Poole trade would have made more sense for the Warriors if they acquired Porzingis for Poole. Golden State needed more size in the front court. Washington should have traded Chris Paul to Boston instead. I think that this works out really good for I think Boston's very happy with what they got. Strope says if the seat that the Celtics received, do you consider that a W trade or a bust? I'm a Celtics fan, by the way. So I wouldn't give that let me go back over to that trade quick. For them, like, wait, I didn't give the Celtics a C. You're asking about this. I thought you were asking about the Warriors. Hold on. Let me go back. I gave the Celtics an A+, like multiple pluses. That was a really good trade for Boston. Porzingis is good. Porzingis is very good, and he fits. So I don't know. I think he's really, really good. For my favorite draft years besides this one, 2018, I really liked 2018. That one, of course, had Doncic and Shea and Ayton. I was pretty high on Shea. I had him as like a top 10 player in that class, but I didn't see what he was going to become. I didn't think he was going to be that. But I liked Porter Jr. that year too, and I liked Miles Bridges' talent. I was kind of surprised that Shea, Bridges, and Porter Jr. all were outside of the top 10. I did like Bamba. I missed on Bamba, but I don't know. I thought Doncic was going to go 1, and they didn't. So 2018 is probably my next favorite year in terms of talent. Jordan Poole is the reason that Bob Myers stepped down. He messed up big time given in that contract. I think he was just ready to be done, to be honest. Cole says, I think the Pistons slightly shock everyone and take Hendricks. Hendricks would be awesome for Detroit. I really do believe. I think him and Durham would be one of the better defensive front courts. John here says Suns should trade Ayton to the Bulls for Caruso, Williams, and Io. That would be good for Phoenix. I don't necessarily know why Chicago would do that. Zach says exactly right. OT is not enjoyable because the commentary is worse than when my brother coached D3 basketball. Like literally, that's how I feel. Like they literally just sit there and scream into the microphones. Like, and it's not that like I would be like a perfect like I think I'd be a pretty intriguing analyst, like because I feel like I could break down the game, but I don't know about like my voice or whatever, and I use filler words, so it's not like I'd be a perfect TV personality, but I just think that people who actually understand the game would be a lot better than screaming and trying to make it like a YouTube highlight mix. I don't like that because you get a 2-on-1 in transition and the guy's just screaming as it's a layup. It's like, okay, please stop. Marcus Smart is a perfect fit for Memphis. I agree with that. I think he's really, really good for Memphis. Also, Volcano, you got to find a way here to not have to take a picture of Google to make your profile picture. Not trying to hate here, but you have a picture of the Tennessee Titans logo after you Google searched it. Like, you can copy paste the logo somewhere and then use that. Zoe here says, be crazy if the Bulls trade Zach Caruso and Vooch to the Spurs for the first round pick to land Big Vic. Yeah, I don't think the Spurs would be happy with that one. Tom says, do you guys think this CP3 for Poole is a W or an L trade? I think it's a W for Washington. I think it's okay. I think it's bearable for the Warriors, although it's not great. I don't think it's good. The Suns should trade DeAndre and Cam to the Knicks for Obi, Mitch, Fournier, and 2 second-round picks. That's not enough value. You need to get more than that. You need to get at least a first. TLGS services. So what happened to Johnny Davis? Was he the final straw on the Washington Camel's back? Probably. Like, the fact that he wasn't very good his rookie year and the team just wasn't very good got Tommy Shepard fired. Hassel-free says, Weaver said he wants to go big. Have a feeling they take Elsar. He's pretty lengthy. But if you're talking big, Cam Whitmore is like 240 pounds. So I could also see Cam Whitmore being the definition of big. Going on to Tim Preston here, he says, you can do it. All right, we're working through it. Cole says, one of pick 11, 12, or 14 gets traded to the Spurs tonight, in my opinion. I like it. That's a good hot take. CYN Sear here says, yo, team. And boom goes the dynamite, says TLGS. Double username and a picture of Google search is crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize double the user. Oh, my gosh. Zach is roasting you here now, Volcano. Or should I say Volcano the Sweat? Zach here is saying I love it though. We're not starting any beef in our chat, okay? Listen, Volcano, you are perfectly accepted here, even with a picture of a computer screen as your profile picture. The Champs Rook wants to know what the Cavs news is. There's not a lot of Cavs news right now, but we are keeping our eyes on it. Hassle-free says no big as in I see. Go big as in polarizing. I get what you're saying. Okay, my fault. So he says go big as in polarizing, like a big swing. Volcano the Sweat's living with it. He likes the attention. He's chilling with it. He doesn't even mind getting flamed on stream. Doesn't even mind. Shout out to all 537 of you awesome people. One thing I do really want to share real quickly. There's 537 of you, and there's a whole bunch of people in the Discord now. But there's no reason to not have more, okay? I'm going to send this Discord link. I want everyone right now to go join the Discord. In there, what we do in the Discord is we talk about basketball. If you've had fun today, if you feel like through the 5 hours I've been streaming so far that you've had at any moment, any little bit of fun talking about basketball with us here, this Discord is the perfect place to be because in there, you're going to be able to talk about basketball all the time with whoever you want. There's a whole bunch of people in there, fans of every single team. We have channels for every single team. We talk about the NBA draft. We talk about NBA trade discussion. We talk about everything. Heck, I think we even have like a movie and TV channel in there possibly. So if you like movies and television, it's a fun place to talk with other people who have similar interests as you. So join the Discord, hop in there, have some fun with us. It'd be a really great time for sure. Troy Dilworth says, if Amon's at 4, do you think the Rockets should try to trade up from 20 to get Grady Dick or plan to get shooters in free agency? Dick would be awesome for Houston. I think he'd be really good, but I don't know if that's a feasible way for them to go. Brandon S. says, the word I've heard is Weaver looking to package a future first to select at 5 and go get Hendricks. I don't know if it'll work, though, or if rumor is true. I'd be careful about some of those rumors. Like, it's just hard to necessarily trust everything you're hearing today because a lot of clicks come through trades that have been discussed is how I'd put that. A lot of writers end up figuring out that, all of a sudden there's a lot of trades being discussed today. It's just, I don't know if it's true. David Gonzalez says, how long you think the Spurs can get to, how low or how high do you think the Spurs can get to with the trade? Probably the highest would be 11 without having to give up Keldon or Vassell or Sohan. Zach here says, Suns get TJ McConnell, Duarte, Isaiah Jackson in 26. Pacers get 10 in Bertans. Mavs get DeAndre Ayton in 47. That's an interesting three-team proposition. I think the Mavs need depth, though, too. It's not, like, terrible, though. It's not terrible. It's, like, kind of a loose framework that I like. Harib says, yo, Sheldon, I think you got your bottom banner wrong. It's 2030 pick, not 2023. Let me check that. Did I have a typo in there? Oh, yep, I 100% did. Thank you. I really appreciate that because I had a mistake in there. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that, Harib. I really appreciate you updating me on that because I was in a fluster when that trade went down because I was trying to change my thumbnail, change the title of the video, and change pretty much every little thing to make sure it was working. And we got there. Ultimately, we got there. Gold just says, hot take, Tobias Harris gets traded tonight to Memphis. Interesting. I'm not sure if Memphis is going to be the team that lands Tobias Harris. We'll see, though. Breezy, this is an all-time comment. Someone take a screenshot right now of the stream. This is all-time. Someone tweet this at me, please. This is an all-time great moment. I click on a profile. It's got Jordan Poole looking at the camera all funny. As I just woke up and my favorite player got traded. It's just an all-time great moment for me right here, where I'm just like, because I'm just like, when I'm going through the live, I'm like just clicking comments and saying, what does this one do? What's this one got to say? And I just read through them and I have a lot of fun, good time. And then all of a sudden I see this one. I'm just like, oh my gosh, he just woke up and his favorite player got dealt. I remember a couple trade deadlines ago, I was live streaming, and Kristaps Porzingis is one of my favorite players in the NBA. I really like him. And he got traded from my Dallas Mavericks. I'm a Mavs fan, and he got traded, and I just about lost it on stream. I think I had a couple, 1,200 people watching or something. They're all wanting to know what's happening with Porzingis. Where's he going? What's the news? And I was just sitting there ranting about how the Mavericks are a disgrace of an organization and how every single thing that they do ends up leading to long-term failure and not sustained success, and that's exactly where we're at right now. Olfak here says if the Spurs can select between Coulibaly and Case and Wallace, who would you rather have? I think Coulibaly for making Victor comfortable would be really good. And I know that Coulibaly and Victor have a really good relationship. Wembanyama multiple times has sung the praises of Coulibaly in this draft process, so I would probably do that. Caleb McKinney, even though I do think Case and Wallace is good, by the way. Caleb McKinney says, still think the Pacers could trade up in the late teens. I think it's less likely now that they traded off of 29, which is kind of tough. Jamal Douglas says, I know he's not getting much attention, but I'm pretty sure you had a decent grade on Ryan Rollins, and I'm very happy we got him. I think he's like a good low-key underrated piece in there. Let's see. Let's see what I wrote on Ryan Rollins last year. Let me go to my Google Drive. Actually, here, let me just do it on my phone. I don't feel like I need to pull it up on stream. I'll just read it to you guys. So I'm going to my Google Drive quick, and we'll see kind of what's going on with that. Also, Zach just shared a photo. I'm going to take a look at that too, Zach, in just a second. Let me search. I need to go over to my personal, and let's search the name Ryan Rollins. Okay, in my big board, where did I have him? He made my top 60 last year, so that's a good sign. So I had him 55. This is what I had to. What I wrote about Ryan Rollins, who I thought was a pretty good bucket getter. Shot creator at heart with a solid handle and good in his spots. Operated as a high-volume scorer at Toledo and may catch on as a bench scorer. Improvement from three is a necessity for him to elevate his role above that. It's possible for sure, and his degree of difficulty is high, but the level of competition was not. Very good inside the arc and can help teams after spending time in the G. And then my one-word summary on him, which is something I did last year. I wish I did this year, but my one-word summary was gem. I thought he could be a potential hidden gem down the board who had like pretty significant upsides. So I do like him quite a bit for you guys, Jamal. Tom wants to know, is Poole getting traded again? He won't this offseason probably, but I think he will potentially at the trade deadline or next offseason at the very earliest. Cole Gray says, I like Jalen Wilson for the Celtics at 25, maybe early for you based on your board, though. It is a little early, but like I understand that in terms of like finding a player, it just feels like a little Wendell Moore Jr.-ish to me, which is funny because I think he went like right in the mid-20s last year to Minnesota, and he didn't play very much his rookie year. I just think like if you're Boston, I think you should look for probably a guard. I think just like someone with a little bit of skill. Team Money says such a terrible deal again for the Wizards. Took back a big long-term deal while tanking. Could have gotten a better deal from the Knicks. I don't believe that to be true. I don't know. You'd say that you could have gotten a better deal from the Knicks, but what would the Knicks have been willing to give up? Would they have given up a first rounder? I don't think so. Ryan says, wish you could have been live when Kyrie became a Mav. I went live right after, and I was still heated about it. So you should go back and let me see if I can find that quick. If you just go on the channel and go to like the live tab, you're gonna be able to find that one pretty quickly. And within the first like 5 minutes, I probably about burned down the Mavericks organization. Georgia says, imagine if Luka got traded for 6-1s, what would be your reaction? So I'd be mad. I have a really irrational fear that the Dallas Mavericks at some point are going to trade Luka Doncic, and they're going to try and win while doing it. They're going to try and like trade him for veterans. I just have a whole middle finger to him, like, hey, you could have won here if you would have hung out, and it's going to be terrible for the Mavs organization. JB says if the Wizards get Bates, he has to get minutes on this rebuilding team. I think the Wizards are one of the front runners to land Monty Bates. You look at what Michael Winger has done in other situations. He's drafted off of upside a very good amount of the time. So I think that's a real possibility here for Washington at this spot. Shout out to everyone who has followed us on Twitter. We're up to 887 followers. So let's see if we can get to 900. That would be great. I'm going to send the Twitter link in here one more time for the next 5 minutes until 4:05. I'm going to be shouting out everyone who follows on Twitter. Trey grade Washington F and a D. I don't agree with that. Breezy says I mess with Denny too. They got a squad. I think Washington's heading in a good direction. Luke Laughlin here says hello, my first time. Well, welcome here, Luke. Glad to have you in the stream for your first one. Cole here says I'm waiting on Gabriel Procida breakout. I like Procida, man. He had his athleticism last year was incredible, and I also think. We're still waiting on Travers too. Luke Travers had an interesting year in the NBL. I'm not sure how much we can rely on him, but it wasn't bad. Predict the next domino. I'm going to say DeAndre Ayton is the next domino. That's what I'm going to say. That's the guy we're going to bet on. Oh, that's awesome. He sent the screenshot, Zach. I love that. I'm going to make sure to save that. That's sick. Harib here says that Jamal Douglas, that's salt on the wound in this bad trade by my Warriors. NBA GOAT says, when is the draft? The draft is at 7 p.m., I believe, Central Time. Let me look that up again just to make sure. At some point here, we are going to transition over to my other setup for the actual stream itself for the draft because I'm not going to be in this room. I'm going to move for that, so we'll see what that ends up looking like, but I'm very, very excited for everything. Team Money says these are terrible trade grades. Okay, Team Money, I'm not really sure what you think. Breezy says Wizards collecting. Oh, my gosh. Will Smith says, what a clown. Thank you. Levi says, imagine Oubre going back to Washington. That would be bad for Washington. Oubre should not. I don't know. I wouldn't sign Oubre. Scouse Roar says, I'm a Sonics fan. I woke up one day and my entire team got traded. Yeah. Caleb McKinney says, could you possibly map out a Jonathan Kuminga trade to the Pacers? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's put that up on stream. Shout out to everyone who is in here, by the way. I really do appreciate all of you guys for hanging out with us today. Let's clear this. Let's just clear this trade completely. Reset. Let's go over to Indiana and Golden State because it does look like Golden State is going to probably move the young guys. They already traded Poole. So let's look at a potential Kuminga deal. Where is Kuminga at on here? There he is. Trade to the Pacers. 26. So the thing is, Warriors want to win though. So let's go to the Raptors. This is something that makes sense. Otto Porter Jr. to the Warriors because his money works. The Warriors are going to try and rebuild some of their team that they had. They got GP2 back. They're going to bring back Otto Porter. They now have Chris Paul into this grouping. The Warriors are going to be pretty good. So let's send. Who do we want to send out? Let's send, screw it, Jalen Smith to the Raptors. That's going to make this deal work, okay, for money purposes. And now what we're going to try and do here too is we're going to send 2024 top 5 protected to the Warriors. And then we're going to send 2026 first to the Raptors. No, I don't like that. Let's trade 55 to the Raptors. And that's a done deal. Try trade. Here we go. Pacers get Jonathan Kuminga for next year's first top 5 protected and pick 55. The Warriors get Otto Porter Jr. back and that first round pick for Kuminga. And then the Raptors get Jalen Smith and a second rounder for giving up Otto Porter Jr., which I think the Raptors would definitely accept this deal. So I think it's an interesting proposition. Let me know what you guys think about that. It's kind of a framework, right? That's the one thing. Shout out to Sean C, by the way. Sean just went over and hit a follow over on the Twitter, so huge shout out to him. Yeah, Memphis still needs a wing. Volcano, I would say. Zach says Bertans and 10 to Indy. TJ McConnell, Duarte, Sticks, and 26 to the Mavs. I still do like that as somewhat of a proposition, although I think McConnell would be great for Dallas. Duarte and Sticks would be solid, but Josh in Indiana said Jordan Poole is perfect for a tank. He'll average 23 and you'll lose. This is literally true. This is like Jordan Poole is perfect for a tank. Literally perfect. Inside the Horseshoe Podcast, Bulls get Luka for Levine and DeRozan. Okay. No. That's probably what the Mavs will do, though. So if that's what you're referencing back to what I said, yeah, like that's literally what the Mavericks will try and do. Norrad, do you think Keldon Johnson gets traded from the Spurs by the All-Star break? No. He's got the second best or best contract in the league going forward. He's not getting traded. They want him there long term. Georgia here says, what are Atlanta draft assets post-Murray trade, if you don't mind me asking, Sheldon? So they've got, I believe, 1 or 2 tradable first. I think one of them is 2029. Boosh here says, how high do you think the Jazz can get in the draft? For Utah, they picked 9. I don't see them trading up, but I see them. I don't see them trading up from 9, but I could see them trading 16 and 28 to get to 10. That's the one I really think is likely. Unlimited range, JP really going to average 25, 5, and 5. Yes, he's going to. They're going to lose, but people are going to believe, hey, look, Jordan Poole's talented, which he is. He is very talented. .808 Levi says Toronto moving up or down in the draft. I think Toronto's going to stay pat. Kino says, most excited I've been as a Wizards fan. Michael Winger making me a very happy man. Yeah, you guys actually have a direction now. This is JP All-Star season. I'm not sure if he's going to make the All-Star, but we'll see. Mel says, draft day, baby. You got to love it. I'm so excited for draft day. Brandon S says, speaking of Prochita, the Pistons do a horrible job of using their G League / drafts and stashes to develop. Yeah, we'll see if they can pull anything out of that, but I'm hoping to see Prochita moving forward. Breezy says, what do you think of a Lillard trade to the Pelicans? Try and get Zion. I don't know. I don't love that for either side. Like, if you're the Pelicans and you're getting Dame, you probably want Zion so that you have a chance at winning a title. And if you're Portland, like if you're getting Zion, you probably want Dame so you have a chance. Like, I don't think that the two would get traded for each other. Team Money, you have to actually explain why they're terrible, though. So far, you have given no actual rationale, which makes sense. Cole Great says, maps out a trade of Spurs moving up. Map out a trade of Spurs moving up. One, the Magic at 11, Thunder at 12, or Pels at 14. Now let's go ahead and do that. Let's I shouldn't have done what I just did. Whoops. Let's go back over to the trade machine and let's adjust this. That's clear, and clear. So we want the Spurs all the way down here for, let's 14. I don't think 14 makes the most sense. Let's do 11. 11 is the one that I think is most likely. So the thing is, they can give him Doug McDermott, which isn't great, but he shoots. Probably give him Malachi Branham, which, I don't know. Spurs fans probably don't like that, though. Malachi, do we give up Malachi? Do we not? I need to think about that. Blake Wesley goes to the Magic. And Charles Bassey goes to the Magic. Give him some young pieces, whatever. Pick 33 goes to the Magic. 2027 first from Atlanta. 2025 Spurs first. And 2024 Toronto first for pick 11. Trade. Try trade. There we go. Magic get a player who can help them right now. McDermott, two kind of younger players that maybe they can sit and be patient on with Wesley and Bassey. They get 3 firsts for moving out of 11 and pick 33. Maybe an overpay from San Antonio, but it's probably what you have to give up to move up if you really like a guy. So, like, if you really want someone at 11 in a really strong class, you should give up a lot to go get him. So that's what I have him doing. General Long says Lively to Sacramento for my perfect day. Lively to interesting for shot blocking. I don't think Sensabaugh fits in Sacramento. This guy keeps making me laugh. John Elway, Raptors are running it back. We'll see. I think probably most likely, yeah. Marcus Messiah says Phoenix will draft a second round big like Shibwe or Mohamed Gay. I like Mohamed Gay a lot. I think Shibwe would be important for them too. Either way, like those guys might have to start. Video Vandal says, as a Pacers fan, my dream scenario is to end the night with one of these two combos as players. Whitmore, Alsar, DeAndre Hunter, or Hendricks and Kuminga. Make it happen, Pritchard. Interesting. Breezy says, Warriors not drafting, not doing that. Other two teams will, though. Interesting. Zach says, I would absolutely love this as a Pacers fan, but I know at least the Warriors fans are going to hate it. The part of it is, like, if you're doing the 2024 first, like, it would be, like, probably stretched to a 4-team trade where the Warriors would turn around and find more trade pieces to get. You know, they turn that 2024 first to a team that's trying to rebuild. Nav Blue says, what would you have done, Team Money? Remember, Beal wanted Phoenix, even though Miami offered a better deal. That's the thing is, Team Money doesn't actually know what he would have done. He just likes to say he would have done better. Breezy says, you think OKC's trading up? I see it happening. I don't think so. Isaac says, do the Thunder move up? Like I just said, I do not believe so. Blitz says, what time is the draft? My Blazers making me anxious. The draft's at 7 p.m. Central Time. So 8 p.m. Eastern for those of you on the East Coast. Mavs will trade down with Atlanta to get Capella or Collins. No, I think the one I prefer is to get Capella. If they get 15 and Capella for 10, it's a home run. Bush here says, do you think the Jazz could or should or would trade Lowry? No, I think Lowry is going to stay there in Utah. Georgia Bulldogs says, Mavs are making Luka available is my dream. News to hear. Sorry, Sheldon. It's probably going to happen at some point. We'll see. Well, it's not the Mavs. Luke is going to band out, so what's going to ultimately happen. Justin said, who wants to take Dick? Probably the Dallas Mavericks. That's mostly what they've been getting in their trade discussions. Man. Team Money, start your own live stream and make your own grades. Ryan, I'm getting kind of New York Knicks vibes. I wonder if Michael's in here to chat with Team Money. Cersei Cat says a trade for the Raps to get number 2 pick. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen tonight. Brock Watson said, who's your best realistic trade target for the Mavs with 10? My best realistic trade target for the Mavericks is probably Atlanta. Let's do some Mavs trade discussion here because I think the Mavericks are the most likely team in the top 10 to move the pick. So, and I'm a Mavericks fan, so I feel like I've got quote-unquote expert analysis. It sounds like I'm working for ESPN now, saying something like that. For the Mavericks here at 10, let's go to – let's start with Atlanta. Let's do it. Where's the Hawks? There they are. Capella to the Mavericks. Let's do Davis Bertans to the Hawks, and we'll throw in JaVale McGee for pick 15. This would be the deal. Something along these lines. But I could see the Hawks saying, no, if we're doing that, you're going to take John Collins from us, not Clint Capella. But I don't know. If I'm the Mavs, I'd call their bluff and say, okay, well, if you want pick, oh, whoops, hold on. Forgot to include pick 10. Whoops. The greatest. Hopefully, you guys didn't screenshot that because that would have been bad. Local guy makes dumb trade. Mavericks here, Clint Capella and 10 and 15 for Bertans, McGee, and 10. This is a little bit better. And if you're the Mavs, you just play hardball with the Hawks and say, okay, either you do this or you don't get pick 10. Because, like, obviously, if this is a discussion, obviously the Hawks would want 10. There's a reason they want 10. Probably would be for Grady Dick, I would guess, or Derek Lively. Like, then you like tell them, okay, if you're going to do this, you have to eat these two contracts. Otherwise, we're not discussing. Like, that's what I would try and do. Be like, sorry, this is like literally the best I can do. Otherwise, the Mavericks could go to Brooklyn, and this is what the Mavericks could flex over. Atlanta is like, no, we actually have another deal lined up. 21, 22 for 10. And then also on top of this, should we get really crazy with it? Should we send Simmons to the Mavericks? Just kidding. We're not doing that. Let's do Finney Smith back to Dallas for Davis Bertans, and then we'll send the second rounder to Brooklyn. So something like this. It's a 3-for-3 trade, one player for one player. Mavericks get off of Dorian. Mavericks get Dorian back, excuse me. Nets get number 10. Mavericks get 21 and 22. I think this is all around a win. If the Nets have a player that they want to go get at 10, I think that's pretty good. I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about that one. Kawhi Leonard, welcome to the stream. Kawhi says, what would Clippers have to give up for John Collins? For John Collins, the Clippers aren't going to do that. They don't want that money. The Wizards have pick number 8, and they also have pick 35. So those are their first 2 picks in this draft. Breezy here says, Ohio State really about to have back-to-back first-round picks. Easton Stanley says a Jazz trade. Let's look at a Mavericks Nets or a Mavericks Jazz trade because I think that's actually the next team I was going to go look at. And let's do 16 and 28 for 10. And I think the Jazz would give them. Let's do it. Damian Jones. And the Mavs give JaVale McGee's contract. Something like this. McGee, oh, I did it again. Don't screenshot. Whoops. Pick 10 goes to the Jazz. Try trade. There we go. McGee and pick 10 to the Jazz for 16, 28, and Damian Jones. Mavs get out of McGee's contract, get a younger player who I wouldn't say is better, but cheaper. And then you move from 10 to 16 and 28. I think pretty good deal all in all. Something I would consider doing if I was Dallas. Matthias here says, I can see Lively or Hendricks going to the Mavs. I would love Hendricks. If Hendricks is available, the Mavs better take him. If they pass up, I'm going to be mad. Cole Grades here says 15 in Capella for 10 in Bertans. You Hoop says, do you think the Blazers are going to trade Yusuf Nurkic? I think they would like to, but we'll see. Nick vibes. Ryan, you get it. You understand. Isaac here says, who do you think slides out of the top 10 that most people wouldn't think of? Maybe Hendricks, but I don't know. I don't really see that. Lexicon Gaming and Sports says, what did the Magic do at 6, draft or trade? I think they're going to draft. If they're going to trade, I think they'll trade 11. Brandon Sutherland says, I have Ishbia level intelligence, so I know what time the draft is Pacific, but for those who don't, what time would that be? For what time is it Pacific? It's 5 p.m. Pacific time. So it's 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, and then 5 Pacific. I don't hate the Knicks. I'm just saying the Knicks, their plan isn't to trade for a player right now. It's to trade for a star player. So the Knicks aren't giving up draft picks. Okay. I think the Knicks do have a very bright future, T-Money. I just don't think you've been listening. I think Grady Dick can drive the basketball, if that's what you're asking. Video Vandal says odds Ayton remains a Sun next year. I'd say 20% chance. Bronny wearing number 6 at USC. It's kind of hype. It's kind of hype. I like that. I like that. Matthias here says, "Man, I wish draft was earlier. I'm European. It's killing me. Yes, I'm not. That's not great." Spiral Trigger says, "Do you think the players who pulled out of the draft, Max, that if they were undrafted, they had a guaranteed rotation spot in Phoenix?" Yeah, they probably start for Phoenix. Just kidding, sort of. Shoot the Messenger says, "Is there a trade where Magic get Luka but don't give up Paul or Franz?" No, not right now. There isn't. PJ here says, "What are the Kings going to do this offseason?" They're going to draft at 24. They're going to be very safe and confident. Mr. Rudy says, "I'm lost. Is Anthony Simons +3 not worth Mikal Bridges?" I think it is, but I don't see that being something that actually comes to fruition. I don't think the Nets are looking to trade Bridges, and I don't know if the Blazers value Bridges enough to do it. The Suggs and Dick duo would be funny. Now imagine if they draft Anthony Black in there too. Suggs, Black, Dick. What a trio. Gold just says, "Dorian Finney-Smith back in Dallas would be great." I think so too. Kieran Harper says, "What do we think about a Jared Allen package to the Mavs for 10? Let's look at that. That's an interesting package as well that I do think has some legitimacy to it. To a small extent. I don't know if the Cavs are actually going to trade. If the Cavs are actually going to trade Jared Allen, but let's try and figure out something. Okay, let's put Bertans to Cleveland because his money makes sense. The money let's not do Bertans actually. Let's do Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway is actually a solid fit there. And then on top of that, I think that the Dean Wade has 2 player profiles on here for some reason. Let's send Lamar Stevens back to the Mavericks for value sake, and then pick 49 goes to Dallas, and probably a bevy of second rounders with it because it's pick 10. Something like this wouldn't be terrible. I don't know. This is just kind of like shooting from the hip, like just trying to get a framework. Again, like if you're looking at trades, like you just can't go into it and say this is 100% what the package has to be, because if the margins are narrow thin like that, it's probably not going to happen. So that's just kind of what you have to do. Kind of like Sexton to the Heat, says Brady, and then TJ Dub wants to know, do I think Sexton gets traded tonight? I think it's possible. If there's a way, like if we see something like, let's go over back to Dallas. I almost wanted to include that in Dallas's trade. Let's go back over to the Jazz. Like if we do Sexton for Bertans, and we see just like maybe 16 for 10. Like something like this as a framework, I could understand. Georgia Bulldogs screenshot it. Thank you. Can you do a DeAndre Ayton trade? Yeah, let's look at a DeAndre Ayton trade. Let's go over to the Phoenix Suns for just a couple of minutes. Phoenix, and let's trade. Where do we want to trade Ayton? Let's do Indiana. I haven't talked about it too much. Let's do it. Ayton to the Pacers for McConnell, Smith, Jackson, and how much money is that? 16. Miles Turner. And the Suns don't have anything to offer here. So it's a little tricky. They have 52, which they could trade to the Pacers, which I don't think the Pacers would really even want, but they'll take it for value. Something like this. I mean, I don't know. This helps the Suns depth a lot. If I'm the Pacers, I don't do this. I don't know. I don't like this. Jeremiah, any updates on Kuminga? Nothing crazy yet. Nothing that we've fully heard up to this point that's like set in stone. Adjust the mock a little bit, jumping on the Amen at 3 bandwagon. I like it, Zach. I like it. Dang here says you can't even wear numbers with digits greater than 5 in college. Bronny's going to be wearing 6. So Callum here says draft is at 1 a.m. for me, 10:20 right now, going strong. Keep holding on. Among a few other changes, I'm excited to hear some of them, Zach. Feel free to drop them in the chat if you want, like just some of the ones you think were most interesting. I'd like to hear kind of what you're thinking. The notorious JP says, Breezy, there's 0 chance Dallas trades Luka. Like I said, yeah, it's just not going to happen yet. Scouts here says Chicago needs to blow it up, but won't be allowed to now that they have the worst ownership in the league. So probably why they're so quiet. Yeah, like the issue is the executives. The first thing that they did when they got there was they built it. So they're already turning around. You know, we were talking basketball, right? All this. Oh man. No, that's a great comment. I'm not even going to comment on it. I'm just going to let it be on the screen for a second here. Buddy and Miles Turner to the Knicks, and no. Zach says Pacer Nation cries forever with that deal. I know it's just not good. It's not a good deal, honestly. Like, it's just I just wouldn't do it. And Portland needs a big. Let's go do Portland here. Sorry, Indy. I'm saving your franchise here by not trading you, Ayton. Let's do Portland. Yusuf Nurkic to the Suns, along with Nasir Little, Kevin Knox, Keon Johnson, Trenton Watford. And they turn all of that into DeAndre Ayton. And they'll also give them pick 23. So they turn 5 players into former number 1 overall pick. What do we think? The money's pretty close. Ayton gets to a team where, I don't know, they're going to be kind of thin, but they're in a spot where, like, maybe this makes sense. Like, I don't know. Keon Johnson, like Kevin Knox, who cares, right? Like, Nasir, like, it hurts giving up Watford, Little, and Nurkic, like, I guess, because of, like, depth purposes. But, like, getting off Nurkic's contract should be good anyway. And, like, this actually, like, kind of helps the Suns a little bit. Like, these 5 players could probably play for them. Kieran Harper says, I really want to see Naz Reid make it to Cleveland somehow as a backup. Maybe we can even pull some GM wizardry out of nowhere and sign Kuzma for our starting 3. You need to negotiate a sign and trade where LeVert goes somewhere, and Washington would be definitely willing to help with that, but it would be difficult. Jeremiah says, all Warriors fans hate the trade, but I like CP3 on the Warriors. He can be the 6th man. I think he's solid on the Warriors. I don't think it's, like, absolutely terrible. They're better short term. Logan here says Jazz 9 for Thunder 12 and the Jazz 2024 pick back. I don't know about that. I don't know if I see that actually happening, although it's not a bad framework. Rogue Brother says, could you do some PG trades that you could think of? I don't think Paul George gets traded ultimately. I dropped the full mock in the Discord, so if you guys want to see Zach's full mock, make sure to go to the Discord right now. But he says he notably had Najee go to Portland at 23, Trace Jackson Davis 30th, since it's still the Clippers. I like that. Oh, here says, could the Spurs trade Johnson and Burch to the Mavs for Bertans, McGee, Green, and pick 10? It's kind of a framework that's like not terrible, but I don't know. They'd have to, like, 33 and 44 would be involved probably. There'd be, like, a lot of stuff. Andy says, can Pirtle and Gary Trent for Ayton work? I believe so. But money-wise it would work, but the issue is, like, you'd have to get a sign and trade, and then, like, why would the Raptors even do this? I think they'd rather just have their own players. Fred says, give me some Orlando Magic trade packages. I think the most compelling one, and the one that I would probably try and really do if I was Orlando, like, if somehow, like, even, to be honest, even if Scoot's not available, I would still do this because I'm just a believer in it. But 6 and 11 and 36 to Portland. Where the heck is Portland? Portland for number 3 and maybe 43. So 6 Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's right. Okay. Whoops. Okay, traded. I keep doing this wrong. I don't know how I keep messing it up. I've used the trade machine like a billion times. Okay. 6-11-36 for 3 and 43. I like this for Orlando. I think that the Blazers aren't actually good enough to really do anything. So, I don't know. Like, I think it's good. I think it's a pretty overall decent deal. Brady Thompson says I really like Andre Jackson to the Nuggets. I think so too. I think that's probably a very likely selection. Yeah, I was gonna say, dang, because I was confused about that because I knew 100% that Monty was wearing 6, so I was kind of surprised. Brandon here says, how about Doug Collins, Graham, and 33 for Ayton? That's not enough. Not enough. Brady says, I like it, but add Greg Butler and keep Knox and Lil in Portland. Throw in a couple second rounders. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think Keldon's getting traded either. So Gary says, fail Knicks, fail Stephen A. crying every day. Oh, man. Ruben says, Devin Vassell for 11 and a future pick. It makes sense. I wouldn't give up Vassell. I would not give up Vassell at all. Chaco here says, do some Bulls Zach LaVine trades. Let's go take a look at some Bulls Zach LaVine trades quick. Bulls, and let's do the Knicks here because LaVine has been rumored to the Knicks a little bit. I don't love it, but Barrett, Fournier, nearly a perfect money match, pretty close. That's pretty good. Let's do no, that's too much. I'm not doing that. This. Something like this. I don't know. I don't love it. What would Atlanta have to do to trade for Ayton? Probably Capella in 15 would get the deal. Capella, or maybe Collins in 15, gets the deal done. I don't know. Kieran says, if we assume Amen is going to the Rockets at forward, do they need to give up to draft Osar as well? I just don't think it's really a realistic possibility, honestly. So I would bet against that. Honestly, I just would be unsure of that. I would be certain of that. Trying to figure this out quick on my end over here, but that's what I'm saying. Timothy here says, I'm calling it now, 8 to OKC, the last piece of their team. Pin this comment. I will pin it. We'll see what happens. Suns are really building a team like it's 2K. Yeah, they are. It's not good. I'm not good at all. Oh my gosh. Grady Dick. This is Grady Dick's outfit, guys. Oh my gosh. Grady Dick has got to be the greatest meme on the internet. Holy cow. Look at him suited up. Grady Dick. Look at his drip. Oh my gosh. It's lit, says Busy Boomin. Oh my gosh. That's an interesting fit. Wow. I don't think I would be comfortable pulling that off, but I guess Grady Dick is. Shout out to him. That is pretty crazy. That is pretty insane. Pretty insane. Oh my gosh. I just can't even, I don't even know what to do with that. I'm just like, oh, okay. That's a thing, I guess. That is a thing. Wow. Georgia says, I'm currently on 2K and I sunned all my draft assets, meaning I don't have a pick until 2037. Yeah, you still probably have more assets than the Suns do. Video Vandal says, who's your favorite prospect that realistically falls to the end of the first round, that 26 to 30 range? Like Maxence Prosper, is in that category. Otherwise, Trace Jackson Davis, a player I really like. If he's there, that's like a huge home run. I like Jordan Walsh, in terms of just enjoy watching him. Dariq Whitehead, I think, has the skill set to be valuable from that range. So those are the players that I'd most likely highlight as guys that I like quite a bit in that range. So TLGS Services says, can't we just assemble the French national team in San Antonio with Batum, Fournier, Gobert, Victor? You need Koulibaly yet too for that. So, and then maybe you can get Ryan Rupert as well. Mel says to hit the like. Let's see how many likes we're at. I'm going to check that right now. I hope it's a lot. Let's see. Right about now, I'm checking. We're at 356 likes, which, hey, that's solid. It's not bad, but I think we can do better. So let's try and do better here. Come on, hit the like button. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully it's a little bit better, but I'm really excited about how today's been going. I think the draft is going to be crazy. I think there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff going on, which I'm really excited about. So I hope you guys do continue to enjoy the videos that we're posting and enjoy everything that we're doing. Trace Jackson Davis of the Warriors, I think, is a great fit. Gritty Dick is pimping for sure. He's got the sway, he's got the style for it. Notorious JP says Ayton for Collins, Okongwu, Bay, and pick 15. That's a lot. That's way too much to give up for 8. It's way too much. 750 by the end of the stream. Not going to watch the draft. I'm going to watch you. Well, Chaco, I appreciate that. You're the best. Kieran says 356 like 414 watching. We can match numbers easy. Come on, guys. You guys know what to do. Hit that like button. Go do it right now. I'm working on one thing here for the stream quick. I'm excited. Do you guys want to see my big board again? Let's get 50 more likes. Let's do it. Let's get 50 more likes. Let's stop that. Let's present this. Let's go over to my big board for just a little bit of time here and check this out. So this is how my big board was structured. Some of you might be seeing this for the first time. I did a completely different structure than what other people have typically done, which I think is exciting. Also, I'm checking real quick. Number 2 overall odds. Looks like number 2 overall pick is favoring Brandon Miller again. Number 3 is favoring Scoot Henderson. Very interesting. There's been some significant changes throughout this. So it's very interesting seeing all of these things like kind of pan out the way that they are. Wow. Very, very crazy. Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson both. Wow. Very interesting. DraftKings looks very unsure about who's going 3rd overall. Both Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson are minus bets, which means don't bet on them, basically, because it's hard to get value out of that. Very interesting. But this is my big board. Hopefully you guys do like it. TLGS services 900 likes and we get a hot tub stream. Sure. I'll commit to that. If we get to 900 likes, I will do a hot tub stream. And I don't even have a hot tub, so I don't even know how I do it, but I figured it out. Chaco 2K says, I feel Victor is a Chet. He might get injured. It just seems like a person with a lot of hype, but is a bust. Not a hater. I think it's just like Chet's going to play next year. It's not like Chet had a career-ending injury. He just had one injury. No. I'm currently trying to see what Dallas will do to give up Luke in 2K right now. What they want 4 1s, Jaylen Brown, who I traded for Trey, and 3 1s. Okay. Wow. A lot of crazy moves. What's your favorite destinations for Maxwell Lewis? Anywhere that needs a shooter. Anywhere that needs a shooter. Graham Christie, the dick outfit is hilarious. Totally. I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly moment. Confidence level. Yeah, literally. Like, it's unreal. Adam Romer says, what would I do if Luka gets traded tonight? I would probably end up bawling my eyes out on stream. So that would be probably pretty enjoyable for you guys, watching a grown man cry because his favorite player in the NBA got dealt for probably pennies on the dollar, to be honest, knowing the Mavericks. So that's it's probably what we'd see happen, to be honest. Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I'm trying to work on something here. Brian Windhorst today said, watch for the Lakers tonight. We'll see what that actually means. They always try to watch for the Lakers, though, because it's ESPN. So hard to count on them. Hard to say that, oh, watch out for the Lakers, because they said so. They always watch for the Lakers. But that's just the reality. That's where we're at. Luke Davis says, do you think Pistons would try to move any of their centers or roll into next season with Duren and Wiseman? I think one of them could be like attainable, I guess, but I'm not sure exactly which one. Victor fan says, I'm a huge fan of Victor. I just want him to go to the Spurs, and I think it's going to be the best prospect ever since Bron. I'm glad to see that there's a Victor fan. Actually, a lot of the comments about Victor have been mostly negative that I've actually read. Now, a lot of people don't comment because they're just like, oh, everyone knows how good Victor is. But most people who do comment are like, Victor is trash, or he's going to bust, or he's too skinny to play in the NBA. The NBA is just not like physical as, I don't know, like people really overrate that. Like, I don't know. That's just something I don't necessarily believe as much myself, but what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? Luka and 10 for Bron. Dude, oh my gosh. That would be such a disaster. Georgia says, I did it. Finally, Luka's a hawk, and it took 5 ones of the remaining draft assets I had left. Well, there we go. Luka is in Atlanta for his 2K franchise. Me and all my homies love Victor. Good. More people should love Victor. He's incredible. Dang says, where would Zion be on this board without the injuries for perspective? Probably right here, like right in this range. He'd be like by Scoot and Amen. I don't exactly know, like, because I haven't really given much thought to that. I'd have to like actually think. But for reference, for me, I had Ja Morant over Zion on my board because I was actually concerned about injuries. And also I just thought that Ja's game translated perfectly to the NBA the way that it's played, which so far it has. As long as he can stay out of legal trouble, we'll be good. Zach Aldridge here. Look at this. This is breaking news. High-level analysis from Zach. Victor is good at basketball. I like it. More people need to say that, to be honest. Jonah Ramirez says, just joined. I feel like we have no idea what the Mavs are going to do this year. Hashtag MFFL. Hopefully they do something good. The D-Book and Luka effect, since Luka is D-Book's father. Luka was 2K22 cover and gave his skills to D-Book. So the Mavericks didn't make the playoffs, and with the skills, he got 2K23 cover. Funny. Victor fan says, do you believe that Chris Paul is going to the Golden State Warriors or staying at the Wizards? He's going to the Warriors. That's like a done deal. Here, Shadow Man Ghost tweeted at me. He said, who do you see the Magic drafting with the 6th overall pick? Right now, I feel like Taylor Hendricks or Anthony Black are the 2 most likely outcomes. Jacob here says, is Bol Bol an ultra budget version of Victor somehow in a weird way? Like, they're similar, but they're so different. Like, and it's just really the talent levels. Like, Victor's just so much actually just better at every little thing. So it's like, if you're talking budget, like, yeah, but it's like significant budget. Wemby hate is pure cope. I agree. Hotter take, Victor Wembanyama plays basketball. That's a hot take. Thoughts on Mathurin? I like Mathurin. I love Mathurin in last year's draft. I was very, very high on Mathurin. Really liked him and his game, honestly. Really liked him in his game. I do think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be quite good. I think he's going to be quite talented. So, guys, real quick, too, just with timing today. So I've been live for 6 hours straight. Gigi Jackson is probably going to be a fringe first-round pick. That is what I would guess. 2023 non-draft invitee Allen Iverson still doesn't want to talk about practice. That's good breaking news. I'm just going to be reacting to the broadcast. I feel like that's probably the best way to go about it. Honestly, I don't think that the spoiler tweets are very enjoyable. So, hope the Lakers draft Podziemski and Bates at some point. The only way I would probably comment on Shams is if there was like trades to talk about. Looking forward to watching Victor and his signature move, La Put Back. What kind of pizza are you getting for the draft? I'm probably gonna do chicken bacon ranch or chicken bacon Alfredo, something like that. You think Imani Bates is worth the wait? I think Imani Bates is gonna be a pretty solid pick. Yeah, Woj isn't doing spoiler tweets this year, which is nice. But Shams, I think, probably still is. So you got to be patient with that. One says, who do you think Miami will draft this year? I think Nick Smith Jr. or Omax Prosper are the 2 guys to watch for. Who will the Magic take at 6? Have you ever thought Kyrie Irving get traded to the Lakers with LeBron? I don't think so. I don't think that's happening, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. It's not really that unfortunate, but Real quick here, guys, too, just something. We are going to be back at 6 p.m. Central Time. I have to set some things up. I've got to go. Then we will, I'm typing here real quick just to make sure. Then we will work on a live 2023 NBA mock draft and final thoughts before the draft start time at 7 Central Time. So that gives me about an hour and 15 minutes I gotta go shower because I've been sweating, streaming. My room is like 800 degrees, I swear to God, right now. And then also I'm going to kind of set some stuff up, a little bit of movement. I'm going to be actually streaming from my living room and not my little office area here. So things are going to be a little bit different, but I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it. So I'm going to be back. It's going to be an hour and 15 minutes. Listen, I'm leaving the stream right here, right now. I'm leaving it open. And what I want is I'm going to, in here, send our Twitter link. I'm going to tweet when we're coming back. So what I want you to do is I want you to go follow on Twitter, go turn on notifications. The draft is at 8 Eastern time, okay? So not Central time. The draft is at 7 Central time, so an hour before, okay? So go give us a follow on Twitter. I'm going to tweet that I'm back live, okay? I'm going to leave this up and running, okay? But it's just going to be on this screen, okay? So if you want to leave the stream open, that's perfectly fine with me. Otherwise, you can close down the stream, come back right at 6 p.m. Central time. For those of you in other time zones, that's an hour and 15 minutes from right now. So look at your clock, see what time it is, set a timer for an hour, 15 minutes, whatever you want to do. Make sure you come back here. I'm going to be live for the entire first round tonight. I'm really, really stoked for this draft, okay? We're going to do a live mock draft right before. Everything is going to be perfect, okay? The timing's going to be great. Everything's going to work out really, really well. We're going to be here, okay? So I just need a little break here. I've been live for about 6 straight hours. I haven't eaten anything really because I've been reluctant to eat on stream. Didn't want to do that. But I need to go shower. I need to set up for the actual draft itself. And then we're going to be grading and giving live grades throughout the draft. So make sure you're back here. It's going to be a great place to be. We're going to have a lot of fun. And we'll be back at 6 p.m. Central Time. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. New setup has moved back around. We are now out into my living room, so welcome to the brand new look out here. And I'm really excited to be back. We're going to continue our NBA draft coverage now. Welcome, everyone, back to the live stream. Super excited now. So make sure you guys do pour in back here. Let your friends know, in case any of your friends were watching too, that if they're not back yet, I just sent out a tweet too saying that we're back. So welcome, everyone, to the stream. This isn't the ideal setup for me because I'm going to have to be reaching for my computer, so it's going to be a little weird, but we're making it work because this is where we got, change of scenery out here. So that's kind of what I did in the hour. I had to completely move my setup. So we're working in a new spot, new location a little bit because I don't have an actual like live television set up in my office room. So figured we couldn't do the streaming from in there with no actual TV audio because we will have TV audio. When we get to it. Just a reminder too, we are going to have my final mock draft now at this point too. I think right now would be a great time as well to update the actual stream. So I'm going to go ahead and do that quickly too. Right now in the process of kind of finalizing everything. Got the pizza ordered. So Michael, if you're here, huge shout out to Michael. He hit us up with the pizza today with one of the super chats. So let's put that back on screen too as a little bit of hype for Michael. Look at that, 25 for pizza and drinks. Go Magic. So appreciate him that. Definitely things go well and smooth here on my end as we got the pizza ordered. Look at that right there. There's the pizza and wings. So we even got a bunch of stuff. So we are really, really well set up here on my end of things. So I'm very excited for that. And just really excited for the draft in general here. We are right at a point now where we are just less than an hour away, so I'm stoked. I hope you guys are as well. I think it's going to be a really great time, and I'm really looking forward to this overall thing. I'm going to update the picture now for the stream as well. I'm updating the thumbnail, and I'm going to update the title too here, just so that we are all set up and ready to go. People know that we're back by the updated stuff. And let's go ahead and save that, and we should be well on our way here now. I'm joined by my girlfriend too, by the way. She's here on the couch. You probably can't see her. At least I don't believe you can. Nope. So it's just me on stream, but she is right here. So you'll hear her talking throughout. She's going to give her analysis of some stuff as we go to. She's heard me talk for hours and hours and hours about these prospects. So she probably knows more than me at this point because if she's watched it all, she knows everything I know, and then she probably knows more. So she's been the best. She's been the real MVP. She just went and picked up Starbucks for me too, so she's literally the best. Not sponsored, by the way, but Starbucks, if you're watching, we could work out something. But I am back. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really glad to see you guys in here. I'm just really looking forward to it in general. Here we have NBA Refs Gamble says $14,000 bet on Victor as the first pick, $28 winnings. That's going to be pretty good today. Gremlin says she kept you alive today. She literally did. Brought me coffee earlier in the morning. Got me a refresher from Starbucks now. Made me a sandwich. She's the best. So she's set me up. Grog here saying Manti Te'o girlfriend. Amber, what that means is Manti Te'o used to play. Oh, you know Manti Te'o? Oh yeah, we watched the doc. Yeah, so you guys heard her voice. She actually exists, unlike Manti Te'o's girlfriend in that situation. We got people saying let us see her at least once. Amber, do you want to wave in here at least? Put your hand in and wave. Otherwise, you're going to make people not believe that you exist. She's right here. There she is. That's my girlfriend. So that's Amber. She's been the real MVP today. So shout out to her. She's the brains behind the whole operation over here. I'm just here for the talking head. So she's doing all the good work. Matthew here says, what do you think of a trade that sends Drew to Portland for the third pick and Simons? Probably not going to happen. Let's go to Jay Anderson here. 55 minutes to be happy or sad. I think we're going to be happy today. Mavericks GM says team evaluating all options with the 10th pick, including trade. We are going to go through my final mock draft live. We're going to talk about what I could potentially see happen. I'm really, really stoked for this as a potential outcome. So I'm looking forward to it big time. I think we're going to have a really great stream, and we're going to talk about a lot of different possibilities for sure. ITK says she's making a good investment. Look at that. We got another person who believes in me. That's awesome. Gronkmaster wants to know what her team is. So she's a little bit of a bandwagon. Now, don't tell her I said that. She's laughing over there. Last year, she liked the Warriors after they won the title and beat my Mavericks. She was cheering for the Warriors as I was cheering for the Mavs in the Western Conference Finals. And then she also was cheering for the Miami Heat this year as they made it to the finals from the East. So she likes the good teams. Light Skin Disgrace, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. He's always watching the streams. Says a distinguished man. JJ says, what's up, Utility? It's the best time of the year. ESPN draft coverage pushing Brandon Miller second. Yeah, we'll see. My final mock, we're going to give it live here in about 5 minutes or so. I'm excited for it. You guys are going to get live reactions. I want to give you guys live reactions to it. ITK says, OMG, she's gorgeous, you lucky dog. That's how I feel. That's exactly what I think. She's smiling ear to ear over there. She was a little nervous going on the camera. Zach, Zach's an awesome Pacers fan. He's been watching the channel for a while, Amber. He says W couple. So we got good reactions coming in. That's like probably the best thing of the night because the Mavericks are going to screw this whole thing up, honestly. Alec here says, do you see Indiana trading for Kuminga? I think that's one of the landing spots that makes the most sense for Kuminga because of the need for wings and forwards there. But I think that Washington could be another destination to watch if they were to try and target some specific player. I don't think that they'll do that, but I think they'd be a team to keep our eye on for sure. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have 144 of you awesome people in here. Thank you so much for allowing me to take a quick break too. I know how understanding you guys are with that. I would have loved to just stay live, but I was sweating my tail off. I need a shower and I need to kind of reset my mind for the last little bit here. So Michael Orlando says in the 2023 NBA draft with the #1 pick, Sheldon selects Amber out of University. There we go. Michael, I just need to make sure you see this. We got the pizza order. We got some tots and some wings in there. You went huge today, Michael. So huge shout out to you. Really, really appreciate that. We also got my cat Reese. He's hanging out over here too. Georgia Bulldog says W girlfriend. That's what I'm saying too. That's 100% what I believe. And my cat is trying to hang out with us now. So let's see how this goes. If my camera gets bumped down on accident, you can guess that was my cat. But yes, Michael, we did get the pizza order. We went with Domino's, kind of the classic from last year. So really excited. New York Retro, hot take, Koulibaly will be a top 5 selection. Whoa. We're getting a lot of hype for you, Amber, in the chat. It's pretty awesome. By the way, guys, Amber is Meep. So every time we got Meep hype in the chat, that's been Amber. She's Meep, so she's been huge for the growth of the channel. She's obviously hanging out in the streams every once in a while, checking out what her boyfriend's doing. Gold just says, good vibes tonight. That's what I think. I think it's going to be great vibes. NBA Refs Gamble says, based on the move so far, Pacers just going to trade back to 2025. Yeah, that's what they've been doing this week a little bit, is moving back assets. We'll see. Breezy says, yes, sir. I feel bad, Amber. Breezy's a Jordan Poole fan. And you know Jordan Poole, right? Yeah. He got traded today. Jordan Poole got traded. So Breezy for Chris Paul. So Breezy hopped in the chat and he said, my favorite player got traded and his profile picture is Jordan Poole. It was the funniest thing when that happened. Mr. Papercut says, I have to start class at 6:30, so enjoy it without me. Mr. Paper, you gotta skip class, okay? Skip school, okay? I'm not telling you that, but I'm telling you that, okay? Skip school, hang out in the stream. Michael Orlando says, yo! And we're getting some more W girlfriends in the chat. Kieran Harper says, if she wants to learn hop, if she wants to team hop, the Cavs could use her support this coming season after we crap the bet against the Knicks. Look at that. People want you to be a fan of their teams now, Amber. You're getting recruited. Playboy Cardi says, as a Warrior fan, I think we should have traded Curry instead of Poole. I don't agree with that. Okay. Some of the comments are kind of funny. Let's go on to Colin here says, I just want to see some huge trades. I think we will. I think we're going to be set up for some pretty big ones here as we go throughout the process tonight. I think there's going to be some crazy moves, some crazy trades. And honestly, I think tonight's going to be an awesome night. So I'm super stoked. Welcome to all 157 of you. I got to get used to my camera being here and not down there because I keep looking at my computer while I talk, and it's right here. So I got to get better at that. But do you think Portland keeps or trades third pick? For me, I think that they will trade. I think they will keep the pick. Georgia Bulldog says, there I said it, Amber is prettier than my girlfriend. Whoa! Careful there, careful. Michael Orlando says, Koulibaly in the top 5. That take is so hot that fire is now as cold as ice. Yeah, literally, that's a pretty hot take. KT wants to know who goes second. That's going to be a question we answer here. I've got my final mock. I'm not going to show it too long on stream. I don't want you guys taking a screenshot of it or anything. But we are going to go through my final mock live on stream, and we're going to break down everything that I can expect to happen and more in tonight's NBA draft, which I think is going to be pretty crazy. I think we're going to have a lot of great stuff happening. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to go give us a follow on Twitter. Link is in the description there. I might as well send it into, let me actually go grab it quick. Twitter.com/utility sports. I will send it in the stream here though for you guys, just so you can go hit that follow button. I will be shouting out anyone and everyone who follows the Twitter in the next 5 minutes. So between now and 6:16, if you guys go give us a follow, I will shout you out. So you make sure you want to do that currently. That way you can get a shout out on stream. That'd be sweet for you guys, and it would be sweet for me because that means you guys are hitting the follow button over on Twitter, which I would really, really appreciate. Kieran Harper here says, Amen in Portland would be, let's see what he said here. Amen in Portland would be a sick fit, not going to lie. I think Amen in Portland would be really, really good, to be honest. New York Retro, hopefully the Thompson twins don't turn out to be like the Harrison twins. I think they're going to be very good. The Thompson twins, I think, are really talented. YNCQ says, hot take, Miller falls to 4. We'll see how hot of a take that is with my final mock draft. What names have you seen as being most likely traded tonight? That's a great question, Kyler. To kind of address that a little bit, I think, well, Amber, who do you think? Do you think, let's see, there's a lot of options. Damian Lillard, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby. You getting any vibes of any of those players?
I only remember the OG Anunoby guy.
Amber, a really funny thing. One time I made a video on potential OG Anunoby trades, and then after the video, she was sitting there listening to me while I was recording, and she said, "Who's OG Anunoby?" She messed up his last name a little bit, so it's pretty funny. Yeah, I ended up tweeting about that, I think. Hardheimer said, I really think it's Miller time number 2. We'll see what I think here in just a minute. Can't wait for the Spurs to draft Wemby. Let's get this dynasty started. Gary Bankston says, when Victor gets into the league, it'll be interesting to see if the refs let the players push him around. I don't think that they will, to be honest. I think he's going to get a lot of foul calls. Amen and Shaden would be a show or Scoot. Yeah, either of those two guys would be really good next to Shaden Sharp. Let's go on to the next one here. YNCQ says John Collins possibly gets traded. I think Clint Capella could be the guy that gets moved. But Zach here says he agrees with Miller at 4. Are you guys ready for my live final 2023 NBA mock draft? Let's get that now. I'm going to set up a banner for that. And let's go here. Live 2023 NBA mock draft. I know, sorry about I'm trying to make the computer work with the way I want this set up, but it's a little tricky here. So there we go. Wow, that's actually, no, it's fine. It doesn't reach with the charging cord. So it's fine. Where's my 2023 NBA draft? There we go. Okay, real quick, guys, I'm setting it up. Welcome to everyone in the stream. We're going to be doing my live 2023 NBA mock draft, the very final one, on the channel for the entire process. And I've got it planned out here. I don't have trades in it. I know that'll obviously make it wrong, but the chances of me getting it 100% right anyway isn't great. I feel very confident about the top 9 picks not being traded. So ultimately, I'm going to base everything off of that. So this is going to be my live 2023 NBA mock. Amber's laughing at the commercial right now. There's a funny guy on TV, which is interesting. YNCQ says, I don't see the Miller hype. Have you heard the leaked audio of Obi Toppin and Tibbs' argument? Pretty spicy. No way Obi doesn't get traded. We'll see. If he gets traded, that would be pretty crazy. So let's go on to my mock draft. Are you guys ready? Let's get some hype in the chat for the mock, and we're going to be delivering it right now as we currently speak. My final 2023 NBA mock draft. I finalized this 5 minutes before coming back on live. With the first overall pick, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama, Metropolitans 92. Don't believe that there's anything crazy about that. We all know he's going to be the first overall pick, and it's well-deserved. He's a generational player, incredible prospect, probably the best prospect I will ever watch. I'm glad that part of my scouting tenure, kind of the beginning of what I've been scouting. This is probably really only the second real draft that I've been fully scouting and actually on YouTube for. Of course, I've been really watching drafts since 2016, 2015, seriously when I was a teenager. But this is on YouTube, really the second one, or actually probably the third one that I've been strongly in line for. Third one, because 2021 and 2022. So this is my third draft. Very excited about that. Victor Wembanyama, incredible player. Glad I could have the pleasure of seeing him play and watching him and evaluating him. Pick number 2, the Charlotte Hornets, and this is where the draft really starts to a lot of people. 10, 12 months ago, everyone just assumed, okay, shoe-in Scoot Henderson second overall. He's the second best player in the class. Now there's a lot of reports, and a lot of them have come from ESPN, where, in my opinion, to bolster the value of the pick for Portland at number 3, because their former colleague Mike Schmitz works now for the Blazers as the assistant GM there. They have lasting relationships between ESPN and Mike Schmitz, who is a draft analyst for them. I think that they're trying to bolster the odds of Scoot Henderson falling to 3. My assumption, though, is that the second overall pick, the Charlotte Hornets select Scoot Henderson, G League Ignite. I'm sticking with it. That's been my gut this entire process. As everyone else has said, Brandon Miller, as everyone else has pushed against Scoot Henderson going second overall, I'm sticking with my gut. I'm sticking with my intuition on the situation and saying Scoot Henderson is the second overall pick. For some reason, there's a narrative that he had a bad season. He averaged 17-7, nearly. Like, that's not a bad season. That's a very good season where it's really hard to produce and be productive for the G League Ignite program. We've seen players like Jaden Hardy prove that, where he gets into the NBA and somehow is more efficient playing against better players. It's because the court spacing is better, the overall scheme is better. It's just, I think it's very, very likely that Scoot Henderson is still the second overall pick. And with that, then the big question then pivots to Portland at 3. Do they like Brandon Miller? Or would they go in a different direction with the guy who I know really impressed them in his individual pre-draft workout with the organization? With the 3rd overall pick in my final 2023 NBA mock draft, I have the Portland Trailblazers selecting Amen Thompson, overtime elite City Reapers. I think Amen Thompson blew them away big time. And this is very similar to last year. Jabari Smith, listen, everyone thought, hey, he's the first overall pick. He's going to go number 1 to Orlando. Wojnarowski even reported that, saying that his assumption, based on what he had been hearing, that Jabari Smith was going to go first, Chet Holmgren was going to go second, Paulo Banchero was going to go third. And you might think, okay, with all the reports about Miller going second, is it possible he still falls? Yes. But then why wouldn't he go at 3? It's very similar to this situation. The Thunder preferred Chet Holmgren the entire time over Jabari Smith. My assumption here is Portland prefers Amen Thompson based on his physicals. You look at what Portland did last year drafting Shaedon Sharpe, an extremely athletic player who blew them away in his individual workout. Mike Schmitz had a relationship with him prior to the draft, and very similarly here, Mike Schmitz has a relationship with Amen Thompson, going back a long ways. He's been watching Amen Thompson for about 3-4 years now. He knows Amen Thompson better than he knows Brandon Miller. I think he trusts the talent better with Amen Thompson. In my opinion, the Portland Trailblazers, if it's down to Amen Thompson and Brandon Miller, they're going to go with Amen Thompson. Now, if Scoot Henderson's on the board, he's the selection for the Portland Trailblazers. But my assumption right now is it's 1 Victor, 2 Scoot, 3 Amen Thompson, which leads us to the number 4 pick with the Houston Rockets. And the Rockets, very difficult situation. They have one of the better odds in the draft to land Victor Wembanyama. They fall down to pick number 4. Who are they going to go with? What's that going to look like for them? And for me, ultimately, with the 4th overall selection now, with Brandon Miller falling, I'm going to have the Houston Rockets select Brandon Miller and stop the slide of Miller. He's a very, very, very good prospect. I don't want it to come across like I'm negative on Brandon Miller, even though I'm just naturally higher on Scoot Henderson and Amen Thompson, because I think they have a little bit more on-ball creativity. They're a little bit more experienced running the pick and roll, although Brandon Miller does have some good experience doing that as well in a very pro-style offense for Alabama. And that's why Houston at 4 makes some serious sense. He's not too repetitive to Jabari Smith, but the areas that he is repetitive with him is very good things to be repetitive in terms of talent. He's a good off-ball player, can shoot off the catch. Those are great tools to have. He's a lengthy defensive player. Now, I think Miller has a long ways to go to get to a Jabari Smith level defender, but I think he has the traits and tools to be a good wing defender at some point in his career. And I think he's a little bit more natural with the ball in his hands than Jabari Smith, which is what separates the two of them for me. I think Jabari Smith would have been drafted after Brandon Miller if the two of them were in the same draft. Very interestingly, Miller goes 4 in this final mock draft on the channel, which I think is important to break down. Then moving on to number 5, we have the Detroit Pistons. And a lot of people have asked, what are the Detroit Pistons going to do? What are they looking at? And I think this is really a difficult spot. I feel pretty good about my top 4. Now, could I end up being wrong? Is it possible that somehow, some way, Charlotte screws this whole thing up and takes Brandon Miller and throws this entire mock down in the garbage? Yes, I think it's possible, because I think Charlotte doesn't really know what it's doing. And you look at Michael Jordan's talent evaluation history and his involvement in this process, it's not good for Charlotte, okay? Charlotte was the organization. Charlotte screwed up a lot of things, okay? So if Charlotte takes Brandon Miller, it's not like Brandon Miller's going to be bad, but he's just not as good as the other guys. So it could screw up the whole thing. But 5th overall, I have the Detroit Pistons going with Cam Whitmore out of Villanova. I'm trusting my gut on that as well. I think that even though with reports that he could fall, I think that Cam Whitmore is still going to be highly valued by Detroit. I think that the Pistons look at him as a really good fit, and Troy Weaver has talked at length about potential fits next to the roster and what he wants to continue to build, and he's really focused on the development of the young guys and fitting someone in next to them. And Cam Whitmore, who's a really intuitive cutter, leverages his shoulders well to get paint touches on duck-ins. He does a very nice job without the ball, but he's got all of the upside tools to still warrant a top 5 pick with his athletic first step. He's an extremely good jumper. Of course, the transition dunks are what stand out, but I think he has functional jumping athleticism as well, where in traffic, he can jump off of 2 feet and finish. That's something that I think is really important. He has a really good fast to slow change of speed dynamic, which I think is really important for his finishing. He's able to drive at full speed, but then naturally slow his body down so he can concentrate on the rim and finish. I think he's one of the few players that probably succeeds as a rim finisher pretty early in his career, even though most rookies struggle with that. I think Cam Whitmore is actually going to be pretty successful because he's got the traits and the kind of tools to be a good finisher in that regard in the NBA. Pick number 6. We move on to the Orlando Magic, and this is a really difficult spot, and this is actually a switch up from where I was 2 days ago with this organization, and maybe even with where I was 2 hours ago. I think 6 is really, really difficult to project. There's about 4 different directions I could see them going, and it's because Orlando has a ton of talent right now. Paulo Banchero, Franz Wagner, of course, the headliners, but they also have guys like Jalen Suggs. They've also got a lot of other nice pieces in the building as well. You think about Cole Anthony, Markelle Fultz, Wendell Carter Jr. is on a fantastic deal. They've got talent up and down the lineup. And because of that, we saw this team starting to win more. So I think at 6, you could argue, hey, do they really want to look at fit and try and build fit into their lineup to try and make a push for even the play-in or maybe even the postseason just in general next year as a potential top 6 seed in the East? I think that would be something they would have a lot of interest in doing. But at the same time, this might be their last chance at a top 6, top 7 overall selection. So do they want to go off of upside and a potential high upside grab or a player who at least gives them a different dynamic from what they're likely going to be able to draft in the future, which is just an all-around really good player? And because of that, I really have struggled with the number 6 overall selection since the Magic fell in that spot in the lottery. So at 6, I have the Orlando Magic this time around. My final mock, the one that I'm going to put all my marbles down on, I have the Orlando Magic selecting guard Anthony Black from Arkansas. And some Orlando Magic fans probably just got shivers down their spine in a bad way. Some of them probably are really, really happy. And it's really dependent on how you look at Anthony Black. I am a massive Anthony Black believer. I think his talent is really, really good for the NBA. I think Orlando might not be the right situation for him specifically because Orlando can't really shoot the ball. They finished, I believe, 4th worst in the NBA in three-point percentage, and they were bottom 10 in three-point attempts. So they're a low-volume, low-success rate three-point shooting team. But Anthony Black, I think, is a really dynamic downhill creator, leverages his size very well, and it gives Orlando an opportunity to build a very unique, dynamic lineup defensively where Black, Suggs together in the backcourt is a really good defensive pairing. Markelle Fultz, I think, is also a pretty intriguing player on that end of the floor. So you have 3 really good defensive guards. Now, it kind of puts a weird spot of what do you do with Cole Anthony, or do you trade Jalen Suggs? That's a weird dynamic that they'd have to figure out. That's partially why I've been a little shy of mocking Anthony Black 6th overall, but I have heard a decent amount of buzz that makes me want to believe and buy into that, which is partially why I'm mocking him here 6th overall to Orlando. And then outside of that, I think like with their wings, with Franz and with Paulo and some of the length that they have in the front court, Bol as well, who, whatever you believe about Bol is like he could do some things for you every once in a while. They've got a lot of length, and they could have a lineup where realistically they could play 6-7 guys and up in a lineup, which is really dynamic and different from a lot of other teams. They could play a seriously talented form of tall ball, and they have pick 11 to come back and target something else with too. Pick number 7, we have the Indiana Pacers, and a lot of reports have pointed to Jarris Walker being the selection at number 7 for Indiana if he's available, and I have felt that way for a very long time now. I think Taylor Hendricks would be the better pick, but I think Jarris Walker has the higher upside, and for Indiana, a team that I think is ascending as well, with Halliburton really being the main driving force of that, I could understand them wanting to take one more upside swing on a player who is still relatively safe in Jarris Walker. Now, the big difference for me between him and Taylor Hendricks is Walker's three-point shot is, I think, significantly less reliable at this point. So how does that work off of Halliburton, who's a really, really great drive and kick player? In fact, I believe he was number 1 this year in drive and kick percentage, which is a really great thing to be number 1 at. He's a fantastic. He's the new point guard. I think he's really going to take on that Chris Paul role in the league of a guy who just makes the right play literally all of the time, seemingly. And he's got some really good scoring skill sets to match it as well. So Walker, the upside, if he hits, feels like a home run because you might have another all-star-ish potential player next to him in the building. But I think Hendricks is the better fit. I ended up going with Jarris Walker, though, 7th overall. Based on the reports, I feel like those reports are valid. I've already had a good consideration of that as well. So that's ultimately the way that I landed. Pick number 8, the Washington Wizards, who have been extremely active. And I think this is the one really tough part for Washington with how recent their management change came. And you think about where they came from. Michael Winger, specifically from the Clippers, he wasn't evaluating or as focused on evaluating lottery level prospects. So at 8, where does he go? And how much does he have to trust the already existing scouting department that was there in Washington, guys he might not even have relationships with? And I'm wondering how much Will Dawkins, who was slated to have the 12th pick with the Oklahoma City Thunder in his role with that organization, how much is he spearheading the discussion here for Washington at 8? I'm going with an upside swing here for the Wizards, though. I've landed on Ausar Thompson from Overtime Elite, twin brother of Amen, who we saw go 3rd in my final mock here. I like him quite a bit as an option for the Washington Wizards. I think he's a fantastic athlete, someone who's going to stand out on the court at the NBA level with his athleticism. And he's got some intriguing traits and skills where now with Jordan Poole in the building, you have Denny Avdia, Corey Kispert. I think those are your 3 main core pieces to look at right now. In addition to him, or in addition to those 3, I think Ausar Thompson could find a big role there. He's going to contribute to losing right away, which is good. They're going to stay bad. They're going to continue to add players through the draft. But I think Ausar Thompson has that intriguing balance and blend of what can he do with the ball, but he's still impactful without the basketball as well, which I think Washington right now is prioritizing versatility and flexibility, and Ausar Thompson provides that for sure. Pick number 9, I have the Utah Jazz on the clock here, and I'm having them select Taylor Hendricks out of UCF. I think it would be too good to be true if he fell to number 10. Taylor Hendricks, I think, is just too talented. Now, there's a lot of reports right now about Utah. Would they look at Bilal Coulibaly? Are they a team that could go out there and theoretically draft someone who might surprise us a little bit at 9? I think there's a little bit of a pathway to that. But I just thought selecting Taylor Hendricks is too good to be true for Utah at number 9. Think about their front court currently as constituted. You have a player in Walker Kessler who's a really, really good rim protector, one of the best drop coverage bigs in the league already, and he's extremely young. I think there's a lot more upside for him to grow into, especially if the three-point shot ever comes around to a consistent level. And then, of course, Lauri Markkanen had a really great year for them. Really great year, and honestly was one of the biggest surprises of the season, if not the biggest surprise of the season this past year. So I think to complement them, Taylor Hendricks is a really dynamic presence. Really good around the rim, strong vertical. Now, he doesn't have a lot of touch. He shot under 45% on layups this past year, which is a massive concern. But the thing is, if you're running high lows with him and Walker Kessler, you have a lot of rim presence where you can actually just throw up the ball and you're going to get a lot of dunks and lob opportunities. And that's the thing is, if you look at Taylor Hendricks from a touch perspective, you're not going to like him. But if you look at him from a force and power perspective, you really will. And that's why I'm so high on Taylor Hendricks, is I think he's still going to be able to finish with force and power consistently in the NBA. Plus, he's a really good three-point shooter. Shot 39.4% from 3 on a good amount of volume for UCF this year. He was their number 1 player, self-created a decent amount, although I don't think he'll do that much in the NBA, which is why he falls a little bit in my final mock down to 9. But for me, I have him top 5 in my big board. I'm a big believer in him. I think his rim protection element gives Utah a really dynamic combination between both him and Walker Kessler with Lauri Markkanen size at the 3. I think it's a really good trio of players to continue to build your team around, assuming Utah at some point doesn't go around and trade Lauri Markkanen into another destination. Pick number 10, Dallas Mavericks. I wanted to mock a trade here, but again, I didn't mock trades in this final one. I have them going with Derek Lively II out of Duke. And I think the size, the rim presence, the rim protection, and then some of that screen and roll game and then the emerging touch are really the elements that tie him here to Dallas as a potential top 10 pick. I would prefer Grady Dick. I think Grady Dick's a little bit more NBA ready. I think Derek Lively struggles with some of the feel elements of, hey, what do I need to do in this situation? And I think it's really hard to play a rookie big man, especially when you have Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, two guys who, yes, offensively they'll make it easier for him, but I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him defensively to perform right away, which is really tough to do for a rookie center. So we'll see if Lively can step in and perform in that role, but I think he is at this point the player I would guess to be the pick for the Dallas Mavericks. Now at 11, we have the Orlando Magic. Remember, we went with Anthony Black, and we brought up the concerns of the three-point shooting. This is, in my opinion, one of the best outcomes for the Orlando Magic on draft night. I really like Taylor Hendricks to them. I think Taylor Hendricks is probably the guy I would pick in their shoes. But remember, we went with Anthony Black, and I'm also very high on Anthony Black. I would not be mad at them for making that selection, especially with 11th overall. They come back and select Grady Dick out of Kansas. This is the player they address for fit, but I still think there's more upside. I think Grady Dick is the player we would label as a false ceiling player. Most people would put a ceiling on him and say, look, he's going to be a shooter. I think that he does a lot of things other than just shoot. He's a really good backdoor cutter. He is very instinctual with that. When he sees that his guy can't see him, he cuts. And that's a really dangerous thing to add to a shooter's repertoire, because he's going to be able to put a little bit of pressure on the rim. At 6'8", he's got good size for his position. He shoots the basketball above his head. He's got probably the quickest trigger in the class. He's going to be able to get shots off, stretch the floor. And I think for Orlando, it's a must-add. He's a must-pick player. And I talked about that length and size in their lineup. They can still be 6'7" plus while adding a shooter here, because Grady Dick has such a good frame to him. Honestly, Grady Dick, one of the more underrated players in this class. I wish I could have put him higher on my big board than I did. I realistically couldn't bring myself to doing so, but I really do like his overall game and talent. Pick 12, the Oklahoma City Thunder. I considered about 3 different prospects here strongly. I think Oklahoma City is one of the bigger wild cards in the draft. And with them at this spot, I decided to go with fit instead of potential upside. I considered strongly Kobe Buffkin. I considered strongly Bilal Coulibaly. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I mocked Leonard Miller out of G League Ignite here. Somehow did not get a green room invite, which might raise some red flags and concerns. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be people in the green room who do not get drafted into the second round. I feel pretty confident in that as a potential outcome. So, 12th overall, I have Leonard Miller. I don't care about the green room invite thing. They've been wrong before. They're going to be wrong again. I think Leonard Miller, 12th overall, makes a lot of sense. He's a fantastic rebounder, natural, intuitive cutter. I saw some people on Twitter saying, it's not good that he didn't self-create a lot of his dunks. No, I think that's perfect that he didn't self-create a lot of his dunks. When you're picking at 12 and you already have an established core, like the Thunder do with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Josh Giddey, Jalen Williams, and now Chet Holmgren, you're looking for players who know how to play without the ball but have some of the upside to make decisions when they do have it. And Leonard Miller's got that perfect blend. For me, I think this is a really good grab for them. I think he fits perfectly into this slot. He's going to rebound the basketball, something that they badly need. Flashback to the second play-in game. They got dominated on the glass by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Perhaps the worst matchup in the league for them. Who knows? At some point down the road, even if they're a 4 seed, 5 seed, 3 seed, whatever they are, is it possible that they get matched up with the Timberwolves and get upset in the first round of the playoffs possibly because of that massive size advantage if they don't address it now? I think the answer to that is a potential yes. So I think they need to address it. They grab a guy who averaged 11 rebounds a game against men in the G League this past season. Really, really fantastic prospect. Don't overthink it here. He was extremely efficient. I think his three-point shot is coming along. It's definitely better than where it was a year ago. He's developing at a rapid rate, and I think with the Thunder and their form of development, he's going to get even better, even quicker. Number 13 now, the Toronto Raptors, and this has been my favorite thing to mock. I feel like I've mocked this almost as much as Victor Wembanyama first overall. Toronto Raptors here select Cason Wallace out of Kentucky. He feels like a Masai Ujiri player. Long arms, impactful defender, fits what they're looking to do, plays off of 2 feet. I think he's a growing playmaker, a growing shot maker. Offensively, he's really reliable. I think he's probably just as reliable offensively as Anthony Black currently, but I think there's maybe even a little bit more upside because the shot's a little bit better, a little bit more of a natural shot maker, which I think is going to fit really well into Toronto, who's looking to replace Fred VanVleet while still remaining competitive. Cason Wallace is one of the perfect players to do that in this year's class. Pick number 14, we move on to the New Orleans Pelicans now, and you might be wondering, where's Bilal Coulibaly? A lot of people believe he has a lottery promise. Here it is. Bilal Coulibaly goes 14th overall to the New Orleans Pelicans. I think he's a really, really nice selection, 14th overall for the Pelicans, because he's got a lot of the traits that I think will intrigue a lot of teams down the road. as a potential trade target and trade option as my cat jumps into the frame. Bilal Coulibaly is a really tantalizing prospect. He's got the best Euro step in the class. If you haven't watched him, after tonight's draft, you need to go watch him because he's going to impress you with his downhill strides. He attacks downhill really, really quickly, almost Giannis Antetokounmpo-esque. Now, he's not as big as Giannis. He's not as strong as Giannis. He's not as talented as Giannis, but he's got some of those similar traits that make you go, wow, when you watch him. And I think one play really stands out to me. He got the ball at the half-court line in the LNB Pro A Finals, and he took one dribble to get to the rim from the half-court. One dribble. That's the type of player that we're talking about with a live handle. He's super electric downhill. Now, there needs to be a lot of refinement on his game. He's a really poor mid-range shooter right now. He's not good in non-catch-and-shoot opportunities as a shooter. He's got a very slow release. There's a lot of areas that he's got to move forward. So you might be wondering, why is he going so low in your mock if you think he's really talented and tantalizing? It's because there's a lot of work to be done to refine his game, but I think he's got the talent level that can really impress a lot of people. Pick number 15, the Atlanta Hawks. This has been one of my other favorite mock selections. The Hawks with Quinn Snyder, who I think is an offensive genius, really understands the game on both ends of the floor, really, with the X's and O's. He understands that coming into Atlanta, he doesn't have the same situation he had in Utah, where it was a ball movement team, a team that could move the ball, drive and kick. Atlanta doesn't do that as much. Now, you do have two premier passers, DeJounte Murray, Trae Young, two of the better passers in the league, but they're very ball dominant. The ball's not going to swing left to right or right to left and then get downhill out of those things like they did in Utah. So if you're not going to be a ball movement team, you need to be a player movement team to sustain good offense off the basketball and to space out the floor. Jordan Hawkins, the best movement shooter in this year's draft. Grady Dick, I think, is a more reliable overall player. Bigger frame. I think he's going to be a slightly better defender. He's a really good team defender. Jordan Hawkins, I think, a step back, but he's still got some of those good defensive traits. He's athletic. He's going to struggle as a finisher. That's one of the things that really separates Dick from Hawkins for me. But I still think Hawkins at 15, really good selection. I don't see Hawkins as a lottery level talent, but I think right on the fringe of the lottery, it's worth taking for a team if you have a creative coach. I think Quinn Snyder is a perfect example of a coach who is really creative, and I think the Hawks badly missed Kevin Huerter this past season as well. Pick 16, the Utah Jazz now on the clock, and at this pick, the Utah Jazz, after going with Taylor Hendricks at 9, they have a lot of room in their backcourt for a potential guard selection. As my cat is trying to get live on stream, let's get some Reese hype in the chat. I'll go ahead and throw Reese hype in the chat. Let's go with Reese like that. Here we go. Reese hype in the chat. Let's get some Reese hype for him. Look at that. Perfect, Reese. Good job. Good kitty. Okay. Going on to, so real quick for number 12, Leonard Miller was the selection, just so you see it. Let's get some of that Reese hype in there. Now at number 16, the Utah Jazz. So Taylor Hendricks was the original selection at 9. At 16, I'm going with Kobe Buffkin, a player who I think really fits the DNA of what Danny Ainge would be looking for as kind of a bigger guard, lengthy guard, knows how to defend in space, able to ride a hip well, stay competitive in place. He averaged 0.7 blocks per game, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for a guard, it's an exponential amount. I saw some people on Twitter comparing the differences between as my girlfriend flashes Reese on screen a little bit, the difference between Kobe Buffkin and Marcus Sasser. And I understand Sasser's got also very long arms, stays impactful. Marcus Sasser averaged 0.1, 0.2 blocks per game. The overall standing reach of Kobe Buffkin is significantly higher. I think there's a lot of offensive upside. He's a really good connector. I think for Utah at 16, it's a steal, probably one of the better value selections so far of the mock. Number 17, we have the Los Angeles Lakers at this spot. And looking at some of the success that Rob Pelinka's had GMing the Los Angeles Lakers, it really comes down to draft success. He does a very good job drafting. Think about the players he's brought in his tenure with them. It's been impressive. Now, you can argue his trades have been poor. Some of his free agency decisions have been poor. You can argue those things, but he's a good drafter. And at 17, he's going to take an upside swing here. And if he does it, I'm going to probably start to believe that he's right about it. Keontae George out of Baylor. And this is a player that's really hard to project because he is the definition of streaky right now. He goes up and he goes down. And when he goes down, he goes really down. But when he goes up, he's really, really up. His ceiling is immense. His floor is really, really low. But for him, I see him kind of as a perfect bench spark plug. We've seen players like him come into the draft and have very clear defined roles and expectations for what their career is going to look like. And I think Keontae George is a player who's going to work out really, really well in the NBA really quickly on. Moving on to pick number 18, Miami Heat here now. and I have the Miami Heat. This is a pretty big switch up. I have them going with Oliver Maxence Prosper from Marquette, and that's a pretty big switch for the Miami Heat. Previously, I looked at Nick Smith Jr. for them. I switched it up quite a bit here due to some of the concerns I had about his overall efficiency and what that was going to look like in general. So went with Omax Prosper. I think one thing about Miami is, and we saw it against Denver, they're a pretty small team. Bam Adebayo's undersized. Just their overall size composition on their roster is not very big. So getting somebody who is a big, strong physical athlete who runs the floor really well in transition, I think does make a lot of sense. Gives them some switchability, which I think is important. I think that's a big, really good move for them. Drafting Omax Prosper, I had him 17th on my board overall, and I think he's going to end up being a really nice selection. Where in Miami, with that Marquette ties to Jimmy Butler and just the organization in general, I think it's going to be a really great selection for them as he goes 18th overall to the Miami Heat. Going on to number 19 now, we slide over to the Golden State Warriors. Let's get over to the Warriors now. At number 19, I have the Golden State Warriors selecting Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana after the trade today for Chris Paul. The Warriors are signaling that they are all in on the 2023-2024 season. They're not worried about the future. Kuminga probably gets traded. I don't know for what yet, but he probably gets dealt. The Warriors want to win. And if you're going to want to win and you're going to spend your first-round pick this year, you better draft a guy who's ready to win. Trace Jackson Davis, 23 years old, probably, you could argue, the most NBA-ready prospect in the entire class. He's going to step in. He's going to be fantastic his first year. And he's been a perfect fit on the he's going to be a perfect fit on the Warriors right away. He's a really good post passer. The Warriors utilize the post split more than any other team in the league. They've got a fantastic X's and O's schematic team skill set where Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins have been predominantly the post passers, Kevon Looney to a certain extent. Trace Jackson Davis would probably be their best post passer on day one, even better than Draymond Green at it, which sounds crazy, but if you go to what Trace Jackson Davis did in Indiana, they ran through him predominantly as a post scorer. The Warriors wouldn't ask him to do that, but they'd ask him to use his passing skill set to do a lot of things. And the nice thing is if they're switching or hedging on Curry out on the perimeter, I think Jackson Davis can beat mismatches, and I also think he can be a short roll guy for them. I think it's a phenomenal move and just overall a perfect addition to a team that needs to get someone for right now. Going on to pick number 20, we have the Houston Rockets, and one of my favorite select mocks for the Houston Rockets has been Jett Howard out of Michigan. I really like Jett Howard. For them, 20th overall. He's a connector. He does a lot of things really well. Shot 40% from three on catch and shoot opportunities this past year for Michigan, and he's got connector traits that work in the NBA. I think that's one of the most important things. Something Houston's really missing right now is players who can make the right play timely and quickly. And I think right now Jett Howard's one of the best players available to do that for them. Getting him at this spot is a really nice selection. I think overall, they're going to be in a really good spot after making a selection like that, adding two good wings, setting themselves up for free agency to go get a guard, significantly improve their team, probably address the backup center spot as well with some athleticism through free agency. I think that they're going to be really, really well set for the future with the right decisions, with the right moves, and I think that they're best positioned to do that going forward after drafting two wings in this draft, Brandon Miller and Jett Howard, at picks 4 and 20, respectively. Moving on to pick number 21 now, we have the Brooklyn Nets, who have two back-to-back picks at 21 and 22. The Nets, we're only 16 minutes away, by the way, from the draft, so we are getting close, and I'm really, really excited for it. At pick 21, I have the Brooklyn Nets going with Nick Smith Jr., and at pick 22, I have them going with Jalen Hood-Schifino from Indiana. So they go with an Arkansas guard and an Indiana guard. And I think right now for Brooklyn, it's about drafting some players with upside, keeping some of that trade asset flexibility around in case you find a bigger trade later on if they don't execute one tonight, which I think is a real possibility as well. I think Brooklyn's one of the teams we have to keep our eyes on for a potential trade because they want to win and they want to pair stuff around their current existing team, specifically Mikal Bridges, who I think is ready to win as one of the top 2 or 3 players on a team. I think that the Nets have some work to do, though, to fill out the roster around him. And we'll see how they go about doing that. They have a lot of tradable pieces right now. But Nick Smith Jr., an upside swing guy I projected to be a potential top 5, top 10 pick before the year, ended up not staying healthy, ended up having a pretty down season in general for Arkansas, only shot 37% from the field, not even from three, from the field. It was a rough year for him. He's really reliant on touch. His field goal percentage is never going to be great. He's never going to be a 50% field goal percent shooter, in my opinion. I'm not as high on Nick Smith Jr. as others. I was hoping he would have a great year. I just couldn't fall in love with him. Jalen Hood-Schifino's got a little bit more of that prototypical size. I think he's a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger in terms of his overall frame, shoulder width, that kind of thing, over Nick Smith Jr. So you're getting two guys who can handle the ball, gives you flexibility in case you find a Spencer Dinwiddie trade that you like if you're Brooklyn, keeps their open a lot of different paths for this team to continue to improve. I know drafting two guards is a little clunky. They want to address rebounding, but they went upside there with the two players that were available, probably two of the best available players at that spot in the draft. Going on now to our number 23 selection, the Portland Trailblazers select James Nagy from Barcelona. I believe Zach actually mocked this as well earlier today, and I like it, especially with Trace Jackson-Davis off the board. It makes sense. The Blazers, you look at their roster, they badly need athletic rim protection, rim presence, screen and roll guy. James Nagy's really raw. But I think, again, what I said here, look, Amen Thompson at 3, the athletic traits are something that impresses Portland. That's the way they want to build their team. They trust the ability to develop talent, and they trust their eye when it comes to evaluating talent. And they like athleticism. James Nagy and Amen Thompson, the same draft year, arguably walking away with the most athletic combination you possibly could have. Nagy 7'7" wingspan, massive standing reach as well, a true 7-footer with shoes on. Very impressive player, very impressive prospect. A guy who has, again, a long way to go. He's got big bust potential in the first round, but he's also got a massive upside to being a potential really good starter for quite a while in the NBA. Pick 24, I have the Sacramento Kings going with Chris Murray out of Iowa. And this is one of those big no-brainers in the draft because Chris Murray, obviously the twin brother of Keegan Murray, who is in Sacramento. Not only would that be a feel-good story, but I think just realistically, they spent a lot of time evaluating Iowa last year. They know what Chris Murray is. They know what he's good at. And the Kings need more front court depth. So it's a really good selection for them, given the fact that they need more players who can play the way that they want. More players that can cut, shoot open shots, fit around Fox and Sabonis. And there's really not a better option out there than what we would perceive Chris Murray to be, because we know Keegan fits very well. Chris Murray has a lot of the same makeup in his game. I think it's a really good selection, and honestly, a really good feel-good story as well, seeing the Twins reunited in Sacramento after originally being together in Iowa. Memphis Grizzlies at 20, or not Memphis Grizzlies, excuse me, at this spot, the Boston Celtics at number 25. After trading a guard away, I think that they're in a spot where they're going to have to figure out which guard specifically guard prospect could fit them. I also, if Oliver Maxence Prosper was here, I think he'd be the selection, but he's not. So 25th overall, I think I could see Brad Stevens going with a smaller school kid, someone who I think has the skill set to fit the way the coach wants to play, and that's Brandon Pajemski out of Santa Clara. I'm a big believer in Brandon Pajemski. He's got really good natural ball skills. To me, he's a better Luke Kennard, which I think is a really underrated thing to be drafting 25th overall. Getting somebody who, at worst, is going to make open shots and can attack a closeout, that's a huge win for an NBA organization. But then you also consider the fact that he's extremely active defensively. I think he's an underrated athlete. Not a great athlete, but underrated. The only question I have is, can he keep up with some of the most athletic guards in the league? My answer to that is probably not, but you're going to have to be a little careful about matchups with him. But I think Boston, the team that has a ton of infrastructure around him to find success, you got a 7'3" guy now in the back line to protect the rim. Brandon Pajemski probably couldn't find a better fit than Boston, and Boston finds a really good player at a spot in the draft where sometimes it's a little hard to find a player as good as Brandon Pajemski. Number 26 now, the Indiana Pacers on the clock. I think Oliver Maxence Prosper, this is his floor in the draft. If he was still available, the Pacers would run this pick up to the podium and very happily select the guy who's an elite transition player. But he's off the board, so where did they go now? I have them going with an upside swing, former high school national player of the year just a year ago, had an up and down season a little bit in terms of production, not in terms of efficiency. He was very efficient, but his productivity, his points per game was not at the level that a lot of people were hoping to see. That's Dariq Whitehead out of Duke. He was the National High School Player of the Year for Montverde Academy a year ago. Dealt with a foot fracture, never healed properly, needed a second surgery, ended up having his second surgery, missed the combine, slides a little bit because of that. A lot of people look at him as still a potential top 20 talent in the class. I think that there's a good argument for that. Now, the one thing I'm going to say is when he rushes through his mechanics, he goes from a great shooter, arguably one of the best catch and shoot guys, to one of the worst shooters. And that's a huge concern of mine. I think that if he abandons his fundamentals and his technique and his form, he doesn't have good natural shot-making capability. But when he's dialed in and locked into his mechanics, he's the best shooter in the draft, arguably. So I think the Pacers here get a really good player, and it's all about, again, Halliburton drawing in the defense, opening up clean opportunities for Dariq Whitehead, who's going to pay them off more often than not when he's given space. Number 27, the Charlotte Hornets now at this spot. The Hornets, I struggle with this pick. After going with Scoot Henderson, though, I thought they need wing, length, size, and defensive acumen. We're going with Ryan Rupert from the New Zealand Breakers. I don't know if he's a true first-round level player. I think he's like on the fringes of that. I think the upside's there. I think that as a player who has flashed a little bit of ball handling in transition, listen, he's very right-handed. He basically doesn't have a left hand on the basketball court right now. I'm interested to see if the broadcast tonight talks about that at all or not. My guess is they probably won't. But he doesn't go to his left hand very much, and when he does, he's really successful because teams are scouted against that to the point where they don't expect him to use his left hand. I think 27 Rupert, though, he has the defensive traits that you're looking for if you're Charlotte. That team has to get significantly better defensively to ever be taken seriously. Rupert, I think, has the traits to help them there. Pick 28, Utah Jazz now at this spot. I have them going with Gigi Jackson, a huge upside swing. I think people were expecting this one. Really a great selection for them at this spot because with the amount of picks that they have, if Gigi Jackson busts and flames out of the league, it's not a big deal. It's not a huge opportunity cost for them with how many picks that they have. But theoretically, if he hits, it's a massive home run. He's got great size, frame, athleticism, ball handling capability. He can hit open shots. He's got the traits that really do intrigue a lot of people. And really, he's one of those natural high ceiling, high or low floor prospects. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Utah. But I do think that they have the coaching there to do a lot of good stuff. Pick number 29 now. I have the Denver Nuggets here. Of course, after making that trade with the Indiana Pacers, they find themselves on the clock at this spot. And a player who I think is actually a really nice fit for them, and he is a green room invite, Noah Clowney from Alabama. He's in the building right now, and I think Noah Clowney would be a really good fit for them because they've been looking for so long to find a backup big. They tried Thomas Bryant this year, never really trusted it. DeAndre Jordan played minutes in the finals, which is not something I was expecting to say, but they had to rely on him a little bit. I think Noah Clowney is one of those hybrid 4 or 5 prospects that they could talk themselves into being a fit around Nikola Jokic when they're sharing the floor together, but also a player that, hey, for 10 minutes a game, can we put him on the court as the 5, try and space out the other team, play a little bit of small ball. Clowney, I don't think is a true serious 5 all the time, but I think he's got enough traits and skills to hold down a team for a bit at the 5. You know, it'll be interesting. I'm not the biggest Noah Clowney guy, but I think he's got the traits to at least develop into something in the league. I'd kind of give him a comparison but to maybe a little bit of Naz Reid, maybe a little bit of JaMychal Green, somewhere in between those two. Pick number 30, the final pick of the first round, still belongs to the Los Angeles Clippers at the time of this live stream, as I'm currently saying it, of course. And 30th overall, the Clippers clearly were looking for a guard. They wanted Malcolm Brogdon, decided to back off of that with some of the injury concerns. I'm going with Amari Bailey out of UCLA. He stays right there in the city of Los Angeles. I think he's a 100% worth this selection for the Clippers. My final pick of the first round, Clippers get Amari Bailey. He's a competitive guard. He can defend up the lineup a little bit. I think he's going to guard mostly guards, but maybe on occasion could guard threes a little bit. And I think that with his ability to get downhill and score, when Jalen Clark was out of the lineup for UCLA, Amari Bailey was fantastic. And I think they're really set up in a situation here to, if they grab him, I think he's more ready than people would assume. Notably, I did not have Jaime Jaquez go in the first round. I just could not find a fit for him that I love, that I really strongly considered. People have talked about Golden State. People have talked about Miami. I preferred kind of the upside for an Oliver Maxence Prosper for Miami and the size component there. And then for 19 for the Warriors, I preferred a big who fits their scheme with Trace Jackson-Davis as the backup behind Kevon Looney. I think that's my final mock draft here. Really hope you guys did appreciate and enjoy all the pre-draft work. I see Retro Behavior here says, thanks for all your pre-draft work. ITK says, Sheldon, the modern chick her and golden throw. Yeah, I don't know. I've been talking for the live's been going for 8 hours, so I've been probably talking for 6 hours today or so. Doing pretty good. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the NBA draft. Amber, are you excited? Yeah, she nodded her head. Yeah, she's a little shy now. Reese is watching with us too. Hopefully, you guys liked Reese being in the stream. But that's been my final mock. I'd love to see your guys' final mock as well. Yeah, we can turn it up a little bit. Are you guys able to hear it by chance? Let me fix my mic here quick. Oh, I muted the thing on accident. Okay, you guys should be able to hear now. Can you guys hear? I accidentally muted my mic. We should be set. I'm glad that I noticed that. Welcome everyone in here. I do think Marquez Noel could find a role in the NBA at some point. Little Tree, welcome to the stream. I remember you, Little Tree. Huge shout out to you. Really do appreciate you. So thank you so much for hopping back in here. I can't show screen on Discord with the way my setup is currently built, okay? A lot of us for Victor Wembanyama in the building. You guys heard Logan here. Hit that like button. 8 hours of live stream coverage today. There was a little break in there, but Wembanyama will be a Spur in a few minutes. I might move it to the side here. Hopefully you guys can hear it. I need to mute it though during commercials. All right. We are so close. I'm so excited for the NBA draft. Amber, are you excited? I haven't even had any of my pizza yet. Are we doing another bite on stream, boys? I still don't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, here, this is a good idea. Harib said to get rid of the background music. That's a good idea.
I thought I heard music and I thought it was like...
There we go. Background music should be muted now. Gremlin with some meat pipe. Let's get some more meat pipe down in the chat right now. I'm gonna send in a comment too of meat. Let's get some meat pipe in there for sure. And then if you guys haven't already, go give us a follow over on Twitter. Would really appreciate it if you guys did that. Get the Twitter hype going. How many followers are up to? 893 is what I'm seeing here. Let's see if we update that, if that's higher at all. 893 still. So make sure you guys go follow over on the Twitter. I am so excited. I can't get over how excited I am. I hope you guys are stoked too. Zach here says, time to grab another beer. We're getting close. Get a beer in your hands. We got to be ready for it right now. I'm so excited for the 2023 NBA draft. It's crazy that we're here. I just can't believe it. And now we're at a spot where we're going to be able to, continue the hype and keep it going. Zach here says, sorry, Meat, but we're getting Reese hype instead. I like that. Jonathan Vegas says, breaking news, Gritty Dick just went #1 overall. Could you guys imagine if the Spurs just screw it up and don't take – oh, man. If they didn't take Victor Wembanyama, how funny that would be. Like, everyone's boards just get screwed up for the first time ever.
Now because people have jerseys of it.
They don't care if people have jerseys.
That guy got his head shaved.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, I did.
Is that crazy, Amber, that someone shaved their head like that?
Was that a random guy?
It was a random guy, yeah. All right, the ESPN broadcast is back on. They've got a hype video here, it looks like, which is pretty sweet.
My mom was a coach. I remember practicing with her from.
This is pretty sweet. Can you guys hear it?
It's a team game from day one.
My dad would always take us to the court. He's the one who really made us fall in love with it.
My coach, he poured his life in us. My mom's no superhero. She's the one that put the ball in my hands. Me and my brother, we've been playing basketball since we were 5.
For success,
God, this is sick, Amber.
the circles embrace.
I want to be who I am. It's who I
This
am.
is actually like just the best day of the year. I'm so excited. Okay, Patrick said he can hear good. Brandon Miller going to be a bust just because he said Paul George the GOAT. That's funny.
They always tell me basketball can take you places. So I'm not super to take me.
Tonight, when
It's
their
still
name
going.
is called, the circle's journey moves forward.
God, I'm so excited.
Their son is going to be in the NBA.
Welcome to
That was a
the
really well-edited video.
2023 NBA Draft presented
I wish I
by
did that.
State
Shoot.
Farm. Back in their draft headquarters, teams are making their final deliberations as to who will be joining.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. Here we go. The draft is just about to start.
The emotions, they are high because everything these players have worked for. is
Jonathan
here.
Vega says, do you think GG immaturity tanked his draft stock, didn't even get invited to the green room? I feel like his potential is still there. Yeah, I think his immaturity and just like some of the issues he had this past season, like efficiency-wise and defensive intensity, that kind of stuff.
Scoot Henderson, I'm here for the blink. He might win. Yeah.
Can we get Jay Billis a grill?
I won't announce any of the picks before they're announced on TV. Unless you guys want me to, leave a comment down below it. Like, so Woj isn't going to tweet. Yep.
Thompson.
I want you to put your
We will
picks
not wait any longer. Here is NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Good evening and welcome to the 2023 NBA Draft. To the fans here in Brooklyn and around the world, thank you for being part of such a memorable season. It was a season filled with historic performances and
Adam Silver talking now,
competition.
obviously.
We crowned a new all-time scoring leader. We watched a number 8 seed reach the finals for just the second time. And we saw a franchise win its very first NBA title. Congratulations again to the Nuggets and the city of Denver on a remarkable championship season. And whether it's the number 7 pick in Jamal Murray from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, or a second-round selection in Nikola Jokic from Sombor, Serbia, the Nuggets showed that stars can come from anywhere in the draft, at any pick, and from any country. This league is where the very best come to compete in front of a global audience that spans more than 200 countries. And tonight, we usher in the next wave of NBA players, young men who come from different paths and different backgrounds, who are brought together by their common dream of playing in the NBA. So let's get the night started. The first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft belongs to the San Antonio Spurs, who have 5 minutes to make their selections.
A smattering of Spurs.
Let's get it down in the comment section right now. Let's get some NBA draft hype. The draft is underway. We are here. The best day of the year is now live, Amber. The NBA draft is here. Let's get some NBA draft hype down in the comment section. I am so excited. No spoilers. Sounds good, Ryan. We will not do any spoilers. Although I will spoil with the first overall pick, the San Antonio Spurs select select Victor Wembanyama, Metropolitans 92. Okay, I like it, Zach. I like it. I will not be announcing. I will keep it quiet. Let's go. We are going on. We got a lot of hype in the chat. Amber, are you excited? Guys, Meep is excited. Let's get some more Meep hype in there, too, for the best day of the year. This is the day I live for. My birthday's in like 3 days, and I'm telling you right now, I haven't even thought about that for a second. I've been more excited about this than anything. Yeah, Grady Dick's outfit is pretty crazy. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That might be worth slipping in the draft a little bit.
Incredible combination of size, length, skill, and productivity. You know, a lot of times in 19
we're gonna have a little skit today where Amber's gonna give draft apparel grades. So Grady Dick with his bright red suit, Amber, what are you giving that a grade of? Yeah, out of 10. Or you could do F to A. Like A is great or A plus is great. You know? Let's do that.
It's like a B.
She's giving it a B. She's giving the bright red suit a B. You guys hear that? We got some meat pipe in here. Chaco says, imagine they have a trailer for Wemby and then Scoot goes first or something. Be crazy. Golja with some meat. Let's go in there. When you drop in the 2024 mock, Vega wants to know tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow I will have a 2024 mock out on the channel. We're getting some Reese and Amber hype in the chat. Look at that. Love to see that. You guys are the best. Please, Case and Wallace to the Hawks. Very interesting. Does she know it's sequins? It's sequins, Amber. Does that drop the grade for you or does that boost the grade?
I just thought it was shiny.
She just thought it was shiny. Okay, we're going to get an updated grade here from Amber.
I feel like it still looks good, though.
She still likes it. Okay, what are we grading it with the sequins?
I think it's like a low B, but it's still
It's a low B. Did not change the grade. Patrick here is disagreeing with you. You're getting your first little dose of feedback, Amber. He's saying Dick's outfit is putrid.
He wants people to talk about it.
Yeah, he does want people to talk about it. Zach, the Pacers fan, saying L grader. Sorry, Amber. Like he's saying like there's an L. It's an L grade. It's funny, isn't it?
The other guys that much are boring.
Yeah, she's saying that the other ones are boring. So Brady Thompson says low-key feeling Hendricks for the Pistons. Why do they have 5 minutes? It's because it's time to cover. It's good for the it's good for TV. It's all about TV time. Brady Thompson says low-key feeling Hendricks for the Pistons. I would like that.
On 7'5". Now I have to stop all this momentum to go back this way to lose my defender. With the ball on the floor, which it has to travel 10 feet just to get to the floor because again, I'm 7'5". Then I've got to gather all my weight and my momentum and elevate straight up without leaning.
This is a terrible breakdown.
What is she even
shot?
I don't know.
Pull up, jump shot. I would pull up and I would fall. Off balance, no coordination, nothing.
The sad thing is that's one of the better things ESPN has done this year. Jacob here says need Scoot in Portland. That would be crazy.
To elevate into his shot.
Chaco here says I saw Victor's feet on my TV. He's a big boy. Michael Orlando trying to curse the Spurs organization, although I don't think that's happening. ITK Amber, you just got traded for. Said we're trading for me. Wizards are on the Hornets are now on the clock.
C's average, like, okay,
It's the productivity for me. That really stands out.
good and
And when I think about his transition into the NBA, you talk about some of the rules.
So A's like the best. A plus is the best, you know.
Yeah, and then C's like average, so it's not bad.
Freedom
It's
of
like,
movement
okay.
off the ball. He's going to have spacing in the NBA.
You like it?
Operate. Luka Doncic's last percentage.
Mute the ESPN gal, ITK says. JJ looking bewildered, says light skin disgrace. So on the screen right now, they've got JJ Redick and Jay Billis are the two male analysts. I don't know the female analysts, so I need to figure them out. I don't know who they are. I just know JJ Redick from.
I like that one girl probably played better.
It might be Malika Andrews. I don't know who that. I don't know.
What teenager
Maybe.
says that? I'm free and truly believes it.
Spurs take Sheldon Woolman from Utility Sports. I'd be a huge bust. Why are we watching the lottery? Who do you think will be the steal of the draft? Trace Jackson Davis probably would be my pick. My thoughts on this for CP3 to Golden State for Jordan Poole.
different reasons.
I think.
All the way through. Let's take a look at some
Wow.
of the personal info from Victor Wembanyama.
My thoughts on CP3 to Golden State. I think Golden State's better for this next year, but I think it's really, really good for Washington long term because they're going to be able to trade him. They're giving the Spurs a grade. Yeah, I'm going to give the Spurs an A+. They didn't screw it up once they draft him. Okay, Malika's on the left. That's what I thought. I thought it was Malika Andrews.
Because the pick is in. Here is NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
You're funny, Chaco. Here we are, first pick.
They put Brandon
Yeah.
I was trying to tell you that.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama from Montar, France.
There it is. Here's my grade.
With his family, every phone in this arena is out capturing this historical moment because he is perhaps the greatest prospect to ever walk across this stage. He heads to San Antonio, following in the footsteps of fellow Frenchman Tony Parker.
Here's my grade. Spurs draft Victor Wembanyama. A+ grade. They didn't screw it up. They drafted the best player in the draft. They got him number 1. I know it's not crazy. It's not groundbreaking, but it's the obvious right pick. They did the right thing. They have a generational player now, a build-around player to fit with their other players, Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, Jeremy Sohan, Trey Jones. This is perfect for them. This is really, really, really good for the San Antonio Spurs. Rick Aroni here says, can't wait for 6 and 11. Zach here, super hype, says, yes, and I don't lose $50,000. To bet, Amber, like people would, like if you bet $1 million, you'd win like barely any money. Because like it was that obvious that he was going to go number 1. People were betting though because they knew. Like it's like free money almost. The second pick is really the difficult one to figure out.
He's an 83% free throw shooter. He's got a great shooting.
Now the draft really starts. Let's see what happens here. But the Spurs select Victor Wembanyama first overall. Really great selection. Average 3 blocks a game. I think the one thing I want to say, people are going to focus on some of the defensive or offensive highlights, like the step back threes, the put back dunks. Those things are fantastic. But the most important thing about Victor Wembanyama is he's the best defensive prospect I've ever seen play. He's just unreal. Amber, we can just, if you want to mute, you can just push it down, okay? Yeah, it's fine. Just leave it where it is, okay? Thank you, though. But I think Victor Wembanyama, just unbelievable. Defensively, his length, size, shot blocking, his rim deterrence in general. He's able to switch out in space a bit. He's going to be incredible. He's going to be really, really good. Yeah, he's got size 20 feet. I know. I have size 12, so I'm basically Victor Wembanyama, right?
When you look at Victor Wembanyama, what do you see?
You know what comes to mind is one of the last things Greg Popovich said this season. He said he has been the beneficiary of serendipity to the max degree. This is Greg Popovich talking about himself.
I really like this for San Antonio is going to be really good. Like, actually, they're just going to become really, really good over time.
He will help this team in so many different statistical categories. It's going to be incredibly fun to watch.
Well, since I can't call him the most unique player ever, I will call him the ultimate unicorn. Somebody who is going to break the mold of what an NBA player could be.
You can see the company he's joining, elite company, as the number 1 pick, and he is standing by with Armand up in front.
Here we already hear from Victor Wembanyama.
Tell me about this emotion. Tell me about these teams.
You thought she was cool, so bienvenue.
Just accomplishing something that I've been dreaming of, my whole life. Hearing that sentence from Adam Silver, I've
Josh, I think so.
So much. I gotta cry.
Eve, Oscar, Victor, siblings, there were times for you guys.
Sorry, TLGS.
Like watching your brother in this pursuit. That's amazing. We are so proud. We're very happy for you. We are happy for the family, for the friends, for everything, for the basketball. That's so amazing.
Yeah, I knew that I was gonna have tears because every time I thought about this sentence, like with the first pick, and everything. I got this little tears in my eyes, and I knew that
Well,
I
Victor's
wasn't
not
going
going
to
to
let,
Oh, never mind.
let them in my
He
eyes.
looks like
But that's great.
It's his brother. His brother.
he looks
Victor, I
exactly
do have
like
to ask you,
Mhm.
you have been labeled generational talent. So many people are thrilled about your potential in the NBA. And you have said that you don't feel pressure because it's just basketball. How do you begin to leave your mark on this league?
No, man. I don't know. You know, it's a tough league. It's tough to win this league. You know, many players have tried to win for years, for decades, and haven't made it. So my goal is I'm going to try and learn as quick as possible.
Oh
So
man, I don't
We
know.
are going to a story.
I have a bad feeling.
San Antonio Spurs.
I'm a damn Spurs.
Oh boy.
Speaking of the Spurs, your teammate, Jeremy Sohan, is here to welcome you.
I've been running ready for so long.
Jeremy Sohan there, welcoming Victor Wembanyama.
Jeremy, obviously a current player with
Yeah, he plays for the Spurs.
Victor and family, congratulations. We're going to go to Marty Smith, who is in San Antonio.
Troy Dilworth here saying I'm praying we see Miller here next. Because he's hoping his team gets Scoot. And then Ahmed. He wants Scoot and Ahmed to be available going into 3-4. Oh man. I have a feeling that Miller might actually go second, Amber.
Is it ESPN?
I don't know. Kind of nervous.
Are there little numbers that they have, or are they always right? Because they have his name, so.
Look at this. This is very weird. Well, Charlotte now decides the draft because if they go with Brandon Miller, they're going to screw everything up.
Look at a lot of that is just drawn.
I don't.
He doesn't even have black hair.
Victor,
No, that other blonde guy with the.
why does it matter if he has black hair?
Because he just drew it on.
Okay. Oh man, I'm just nervous about Charlotte here. I'm really nervous.
On the clock, who will they be selecting at number 2? Scoot Henderson.
Camera's on Scoot Henderson right now.
It was largely expected.
Now it's on. Brandon Miller's on the phone.
Brandon Miller would be headed to.
Brandon Miller is talking on the phone.
Let's find out definitively. Once again, here's Commissioner.
With the second pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Brandon Miller from the University of Alabama.
They did it.
Brandon Miller,
That's.
the SEC Player of the Year.
Oh my
the
God.
Newcomer of the Year,
Oh my God. That's such a mistake. They're just taking him because he's taller and he shoots better. That's not. This is a mistake that Charlotte's going to pay for. Charlotte's going to have to sit through this. Charlotte's done this before, though. Charlotte has done this, so it's not a surprise to me that Charlotte is going to screw this whole thing up because this is a total Charlotte thing. Mitch Kupchak's not going to have a job a year and a half from now either, by the way. You want to know who took Michael Gilchrist over Bradley Beal? Charlotte. Oh my God, this is so bad. The only reason that they have LaMelo Ball is because second overall the Warriors went off a fit and took Wiseman over LaMelo. Terrible.
And there you see his finishing has improved. You know, he's not a big, strong body. He's light and athletic, but he rebounds at a high rate. Over 8 rebounds a game.
They did it. I can't believe they did it.
But where he sets himself apart is shooting. I think he's going to be a good defender.
Yeah, that's because when they're after the net picks announced, it goes on to the next one.
Big time. He reminds you of when Paul George.
We'll see if I think the Blazers are going to stick at 3, and ESPN's influence is fully proven here. Man, ESPN really helped out their best friend.
I feel like the biggest thing for me, though, when you talk about his
My God,
competitive edge is
Scoot Henderson's going to be a Portland Trailblazer.
You talked about that game. He showed competitive edge. He showed emotion. He scored 41 points in that game.
Scoot Henderson's going 3rd overall.
He put the team on his back won that game.
Charlotte, number 2 picks in franchise history. Alonzo Mourning, Emeka Okafor, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist.
Here are some of the number 2 picks that
Brandon
have
Miller.
gone to Charlotte, and now Brandon Miller is with Monica McNutt.
All right, we got Brandon Miller and family getting seated on the couch. Brandon, congratulations.
Thank you.
You told me yesterday that originally you were planning just to have a small family gathering at the crib.
I think the Blazers are going to select Scoot Henderson. 3rd overall, Amber. Scoot Henderson fell to 3. He's the second best player in the draft. And pretty much everyone knew it besides the Hornets. The Hornets? Yeah. Man. Of course, Charlotte. Charlotte screwed it up.
Daryl and Yolanda, your parents, what do you want fans in Charlotte to know about your son?
Oh, my gosh.
We want to expect them to answer any question.
That they're getting a great kid. You know, a great young man, great character. He's gonna bring a lot.
Brandon Miller, 2nd overall, man.
I think to the city of Charlotte. You know, I think once the city of Charlotte gets to know him, I mean, I think they're gonna fall in love with him.
You told me yesterday, Brandon, although it was a little controversial that you said Paul George was your GOAT, but you told me that Michael Jordan made you feel like Charlotte was home in that second workout. You'll have the opportunity now to play alongside LaMelo Ball, a young organization. How do you see your game fitting in?
Man, with Melo, we was texting before this, this is my guy. So I think with Melo,
Draft grade.
As good
Pick
as point guard he is,
2.
I think I just kind of
Brandon
fill in the place with him.
Miller.
He's a great vet now that he has the most experience. I know he's
Well, there's my draft grade. Pick number 2.
What will the lasting memory of tonight be for your parents?
Pick number 2, Brandon Miller. I'm giving a C.
The lasting.
Brandon Miller's not a bad prospect. He's a really good prospect, actually.
Just hear my name being called.
But
I think all we can ask for is just a chance now.
it's
I know we're going to go in here.
And we got a suit grade here coming from Amber too. Amber, grade Brandon Miller suit. It's a D grade for Brandon Miller's suit, which is slightly worse even.
Thank you.
What a king! Excuse me, Hornets pick. Terrible, Brendan. That's an awesome comment, honestly.
Portland is on the clock. In Portland, there are so many questions surrounding the franchise right now. So we bring in our front office.
Portland is going to select Scoot Henderson.
With Portland and the number 3 pick.
Here's Bobby Marks.
Yeah, Lee, I think with Portland, there's certainly 3 different options that they're going to be looking at. Certainly, you can stay with the first option, which would be to draft Scoot Henderson and pair him with Damian Lillard in that backcourt. The second option is to move off that pick and look for an all-star player that fits the timeline of Damian Lillard. And of course, the third option is the most drastic option, and this is something that we'll keep an eye on during free agency, is to entertain trade suitors for Damian Lillard.
Bobby, thank you. We're about 40 seconds away from the pick being in here, JJ.
My goodness.
I'd like to see at least to get a starting base for Portland to be able to get back in contention.
They need to improve their defense. They were the 3rd worst defensive team in the NBA last year, and that's where I think Scoot Henderson can make an immediate impact.
Scoot Henderson would be the 1st overall pick in the 2024 draft, for what it's worth, and he's going to go 3rd overall this year. It's a massive mistake.
I think it's a no-brainer. You take Scoot Henderson. He reminds you of Russell Westbrook when he was in UCLA. It's that kind of athletic profile.
And even, when you're talking about
it's just
next to Damian Lillard,
like I just thought. I just can't believe
go ahead and do, but let's check and make sure.
the guy averaged 17 and 7 basically in the G League. Here's the pick: Scoot Henderson.
With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson from Marietta, Georgia, in the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Scoot Henderson, big game, big personality, of course, from the G League Ignite, following in the footsteps of James.
God, the Blazers fleeced the draft because they have ESPN connections. Great pick by Portland.
Out of the Ignite, he's actually one of 7 siblings. And his
Let's
sister
get my draft grade in there.
And his brother James is
Trailblazers select
happy family tonight on
Scoot Henderson.
Because Scoot Henderson, we talked last night about
Grade
his
A
motto.
plus.
Overly determined to dominate, and that is the mindset that he plays with. The energy. JJ just talked about how
Scoot and Dame are either going to be amazing together, or Scoot's going to be amazing in Portland, and Dame's going to have fun in a different city. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that actually matters at this point is that they drafted the right player, and they got the talent in the door. And if they want to trade Dame, they can trade Dame now.
And look, everybody talks about him as a non-shooter, particularly.
Yeah, Gavoni helping out his boy Mike Schmitz. That's 100% correct. That's insane.
He doesn't necessarily need to ever be.
Amber, what's the drip here? For
Like the actual like the actual suit itself looks good, but the sparkles and design and stuff look ugly. So I'm gonna say it.
You're giving an F grade. Scoot Henderson's suit gets an F
The
grade.
actual suit itself looks good, but not the design.
You heard it first from our suit insider, Meep. Thank you, Meep. Oh my gosh. Blue says time to trade Dame. Braden says he fell right to them. Colin Boxbreak says Portland got so lucky this year, moving up to 3, and then Charlotte screwing up. It's crazy. Meeps, drip, grade for Scoot Henderson. You said F? F. She doesn't hate the suit, but she hates the design on the suit, which is interesting. Good breakdown.
He's only 1 inch shorter than the other guy.
Jay Billis with breaking analysis. He's a good passer. Wow. Oh, and he's a dynamic scorer.
Really long arms. He had better numbers in the G League, a better offensive rating.
They're only using footage from game against Metropolitans 92. He had a lot of good games this year that no one talks about for some reason. Meep's a tough grader. Only Sheldon gets an A from Meep, according to ITK. Here we go. Rick saying, "I'm guessing Amen next." We'll see what happens here. We're gonna keep our eyes on it.
He is ODD and he is with our Bonker McNutt. Scoop, you took time to hug every one of your siblings at the table before you went to the stage after Adam Silver called your name. Why was it important to take that moment?
I just enjoyed the moment. That means so much. I had to. No matter who's calling me,
God, the Blazers did a great job, man. I think the Rockets are going to take Amen Thompson.
Mom, Crystal, Dad,
I'm going to get an Amen Thompson jersey for sure.
you knew your son was special.
Family, yes, I'm with my girl. She's been awesome. She's letting me stream all day long, so I figure we watch the draft together. So she's been here giving grades for suits, so that's kind of a fun little thing. Brady Thompson saying, I'm predicting Amen X. Zach got my joke too here. He said analysis equals he's good at scoring and passing. They think Cam Whitmore's next? It's going to be Amen Thompson. Jay here says, tell Amber her suit ratings are a much appreciated segment, arguably just as knowledgeable as Sheldon's basketball knowledge. Look at that. There we go. We got a new job for you, Amber. Jay, we appreciate that comment. That's good. I'm glad Amber. I told Amber that she's going to be well received on the stream because I told her you guys are a bunch of awesome people that are going to be hyped to have her on. So she's been a lot of fun. I think hopefully you're having a good time doing it, Amber. Chronicle says Blazers really lucked out. Sharp Scoot. Yeah, they're set up for the future. Ryan here says LeBron would never. Gremlin says she also lets you live. Period. Yeah, she's my provider and caretaker, I guess, for streaming days. So she's the best. Who will have the steel drip? Yeah, who's gonna have the best drip, Amber, out of all the other prospects available? Do you want a list of names? She's unsure of that right now. I'm gonna give her a list of names for my big board. Where's my board? Here we go, Amber. Pick a name. Oh, it has to be one of these like top 20-ish guys, though. Okay, because they're only ones there.
I haven't seen all of them.
Well, no, but he's trying to make you guess. So you have to give us a guess. Michael Orlando saying Grady Dick has the best drip. Do you think that's possible?
I think he's smart because people are talking about it.
Yeah, you wanted some of that attention.
They need to build up their culture a little bit.
Anthony Black. She's picking Anthony Black. I like it. Zach says, would love to give her that praise, but the Grady grade, LOL, not, but nah, for real, it's fun. So they're all enjoying it. He was just joking about, he's not a fan of the Grady Dick drip, but you gave it a B. And he gave Scoot Henderson's an F, which seems a little weird.
His was like only certain spots.
Oh, okay.
Grady Dick.
So she says Grady Dix looks fancy, but she thinks Anthony Black might have the steal drip of the draft, so that'll be something to watch for. Is this a segment we should continue into future years, Amber? We'll get you actually into like a setup in the stream. What was Victor Wembanyama's drip grade? He had kind of like a plain. What's his grade?
I think he had like
as being guard versions of Tim Duncan.
I think a high B.
A high B, so we get like a B plus. Okay, B plus grade for Victor Wembanyama and his drip. Definitely an A plus selection, but a B plus drip grade. Top grades for names: Grady Dick and Leaky Black. Yeah, we have a name grade. There's a guy in the draft named Leaky Black, Amber. That's his name. Leaky, yeah. And Grady Dick's the other guy that he brought up. Which is funny, isn't it? Let's listen to Jay Billis here for a sec.
Both the Thompsons are world-class athletes. They're big time.
Let's go back a little
They're
bit.
world-class athletes. They're big time. That's awesome.
Free agent that you're looking at,
Great analysis.
other than yourself.
Yeah, Reese is watching with us.
Well, I don't want to set somebody up to get it back here, but the one guy that I think is available.
Vic wins the draft and has the highest graded drip. Yeah, so far he's atop the board so far, right? B plus highest grade. She's liking the plain and simple. Now I'll know what to do when I'm suit shopping in the future.
You had a necklace on too.
Here's the pick.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson.
Oh, you were right.
Yeah, Amen Thompson, overtime elite. I figured it. There was a lot of reports that he killed his workout. He killed his workout with Portland too. I really firmly believe that if Scoot wasn't available, they would have selected Amen Thompson.
Of course, they won the 2023
Trey Dame jersey. I haven't even seen that. I think I missed it. I've been half looking. Guilty saying, why is Grady Dick falling like this? I don't know. Grady Dick, number 1 player in the class, arguably.
With 2.3 seconds left to win the title, our Jonathan Gaboni has said he has the highest ceiling of anyone in the draft, not named Victor Wembanyama.
My comparison for Amen Thompson has been a more athletic, or not a more athletic, a bigger Russell Westbrook. So I think this is a huge win so far.
He finishes at a 74% rate at the rim. Just fast, quick speed that can handle and pass it. Now, he's not a great shooter, but to JJ's point earlier, with that sort of athleticism,
Victor Wembanyama.
And be able to
I'm gonna
make
give him like a
shots,
C
it's gonna
only
open
because
things up for him.
it's like okay, it's not bad, but it's not
With the
good.
white?
It's cream over white.
Oh.
It slightly doesn't look right, but it doesn't look bad.
A C grade for the drip for Amen Thompson. A C grade for the drip. That's tough, Amber.
The cream doesn't look bad, but over the white is
a great footwork. There is such an incredible foundation for Amen Thompson to be a great NBA player, and he's a worker. He puts the time in. I just thought he has an incredible work ethic. I think we're going to see him grow immense amounts from here.
Average just over 16 points, just under 6 assists, 5.9 rebounds per game. And how special is it to be drafted on the same night as your twin brother?
Well, my early draft grades, I'm going to give this one.
Speed in transition. He is fast. Just from one end.
Amber, we have a great question here from Jared. Jared wants to know, what's the criteria for the drip check? Are we looking for a clean suit or something more flamboyant? What are you thinking? What do you like in the suits, Amber?
I think it has to like fit them right.
It has to fit them right. That's the number 1 criteria.
And then it has to be like I just love eyes, honestly.
This is a funny comment. This guy said Amber's tripping, bro. All drip first team. He likes Amen Thompson's drip.
It's okay. It's not bad. It's okay. It's like a C. It's okay.
It's a C. It's okay. Well, I think Amber, you have to give a little bit more positive. Okay. Like okay should be like B. Okay. Do that going forward. Okay. Do like B is okay. Like A is great. Or do you want to you can just keep doing your grading system. You do it.
First thought as you become a Rocket.
I'm just excited to be a Rocket.
Maya, Troy, you guys have watched both of your sons, but men put in the hours and the sweat equity.
He's going to like the twin suit. Mark my words, pin this comment.
I'm very proud of.
I already saw it. Suits, just navy blue. It's the same suit though. Like, he had white or navy blue over white.
You like that one?
It was like okay. It's better than his.
It's better than Amen. You got to put some respect on Amen Thompson. I love his suit.
The other, I forget the other guy's name, but the other guy had like a suit.
Here we go with Detroit. Detroit is on the clock. Let's see what happens with the Detroit Pistons. Also, a huge shout out to all of you guys. Just hanging out with me. This has been so much fun. I've had so much fun this draft with you guys. We'll see what happens, but I'm having so much fun.
What's the first thing that you might do to celebrate that you're comfortable sharing?
Celebrate?
That you're comfortable sharing.
Oh no, we need to fly some in and out here. I need some in and out. Just fly it out to New York for a day, and we'll be good.
Troy, you have had a vision for both of your sons. As they enter this next chapter as pros, what is the vision that you see moving forward?
Well, the vision now is to become leaders on their team. Obviously, be at least first team all rookie and maybe compete for rookie of the year. You know, we got big ambitions.
What do you think about those ambitions, man?
I think we can go big. I think just try to be great.
Yeah. Do you like All-Stars?
This is the exact same suit, but different color.
Wow. Who do we think the Pistons are taking 5th overall, Amber?
Thank you, man. There's his brother. I think what's
Who's
really
on your
important
list?
tonight, these guys.
I mocked Cam Whitmore.
For overtime elite athletes.
I don't know. I could be wrong, though.
Here they are growing
I
up
think it's
together.
gonna be
When you look at the first 4 picks tonight, we
What do
got
you think
Victor
about
Wembanyama, a European professional? We got Brandon Miller, a college player. We got Scoot Henderson, a Jesus
Amen
player.
Thompson just went.
2 guys who came from Atlanta, the overtime elite headquarters there. Just a phenomenal story. Both these guys.
Who do you
as they
think?
Celebrate this moment.
For the next game.
as
Yeah.
twins.
I think what you said.
That happens when you achieve your goals.
You think All-Star? You
What
think?
would you say?
Well, I originally said Cam Whitmore. You said All-Star Thompson.
I thought you were typing that.
No, what?
The Detroit Pistons.
Zach here says I'm getting nervous and just sitting on the couch. I know. I'm nervous too. Jay Anderson thinks it's All-Star, somewhere around 10 if I had to guess. Pedro says I wonder who the Wizards will get. We'll see.
For the future, and Cade Cunningham, assuming he's healthy this year, and Jay Ivey, who
This is funny,
really good,
Brendan.
particularly towards the end of the year. Jalen Duren is another young player that they have. I think they go with the forward.
JJ Redick just called Jalen Duren Jalen Duren. Do you think he watched the Pistons game this year? Like, what's the odds of that? Duren.
With the 5th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select
Pistons.
Asar Thompson, an Oakland, California.
They took All-Star Thompson. Overtime elite. All-Star Thompson.
This is the same exact suit. It's like great.
NBA draft. Asar Thompson, he said, I'm nowhere near as good as I can be. I just have to not let a day go by where I don't get better. This is a 7th pair of brothers
This is
drafted
really
in the same year. The first
Yeah.
was
What do you grade it?
I feel like
2011, but certainly Asar, a special
What's the
player
other
in his
guy's
own
name?
right.
Similar to his twin brother, another freak athlete, 7-foot wingspan.
Amen.
Amen's suit is better than his.
Do you like Amen's more over All-Stars?
This is just plain.
Is it too plain for you?
It's like just plain black.
It's like, it looks like it's navy-ish.
It's like gray. It was the same
Not a great
black as
shooter,
the other guy.
30% from 3, although he
It's like a
improved that toward the end of the season. But a really
His-
good
his is
cutter.
like-
Where I think he can stand
It's
out
just
is he's a good passer.
Interesting that All-Star is the selection here.
He's got the ability to be an elite defender.
I mean, when I watch Asar Thompson play, he's like a Swiss Army knife to me, right? Like, you can use him in so many different situations, and he has success. He's an athletic wing. When you talk about young talent being added to this
Oh,
Detroit
man.
Pistons team, he can get to the rim. He's more smooth in the way that he plays the game. Not necessarily shifty, but the way that he moves, it's almost like he's water out there on the court.
Oh,
Just
my.
fluid in the way that he attacks. He's got great long strides. He can play with
Did they just call All-Star Thompson more fluid than Amen? Oh, boy. It might be time to mute the ESPN broadcast. We're out of the top 3, and they no longer know what they're talking about. So,
But if you can make an impact defensively with your awareness, with your energy, with the presence that you have, and being active and making plays on the basketball, you can have a positive impact on a team. And I truly believe
Yeah.
can do that.
I don't think he's more fluid than Thompson. Zach says, Cade, Ivy, Alstar, Blank Durden. I mean, they're athletic. They're going to be really, really fast.
This is how many times brothers have been drafted in the top 5 in the common era.
I think Alstar is good. I think he defends, and I think that's one thing that Detroit needed more was another defender. I gave it an A, A or A minus. Listen, I think that I think the top 9 is so strong. Like if this, I think this fits pretty well with Detroit. I would have preferred Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore would have been an A plus. I'm operating with the idea that A plus, like being what I would have probably done, like that's the best thing you could do at A plus. So that's kind of the way I'm operating. I think it's a pretty strong pick. So Jay here says, is it crazy to hope that Anthony Black drops to 13? I think that is pretty crazy. I don't think that'll happen. Alex says, if Black goes to the Magic now, so I can see the Wizards pick Wallace or Buffkin.
Troy, you were a blueprint of sorts for your brothers. They heard their names back to back. They made history.
At this pick, I had mocked Anthony Black, Amber, 6th overall.
Instead of Asar.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't. Well, Asar, I mocked 8th.
This is just one of the most amazing days I've ever been around. I mean, it's a great moment. I'm proud of both of them. Houston got one of them ones. Detroit got one of them ones. It's going to be real exciting to see where things go.
Asar, you guys are taking the.
It's going to be weird now when Pistons and Rockets Twitter hate each other and they're talking about twin brothers and which one's better. It's going to be awkward.
I just, I'm always confident. I always believe in myself.
You have the other brothers.
And, I know what I've worked on.
And that was
So that's where the confidence comes from.
Mom, Maya, I think we gotta find the vision board at the house in California and just take it all in.
It is still on the wall. To see that they really took that as 9-year-olds and made it become a reality, and this is just like amazing. There are no words to really express how I'm feeling. Like Asar said, to see them back to back.
Oh, what was the drip grade for Alstar, Amber?
The world is just opening up to them. The world is there's no limit.
So what do you like? C minus? C?
Like a C.
Now the real question is, what are y'all
A C grade for Alstar's drip, I guess. Pretty picky, Amber.
It's not bad.
Mom, Crystal, Big Brother Troy, Asar Thompson, congratulations, guys.
Here, Brandon S. says, I wouldn't give this an A. We're super pigeonholed in free agency now. Hope Cade's shot is back after the injuries, or we can't shoot. For real, Jaden Ivey and Bogey not cutting it. I mean, I don't know. I think that there's a pathway where Alstar grows into an okay shooter.
With the 6th pick in the 2020
Anthony Black, I think.
NBA draft, the Orlando Magic select Anthony Black from the University
Anthony Black. That's a really good pick. The only guy I think I would have taken above him for them is Taylor Hendricks. I think Hendricks is maybe a little bit of a smoother fit, but I think Anthony Black's a really, really good selection. Still draft grade. Magic select Anthony Black at pick 6. A grade. I'm going to give that an A grade. I like it. I like it for them. You can point to the shooting. You can point to some of the issues with it. I think he's really, really good. I think he's a really good pick for them. I think he's going to do a lot of things really great. I think that they have an intriguing defensive unit. I switched to that as my mock selection for them at the very end, and I felt like that was the right way to look at it. I feel good about it for them in general. I like Anthony Black for Orlando. I really do. I think he's going to be really good there. Now, I think at 11 they need to find shooting. They really need to. Amber, what's the drip?
He has like a B/B+.
A B or B plus drip grade for Anthony Black.
Based on like we're saying, I'm gonna move Grady's to an A.
Oh my gosh, we have a drip grade update. Grady Dick is what? Say it loud so they can hear you.
He's an A now.
Grady Dick has an A grade for drip. Oh my goodness.
Compared to all the other
Holy
ones.
cow.
Compared to all the other ones.
Comparatively, wow. I think Hendricks is going number 7. I think Hendricks is going 7th overall. So, oh man, that's Interesting, Amber.
You don't get the shooting piece right now.
I've been updating my grades, by the way, on Twitter. So if you guys aren't following us on Twitter, make sure to go do that right now. Just go search Utility Sports. But my grade over there, Anthony Black's an A on that end of things. So
plays very well in transition. He's an excellent defender, and he takes pride on the defensive end. I wouldn't call him a lockdown defender, but he plays on the ball, off the ball, very versatile on the defensive end, averages over 2 steals per game.
He's also with our Montgomery.
I'm really interested to see Indiana. I would think it's Jarris Walker.
What are you thinking in this moment?
I mean, I'm just super excited. You know, I'm here sharing the moment with my mom and my brother. So I'm super happy we're all here sharing the moment, and I'm super excited. Yeah.
Your mom
Here we go. This is Zach's time. This is Zach's moment. Let's see who goes 7th overall.
The amount of time that your son has poured into his craft to get to this moment. As you send him off to start
We're seeing some of the options here.
What are the Orlando Magic?
I also wonder if there's going to be a potential trade.
Great human, a leader, phenomenal basketball player, a winner.
Very interested to see what happens.
Around him better. Somebody to make the culture of the team great. They're getting.
Right, don't be saying that on stream.
You have been praised, Anthony, as one of the most versatile two-way players in this draft. Tell me about the pride you take in that sort of label.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's see what happens here.
I just like to have fun on defense and do stuff that wins games. So, I like to compete on both ends and just give it all I got out there.
Beckham, what do you think of this moment for your big brother?
I mean, it's crazy because I remember in 8th grade, nobody said he was going to be nothing, and now he's a pro, so it's just crazy.
Do you remember that, Anthony?
What was it? I didn't hear.
8th grade. Nobody said you were going to be anything.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I've been hearing that my whole life, so it's cool to overcome.
How much did the next players motivate you?
A lot.
7th overall. Let's see what happens here.
That's just part of how I play with passion.
No.
That's kind of where it comes from.
In fact, I actually saw this one. Yeah, I saw it from Twitter. One guy reports him early. I've been trying not to look, but I saw that one
How does he report?
because he has relationships with the teams and he calls and asks.
And the pick is already 8 or 15 seconds away.
'Cause he gets a lot of
before he
clicks.
was headed to Indiana, and now we're going to podium with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Oh my gosh.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Bilal Coulibaly from Cote d'Ivoire, France.
Coulibaly goes 7 overall, but I believe there's a trade. Okay, there's a trade, and I think it's to Washington.
He first played with Wembanyama when they were 12 years old, but he really impressed at the draft combine. And he actually
I think he's being traded to the Washington Wizards. So be patient on this one. He's not going to Indiana. He's going to be playing in Washington. Now, I don't know what the trade package looks like. I have no idea. But my understanding is it's going to have to be this pick. It's going to have to be pick number 8 and something else. So we'll see what else is in there.
High-level, all-defensive player that has that all-defensive potential. At his best, getting downhill. I think certainly his offense is a little bit of a work in progress. 67% at the rim this year. His shot is not broken. At 72% from the free throw line right now. He is coming over. He's got a small buyout. He will be in an Indiana Pacers uniform when training camp starts, and certainly when summer league starts in Las Vegas.
Bobby, thank you. He scored 37 points in the under-21 league before permanently joining the senior team.
Oh my gosh. Bilal Coulibaly goes 7th overall. He's talented. Zach, I know there's a trade. Okay, I know there's a trade. So be patient. He's going to Washington.
To Indiana. And of course, Victor Wembanyama, he had to hype his teammate a little bit already on Twitter, saying by now everyone knows he deserves to be a top 10 pick, but not enough realize he deserves to be top 5. Well, he came pretty close and now is headed to the Indiana Pacers.
I think Jarris Walker is still going to be a Pacer. I think Jarris Walker goes 8th overall. And I think they're going to get traded. I think it's going to be a 7-for-8 trade.
Family, congratulations, Bilal.
Thanks.
Just 2 years ago, you were barely 6 feet tall. And now here you are. What have the last 2 years been like to get you to this moment?
Man, everything happened so fast. Just playing with the younger team beginning of the year and now being there is, man, such a blessing. Yeah.
You're with your parents, Micah and Wando. Micah, just the work that your son has put in to dominate. How proud are you of him?
Wow.
I'm just proud of him.
Bilal Coulibaly to Washington. And yeah, well, they're French, so you know how they talk.
French basketball players, international basketball players as well, but in France in particular, what's happening over there?
The thing is about Washington here is, remember, this is long term. They're trying to find guys who can fit around stuff. So they're being patient here. They're going with upside. This actually makes some sense. This actually does make some sense for Bilal. Bilal's a solid player. I think this actually makes quite a bit of sense.
Working on my game, so yeah, I can be great like that. Yeah, working.
Bilal, Micah, and Wando, congratulations.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you so very much.
We'll see what happens here. 8th overall, I think it's Jarris Walker.
The Pacers are trading Bilal Coulibaly to the Wizards. There's been a lot of movement coming out of Washington this week, so let's bring in our front office insider, Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj, why is this pick on the move?
Here's Woj.
I'm told that the Pacers are trading back one with the Washington Wizards. Coulibaly, I'm told, is selected for the Wizards. There's certainly be a package coming back to Indiana, but they've been targeting Jarris Walker of the University of Houston, but they'll be picking here at number 8. The Wizards will be picking for the Pacers here.
So my assumption here, my assumption is then that Indiana was getting trade calls that they had interest in at number 7 to move down to maybe 9 or to move down to another spot, because it doesn't make sense for Washington to move up unless they felt pressure that number 7 was going to get traded somewhere else. So, Amber, how's the Coulibaly drip? Did you like his drip? Did you see it?
I did, but I forgot to.
Okay. When we see Coulibaly on the screen next, we will update the Coulibaly group. You got to make sure you're giving our grades, okay? Draft grade. Bilal Coulibaly at 7. B. I'm going to give that a B grade. I mean, I think he's a lottery talent. I think he fits the Wizards' long-term plan here, but I think it's a little high. Again, like A+ is like something I would have done in their spot.
This Wizards roster, including a move up here on the board to take Victor Wembanyama's French teammate Coulibaly.
Woj, thank you so much. I do want to get to talk, JJ, in just a little bit on this trade that sends Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors. But first, let's head back to the podium because Washington's pick is in. Of course, we know that is headed to the Indiana Pacers. Here it is.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Jarris Walker from the University of Houston.
Jarris Walker on the board for Washington, of course, we know is going to Indiana, as our Adrian Wojnarowski just reported.
Yeah, I think they're going to be future seconds. Think about it. You have to think about it this way. Washington's brought in 8 second-round picks in the last, 72 hours. They're not worried about second-rounders. They're going to trade a couple of them to get players that they want. We're at number 9. We're up to number 9, and Hendricks is still on the board. I mocked Hendricks initially to the Utah Jazz. So let's see what happens here. Man, I really hope if Taylor Hendricks falls to 10, it's like the perfect scenario for Dallas. Like that's like literally the dream outcome.
Well, at the University of Houston, he gave his NIL money to walk-on players. He's a lead first.
Gabby, this is exactly what I think too. That what happened was like the Pacers still wanted to keep Jarris Walker, so they got some value out of trading out of 7, but wanted to still maintain that they got their guy. So that's exactly what they went with. Whitmore is still available as well, which is interesting. So number 9 or number 10, real possibilities here at 9 or 10. Very interesting. Gold just says, Jazz, please don't take Hendricks. Hendricks is going to be good. So Whitmore falls out of the top 10 potentially? I don't think so. I think he's gonna go to one of Utah or Dallas, and I think it's possible that Dallas ends up trading pick 10 and sending Whitmore somewhere. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, this draft is pretty crazy already. Last year I literally nailed like the top 11 picks, Amber. I had like the top 11 all right, and this year I'm just like I was off by one thing. Well, I'm going to have number 9 right, though. I do think Taylor Hendricks is going to go 9. So
He makes winning plays off of the court with his NIL money and his unselfishness. He makes winning plays on the court. I'm talking hustle plays, diving out of bounds and saving the ball to his teammates, sprinting down the floor in transition. He's a competitor. He is a winner. He plays with so much passion.
I really want Taylor Hendricks to Dallas, but I don't think we're going to get him.
I don't hate an Aaron Gordon comparison either in terms of versatility and what he can bring to the team. And right now, Jarris Walker is standing by with our mom.
Jarris Walker is going to be nice for Indiana. Zach, I'm happy for you. Jarris is going to be good for you guys. Jarris is going to be really good for you guys. Cam Whitmore is going to be there for Dallas at 10.
I mean, it means a ton. I mean, I'm just blessed and fortunate to be in a situation, just being able to hoop at such a high level and just accomplish such an amazing goal of mine.
Now, we're supposed to be flanked by family, but we can only have 2 extra folks up
Yeah,
here.
for
You
sure,
have
for
3
sure. Yeah.
older sisters who are also athletes that are very important to you. How have you been able to follow in their footsteps and see what it means to be great at a sport?
Yeah, for sure. I would say just their guidance and wisdom just throughout the journey. It's always guided me, making sure I'm locked in.
I like Walker a lot for Indiana. I do. Here's my draft grade.
Just really helped me out.
Now, you're wearing a Wizards hat, but obviously you're headed to
Walker to Indy. It's an A- grade is what I'm going to give it. A-. I think that's a very good pick. I had him 9th on my big board. I think that there was better options. I would prefer Taylor Hendricks as a fit slightly, but I think Taylor Hendricks' skill level is really, really high, and I think he's going to be really good for Indiana specifically as a player that's going to go a long way in their future. Zach, if we trade you 10, I would be so happy for the Pacers, to be honest. Pedro here thinking Case and Wallace to the Jazz. I think it's going to be Taylor Hendricks. I think Taylor Hendricks is going 9th overall. And if he does, it's an A+.
He will be joining us live on set in just a little bit.
We're going to commercial here, so I'm going to mute for a second. Oh my gosh. Oh man, Utah's having a strong beginning of their draft. I'm guessing here. I'm going to say that they did pretty good. Shoot. I think that Rick's going to actually play Walker, I believe. I think with how Mathurin performed last year, I think we're actually going to see Walker play quite a bit. I think Walker's going to play. I wouldn't worry about that. ATG Rico definitely really happy, as he should be. Grady Dick will go to Utah. I don't think so. I think it's going to be Taylor Hendricks here. I think that Danny Ainge knows what he's doing, and he's going to take the best player available. I think it's going to be Taylor Hendricks. Hallie, Mathurin, Whitmore, Jarris, Turner. Yeah, if I swear to God, if we trade you Whitmore, man. Look, Rich, you're going to say that, but look at how much Mathurin played this last year. Like, he did change his philosophy. He did. Like, he played a rookie a lot this past year. He's going to do it again. We're going to see Jarris Walker play a lot. Okay. Rick Carlisle was very involved in the pre-draft process. He wanted Jarris Walker. Oh, man. That's pretty crazy, Amber. Wow. Why draft another? He's nothing like Isaiah Jackson. Jarris Walker is actually really, really, really good. Jarris Walker is a great pick. Could have done better, but I think a great pick. Man. Patrick here says, I'm over the moon. You should be. Chaco says, like it up. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. If you guys are new in here, 200 viewers. That's crazy. Amazing play on College World Series for anyone following. I am not following the College World Series, although I do like baseball a bit. But I think that ultimately Taylor Hendricks is going 9th overall to the Utah Jazz. So pretty tough, honestly. Pretty tough. Jaden here says, Dallas better trade 10 and Bertans to whoever can fit him in cap-wise. The only way I'm okay is if it's for Capella and 15, although I would really love to have Whitmore. Amber, did you give a drip grade for Jarris?
I think a C.
She gave Jarris a C. She wasn't buying into Jarris Walker's.
It's like a light brown.
She's not buying into his drip.
2023 NBA draft presented by State Farm. Some cute photos of our draftees thus far as the Utah Jazz.
Let's go over to this. Actually, here, I've got a good idea. Here's the pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Taylor Hendricks from UCF.
There it is, Taylor Hendricks.
Taylor Hendricks.
Right in front of Dallas, yeah.
Ever player out of UCF to be drafted in the first round.
That's such an L.
From Florida. He got offers from Miami, from Florida State. Ultimately, he blazed his own path, choosing USC. And
let's do this here.
Becoming the first pick out of the program. And when the pick was called, JJ, you said, yes, I love this guy. Why is that?
Well, let's start with his defense. He's a multi-positional defender. He led the conference in blocks while simultaneously shooting over 39% from three on almost 5 attempts a game. This guy's floor is the prototypical modern 3-and-D guy. His upside is if he becomes better on the ball.
Stop that screen. Here we go. I'm going to try and share screen here now. So hopefully this goes. But Taylor Hendricks goes 9th. That's a huge, really good selection for them. I'm really, really bummed about that. I really like Taylor Hendricks, and I wanted him so bad in Dallas. I really did.
He's a stretch four. He's primarily a catch-and-shoot guy rather than dribbling into his shots. But his ability to rebound, he plays.
Mavericks are trading the pick.
Plays hard. And he's got some versatility on the defensive end. He can switch out. He sees the ball well. He's been very well coached. He plays for Johnny Dawkins at UCF, who was the number 10.
Mavericks are trading the pick, I think, Amber. I don't know.
Maybe the most important player in Duke basketball history. But I think he's a terrific player. And to JJ's point, like his floor is set. And it's just a question of how high his ceiling is. But you combine him with Walker Kessler and protecting the rim as a 4.
I don't know what 4.
I know 3 and D is a thing. I'm going to add a T at the end because he scored just under 1.5 points in transition.
I bet we're trading Bertans with it, though.
3, D, and T. We're just going to create a new phrase because he was at the top of Division I in scoring in transition. He sprints down the floor. He dunks the ball.
Oh, man.
I don't want anything.
You don't like 3D and T?
No, I just all the acronyms. I'm getting confused.
Okay, you went to Duke and you're getting confused.
Well, here is Taylor.
That was so bad. The broadcast is bad.
Taylor Hendricks is with our Monica McNutt.
Let me go back to the stream here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream, having a lot of fun.
UCF, you become one of the first to be drafted out of that program. Just let folks know a little bit about your journey to get to this moment, Tim.
It took a lot of hard work, my mom making sacrifice for me and my brother, and then, just putting God first.
Mavericks are trading the pick. They're trading it to Oklahoma City.
Beautiful moment, and you guys are celebrating tonight. I'm sure it wasn't easy making those sacrifices, but did you see this for your son?
So this next selection is Oklahoma City's. Pick 10 and Davis Bertans have been traded.
Tyler, I would argue that this probably isn't possible without you and him going back and forth in one.
So the next selection is Oklahoma City.
I'm just proud of all the work he's put in. He's such a hard worker. We've been doing this since we were little, so I'm just proud.
Oh my goodness.
We finally made it.
Taylor, as I was preparing, 6'9.5" and a 7'1" wingspan. That is something that obviously the Utah Jazz are really excited about. When you watch the NBA, you think about your game. What parts of your game translate the best?
I feel like first and foremost my effort. You know, the effort I get on the offensive end and defensive end.
Do you mind setting that up there? What's your drip grade for Taylor Hendricks with the pink?
Like a B.
B plus drip grade for Taylor Hendricks, Amber. You like it? That's good. We got a B plus drip grade.
Twin brother Tyler, mom Danielle, Taylor, congratulations.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you. Now the Dallas Mavericks are on the clock, but that pick is on the move. Let's check in with our senior NBA insider.
Here's Woj. Everyone listen to Woj here.
That's right, Malik. I'm told that Dallas is picking for Oklahoma City here at number 10. The Mavericks are sending out Davis Bertans' contract and the number 10 pick for Oklahoma City's pick at 12. $22 million left guaranteed on Bertans' contract. They've been looking to package that to create some salary cap space.
That's actually not bad for Dallas.
They do so.
Moving down to 12, like I would have preferred just taking Cam Whitmore at 10 because he's available, but
Dallas Mavericks, all eyes, they are on Kyrie
They're trading for number
11.
11.
they're trading for 12. They traded from 10 to 12 to get off of a guy who they didn't want anymore. They owed him a lot of money. Davis Bertans. He's not very good. So they're saving money by doing this, and they get a trade exception, which is pretty valuable actually. This is actually not mad. This is actually not bad by Dallas. This is a pretty good deal for Dallas, to be honest. Grading might be at 12. I think my big question is now, what does Orlando do at 11? This is really good for. This is really strong for Dallas, I think. And I think this is relatively good for OKC if they like. They preferred Case and Wallace, I guess, significantly. So they're going to select Case and Wallace here.
I have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Indiana Pacers are trading to the Washington Wizards the draft rights to Bilal Coulibaly, the 7th pick, and the Wizards are trading to the Pacers the draft rights to Jarris Walker, the 8th pick. And with the 10th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cason Wallace from the University of Kentucky.
Cason Wallace does go 10th overall.
John Calipari has had a first-round pick now with Cason Wallace, the freshman guard out of
What do you mean?
On his way
I don't know what HPT is.
City via the Dallas Mavericks.
What's your grade for his
He
draft?
says he wants to model his game after Jimmy
A B plus for the HPT suit? Oh my goodness. You guys got to flame Amber a little bit in the chat because a B plus for that suit. That's interesting grade, Amber. You like the black and red combo?
None of them have really produced at an elite level.
Yeah, they're switching teams. Okay. Magic getting Whitmore for sure. They might. Let's see what happens here. I'm very interested to see.
Willing to bet against any Kentucky guard coming out. The Harrison twins are the only two that I can think of, although they both had solid NBA careers, that didn't just pop once they got to the NBA.
Well, he did become third in Kentucky freshman in 2020, 80% shooting in the NCAA tournament, going along with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Eric Bledsoe.
I think he's the safest pick in the lottery because you know exactly what you're getting. He's a complete guard. And Cason Wallace has.
Let's see what happens here. 10th overall, or 11th overall, I mean.
I think he's the best on-ball perimeter defender in the draft. He gets 2 steals a game. He's a good finisher.
I think this is a natural trade spot, I think, for Orlando if they want to continue their asset collection over time.
He's good off the ball.
And Cam Whitmore is there for a team to move up to get.
He can play off guard. He's a good shooter, a good open shooter in the mid-range.
What is that?
He can knock it down from 3.
Yep, they select Cason Wallace, but they traded him.
And when he took over,
So he won't play for the Mavs.
point guard for Xavier Wheeler, and and he did it actually in that game against Tennessee. He was spectacular. I think he's a big-time player. Now, is he the type of guy that's going to go out and give you 40 in a game? Is he spectacular in any one area of the game?
This draft is pretty insane.
He's just really good in every aspect.
This draft is pretty nuts. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. I think it's a pretty crazy draft. Remember, the Magic already selected Anthony Black, 6th overall. We'll see what's going on.
I'm excited to watch him in the league. And now he's standing by with our Monica McNair.
Cason Wallace, we're about to hear from him.
Congratulations. I think we got to open this jacket, though. Because we saw a little, hold the mic so we can hear. Tell us what's going on.
All right, so on the inside, I got my brother, me and my brother, mom, dad, me. HBT, that's the neighborhood that I grew up in Dallas, Hamilton Park, Texas. And it just, a lot going on, a lot of emotions right now.
What's the biggest one? A dream has been realized. What's the biggest emotion you're feeling?
I'm just grateful that I'm here. I'm thankful. I thank God that I'm in this position here today, and there's still more to be done.
Keaton, you guys have a 5-year age gap.
Yeah, we do.
So you've watched your brother grind. I'm sure you guys have epic battles in the driveway or in the park. What do you think of his basketball journey when you see it culminate tonight?
Man, he's came a long way. And just to be there from the beginning, we had long nights. I'm talking about late 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Neighbors complaining about us dribbling the ball. We going hard at each other late at night. So, just to see his progress from elementary to middle school to high school to college and now to the pros, it's great, and I'm just proud of him. I can't even stop smiling right now.
Now, you have on a Mavs hat.
Wow.
The pick is going to OKC. But you will now join a long list of Kentucky men that have gone on to have NBA careers, as Coach Cal.
Cason Wallace is going to be pretty good there.
Pressure, expectation to join that legacy, and how
Wow.
has Kentucky prepared you?
Orlando, it's interesting. Orlando is going to select Jet Howard, and that's a real reach, I think. But Cason Wallace for OKC is probably a B. I'd give it a B grade. And then the Mavericks are in a spot at 12 to grab somebody really, really good if they can get him. So we'll see what happens.
Probably Jamal, since he's the champ right now. He's the champ.
My goodness.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So again, this pick is on.
Man, that is such a steal of a trade for Orlando. Oh my God. Jeez.
The Magic are on the clock here and picking, and that pick is in. Let's head back to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Here's the 11th overall pick.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jet Howard from the University of Michigan.
A little bit of a reach.
So that is a big
Jet Howard goes 11th overall.
For both the Howard family and the Wolverines, because 19 years after his father, Juwan Howard, was drafted out of Michigan, Jet is following in his footsteps from Lansing to the league.
I think it's a reach.
Playing on a Nerf hoop in David Fizdale's office in Miami. Certainly no stranger to the league. He has been around professionals.
My grade, you guys might be a little surprised by it. I'm going to give it a B-. I don't think the fit's that bad. I think the fit, in fact, is very, very good. I think he's a perfect complement player to them. I would have preferred a trade down or something. I would have preferred them moving out of this pick and then getting Howard later. But I think he's really, really, really talented. And I think he can shoot, he can dribble, he can pass. And if you find a wing who can do those things, it's a good player. I feel pretty confident that Jet Howard's going to have a nice career. And he's got the infrastructure in Orlando around him to really find success. So I would have preferred a trade down. But I'm going to give it a B-. I think the player makes sense for them. And if this would have been at pick 18, we would have said, wow, this is a really good pick. So the fact that it's at 11, I don't think makes it a much worse pick. Amber, what do you think of the drip here? She gives it a C drip. same as the other guys.
He can be a better defender, and I think
Whitmore's workouts were good. I think it's more about the individual, interviews kind of that he had. I don't even think it's the workouts. Jason Wallace at 10, and then 11 it was Jet Howard. I think it's not that bad. He's got the skill, he's got the touch to do a lot of nice stuff. I'm just interested to see their rationale on taking him so early if they couldn't find an earlier pick.
Because I watched Juwan Howard work in the offseason, and Juwan, having played 21 seasons in the NBA, was one of the ultimate professionals, and Jet has witnessed that firsthand.
His offensive footwork, Andrea. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, he gets defenders leaning, and he has ridiculous shooting range. I mean, that is low go threes. And he'll be able to knock down shots at the next level, which, like we talked about, is extremely important for Orlando. And then if you run out on him to defend him from the three-point line, that's when that footwork and attacking the basket and creatively scoring comes into play.
Basketball, it runs in this family, JJ.
And it does. And I mean, how cool is this as a father to play in the NBA, get to coach your kid at Michigan, and then watch your son get drafted in the lottery of the NBA draft?
I mean, indescribable. And now the entire family is sitting
I think
down
it's a good
and
fit.
like,
I think it's a really good fit. Jed Howard at number 11. It's a little high, but it's a good fit. Anthony Black and Jed Howard are the draft class of the Orlando Magic. I'm not sure if I love it. I really love Anthony Black there. Jed Howard I'm not in love with as much, but I think he's a very good fit. So pick 12 now. Remember, this is the Dallas Mavericks, and my suspicion is it's Derek Lively, second overall. I think Derek Lively will be the pick here, 12th overall.
Now, I've had the chance to ask your draft classmates about their preparation.
I think CP3 with the Warriors is better than people think. I think he's going to give them a lot of stability as a ball handler. JJ, Gabby says pass up two better shooters. The thing is, Jed Howard can do more with the ball in his hands. They're building a team that's really positionless. Anthony Black, 6'7", big, lengthy. Jed Howard, 6'6", 6'7"-ish, big, lengthy. Can guard multiple positions, can handle the ball. Grady Dick, Jordan Hawkins can't do that. They can't dribble like the way that Jed Howard can. It's a big separator. This is a really smart selection when it comes to their actual team construction and what they're looking to do. They're trying to mirror essentially what I think Oklahoma City's doing, of all of these players who can dribble, pass, and shoot a bit. Now, the shooting needs to come along. Part of why Jed Howard makes some sense here is he shot 40% from three on catch and shoot opportunities. I don't think it's as bad as people are going to initially say, although I think that trading down would have been best for them.
Be humble with the process and be a sponge and listen, because listening is a
Eric
skill.
Schaefer says, Hornets fan here. I'm so upset. 75% of the fan base wanted Scoot. Like, why not at least pick Scoot and trade for pick 3 and assets? I'm embarrassed as a Hornets fan right now. Jared, I did not see your super chat. Let me go check back in there. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see here. He says, different and unexpected fun. Let's see a smile. We got a little bit of a smile here. I'm having a good time. All right. Portland getting Scoot Henderson's a huge win. So far, one of my big winners of the draft. One of my massive winners. Jared, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate it.
His heart is so happy. That's all I can ask for. You know, college.
Oh man.
You know, every mom wants their child to go to college and to pursue their dreams, but this is like icing on the cake. I'm so proud of you, Jet. I'm so proud of you.
Well, family, congratulations. Jet, congratulations.
Wow. Pick 12. Dallas Mavericks on the clock, and I had originally mocked them Derek Lively at 10. Gabby saying Pacers going to need to be picking up a phone for Whitmore. I would love to see Whitmore. Jamal Douglas saying my big board is so wrong. Well, your big board isn't your mock draft. So if your mock draft's wrong, well, that's going to happen. But begging my Cavs to find a way to trade up for Cam now that he's fallen dramatically. Josh says, do you think there should have been more trades utility? No, I think this is about right for number of trades. In fact, this is probably more than I was expecting, honestly. Typically, we don't see this many trades. So we'll see what happens here. But pick 12, the Mavericks on the clock here. Pick is in, reportedly. So they didn't trade back again. And I think it's going to be Derek Lively. I would like for it to be Grady Dick. I would really love for it to be Cam Whitmore, but I don't think the Mavericks are going to do that. It seems like Derek Lively is going to be the selection because they really like. Here's the thing: this is the first time the Mavericks have actually done something somewhat right, where they address like an issue with the team, which is like current roster construction, needs, rebounding, rim protection, rim roller, good screener. Like those are the things that he does. So I'm excited about that at least. And then we'll have the Toronto Raptors after that. So now the thing I'm most interested in is where Cam Whitmore goes because he is falling big time. I am very interested to see what happens next now with the Toronto Raptors. But the Mavericks, I guess I should give some grades. I did. I did give my grade. B- for Jett Howard. So I don't know. I don't hate it for them as much as like I think people would suspect that I do. I mean, Jett Howard fits. He's big, lengthy, can handle the ball. Like pretty valuable skill set that if you feel like you could develop that, you're getting a good player. So interesting. So Robert Lamison wants to know what's happening with Oklahoma City. The Thunder traded up to number 10. They took in Davis Bertans' contract, and they selected Cason Wallace 10th overall, which doesn't feel like they get a really good player, so I don't hate it, but I don't know if they need to move up to 10 to do it. But maybe they felt like OKC or Orlando was going to take him. JJ says, Utility, what do you think Cam's absolute draft pick floor is now that he hasn't been picked? To be honest, I thought it was like originally going to be like 9 as like the very floor. I think New Orleans at 14, like if you're looking at it from an upside perspective, like they already have a lot of wings, so it's not like they really need it, but they have 14 players on roster right now, and they don't really have a lot of room for rotation pieces. So like if you're going off of a guy who perhaps could hold some trade value, like Cam Whitmore is going to flash a lot when he's on the floor, and I think because of that, he should be someone that is highly valued.
This pick is on its way to Dallas. Is our Avery Ward
Here's the
draft.
pick, number 12. This is Dallas.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
Derek Lively from Duke, 82 blocks.
Derek Lively. He was a huge block monger for Duke. He averaged over 4 blocks per 40 minutes this past year. Did struggle a little bit with foul trouble. The Mavericks are going to need him to be their starting center on day one of his career, which is a lot to ask of any rookie. Very, very difficult. But I do think that it is a really good fit. I think the Mavericks get a player that addresses some of the flaws on the roster, some of the things that they badly needed. So I'm very interested to see how that at least plays out as they go forward. Derek Lively goes 12th overall, not second, 12th overall. Again, I think it's a pretty good fit. Welcome to all 272 people of you in here. I'm sorry, Josh, I just had to go for one quick second. We're trying to work on some lighting stuff here, too, so that my lighting situation gets a little bit better. But
it means something to everyone. This draft, it means something.
Grady Dick down to 13th on the board. We'll see what happens next.
He also used a portion of that NIL money to buy his father a tombstone, something that he was not able to have up until this past year. Derek Lively II, incredible as a person, incredible on the floor, and I know you'll like this, JJ. In the Duke-UNC rivalry, right? He made his own little mark on that. He had 8 blocks against the
Isaac says he's at a baseball game listening to the stream. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the stream.
The Dallas Mavericks, they have really lacked interior defense and an interior presence offensively. And if you can imagine him in pick and roll roles with Luka Doncic, potentially with Kyrie Irving as well. And let's also
They really badly needed rebounding, so I'm not terribly mad about this.
They move back into draft at 12, create the trade exception, and create a little bit of cap space.
There's no way Pacers aren't making calls about either Grady or Cam. Isaac says this draft is very off of what I thought it was going to be. I so badly want PG-13 for Scoot somehow.
I'm a pro. It's crazy. I'm just so happy.
Let's turn that off. That's not working.
Just getting started. I'm so excited.
We're trying to figure out the lighting out here. Again, this is not my normal setup, so it's a little awkward. But Zach here says I'm good moving up for any of Whitmore, Dick, or Leonard. We'll see what happens. Who should Toronto take now with both Cam and Dick available? I think, to be honest, off of fit, Grady Dick's the better player to select. They need shooting. They really badly need shooting. So, yeah, Cam has slid a really long way. I really didn't believe any of that, any of the buzz around that being a thing about falling in the back half of the lottery. I'm really surprised right now. His talent level is really, really high. So I don't know. I don't know.
Again, the person that he describes as his superhero. Jay, just really quick.
Man, I think a lot of teams should be interested in moving right now. Toronto's down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. So we'll see if a trade comes in here, but I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
But he persevered through it. And toward the end of the season, you saw him as a big-time shot blocker, rim runner, rim protector, and excellent at pick and rolls. He shoots 85% as a pick and roll roller. And so to JJ's point, you put him with
Holy cow. Cam has to be slipping like this because of some interview stuff is what my expectation is, because it's not the talent. The talent should have him be a top 10 pick in this draft. So it's got to be an interview thing. He must not have interviewed well at all. Wow. This has been a really fun draft so far, but my goodness. Man, holy cow.
Terrific pro day. I mean, knocked down multiple threes, showed that he could score the basketball.
This is pretty crazy, I'm not going to lie.
We covered Duke this season, and we were told that Derek Lively would work in the mornings. Before practice, he'd work. After practice, he would work.
Because he's an introvert, says Austin. Oh, man. Bro must have been acting like Dylan Brooks. I don't believe Cam's injured. I don't believe that. I haven't heard anything on that at all.
And he can put the work in to become the player that he wants to be to translate to the next level.
There's been a lot of viral.
I don't think Cam has an injury. I think that there's probably questions about his personality or something. That's probably the most likely thing.
In a best case scenario, I could envision Derek Lively being like Brook Lopez, someone who came into the league that wasn't a three-point shooter, but could score on the interior.
JJ Redick just compared Derek Lively to Brook Lopez. Oh my God. Brook Lopez came into the league as a terrible defender and a post-up player. Derek Lively is a rim runner and rim protector.
God. They missed the playoffs the second time in 3 seasons. They lost in the play into the Bulls. And then, as I mentioned,
God, if he keeps falling, dude.
Of course, Nick Nurse won the 2019 finals with them.
Brandon Miller's going to play. You don't have to worry about that. Brandon Miller's going to be on the floor. He's going to start for them right away. He's going to start over Hayward, if anything. Hayward's not going to be starting. Derek Lively goes second, or 12th. I mean, I keep doing that. Goes 12th overall to Dallas. Dallas has had a good draft. I'm happy about Dallas. At least they didn't screw this up, so that was good.
There are multiple great shooters still on the board available with this pick.
Yeah, their half-court offense certainly struggled last year. We'll see if they're going to get a little bit of help with that here. The pick is in. Let's head to the podium.
Here's pick number 13.
So, let's go.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Grady Dick from the University of Kansas.
That's a good selection.
Perhaps the most interesting electric suit in the green room tonight. Grady Dick from Kansas is on his way to Toronto. He's going to be wearing the Raptors color.
The suit is as electric as
The Raptors really needed shooting, and perhaps Grady Dick knew he was going to Toronto because he's wearing Raptors red right now on his suit. That's a really, really good pick for the Toronto Raptors. Grade Dick to Toronto. That's an A grade for me. I think he really complements their team. Ujiri had almost never actually. Grady Dick had really brings shooting, and Masai Ujiri's never actually valued it. So the fact that he takes him here is really, really good. Really good selection for them.
And the thing is, and I know we're going to get into his highlights, but he has an incredibly high basketball IQ. Jay, you were on the call when Duke played Kansas, and there were 2 plays in that game, and this was early. This was in November.
They really like Grady Dick, yeah.
Wow, Grady Dick.
There's the Dick pick.
He faked the cut on the inside.
Money doesn't equal taste. Amber, here it is again. What's the fit grade? An A fit grade. Amber's buying into the red. The sequins on the suit. She likes it. A grade for Grady Dick. Chronicle says the suit is fire as well. There's a lot of love for the suit. Legendary here says Whitmore is really falling hard. Makes me feel good about not being high on him. We've seen guys fall where they end up going pretty well. Like, doesn't just because they're falling doesn't mean he's going to be bad.
He does, and he rebounds. He's got actually a similar statistical profile in college to what Tyler Hero had at Kentucky. The one thing, though, he's not a defender yet. He struggles in pick and roll defense when he's the primary defender. He gave up 51% as a pick and roll defender, and he needs strength. But as a shooter, he's as good a shooter as there is in this draft.
Grady Dick and his suit are standing by with our Monica McNutt.
All right, Grady, I can't do this interview without asking about the suit. Tell me what went into this decision, and you just so happen to be wearing the colors of your now organization.
I guess I knew it, but no, so Dolce and Christian made it come alive. It's kind of soft from Kansas, obviously. You know, Dorothy's got her little red slippers, so made that kind of.
Wow, Wizard of Oz themed, I guess. That's interesting. Yeah, ESPN's draft coverage is not very great, I would say. Yeah, Amani is in the draft, Josh, if you're wondering. If Whitmore goes to Atlanta, that's 2 years in a row they get players falling out of the lottery. That's 100% true, Brady. It'd be a really, really good pick for them, too.
I think the best thing about it is just all the players, like you said, that go through there, and they do come back, too.
Gremlin here says, heck, they might take Whitmore at 27. Yeah, honestly, you never know. Yes, Amani declared. Comparing Dick to Hero is crazy. I don't quite see the similarities between the two of them.
Deserves this. He's worked every.
We're at the final pick of the lottery, so let's see what happens here.
Monica, thank you so much. New Orleans is now on the clock, and there's been a lot of questions swirling around New Orleans, the direction that they want to go with Zion Williamson, with Brandon Ingram, and the franchise. Ingram and Williamson, they played 12 games together this past season. So for more on the Pelicans, let's bring in our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski. Woj, what are you hearing out of New Orleans?
Malika, I did not find a general manager in the league who told me that they were offered Zion Williamson and any trade talks here.
About Zion here. Like I had originally projected, I did not think Zion was getting traded tonight.
This number 14 pick and some other future assets to move up in the draft, they were unable to do so. But Zion Williamson has been in the Pelicans practice facility more this offseason than in recent years. He only played 29 games last season. Dominant when he was on the floor, but this is an organization that so far remains.
We'll see what happens here with this pick now at 14. But
Brandon Ingram.
Well, thank you so much. Zion, of course, had signed that 5-year rookie max extension.
Hornets taking Whitehead at 27. We'll see. Isaac here says, not gonna lie, you make the draft even more fun than it already is for me. Appreciate the content, man. Yeah, for sure. I'm just like kind of all over the place right now because I'm trying to keep track of what Dallas is doing. Because Dallas now has a $17 million trade exception from trading Bertans. So they could really fit another player in to that if they wanted to, which is part of why that trade's so genius for them. Moving down from 10 to 12 is really, really good. I think Dallas has had a really good draft so far. And if they make the right trade to get another player, they could have fixed a lot of their issues. They need more size. I would have really loved Taylor Hendricks at 10, but couldn't get him. So I think Grady Dick's a really, really good pick, though.
CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, they've only played, 10 games together. And so when you only have that with you need a little bit more time, a little bit more of a sample size before you jump ship in order to actually evaluate what it is that this franchise has done, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Pelicans were last in the league as far as points that were at the rim. Like, they gave up a ton of points at the rim. Zion's going to help with that. Where else they hurt and where else they struggled this year was three-point shooting. So I think if they're committed to keeping Zion and sticking with him,
Who do we think the Pelicans are taking here, guys?
They can go for a shooter.
Jay, who do you see?
Do we think shooter?
I think her best available cycle through the bottom of our screen. Who do you see is fitting with the core that
Jaden Holmes says, you want to take Malik Beasley? Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, we don't want Malik Beasley, hopefully.
I'm a little bit surprised that Cam Whitmore of Villanova is still on the board. I don't know exactly why. It's certainly not talent.
Who do we think the Pelicans are taking here?
We're going to check on the boards a little bit later on that point. But just following up here, you were a little bit surprised that Cam Whitmore was also still on the board.
Yeah, and I had heard going into this week that if there was a guy that was a top 5 talent that could potentially drop, it was going to be him. And I don't know the circumstances behind that. And as you get further along in drafts, right, you can always draft.
Who are we
for a
thinking?
positional need.
Let me update the board. Yep, here we go.
We get deeper in
Good idea. Number 13, Grady Dick goes. And then at 14, could the Pelicans go with the shooter themselves? Could they take the upside swing on Cam Whitmore? My assumption would be shooter, but we'll see.
I have another trade to announce.
Here's a trade.
As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Dallas Mavericks are trading to the Oklahoma City Thunder the draft rights to Cason Wallace, the 10th pick, and the Thunder are trading to the Mavericks the draft rights to Derek Lively II, the 12th pick. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jordan Hawkins from the University
Jordan Hawkins, selected 14th overall. He does, in fact, go in the lottery. Kobe Buffkin is still available. Cam Whitmore, most notably, is still available. Josh, they did trade Bertan's contract. Bertan's contract is gone. He Silver just only announces the draft aspects.
He shot 50% from the floor, 21 of 42 from 3 in his 6-game run to the championship with UConn. A winning player, a big-time player. He improved his points per game by just over 10 from 2 seasons ago. That's a huge jump, the largest actually by a UConn player over the last 25 years. And of course, you might know his cousin.
14th overall pick. I'm giving an A-. They needed shooting. I thought that last year at the trade deadline they might have addressed that with Malik Beasley. They decided not to. They get one now here, though, on a rookie deal. That's pretty good value here. Jordan Hawkins goes 14th, and now Atlanta's in a spot where 15th overall they could realistically get a steal of the draft with Cam Whitmore.
Laser sharp from beyond the arc. He shoots threes off of screens. He can shoot threes off of the dribble. And he made 55 contested threes. So it's not just like he's shooting wide open threes. He works. He cuts hard. He moves well without the ball. And he elevates on his jump shot. He is bouncy. He is quick. He makes defenders pay when they over-rotate on him and when they give long closeouts. The shooting ability is by far my favorite. But when you mention player comparisons, I see a lot of Richard Hamilton in his game. In terms of
I don't know about Rip Hamilton there, but
catch and shoot from the mid-range. You see, that's a cut. Just curling around that screen, the basketball IQ to do so.
I don't know about that.
A lot of Ray Allen, obviously.
She's just comparing it to UConn. Okay. I wonder if the jersey on that maybe helps a little bit. I don't know. Oh man. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you guys in here. Jordan Hawkins goes before Cam Whitmore, and what I would not have expected to have happened. Oh man, I'm interested to see who Cam Whitmore goes to.
He does such a great job of moving without the ball, and his shot preparation is impeccable. You know, he doesn't catch the ball ready to shoot; he catches it to shoot it. And he's not a great defender, but sometimes I think back when I hear that, like Kyle Korver. That was the knock on Kyle Korver when he came to the league. Who's he going to guard? And he played, how many years did he play? 15 years in the league? When you can shoot it like Jordan Hawkins can shoot it, he's going to have a very successful career. And
Jordan Hawkins goes 14th overall. Now I'm excited to see who goes 15th overall. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Glad to have you guys in here. Pretty crazy what we're seeing here tonight so far, and I think there's going to be a lot more to break down and evaluate as we go. I think Hawkins is good. Old Ray Allen, not quite Sonics Ray Allen. It's a little bit of a different breed. Oh my God, Utah is actually going to get Cam Whitmore at 16, aren't they? The Jazz are going to walk into this draft with Hendricks and Whitmore. Zach, it's like your trade in our Discord server. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cam must have flunked a cognitive test. Oh my God. Whitmore and Hendricks to the Jazz. Oh my gosh. Edgar wants to know what I think about Chet at 11. So I gave it a B- grade. I think it's a little early for him. But I do think that he's a really good fit into Orlando's roster. I think he fits what they needed, catch and shoot guy. But can also handle the ball, fits their unique dynamic lineup with a lot of size and ball handling and versatility defensively. I like their overall construction quite a bit. So I think Jett Howard's going to be one of those surprise players that I think people aren't expecting him to be as good as I think he actually is as a talent. I can't believe Cam Whitmore is going as low as he is, though. I really think Cam Whitmore is going to be a huge steal.
Amazing. I love it.
My goodness. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be crazy. This is really gonna be crazy. Cam must have tested like CJ Stroud. Not even, because Stroud still won second. It might have been good for Cam Whitmore to test like that. John here says the Magic are going to be difficult to match up with. Yeah, they're gonna be big. They're gonna be really big. Josh says Cam must have been bad. He wasn't even bad at the combine. He just didn't interview well, I think. Here, video says, in a draft full of shocking picks, who's your least favorite pick so far? And who is your favorite pick of the surprise pick? So I think my favorite pick, Anthony Black at 6, even though it's not a huge surprise, I mocked it. I really like that. My least favorite is probably pick 15's in here. This is going to be Kobe Buffkin, I bet.
2023 NBA Draft. The Atlanta Hawks select Kobe Buffkin from the University of Michigan.
I like Buffkin. I like his connectivity, but that seems like a weird fit for me. I'm going to give it a B+ because I'm high on his talent. I had him top 10 on my board, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that as an overall fit. I like it a lot as in terms of talent, but
he increased his scoring by 11 points per game from 2021-22 season. That's the largest among returning Big Ten players in 2022-2023. He strategically sort of only worked out with
I originally, at 16 in my most recent mock, the one I did today, I mocked Kobe Buffkin 16 to the Jazz and Hawkins 15 to the Hawks. So I was off one spot for each of them. And I mocked Keontae George at 17, so we'll see what happens with Keontae George. Maybe I was just off by one on all three of those guys if they go a little bit higher. Oh, my God. Bleacher Report compared Buffkin to D'Angelo Russell. That is so wrong. Oh, my God. That is just, not even close to being accurate at all.
And even though he's got a wiry frame and he needs to get stronger, his defensive presence is a very good one. And he's a hard worker. John Sanderson, the strength coach at Michigan, has said in his 15 years at Michigan, Kobe Buffkin is as hard a worker as he has had.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about his defense. He led Michigan with 43 steals. He had 40 steals and 20 blocks as a guard. The defensive intensity that he plays with is huge, and it also gives Atlanta another ball handler to create and take some pressure off of Trae Young. He's got deep range. He can score the basketball. I think this is a really great fit for the Hawks.
He's a sophomore, but he's only 19 years old, which makes his leap all the more impressive. Take a look at the numbers here as you see him shaking hands with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. This is the moment that all of these young men dream about, think about their name being called. You can just see the impressive jump that he was able to make, Jen.
Yeah, and over the last 12 games or so of this last season, he averaged 16 points.
Utah Jazz select.
6 rebounds.
You would think it's going to be Cam Whitmore here, but I don't know. I think that they're going to want a guard. So it's like they could go Hood Shafino, Keontae George, or Nick Smith Jr. Man, I don't know. I need to keep updating the board. Yeah, thank you guys. This has been crazy so far. So Hawkins goes 14, Kobe Buffkin goes 15. Utah now at this spot. Could see them go with Keontae George, or I think they're going to go with the guard. Kobe Buffkin at 15 is really good. They didn't give any reasoning for D'Lo. I think it's just the physical size, being at 6'5" or whatever. But I don't think that's very good at all.
This is a young man who has dedicated himself.
Dude, if the Lakers get Cam Whitmore,
most importantly, been faithful.
when is Cam Whitmore going to go? Some teams actually just got to draft him here, so I don't understand. God, this is really crazy.
You'll get here. We're here. Grand Rapids, Michigan is here.
You are in fact here. Dad, Michael, Mom, Kimberly, and Kobe, congratulations on beginning your NBA career.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Monica, thank you so very much. And now on set, we are
Video here says I heard Whitmore had some yellow flags medical-wise. Interesting.
Victor, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us.
Lakers would be dumb to pass on Whitmore. We'll see if Whitmore's there for him. I think Utah's going to go guard. That's what I typically in my mocks what I would do is at 9 or 16 I would go one or the other, guard or big. So they already took kind of a bigger player in Hendricks, so we'll see. Mike Jones says for some pizza, Dallas sucks for tanking. Well, Mike, I really appreciate you for the $20. Huge shout out to you. That goes a long way in really helping support the channel. So huge thank you. Super chats are so awesome. Let's get some Mike hype in the chat down below. Let's hype up Mike. Thank you, Mike, so much for the $20. Again, the super chats go a long way. Also, so do memberships and everything. So really just appreciate you guys so much. It's really a blessing to have you guys as followers. Make sure you go follow us on Twitter as well. If you're not following us over on Twitter, make sure to go do that. I'm going to share the profile link right now. So make sure you go over there and hit that follow button. I'm going to send the link in there right now. We're getting some me hype right now too, and we're getting some Mike hype in the chat. So that's sick. Love seeing that. Amber, we're getting some me hype. What's the drip here now on Victor Wembanyama? He's back on the screen. A B for Victor. Okay, B for Victor. Did you see Buffkins at 5 or at 15? He had glasses on.
Oh, I did.
What would you grade his?
You know, we talk so much about what you're able to do skill-wise.
It was tannish, I think. You got to make sure you're paying attention to the suits, Amber. You're slacking here a little bit. Be like me, Cam to LA. We'll see what happens, but Cam to LA would be interesting.
I got a unique body. I gotta acknowledge it and work to find a good way to work with it. And I got a unique body. I can't work with the normal. I can't work in the normal way, So yeah, it's really different than it's different than normal workouts, And but
if the Lakers are smart here, they'll either take Cam Whitmore or trade the pick to somebody who wants him.
But speaking of that unique body, there are people that talk about bulk. What's the difference to you between bulk and strength, and how do you build strength without the bulk?
It's important not to lose your mobility and your agility. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy Grant expected to receive $30+ million a year in free agency. Woo! A lot of money. Illuminati Gaming here says point guard Anthony Black, shooting guard Jett Howard, small forward Wagner, power forward Boncaro, center Carter. Yeah, big. Yeah, they're really big, and they can all dribble. And Carter can shoot a bit, so it's good. It's very good. JJ says rig for the Lakers, and John here says I'm going to throw a rager if Cam falls to the Lakers. I think that's what's going to happen here ultimately. So we'll see, but it's been a crazy start to the draft, and honestly, something that is going to be pretty nuts going forward.
What's the first thing that you were looking forward to when you touched down in San Antonio?
The first thing I'm looking to. I got a dinner ready with the Spurs organization. So yeah, really, I guess they're going to be fun at the airport. I'm really looking forward to this.
Well, we know that the dinners with Greg Popovich, they are famed, so you are in for a treat. And you've been all around New York City this week, Victor. Let's take a look at just your week. You said that it was the first time that you actually were able to hold a baseball, baseball, but it all started when fans.
Dude, the fact that the Lakers are positioned to probably win is kind of crazy here.
So much, honestly, not so much.
My goodness, this is kind of nuts. Josh Holloway, Will Whitmore start for the Lakers or come off the bench? He'd probably come off the bench, to be honest. Orlando's a big, scary team. Yeah, they're big and scary, that's for sure. They're going to be big and scary. Do you think Kobe's a good fit for the Hawks? I think it's a little weird. Like, I like him. I think he does some good stuff. I think he's connective, but he's a little awkward, I think. So, I don't know. Here's the thing is I really like Buffkin as a player. Like, if I were to just grade it based off of value, I'd give it an A+. But grading it off of fit, I'd give it like a B. I settle on a B+ grade, but I feel like I might regret that. So.
Thank you for spending a little bit of time with us. Congratulations to you and your entire family on just a magical, incredible night.
Amber, where do you think Cam Whitmore's going?
Their pick is in, so we head back to the podium with NBA commissioner.
Yeah, no one's picked Cam Whitmore yet. I don't know why. Here's the pick for Utah.
With the 16th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Keontae George.
They took Keontae.
Keontae George from Baylor headed to the Utah Jazz. He scored 506 points last season, the second most in a season by a freshman in Baylor history.
Wow. Keontae George goes 16th overall to the Utah Jazz. Nice job. It's funny. Orlando shot creators galore. Hope the NBA transitions to this. Can't wait to use them on 2K tonight. Well, you're going to need to find some shooting for them. They're going to need more. Oh, we got a grade for Keontae George here. An A grade for Keontae George. Amber definitely prefers the exotic, flamboyant suits. She's acting like she doesn't. She's like, I like the put. No, she gave Grady Dick an A and Keontae George an A, and they're the two most wild suits of the night so far. Very interesting, Amber. Very interesting. Keontae George. I'm going to give this pick. Let's give this a grade. I'm going to give the grade here a B-. I think Keontae George, like, if there's a team that's worth taking him at 16, it's the Jazz. It makes sense because they can wait for him and be patient with his development. But I think that there's a chance here that, like, all he is a bench scorer, which isn't bad. It's not bad, but I think, like, comparatively to maybe what Cam Whitmore could have grown into, I think it's a pretty big difference. Golgi here says, what is going on with Whitmore? And then Josh here saying Amber's about to drop her NBA draft drip grade video after this. We're going to have to see Amber. You want to get recording on that? Treyman 2.0. See, that's kind of the vibe to a little bit of what I get, where it's like, what is this guy? Is it, is it something that can
Jab step to set up the defender, and then it's a crossover and then a lean away from the basket. He is more than just a three-point shooter, but this is what he does well. His shooting and his range.
See, that Malik Monk role is kind of what Keontae George can maybe become, but is he going to be efficient enough to do that? That's the big question. Keontae Clarkson Jr. That's pretty much a good name for it. Well, Magic can shoot. They're not over 40% shooting type, but I think they can get the job done. Well, they finished fourth to last in the NBA last year in three-point shooting, so I wouldn't necessarily say they'll shoot. There's absolutely no chance that Whitmore drops is only because of interviews. It has to be medicals. I don't know. Like, it just is weird to me, though. Like, the fact that we didn't hear any reports at all on that is a little strange. It's a little strange. I'm not sure. Utah has 2 Jordan Clarkson now. Well, Clarkson's a free agent, so we could see Clarkson maybe go somewhere else. That's an upside swing for Ainge, though. If Miami gets Cam Whitmore, oh my goodness.
Keep growing as a player, as a man, and just keep getting better every day.
Congratulations, Dad Jason. Congratulations, Keontae. Utah Jazz got their guy.
Amazing.
Wow. Let's see what the Lakers do. They have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
The Warriors, they are coming up on the board.
Have to think Los Angeles Lakers making trade calls. Probably a couple. They're probably taking a few calls in right now. Real quick, too, let's go over to this. If you guys are interested, we can hit you up with a free trial from Aura. It's a 14-day free trial for their digital security. If you want to, just click that link. That link will take you to their site. They actually give us a portion of proceeds through that. So make sure you guys go and join. It's completely free to you. Really helpful way to support the channel. I know I'm really liking their products, and I think you guys will too. Brandon here says, I saw it yesterday. He had problems with his medicals, but it wasn't one of the big reporters. You got to be careful with those things, though, too, because, like, sometimes it's like click season a little bit. So you have to be really careful about that. I can't believe Miles Bridges tweeted, can't believe Cam's still on the board. I can't believe Cam Whitmore is still on the board. He's got really, really intriguing tools and traits, and I thought he was going to be a top 5 pick. This is the EJ Liddell that we talked about earlier. Like, EJ Liddell had a crazy fall last year that no one was really projecting, and now this is the fall. Jaden Holmes says we better trade this pick with Beasley. There's not really a reason to trade Beasley just to trade him, though. Like, and by the way, we're down to 50 seconds left on the clock, so possible that we're hearing a trade here. The fact that they've built it down that low. Typically, these picks have been getting in within about 2 minutes. So, although I don't know, like, they could just pick here, and it could be someone other than it could be like a bigger guard or some type of shooter. Like, that's the thing is Cam Whitmore's not like really the cleanest fit here. Like, you could look at a ball handler, playmaker type, like a Hood Schifino or something. I don't know. I think there's a lot of different options out here. Like, you could also look at Nick Smith Jr. maybe. I don't know. I am unsure currently who's going to go where, but I don't know. Like, you would just like assume Cam Whitmore, but it's interesting. Cam might go to the Lake. Cam might go to Miami. If they trade this pick, I'm never watching basketball again. I don't know why you feel that strongly about it. Trading the pick could have been good for them, but I think they're going to pick. I don't know. I don't think they're going to take Whitmore. I just have a feeling that they're not. I don't think Whitmore fits their roster. So Whitmore probably keeps falling a little bit. We're back on the channel now. We're back here. They were on commercial there for a second.
With the first pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James.
LeBron James. Houston trying to trade up. Cam is going to the Lakers. Sheldon, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's happening.
LeBron James wins his 4th title.
According to Jake Fisher, the Rockets have called Lakers, Heat, and Warriors at picks number 17, 18, 19.
Other notable anniversaries here.
Interesting.
And some notable number 1 overall picks. Derrick Rose, LeBron James. But for LeBron James' current team, the Los Angeles Lakers, they are on the clock now. The pick is in, so let's head back to the podium and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Here it is, the pick for the Lakers.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Jalen Hood Schifino.
Hood Schifino goes. 17th overall. Wow.
For Jalen Hood Schifino, he has 20th birthday to celebrate on Monday. And then 3 days later, he is drafted into the NBA. He actually goes by...
I think that's kind of a weird fit. I'm not going to lie. He's best with the ball in his hands.
It's an acronym. For failure is not an option. His mom came up with that years ago. It's a motto that he repeats points to himself. He was the first.
Fino, failure is not an option, huh? Interesting. I did not know that. Jalen Hood-Schifino to the Lakers. I'm gonna give it a B+. I think he's talented. I think he does some nice stuff for them, probably off the bench. But I'm wondering, like, how does he play next to LeBron and Austin Reeves? Like, when he's predominantly an on-ball player who runs the pick and roll and makes decisions out of that. Like, yes, you take a little bit of stress off of LeBron, and you don't have to ask Austin Reeves to do everything for you then in that case. But I don't know. Oh, we got a drip grade here from Meep. What are we giving it? An A- grade for Hood-Schifino's suit here. Alex, I can see the Nets pick Whitmore because they have 2 in a row. D'Lo is gone then. Probably could see a sign and trade around D'Angelo Russell going somewhere else is my guess.
And also a former player is being J.K. Skills camp, third player drafted out of that camp, by the way.
Third player out of that camp that's been drafted. Not bad, Coach Jay.
Wow.
He should be a scout.
Hood-Schifino goes 17th overall.
He's a versatile scorer, and he's extremely crafty with the ball.
Now pick 18. What are we seeing Miami do? Cam to Miami. We're going to keep asking if Cam's going here, there. I think Cam Whitmore is going to land with the Houston Rockets. That's what I think. I think Cam Whitmore's going 20th. Either that or the Rockets are trading up to 18 or 19 to get him.
117 assists, fourth most by a freshman in Indiana history, and he delivers the ball off of the pass. He doesn't have to pick it up and then pass it. He can take it right off the dribble, which I think will translate to the next level.
Hood-Schifino.
That he found out that he was headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. It's one of my favorite parts of the draft, seeing the motion. It's literally watching in real time as dreams come true, and he is now with our Monica McNutt.
Here's Hood-Schifino.
You had a birthday on Monday, and now you just got drafted. How would you describe this week?
My guess is Omax Prosper here. That's how I currently feel, but I don't know.
It's just like a surreal feeling. But I gotta give all thanks to the man above.
Mom, Angel, you guys have this acronym for the last 4 letters of your last name. Failure is not an option. Tonight, your son achieves one of his dreams. How proud are you of him? So proud. So proud.
So
how much do you
she's not about being on TV. She don't want to talk much.
I mean, my mom, my sister, they're my wife. Just seeing like
Chris Murray, maybe even, huh?
Now for it to all kind of pay off.
We'll see. Let's see what Miami does here. My assumption is one of Omax Prosper or Leonard Miller. I think they need to get bigger. They need some size. One of those two, I think, makes the most sense. What team do you watch now? Watch the Mavericks with me. Come watch Derek Lively this year catch a bunch of lobs.
You'll notice it's number 1 on that list is Cam Whitmore, the freshman forward out of Villanova.
I can't believe Cam Whitmore is still available.
For many,
that's pretty wild.
The league, folks at the combine, they thought that he might be, the chatter was that he had the most NBA-ready body potentially of anyone in the league.
Wow. Why are they not picking Whitmore? I don't. People think it might be because of medicals. I don't know. I don't know his medicals. So
teams and front offices describe a combination of
listen.
poor workouts, some not great interviews.
Not great interviews, according to Woj. That's what I've been thinking.
Part of the reason Cam Whitmore has dropped, I saw him in a workout for his agency, WME, in Santa Barbara in May, where he really impressed teams. Virtually, literally all 30 teams were there. But his individual workouts, interviews with teams have not been as strong. There was a sense he would drop tonight, perhaps to the back end of the lottery. But now Cam Whitmore is
very interesting.
Number 20. As we approach the second half of the first round.
Coach, thank you. Miami is
like I had been saying, I heard about poor interviews, but I didn't think that was going to be a reason to drop as far as 18 on the board and perhaps further. So I don't know. I think this is a big mistake by NBA teams. Whitmore was 7th on my board. He's still available at pick number 18. I think that's a massive concern for me. The fact that teams aren't taking him. I think whatever team ends up with him is getting really, really great value at this point. And a guy who realistically wing size, strong, can cut, can drive, defensively has a lot of upside. I'm very surprised by this, to be honest. That Cam Whitmore is not like off the board currently. I don't know. I just don't understand really.
talented scorer.
If Rockets get Whitmore, they win the. If the Rockets walk out of Whitmore, they've gotten two of the most athletic players in the draft. They walked out with Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore. They're going to have like the most athletic draft ever, honestly. So.
Like you said, I think he can contribute at the next level.
Oh my God, it happened.
We just saw them make a run to the finals and then fall short to Philadelphia and the Denver Nuggets. Taking a step back here, not necessarily just in the draft. What do you want to see in Miami? Who do you want to see paired with Jimmy Butler in order to make it to not only they get to another finals, which they have through the last 4 years, but finally get to that mountaintop?
Look, I don't know that you're going to get a franchise-altering superstar with the 18th pick. Sure. What Miami has done historically is identify the right people to be in that system, in that Heat culture. And they target players that are tough. They target players with chips on their shoulder. They target smart players. And those are the type of players that they can potentially look at. And they have an even better track.
The thing is, whoever they pick here is going to end up being good because it's Miami.
Bringing them into the program, developing them, all four of these guys, huge contributions on the way to the finals for the Miami Heat.
The Miami Heat, one of the best incubators of talent in the NBA. Their latest addition, the pick is in. Let's head back.
Let's hear it. Here we go, Miami.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Jaime Jaquez Jr. from UCLA.
Jaime Jaquez goes at number 18. The team that was just in the finals adds a pretty ready player to their roster. Very interesting selection.
He was named the 2023 Pac-12 Player of the Year. He's the first Bruin to win the award.
Wow. Idolized Kobe Bryant growing up. Interesting.
In 2008.
Jaime Jaquez goes 18th overall to the Miami Heat. Wow. Man, I don't know. That seems really early to me. Based off of talent, I don't know.
Both of his parents played at Concordia University, Irvine. You can see his accolades there.
I think it's a big reach. I had a second round grade on Jaquez. Now the big question is, does winning and experience outweigh talent? And it might for Miami, because you can argue for them who they're very close. They're close to winning. They're close to, being a team that you could see lifting the Larry O'Brien trophy. Is like, does a guy who comes in and make an impact right away make sense? And you could argue yes to that. Like, he had a very productive year. Now, I think his live handle's a little suspect for his age. I think he should be further along in his development. I think that he's a little reliant on his size and strength as a collegiate player. To me, this screams a little bit like, hey, really good college player, not a good NBA player. That's part of the issue I have with it here. I had Jaquez, I believe, 41st on my board. So this is a pretty substantive reach for me. But I do think that overall, he's skilled and he's a winner. So those are things that are less tangible. Like, he's a player that just does things right, and I think he's smart in his head, which is good. That's a good thing to be. You want to have those types of players. But from an actual talent evaluation, I wasn't impressed with him. But he goes 18th here, and Miami typically does a good job developing players, so we'll see. Yeah, I think trading back would have been really good. I had Drew Timmy 60th on my board for reference. I missed your grade for pick 11. What do you think of Jed Howard for Orlando? I gave him a B-. I think he's going to be a shooting guard for them. They're going to play big, and they're pretty lengthy and sizey. And they have a bunch of guys who can dribble, pass, shoot. The shooting's a little questionable, but I think with good free agency signings and small additions on the minimums, they can do a great job.
I think you said it best. I think just experience.
Man.
Any experience is good experience, and I think I just treat it as such, and that's why.
I'm gonna break down the. Oh man.
Experience a lot of games under my belt that I can use to help an NBA program or NBA team in the future. So.
Your parents, Jaime and Angela, are sitting with you. You guys, your son will now join a small but growing club.
Zach says, "Darn, almost bet that Jaime Jaquez would be drafted over Cam Whitmore." Yeah, I can't believe that. I'm pretty surprised by that, to be honest.
We are
I don't want to doubt Miami. Like, Miami does a good job, so I don't know.
And he's dreamt about this, and he just couldn't be more proud.
Trade for 19, Windy City. I don't think the Bulls are moving up in here, to be honest with you. For the Warriors here, I would project Trace Jackson Davis. That would be the guy I would expect to go at this spot.
Monica, thank you. Jaime on his way to join Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo with the Miami Heat as they try to return to the NBA Finals. Now let's check out tonight's keys to success brought to you by Kia. And those keys come courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. They made a huge trade earlier today, acquiring Chris Paul. So let's bring our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski, into the discussion, along with our front office insider, Bobby Marks. But Woj, I want to start with you here. How did the decision come together that Chris Paul was going to land in Golden State?
Yeah, Malika, the first real significant decision of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. era as general manager in Golden State, the opportunity to bring in Chris Paul, try to maximize this championship window around Steph Curry and deal with some of the financial realities facing the Warriors and this roster. Jordan Poole, 4 years, over $130 million.
Wow, interesting. Warriors now on the clock at 19.
Poole was a player that Mike Dunleavy Jr. identified when he worked for Bob Myers.
Bobby Marks on TV looks interesting.
The 28th pick of the first round.
Coach, thank you, Bobby. It seems like with the
Let's see what happens with the Pacers here. Whitmore fell all the way to 20.
Yeah, when you look at the Golden State Warriors payroll, with Draymond Green on the roster in a $28 million tax hit, $243 million towards the luxury tax. When you look at Draymond Green off the roster, $67 million. So a $170 million plus difference here.
I have a feeling the Mavericks could line up for Draymond Green.
But I think Draymond Green is worth that big luxury tax hit to re-sign him here.
Bobby, thank you so much. The pick is now in. JJ, in just a little bit, I do want to get your thoughts on how Chris Paul is going to fit in with this roster. But before we do that, let's hear who is headed to Golden State and from NBA Commissioner Adam.
Whitmore's falling because of interviews. That's my intel on the situation.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Brandon Podziemski from Santa Clara University.
Podziemski goes 19th overall to the Golden State Warriors with the news that Dante DiVincenzo is opting out of his option. Podziemski at 19 does make quite a bit of sense for them.
Your thoughts here on Chris Paul, the veteran headed to Golden State?
Well, a couple things really stand out. First of all, it's the contrasting styles between Chris Paul and Golden State. Chris Paul likes to play slow. He likes to play methodical.
Right.
Golden State likes to play fast. They like to play chaotic. Now, Chris Paul has the second most assists since play-by-play track began on three-pointers, and he's going to go be paired with the two greatest shooters of all time. The second thing that really jumps out to me is if Draymond Green
really like this for Golden State. They need to talk about Brandon Podziemski here because he's a really good selection. Shout out to Josh here for the 50. He says, will Dame demand a trade since they picked Scoot? My assumption is no. I don't believe he will. I think that they're going to keep him. I think Cam Whitmore is going at 20. Like I said, I think Cam Whitmore is going to go 20th overall.
I know the ref just up to the task. It's Richard Jefferson. Just kidding. Jay, let's talk a little bit more about Brandon here because JJ mentioned shooting. We know that Golden State hasn't necessarily been interested after they did sort of a youth experiment here with that. But what does Brandon bring to this roster?
Well, he's a lefty, and he's very good athletically. He's got a 39-inch vertical. But to JJ's point, he's an outstanding shooter. A versatile scorer that can make plays, and he's a good passer, but shoots 44% from three. Excellent in catch-and-shoot situations. Very good off the dribble. Averaged 20 points a game at Santa Clara. Shot 48% overall from the field. And now he joins Steve Nash and Jalen Williams, his first-round pick from the Broncos.
You mentioned him playing hard as a guard, averaged just under 9 rebounds per game. There's a lot of energy. And now he's with Armada making that. Let's go with that.
Brandon, I got a little history for you. I love when I can start this interview. You become just the third guard player to be drafted since Steve Nash in '96 and Jalen Williams did it.
Amber, what's the drip grade here for Pajemski?
Yeah, I think it's a special big shout out to Jalen. It's part of the reason I went to Santa Clara this past
A B- for Brandon Pajemski. For me, the grade is really high. This is a really, really good selection. This is a really, really good selection for Golden State. This is the Warriors got a lot better today for their short stretch. And by the way, I think the Rockets are going to get Cam Whitmore. I think Houston's going to select Cam Whitmore here. But
he went to a military school. If someone says jump, you don't ask how high you do it. He will run through a wall for this organization. When he gets to have Steph with him, priceless.
That has to feel pretty good, huh, Brandon?
Yeah. Yesterday in media, they was asking me who I want to go up against, and I was like Steph. But now just being with him, there's a lot of Milwaukee guys out there already. So I'm really familiar. Obviously, Santa Clara is just right down the road from there. So I'm super excited, blessed.
It's a really, really good selection for the Golden State Warriors.
Congratulations, Brandon. Congratulations.
I gave it a C-, John. I gave it a C-. Braden, you got to go watch Pajemski. He's a good player. I really, really like Pajemski. This is a good selection. Gremlin, yeah, Rockets got to take a flyer. I mean, if they took KVJ on a flyer, they're gonna select Cam Whitmore here. Yeah, Amber's feeling vindicated in her grading. We'll see. Amber, you think Cam Whitmore goes here? Houston. My addiction to the Houston Rockets is going to pick back up again. I really used to like the Houston Rockets when Harden was there, and now I'm going to like them again because I'm a huge Amin Thompson guy, and I like Cam Whitmore a lot too. Houston's really set up. This is really good for Houston. I like this a lot for them. The Rockets are really, really good now, Amber. They have a lot of young talent, and getting Cam Whitmore at 20 is a huge, huge steal. Yep. Let me refresh the board here. Just so let's recap the picks so far too, and we'll kind of give grades as we go based on what we have. So Victor at 1, A+. Miller at 2 to the Hornets is a C. He's a good player, but I prefer 2 other guys over him. At 3, Portland, Scoot Henderson, it's an A+. At 4, Rockets, Amin Thompson, it's an A+. The Pistons at 5, Ausar Thompson, A or A-, I would say. Anthony Black at 6 is an A for Orlando. Koulibaly, 7 to the Wizards. I think it's a little high. B, but it's okay. 8, Jarris Walker to the Pacers, that's an A. 9, Utah getting Taylor Hendricks is an A+. Cason Wallace to the Thunder at 10 is a B grade for me. Jed Howard, B- to the Magic at 11, but I think he's a good fit. I think he's going to end up playing well there. Derek Lively, 12 to the Mavs is an A. Grady Dick at 13 to the Raptors is an A. I think he's a fantastic fit. Jordan Hawkins at 14 to the Pelicans. I don't remember what I gave that. I probably gave it like a B+. I like Hawkins. He's good. Kobe Buffkin, B+ to Atlanta. Keontae George to Utah. I'm going to give that a B-. I don't know. Jalen Hood-Schifino at 17, B+, although I just think the fit's weird with him there. Jaime Jaquez for the Heat. That's a C-. That's a big reach in my own evaluation of the player. Now, the question is, does winning and like diving on the floor for loose balls, like fitting into the Heat culture, like that's probably an important thing for them. So like you can justify the pick that way, but I think based off of talent, there's guys I would have preferred for them. And if you're looking for kind of an athletic, like impact player who does stuff off the ball, I would have preferred Oliver Maxence Prosper anyway. But knowing the Heat, they're going to end up developing Jaime Jaquez. He's going to be like a 3-time All-Star or something ridiculous. Probably not, but you understand my point. And then Brandon Pajemski, 19th overall to the Golden State Warriors. That's an A. He's a really smart, cerebral player, can play on or off the ball. I think really, really fits for them. Troy Dilworth here says, Stone trading Gordon for the Clippers pick swap, just landed them Cam Whitmore and 2 top 5 talent players in the draft. Easton fell into their lap last year, too. The Rockets are having back-to-back really, really good years. And I feel very confident in them with what they've been able to accomplish and do. And this is going to be Cam Whitmore here, 20th overall.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Cam Whitmore from Villanova University.
Cam Whitmore, his slide has stopped. He goes 20th overall to Houston, who gets, in my opinion, two of the most functionally athletic players in the draft. Amen Thompson, one of the most athletic players to ever be drafted into the NBA, in my opinion. Cam Whitmore, extremely strong, a powerful jumper, leaper, can play through traffic, can play through contact specifically. He's a really good cutter. I think he's a really great fit off of Alperen Şengün. This is a huge, huge addition for the Rockets, who now, in my opinion, have two players off the top 7 players of my board. Amen Thompson was 3rd. Cam Whitmore was 7th, narrowly behind the likes of Brandon Miller, Taylor Hendricks, and Anthony Black. At one point, I had considered Cam Whitmore potentially to be the 4th best player in the class. Could not get there, ended up with him at 7, but he is a freak athlete, really quick, strong, bursty, and if you want to sell yourself on him, go back and watch his USA U19 FIBA film. He was dominant, and he's going to be a really good pickup here for Houston, who has a lot of athleticism. You think about KJ Martin, Jalen Green, of course, extremely athletic. Tari Eason, very athletic. This team up and down the lineup can really get up the court, down the court, and now you look at kind of an athletic option. For Ime Udoka, I think he can oversee the development of Cam Whitmore, similar to what he was able to coach in Jaylen Brown, a player that, for me, if I had to give a comparison to Cam Whitmore, he'd be like a slightly lesser Jaylen Brown. I'm a little less sure about the shot making, but I think the two of them very similar players, and I think ultimately the Rockets here walk out of the draft with a massive home run at picks 4 and pick 20 in what was a pretty unforeseen slide. Overall, I think the Rockets here are in a really great spot with this selection. Here's Whitmore now on set.
Dream realized. You talked to me a little bit about 4 years ago when you broke your leg and you had to battle with that adversity. Tonight, you realized a dream. How are you feeling in the moment?
I'm excited, grateful to be here. I'm blessed. I've been in one NBA for how many years since I was born, so blessed to be here.
Mom, Colleen, Dad, Byron, none of these athletes are able to do this without a tremendous support system. How have you watched your son grow?
This is crazy. Lob City in Houston. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of lobs. He's going to be really good off of Amen Thompson. Rockets fans forgetting about Kevin Porter Jr. KPJ's solid, but Amen's the starter. Amen should be starting. Jalen, Amen, Cam is crazy. This team is going to be so athletic. This is probably going to be the most fun team to use in 2K if you like rim running and attacking the rim and dunking on guys. My goodness.
Tonight, the support all pays off. You guys enjoy the night, Cam. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. I can't believe it.
As promised, champion head coach Dan Hurley. Actually, I should be saying congratulations on your
My favorite prospect in the draft was probably, not just from talent perspective, but my favorite to actually watch is probably Amen Thompson. I had a lot of fun watching him. Yeah, the shot selection, that's something that's coachable. If shot selection is really the only problem you have with a prospect, that's like literally most coachable thing.
The athleticism, the physical attributes are all there. I was surprised this year by how clean his shooting was. The expectation would be he would just be this freak, talented, athletic rim attacker. But I think he's going to make threes, and I think that's obviously a steal.
Let's go back to Jordan Hall.
Dan Hurley says it's obviously a steal, and I agree with him. Dan Hurley, I think, is very good. Very good talent evaluator himself, obviously, with what he's done with UConn. Whitmore's great.
Where you both come through for each other. He helped us win a deep championship in college basketball, and then we were able to help him reach his dreams. So it was just an incredible moment to see the emotion with the family. They put all of their lives and resources into his career, and to see Jordan and Jasmine and Craig.
Does Walker start for Indiana at some point this season? He probably will. Probably comes off the bench to start, though. Troy needs to lose his job. This is crazy. We can't fall behind in this rivalry. Mike Jones with the 5. Thank you, Mike. Says, I just moved to Texas from New York, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas. Oh, my. Yeah, really good draft so far for all of them. I think that those 3 franchises, Dallas probably has the worst future somehow out of the 3 of them, despite having Luka Doncic, which is crazy. Houston needs more shooting. They definitely need more, but they have $60 million in cap space, so they're going to be able to add some in for sure, and they're going to be able to get a lot better going forward with their shooting if they draft not if they draft, but if they sign free agents and address some of their needs that way through free agency. They have $60 million in cap space and probably the winners of the draft. So huge win for them. Really happy for the overall end result for them. God, really, really good. For the next 4 picks, I'm going to say Noah Clowney, Bryce Sensabaugh, Trace Jackson Davis, and Chris Murray. That's the 4 picks in a row, I think.
He really didn't come into his own until late in his career. So he just hasn't had his butt kissed.
I've mocked Noah Clowney a ton to the Nets this year, so that's what I'm going to go with. And I'm going to go with Bryce Sensabaugh at 22, Trace Jackson Davis at 23, and Chris Murray at 24.
And you get to wear the gaudy ring with your brother Bobby Hurley and your father Bob Hurley.
Yeah, my seat feels higher. It's like they snuck a phone booth under my butt. It's incredible feeling, really, to finally kind of hold up your end of the bargain in the family. Just took till I turned 50.
Leonard Miller's still on the board, which is pretty nuts. I don't understand how a guy can be that productive. He put up 19 and 11 essentially in the G League, and they're not. I think they're going to do it. Like even if it's not 21, I could see it being 22. Like I think that they're going to value rebounding, and Clowney can get after it on the glass a little bit. So we'll see what happens there. But 20th was Cam Whitmore, and then now we're at 21 and 22 for Brooklyn. So I'm interested to see if Brooklyn actually makes a trade here with either of these picks. But overall, we'll see.
Your guys, when they're preparing for the NBA, what's your advice as they take on this next level?
Yeah, obviously, the work rate is going to be much different. You're playing against grown men.
I think Bryce Sensabaugh goes 21 or 22.
The behaviors, the mindsets.
Terry in the chat says, Warriors drafted Brandon Podziemski. Oh, wow, great pickup. He's going to thrive in their offense. Fans will see how good he is in the summer league. Yeah, Podziemski's going to show out in the summer league for sure. Miller and Chris Murray to the Nets. Not Miller. I think it's going to be Clowney and somebody else.
Just a little bit more like we do for JJ. In the meantime, the Nets pick is in. Let's head back to the podium.
I wonder if we see a Whitmore or a Kuminga trade tonight.
You know that means the Nets are ready.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Noah Clowney from the University of Alabama.
Noah Clowney. Quentin for the Warriors. It's a really good pick. A grade for the Warriors. And at 21, let's do Clowney. Okay, Clowney to the Nets at 21. I'm going to give that a C+. I'm not a big fan of that. He's solid. Nick Smith Jr. is notably following, something I had projected as well, that he could slide quite a bit tonight. I'm not a big Noah Clowney guy myself.
So he's got all the tools. He's an outstanding offensive rebounder. He can finish. I think he can shoot it. He can step away and shoot it. He's going to have to improve in that area, but he's a multi-positional defender. He was streaky from the three-point line. Got about 28% overall, but had streaks where he made them. And he's a little bit inconsistent, but his mechanics are solid and he can improve. But his rebounding, his
Nets definitely need a rebounding. It's an okay fit.
And he plays hard. I think it's a lot.
Guilty's wondering where the trades are at. We haven't seen very many. We can still see some trades toward the back end, toward free agency. Man.
Well, it comes down to the strategy. Because here, look, Mikal Bridges was offered to the number 3 pick tonight. Mikal Bridges.
I think Scoot Henderson. Oh man, the fact that Scoot Henderson's actually a Blazer is really crazy.
Last year, and if you look back at that playoff series against the Philadelphia 76ers, they had no size outside of Nick Claxton. I think with Noah Clowney, they view him as being able to play alongside Claxton because of maybe the potential upside of him as a shooter.
You see him, everyone gathering around.
The Nets notably have pick 22 here as well, so we'll see what they do here at this spot. Here's a question about if Indiana would take Tariq at 26. I believe in my final mock that I did live here before, I actually mocked Tariq Whitehead 26, so I think it's possible. JB wants to know if I'm going to do a draft grades video for each team. I'm going to probably make a winners and losers video, and then perhaps also do a draft grades video for each team as well. Could possibly do that. Perhaps that could be in the works. Not to be rude to your favorite prospect, but I personally think Elsar will have the better career. He is the better shooter and defender. He'll be a great player right next to Cade. Conrad, I think Elsar is going to be good. The one thing I'm going to say, though, is if you're looking at just their shooting efficiencies, you have to factor one guy was shooting primarily off the dribble as a pick-and-roll ball handler, and the other guy was doing it in catch-and-shoot scenarios. Elsar, if he was playing with the ball and Ahmed was playing off of it, their efficiencies would probably flip a little bit. But I understand your thoughts. Are we getting close? How many likes are we at? Let's keep going for a hot tub stream.
Monica, thank you so much. Noah Clowney becomes the second Alabama player along with Brandon Miller to hear his name.
God, the Rockets did so good tonight.
More on Noah Clowney. Let's check in with our very own Bobby Marks. Hey, Bobby.
And don't let that quietness fool you with Noah Clowney there. He's got a major edge, as he just mentioned there. Overlooked coming out of high school. Did not go through the AE circuit. He's got something to prove, and I think he will in Brooklyn for a team, as JJ said, certainly undersized. They've got Nick Claxton on the last year of his contract here. A great value pick. Also,
I'm interested to see where we go at 22 now. What happens at 22?
Thank you so much, Bobby.
Brooklyn Nets on the clock again. We will see. 200 subs short of 20,000. You guys know what to do. We got 236 people in here. Let's see if we can hit the sub button on a couple of you who aren't subscribed yet. I'm sure that we can get a couple more subs here. So let's see if we can do it, pull it off now. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel for more content too, so you don't miss out on future uploads. Hit that notification bell. Join the Discord, links in the description for that. Seeing a Mikal Bridges hype video right now. It's I like that.
Most improved player and on my all defensive team. They've got a strong young core and multiple draft picks going forward from that Kevin Durant trade.
But JJ, we haven't even mentioned, we've been talking about Brooklyn for 2 picks on the clock now, and we have not even discussed Ben Simmons.
Yeah. I will discuss Ben Simmons when he's back on the basketball court.
Well, and then, we've seen pictures of his workouts potentially.
That was really awkward on ESPN's broadcast there. So looking at 21, Noah Clowney went. We'll see what happens with 22 ultimately. We have to keep our eyes on it.
They got picks back, a lot of which they had given up in the James Harden original trade to Houston. They were expecting Ben Simmons to play at an all-star, all-NBA level. And because of injuries and some, I believe some lingering.
What team would be the best fit for Bryce Sensabaugh? Probably the Nets here at 22, which is what my expectation currently is. But we'll see. We'll see if the Nets even stick at this spot. So.
But again, it's a matter of him just being on the court and being the player that he.
Nick Smith Jr. is still out here as well, though, so you could argue that he could be the pick as an upside selection.
Yeah, you mentioned Philadelphia. We're going to check in with our agent in a little bit on their future.
Amber, did you have a fit grade for Noah Clowney?
Because there's still so many great players.
A B- or C+ for Noah Clowney's fit. Okay, I like that, Amber.
Well, I mean, it depends on what do you think they need? What do you think Brooklyn needs?
To win?
Yeah.
Or with this pick?
With this pick.
Oh, with this pick. Look, I always go back to shooting. I think if there's a shooter available that you think is tough and competitive and can help you win and add value to your team, add spacing to Mikal Bridges, complement Cam Johnson as a shooter, I think you go in that direction. They still probably need more size and more depth in the front court because they really had none of that at the end of
Start bench cut, KJ Martin, Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore. Probably start Tari Eason just because he's 1 year further into the league. Cam Whitmore come off the bench, and then KJ Martin probably would get cut out of the 3. But they're all athletic, and they could probably all play together, to be honest. Breezy says Bryce is going to surprise a lot of people. I watched every minute of him at Ohio State, and he's going to be a top scorer in the league in 5 years. Yeah, but he's also going to give up about 30 points a game if he keeps defending the way that he currently does. I really hope the Kings get Chris Murray to play with Keegan. Here's 22.
With the 22nd pick In the 2023 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Derek Whitehead from Duke University.
MVP of the 2022 McDonald's All-American Game.
Former high school player of the year in the nation goes 22nd overall. Derek Whitehead out of Duke goes to the Brooklyn Nets, 22nd overall. So they go with Clowney and Whitehead, two guys who can space the floor, shoot a little bit. Very interesting. I like Derek Whitehead quite a bit for them. If he gets his base set, he's a good shooter. If you go back and watch the film, though, when he's off balance, he misses really bad. I'm talking hitting the backboard, air balls. I think it's really, really important for him to have his feet set. And I think the interesting thing with Brooklyn right now, they don't have a consistent drive and kick guy. Dinwiddie's probably the best example of it. Mikal Bridges likes to get to the mid-range and shoot. Nothing wrong with that, but I think to really optimize Derek Whitehead, you need a drive and kick player who can do other things, get to the paint, and create for him a little bit. And I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch going forward.
Tell me about these tiers. Just accomplishing something that I've been dreaming of,
Let's see what happens. One of my personal steals of the class. I had Derek Whitehead right around this range. I don't think it's necessarily a steal. I think that there are some limitations to his game when it comes to self-creation and some elements like that. But he's one of the hardest evaluations because he was playing injured. So if you're unsure about him, you can give him the benefit of the doubt and say, look, he could be really, really special if he gets back to being healthy and returning to some of the form that we saw back in high school, where I did look at him as a potential top 5 pick of this class. But with the year he had at Duke, it was not perfect all the time. He was still efficient, productive in a certain extent as a sixth man, but I think that there's some questions about what does he really grow into at the NBA level if used in a higher role. Again, I'm going to give it an A grade though. My overall grade for that pick is an A grade for Derek Whitehead at 22. I think that's right in the value range that you'd want. Do we have a drip grade for Derek Whitehead, Amber? Or did you miss it? Okay, if we see Derek Whitehead, we're gonna get that drip upgrade. It's funny, or that drip update. It's funny that people are like really wanting to hear your drip ratings. I like that. Zach here says not a shot at Breezy, but when someone says I watched every game of them, that makes me less confident in their take because that usually means they're a fan, either a fan or they like go to the school or something. So it's like I don't know, like there's nothing wrong with, but typically it's harder to properly evaluate. I really loved Obi Toppin because I was a Dayton fan. So I don't think Dame's leaving, Jared. I think he's going to be in Portland at least another half season. Conrad says, "What's my favorite team in the NBA?" I'm a Mavericks fan, but don't worry if the Mavericks screw up, I'll tell you because I'm not just drink the Kool-Aid type of guy. Pick 23 here. The Blazers are now on the clock. I'm interested to see who they go with. We'll see if Chris Murray is able to be there at 24 or not. Portland, here's the thing is, I know Mike Schmitz really liked Keegan Murray. I really, really like Keegan Murray. So the chances of him liking Chris Murray is pretty decent because they're similar players. Now, Chris is just not as good as Keegan, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Chris Murray going within the next 2 picks. I think it's 100% certainty, to be honest, that he goes either to Portland or to Sacramento. We'll see which team in the north or on the west side of the West Coast that he's going to be playing on. I'm very interested to see where he ends up going. The Blazers do notably need size, so Trace Jackson-Davis can make some sense. James Nagy is an upside swing, could make some sense too. But Chris Murray, I do think, is a potential option as well. I don't see a guard here, given the fact they took Scoot Henderson. I don't really see the likelihood of a wing, given the fact that I think they're going to keep Jeremy Grant. So I'm looking either at a big forward like a Chris Murray or a center like Trace Jackson-Davis or James Nagy. Those are the 3 players I would most likely consider at this spot. So we'll ultimately see where he goes, though.
At 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers, they are on the clock. The pick is in. Let's head to the podium with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Chris Murray from the University of Iowa.
Well, it was Chris Murray. 1 pick in front of Sac. Oh man. Wow. That's a bummer there. Video here says favorite fit for Indiana at 26 now that Whitehead is gone. Omax Prosper. I really like Omax Prosper for Indiana. If they can get him, that would be really, really good. Oh, JJ's really sad. A lot of Kings fans wanted him. The NBA comparisons, Keegan Murray. I figured that was going to be the case today. I figured that was going to be what they showed on TV.
Gets to the rim. He's playing the big fundamental. He's a 3-and-D forward in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly
Did Jay Billis just call him the big fundamental, like without acknowledging whose nickname that actually is? That was really bad. Holy cow! Did you guys hear that? Jay Billis called him the big fundamental. Oh my gosh! Wow. Oh my gosh. I really like that for I like that a lot for the Blazers. I'm gonna give that a B. I like that quite a bit. There hasn't been a lot of picks that I've hated. Like back when Primo went at 11, I was like, oh my gosh. But I think all of these are pretty solid picks so far. I'm interested to see what Sacramento does. I would like a big for them quite a bit, like a backup behind big behind Sabonis, someone who's a little bit more athletic, more rim protectory. Otherwise, I could also see them going with like a wing shooter, someone to space the floor a bit. Chris Murray would have been a really, really good fit for them if he would have been available. But now with him off the board, I think there's some questions about who's going to go and when now for Sacramento. So, like, could they take an upside swing at a Nick Smith Jr.? I don't see that being sensible. But I mean, I wouldn't understand it. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what Jay Billis was saying. But yeah, well, no, this is Jay Billis doesn't know what he's doing up there. I don't think half the time, to be honest. Breezy wants to see a D grade. I don't think we're going to get one. I don't know. All the picks have been pretty good so far. That's funny, JD.
All these guys are on their parents' cell phone. They're not. I mean, come on, Jay. They haven't even signed their contracts yet. Oh, come on, JJ.
They're about to pay a lot of the carrier.
Oh my gosh, we have a trade. Oh my gosh, the Mavericks are at pick 24, Amber. The Mavericks are using their trade exception to take on Richaun Holmes' contract.
There you go. We are just getting started here in the NBA draft as the Sacramento Kings are on the board.
That is so huge.
This is Welcome to the Neighborhood, brought to you by State Farm. Here are the Blazers' new teammates, Scoot Henderson.
Wow, this is really, really good.
Headed to the Portland Trailblazers. With the Sacramento Kings on the clock, though, Jay, who do you see as the best available?
I wonder if Chris Murray would have been on the board. I don't think the Kings execute this trade. This is really, really good for Dallas. This is really, really good for Dallas. The Kings are likely now getting a trade exception too. So that's good. We're seeing trade exceptions pass around a little bit. This is really good for Dallas. So what the deal is, Richaun Holmes and 24 to the Mavs. We don't have reports on what the Kings are getting yet, but it might just be something.
We've already talked about prioritizing threes. This for the NBA and how important threes are. So he's someone that can do that. This pick, though, is actually on the move. So more, let's bring in our senior NBA insider, Adrian Wojnarowski.
Here's the Woj.
Sacramento is trading center Richaun Holmes and the 24th pick to Dallas. This is the Mavericks picking now at 24.
Here's the pick.
24th pick in the 2023 NBA draft. The Sacramento Kings select Olivier Maxence Prosper from Montreal, Canada, the NBA Academy Latin America.
Oh, Max Prosper.
Olivier Maxence Prosper as Adrian Wojnarowski
Goes 24th overall to Dallas. What a move. What a move. The Mavericks are actually having a really good draft night. I can't believe it. Olivier Maxence Prosper. Oh, my gosh. 24th overall. And I think Richaun Holmes is actually going to be, like, sneakily decent for Dallas. Like, he's actually a better depth option than what they currently have.
But he
Big East, and they go, whoa, with Max Prosper. Talk about a guy that can move without the ball. You know, he's an energy player, a skilled defender, and a versatile one. Super athletic, really active, really mobile. But the way he scores on cuts.
The only thing I'm going to say is Prosper is an interesting fit because Luka likes to play such a slow game, and Prosper is really reliant on transition for his offensive game at least. So it'll be interesting to see how that fits. But this is a really good fit. Amber, what do you like about his fit here? The suit's an A, but the earrings are not. Oh, he has one earring. Amber's getting a little bit of the ick for the one earring, huh? Athletic wing. The Mavericks, I've been saying for so long, need athleticism, size, rebounding, rim protection, and they get it here in this draft with Prosper and Lively. And they find a way to get off of Bertans, turning to Rashawn Holmes, who I also think fits a need for them as a kind of a backup big as well. The Mavericks got a lot better tonight. This is a really, really good move for the Mavericks. I'm going to give this an A grade for Dallas, who on the night I think has an A grade overall. The Mavericks have had a fantastic first round, really great creativity for the Mavs. And you guys know I like to dish it out to Dallas. When they screw up, I share it with you guys. Like I gave the Kyrie Irving trade an F because I firmly believe that's the way it was. But after getting picked 10, they found really creative ways to get out of Bertans, open up some money to bring in a guy like Rashawn Holmes, who I think is a better fit for that organization. They needed more size and depth, and they've been able to address it with a 7'1" prospect in Derek Lively at 12, a big wing in Olivier Maxence Prosper at 24 now after finding a way to move back into the first round by eating that contract of Rashawn Holmes. This is a perfect turn of events for Dallas. The only thing I would have loved more is Taylor Hendricks at 10. But overall, this is a really, really good draft. This is a good collection of talent that they brought in. They got two guys in the top 17 on my board. I believe Prosper was 17th himself. Lively was 16th. So two guys, I believe in their talent levels. I believe in the way that they can impact the game defensively. I think Prosper is going to give them a unique transition threat that around Kyrie Irving makes some sense. I'm not sure how it fits with Luka quite yet. But Lively fits very well with Luka as a pick-and-roll partner. So I think overall Dallas has had a calculated, targeted draft where they actually address the things that they needed to address on draft night instead of just building this thing out with upside and talent. They actually went about team building in the proper way of, hey, this player fits. These are the elements of the team that we're not good at. These are the things we have to get better at, and they actually did it on draft night. And they're not relying on too much upside or potential. They're getting players with actual tangible skills and traits that translate to the NBA with length and size and timing with Lively, and then actual just physical dominance with Prosper, who is a good downhill threat. I think leverages his shoulders well into driving lane. So overall, I really, really like what Dallas has done. And honestly, one of the best tweets in general here from Spiral X. I'm going to quote tweet this. Mark Cuban, put some respect on my name, says Spiral X on Twitter. So that's a huge win. And we actually have a trade to announce. The Pistons are acquiring pick number 25 from the Celtics. And also the Bucks are acquiring number 36 in a deal with the Orlando Magic. So we have two trades here. Very interesting. And my understanding here, should I break the Twitter news? I accidentally saw it. I kind of want to break it. I kind of don't want to here to the stream. Let me know what you guys want to hear. But 25 is now the Detroit Pistons. Should I break it? Marcus Sasser is going to be the 25th overall pick. Marcus Sasser is going to be pick number 25. Here it is. Yep. And trading to Detroit for number 31. So the Celtics move out of a very important to note. The Celtics move out of a guaranteed contract, save a little bit of money against the tax, which I think is an important note here by moving down in the draft out of the first round. And they end up still higher than 35 where they initially were. So they've done a pretty good job moving some stuff around. And they're at a spot now where they have some money open. And Marcus Sasser goes in the first round, which I just wasn't really expecting. Celtics get number 31 in the trade. So We'll see what else the Celtics get, but I don't think there's been a trade yet that Brad Stevens has lost. And, oh, my God, Leonard Miller's still available. I think if the Pacers get Leonard Miller at 26, woo, it's going to be a good pick, Amber. If the Pacers get, oh, my gosh, if the Pacers get Leonard Miller at 26, I'm going to lose my mind a little bit here. So I'm excited to see what we actually see happen. But wow, very, very crazy. Very crazy. Here's the thing. Marcus Sasser, undersized, but I think if you're looking at Detroit, now my real big question is what does this mean for Killian Hayes? Because you have Cade, you have Jaden. Those two guys aren't going anywhere. You draft Marcus Sasser as your third guard. Does that mean Killian Hayes is potentially on his way out? And to where? The question is, I'm not exactly certain. If there's a trade, my early assumption would maybe be San Antonio, which we'll see. Either that or they could just keep him and have 4 guards, but I don't, I'm not sure if there's a lot of future left in the league for Killian Hayes, but we'll see. Shout out to everyone who's still in here. No More King says, poor Amber. I don't know. I'm probably sitting here listening to me talk all the time. Zach Aldridge says, I'd be so happy. Let's see what happens here with Leonard Miller.
An incredible 7-game series with the Miami Heat. That's how the Boston Celtics season ended.
What would be a comp for Buffkin? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander light.
The Memphis Grizzlies select Marcus Sasser from the University of Houston.
And the crowd goes mild. No one cheered at all. It was super quiet. That was funny. Sasser goes
the 2023 consensus first
25th overall.
Cougar to do that since Akeem Olajuwon in 1984. Once again, this pick on its way now. Once again to Detroit. Yes.
Well, he fits well in the Motor City because Marcus Sasser is a 3-level scorer.
He was pretty low.
He plays hard.
But I think here he actually makes some sense in terms of like the fit.
Good off the dribble, capable passer, and he's a really good defender, especially on the ball. Opposing players in isolation.
Curious to what happens with Killian Hayes now, though.
You see Kelvin Sampson, Jarris Walker, Quantas White. They are very happy to see, their leader, the leader of the Houston Cougars.
Future second-round picks as well. To the Celtics, it seems like.
And he'll fit in really well in Detroit with his work ethic.
Brendan is wondering what they got for 24. You might not have gotten anything. You might have just gotten the trade exception, like $13 million, which means you can maybe fit another player into that. So we'll see. I wanted George from Baylor. No, don't worry. Buffkin's better than George. It's good that you guys got Buffkin. Venkat says, who would be a good pick for Bucks at 36? Depends on who's still there for them, but I think like a perimeter shooter, Amani Bates would be interesting. We'll see what happens with that. Zach here says, okay, I wasn't sure if it was just me at first. Crowd went silent. Yeah, they literally went mild. The crowd goes mild because they didn't literally say anything at all after Marcus Sasser got selected. Which you don't really see.
They now have the last 2 along with him and Jaren Jackson Jr. You also have someone who can play point guard. John Morant will miss the first 25 games of the season, and then they can start a lineup with Marcus Smart, Desmond Bain, John Morant. I love the move for Memphis. I also love the move for Boston. To turn Marcus Smart, who has been part of that identity and culture for so long in Boston, into
JJ Redick's actually right here. This is exactly what I've been saying. Henry wants to know if I have a live big board. I will just update you guys. Here's my live board. That's who's available and who's still left on it. Where is this now?
You mentioned John Morant. Many thought that Tyus Jones, right, would be the leader for them with John Morant.
Here we go. Here's my board of who's still available out there. Leonard Miller's my number 1 player left on the board. Trace Jackson Davis is number 2 for me. Then after that, I have Nick Smith Jr. is my 3rd best. James Najee's my 4th. And then Ryan Rupert, Jordan Walsh, Bryce Sensabaugh, Ben Shepherd, Amari Bailey. So pretty accurate, honestly. My big board compared to who's been off the board at this point. Only 2 of my top 20 players, actually 2 of my top 23 players, in the draft are available yet at pick 26. So Pretty accurate board in terms of how it's played out so far. Not that that's 100% accurate anyway, but pretty interesting. Report from Wojnarowski, Pacers are keeping number 26 and eyeing a mid-major riser on boards. Not exactly sure who that's going to be. But here's Woj back on television.
The Memphis Grizzlies acquiring Marcus Smart. How did that come to fruition?
Malika, once Boston's three-way deal with the Los Angeles Clippers and Wizards fell apart, they were going to send Malcolm Brogdon to LA. They re-engaged quickly late last night with the Memphis Grizzlies, who have been in pursuit of Marcus Smart for years. And
Ben Shepherd might be a good idea.
With Memphis, it's interesting. The Grizzlies,
Trace Jackson Davis would be great too, but I think Ben Shepherd might be the selection here.
Marcus Smart is going to bring to them. 2010, they traded for another tough-minded guard who was 29 years old.
I think it's Ben Shepherd. I'm gonna stick with Ben Shepherd. I think the fact that it's a mid-major, out of everyone here, Ben Shepherd is probably the likely pick, and I think it's a good one. I think Ben Shepherd. I had him 29th on my big board, I believe. I'm a believer in his talent. I think for Indiana, he makes a decent amount of sense. Honestly, even though they have, hear me out, they have a nice player in Andrew Nembhard. I think the more ball handling, more playmaking, more creativity you can add, the better. My comp for Ben Shepherd is somewhat Austin Reeves-esque. I think he's got similar traits, similar skill set, similar handle, similar type of athleticism and frame. And I think the Pacers here at 26 are getting a player who's going to have a really good long career. I wouldn't say I love it. I think it's really strong, though. I think it's really solid. If they walked away with Leonard Miller here, I think it would have been a home run selection for them for sure. That's what I would have preferred. If I was driving the bus right now for Indiana, I would have probably walked out of this draft with Taylor Hendricks at 7 and would have walked out of this draft with Leonard Miller here at 26. But I still feel overall this is a really nice move for them, and I like it overall. Here's the pick.
The Indiana Pacers select Ben Shepherd from Belmont University.
It is Ben Shepherd. Ben Shepherd goes 26th overall to Indiana. He's got good size, good positional versatility. I think Indiana needed more feel. But one thing, if you want to knock Ben Mathurin for anything, it's he doesn't have a lot of feel. And I think, they've addressed feel. Jarris Walker has pretty good feel for his position, and Ben Shepherd's got great feel for his position. It's kind of like a wing guard hybrid. I think he's going to play off the ball well with Halliburton. He can hit big shots. He can defend up and down the lineup a little bit. Overall, I think this is a really good player, a really good selection for them, and a player that I feel just really, really good on for the Pacers. I'm going to give this an A- grade. I like Shepherd a lot here.
He is a bright spirit. He is highly skilled, and this is the perfect fit for the Pacers.
I think this has been, even though the draft's been really weird, I think that there's some questionable picks along the board. I think overall, teams have been doing pretty well for themselves. There's not a ton of picks that go, wait, what? There's a few of them, I think OKC moving up to 10 was interesting. To get Case and Wallace, I don't know if they necessarily needed to do that or not. Maybe they were worried about Orlando. But all in all, I think for the most part, the players make sense to where they're going. They fit kind of the team identities. And for the most part, this has actually been a really, really strong draft up and down the board. And that's kind of the result of a really strong class in general. When you like a bunch of players in the draft like I do, there's 40 guys in this draft that I really, really like. Maybe 43 guys, I'd even argue. You can't really go wrong as much. I'm going to update the board here too on the screen for you guys. Sorry that I've been forgetting to do that. I've just been so kind of locked into everything that's going on, and it's been really, really crazy. But I think overall the Pacers have done really well tonight. I like Jarris Walker, who's number 9 on my board. I like Ben Shepherd, who's 29 on my board. Maybe slight reaches if you consider just my board is what was supposed to be gospel. But I think within reality, if my board's off by 1 or 2 players, which is possible, the Pacers here are basically nailed draft selection vibes at 7 and 26 ultimately. Even though there's other options I would have liked, which is why this isn't an A or an A+, I still think Shepherd's a really good pick, and I think overall they've done a very good job. And now the Hornets at 27, a very interesting situation for me here. I would really love to see Leonard Miller go. I think the Hornets need more size, rebounding, strength, for frame. I want to see Leonard Miller be the selection, but I'm not exactly sure which way they're going to go. Interesting note, too, Nick Smith Jr. is still on the board. I projected a potential fall for him.
This pick is important, though. If they can find a rotation level player here, it's phenomenal.
And that pick is in. Let's go back to the Hornets.
Here's the Hornets, 27.
With the 27th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Nick Smith Jr.
And he goes here. The ball stops.
University of Arkansas.
An emotional moment for Nick Smith Jr. from his family.
Like 100 and something, Amber.
His parents, Nick and Candace, his grandparents, Gloria,
Yeah.
Michael.
This is not a guarantee, even if you're a really good player.
And played the 17
There's 58 picks in the draft, but we're streaming through the first round.
That's not true adversity. True adversity is
27, Nick Smith Jr. goes, and at 28, very possible we could see a very talented player and a high upside guy like a Bryce Sensabaugh or a GG Jackson go to the Utah Jazz. I'm interested to see who Utah takes. In my mock right before the live stream today, I mocked GG Jackson, but I do think that there's other options out there for them as well. It's going to be an upside-based pick, though, I believe, for Utah, who've already at this point gone with, I believe, Keontae George, and at 9 they took Taylor Hendricks, two freshman players notably, and I think they're probably in line for another freshman at this spot, if I had to guess.
extended hugs all around because you really want to soak this in. This moment, you know, it only happens once.
Every single player that has heard their name called on draft night remembers that moment. It will live as part of their story and journey, and it's an incredible feeling. And for someone like him, who was the #1 player in his high school class, dealing with an injury, potentially could have been a lottery pick had he not been hurt and dealt with that lottery.
Charlotte has no interest in actually finishing at the rim, by the way. I think that's something that's really important to know. Brandon Miller shot 40% in the half court on shots at the rim. And then Nick Smith Jr. shot 37% from the field because he doesn't get to the rim. So I think that there's some serious flaws with their overall roster construction. But
with the commissioner of the NBA, he's welcomed in as a
we've got
peer.
at 28, Utah at 29, we've got the Nuggets through Indiana, and then at 30 we have the Clippers. We'll see what happens here.
From the three-point line, especially when he is unguarded, he moves well without the basketball, can space to the three-point line. We didn't see the best in terms of athleticism because of the injuries with Nick Smith Jr., but still a very crafty scorer, uses his body well. Coach Musselman talked about before his injury, Nick Smith Jr. was playing unbelievably. And then you have to think he returned to a team that was in a flow, and it was hard for him to get into a flow.
I wouldn't necessarily buy into all of that. If Book Night is done, I don't know if Book Night's not going to play much. For the second round, I'm planning on not streaming the whole second round. The reason for that is I want to get a video prepped for right after the draft. I'm going to give my draft winners and losers. So you got to stay tuned for that for sure. But that's part of the reason why I want to prep another video, and it's going to be important that I do that. So it's going to be difficult to stream and do that at the exact same time.
Can you share what those emotions are about?
19 years of hard work. With everything I've been through, still going through stuff to this day.
Nick Smith Jr. very emotional.
It is indeed paying off in a fine way. Candace and Nick
Not sure if I love that.
navigate injuries.
Mason wants to know who should the Celtics take at 31. I mean, whatever they do, they're in a fine spot. That player's not going to play much right away for them, but like Andre Jackson Jr. could be a really nice fit. So he could kind of fill in some of that Marcus Smart role a little bit. Not that he'll be that, but can fill the role a little bit. Akez and not Whitmore. It's interesting. It's interesting. So 29, remember, is not Indiana anymore. 29 is the Denver Nuggets. So for the Nuggets, who I think could use some size, James Najee, Trace Jackson Davis, two guys that can make some serious sense for them. We'll have to keep our eyes on what ultimately happens here. Amber, what did you think of Nick Smith Jr.'s fit? It was okay, says Amber. 28, Utah here. My assumption, Bryce Sensabaugh.
In the 2023 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Bryce Sensabaugh from the Ohio State.
Sensabaugh goes. Him or GG Jackson were the two guys I really thought were options here. And Sensabaugh goes. Freshman selections, three picks in the first round.
job, like you said, at picking his spot because he's not the fastest athlete. He's not going to blow by you, but he's crafty with the basketball. He'll set you up with a jab step. He'll use the inside-out dribble. He is a gifted, physically strong forward who can shoot the basketball. Just a pure scorer. I feel like getting to your spots is something that you start to learn later. You learn that as a pro. He does that already. He knows what his strengths are. He knows what his shots are, and he finds them.
Sensible. I like the upside here. I do. I'm going to give that a B grade. Gremlin Machine here saying Rupert, Miller, or Sissoko to the Spurs. Let's go. Very, very solid. Jazz had a good draft. They've taken all rookies. Miller to the Clippers. We'll see. Leonard Miller, I think, very interesting to see where he ends up going on draft night now. The fact that we're through pick 28 and he is still out there is quite surprising to me. Really one of the biggest fallers, in my opinion, from what his actual talent level is compared to where he still is at available on the board. I don't believe that there's 28 players better than Leonard Miller. I don't think there's going to be 28 players who are going to be more impactful in their career. I'm interested to see what Denver selects here. Very interested to see what Denver takes here because I think Denver is an interesting team with, obviously ready to win upside. They just won a title. Really, really like what Denver potentially could do here with some winners. They've got picks 29, 32, and then what? They got pick 37 as well, so they've got a lot of assets to play with here in the next 10 picks. Definitely believe that there's going to be some nice assets here for them to work with ultimately to add into their current roster. Zach here says Nuggets get weird and go Strother to replace Bruce Brown. Interesting, Strother. I don't like Max Lewis. I think Max Lewis is a for sure second-round player. I don't see him as a first-round level pick. Gabby here says Miller or TJD here as Jeff Green or DeAndre Jordan replacements. Would like either of them, but I think what Zach's saying here too about like a Strother or an Andre Jackson Jr., someone who's like ready wing would make some sense. Also, yeah, Colby Jones could be another good example of that. But yeah, I like Shepherd a lot. I feel Zach, I have a feeling you went back and watched some more Ben Shepherd. And I think he's just going to be a really nice, kind of Swiss Army knife who does just the right things on the floor a lot. And that's really an underrated tool just in general is if you just make the right decision pretty frequently, you end up being a pretty good player. Shout out to all 211 of you, by the way. Love having you guys all in here. Just crazy to me that we've been able to have such a successful day-to-day. Minnesota has traded up into the draft. They get pick number 33 from San Antonio. So the Minnesota Timberwolves now have pick number 33 here on draft night. So we'll see exactly what happens with that. But I'm very, very excited about the draft and how it's been going. I feel like there's a lot of crazy moves, a lot of crazy stuff happening. And it's just kind of crazy in general. They've got a lot of crazy stuff going on. So this is kind of nuts. I do like overall what we've seen today. I don't think there's a lot of terrible moves. So the Spurs trade out of 33, notably. Minnesota Timberwolves moved up in the draft.
It's pretty cool that the MVP, the Finals MVP, and the number 1 overall pick, all international players. Really says a lot about the direction the league is going. Highlight of the parade. Yes, it's got to be Michael Malone, though. He was
Did he? I didn't even see that. It's funny, Amber.
And now, again, the Denver
Let's see what happens here now. Here's the pick for the Denver Nuggets.
29th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft. The Indiana Pacers select Julian Strother from Gonzaga University.
And there it is. Julian Strother goes 29th overall.
He scored a career-high 40 points against my alma mater.
Yeah, Zach nailed it. Let's go on to this comment here about if I think the Mavs are done. I think the Mavericks, there's a potential option for them here to find a way back into the draft and look at Amani Bates in the second round. and buy a pick. This is the last year you can use cash if you're a second apron team. I think the Mavericks are going to have interest in adding as much young talent as possible and an upside player who can shoot. I would really watch out for Dallas being a team that targets Amani Bates in the second round, similar to what they did last year, trading up to get Jaden Hardy, who notably, just by the way, they traded with the Kings last year to get 37. They now trade with the Kings to get 24 this year for Omax Prosper. So I think the Mavericks are really well positioned here to do some really nice stuff and get to a spot where they're going to be able to add some premier talent for sure.
They've got to be able to find rotation level players that control costs going forward.
Right, because Brown, he came in the finals and he was able to make an impact. It takes an incredibly special rookie to be able to do that. What are they getting into Stockton with?
They're getting a guy who's a winner. Playing in that Gonzaga program. He made big shots, and you gave the numbers.
Wolves are sending the Spurs 2 future second rounders. That's funny, Zach, that you literally like perfectly called Strother here.
He's athletic. He's tough-minded. He's from Las Vegas, and I think he's just a really good all-around basketball player. But as he becomes a better defender and plays at the same level,
I get what you're saying here too. Most in here says I need to learn more about Shepard, admittedly, but I just didn't expect it. I think Shepard's good. I like Shepard a lot. Really late riser, a lot of buzz at the end of the draft process for him being a potential first-round pick. The one thing is I really wish, like now with how the board fell, that the Pacers didn't give up 29. Not that Strother would have been the guy to take, but like Leonard Miller at 29 would have just been such a home run. Or like if they still had 32 at least to try and get him. Like, man.
When you have a high payroll, you have two different choices to make. You can retain your own free agents. Certainly with Bruce Brown, that's a priority. And it is draft and develop through the first round and the second round. And you've seen that last year with Christian Brown in Denver. And you're going to see that again with another 3-year player in Julian Strawther from Gonzaga here.
I like this for the Nuggets a lot. The Nuggets did a good job.
Signs of the veteran minimum exception.
So, Bobby, right now the Los Angeles Clippers, they are on the clock, and they are certainly a test.
Man.
What are their options? They sort of survey the future.
Yeah, I mean, the big option is certainly going to be what happens with Russell Westbrook. Yeah, he's a free agent. The most you can pay him is $3.7 million here. The other big question is what happens with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. Both players are extension eligible. Well-known, history of basically being on the sidelines more than on the court here. That's going to in a spanking brand new building in 2024-25. So what do the Clippers do here at 30? And they go for more of a project or one of these win now?
I'm interested to see where the Clippers go. I could see James Nagy as a legitimate option here at this spot.
For these two players, for Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, of course, signed in July of 2019. JJ, Bobby just laid out a couple of options here. Health. And health seems to be just the biggest word when you're talking about the Clippers, but what do you see as impactful?
Well, I like that Bobby brought up Russell Westbrook because it was a poor fit with the Los Angeles Lakers. We had to get a Lakers reference in there. That's what we're paid to do here. What we're paid here to do. No, but look, he was great for them.
Pick 30. Let's see what the Clippers do here now.
He gives them something that they don't really have, and that is someone who's going to put pressure on the rim and create pace. They're generally a methodical team with Paul George.
Brady Thompson thinking Trace Jackson Davis. Let's see.
Look, Kawhi Leonard's probably not going to start the
Aldridge.
season.
Zach here says I was between Najee, Trace Jackson Davis, and Miller.
Process here, trying to find somebody that contribute right away. Because if they're not going to move off Paul George, then they're still in win now mode.
Right. They were eliminated by the Suns in the first round. So if they're looking for someone that can help immediately, because again, we saw Kawhi Leonard go through the season essentially load managing and doing it well, because in the moments that we saw him, he looked excellent. The chatter was, this is the Kawhi Leonard we all remember. So if they need someone to contribute now, Jay, who is that person?
Could be Colby Jones from Xavier. Like he's what Bobby referred to as a win now player who's played multiple years at Xavier.
Zach, that's funny.
He's a winner.
Trace Jackson Davis is going to be the steal of the draft, by the way. So whatever team ends up drafting him in round 2, expect them to be on my winners list, because if the Mavs can find a way to go back in and get Trace Jackson Davis, I'd literally be so happy. I'd be so happy. Pritchard really needs to move back up. These picks are nuts. I think there's a lot of talent left out on the board for sure. A lot of talent. So we'll see.
seen and you've
I really like this. So this draft's been so much fun.
in a win now window, what does it take to come in and immediately make that kind of impact?
Bring up Christian Brown. The guy won high school championships. The guy won a college championship. He played all 40 minutes in the NCAA championship game. He's been in big moments before. You need guys who have been in big moments before.
Let's see if we get another guy who's been in a big moment as we move back to Clippers.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Kobe Brown from the University of Missouri.
Wow. Kobe Brown. I wasn't quite expecting that.
Thank you again to all the fans.
End of the first round, Kobe Brown. I did not have that on my bingo card. I like him. He's talented. He can make open shots. He's strong, physical, NBA ready, but I was not quite expecting Kobe Brown to be a first-round pick. We see him go 30th now to the Clippers. I'd have to give that probably a C grade. I don't necessarily love that as much, but we'll see. Hopefully you guys did enjoy today's live stream. Like I said, I'm going to get working now on a video for my winners and losers, so make sure you check that out. It's going to come out like right as the draft ends or right around that timeline, so it's going to be out as soon as possible. Hopefully you guys did enjoy, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video. Happy draft day.